The Federal News. The game Eternal, meticulously crafted by the Global Federation of United Nations, will commence its open beta tonight at 7 o'clock. Is heralded as a groundbreaking virtual online game. The crisp sound of the broadcast reached his ears as Yun Tianhe slowly opened his eyes, the gray-white walls coming into view. Out of the corner of his eye, Yun Tianhe caught sight of the clock, and he froze. The clock displayed the date August 22, 2077. August 22nd, 2077. How is this possible? Isn't this the day Eternal goes live? Yun Tianhe felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind reeling with a singular thought. He had been reborn. After a long pause, Yun Tianhe suddenly sprang to his feet and opened his computer to search for the official site of Eternal. On the web page, a vivid red banner proclaimed, Eternal will commence its open beta on August 22nd. I truly returned to a year ago. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe gradually revealed a smile. In his previous life, he had regarded this game merely as an ordinary online experience. No, not just him, the entire world shared this sentiment. Even though the major nations had introduced various initiatives to promote the game's development, no one genuinely shifted their focus to it. It was not until a year later, when the Hell Dimension opened, that everything changed. No one could have anticipated that the opening of the Hell Dimension would result in the game world merging with Earth. It was then that people discovered they had gained all the abilities from the game. Even the items within the game materialized into reality. Following the opening of the Hell Dimension, countless infernal creatures flooded into Earth. Simultaneously, the demon gods descended. Billions of humans were mercilessly slaughtered, plunging Earth into a dark epic. Even with the aid of powerful NPCs fighting alongside humanity, they remained unable to withstand the might of the infernal demon gods. In his previous life, Yun Tianhe helplessly watched his loved ones perish, unable to change their fate. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. The game goes live tonight. If I wish to defeat the demon gods, I must seize the initiative and acquire every possible advantage. I recall the Supreme Game Pod seems to come with a one-time special talent draw. Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile gracing his lips. Eternal features 3 tiers of game pods: Basic, Noble, and Supreme. The Supreme Game Pod not only allows for the activation of a wristband for immediate use, but also grants players the chance to randomly draw a talent when creating their character. The highest talent drawn can reach the Mythical level, while the lowest is at least level. It is important to note that the average player can only comprehend talents ranging from E to level. This disparity is sufficient to place Yun Tianhe far ahead of any other player. Of course, the Supreme Game Pod comes with a staggering price tag of 10 million Huaxia coins. Globally, there are only 5 available. Even with the game's fervent promotion, no one was willing to invest 10 million Huaxia coins at the outset. According to Yun Tianhe's recollections, it was not until 3 weeks later that a wealthy individual, facing a shortage of luxury gaming pods in his region, decided to purchase a Supreme Gaming Pod from headquarters. It was at that moment that the public became aware of the Supreme Gaming Pod's extraordinary ability to extract the rarest SS-level talents. With this thought in mind, Yun Tianhe hastily navigated to the official game website shop interface. A quick glance confirmed that the Supreme Gaming Pod had indeed not yet been sold. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe swiftly placed his order. After filling in the necessary information and completing the payment, he received a call to verify his details, with a promise that the delivery would arrive within half an hour. Coming from a family of merchants, Yun Tianhe enjoyed a generous allowance each month. Fortunately, he had little inclination to spend, having saved up a substantial amount of over 10 million. Thus, purchasing the headset was a manageable endeavor. Shortly thereafter, within a mere half hour, official personnel arrived at Yun Tianhe's villa to install the Supreme Gaming Pod. Before long, the installation was complete. Once everything was in place, Yun Tianhe quietly sat on the edge of his bed, awaiting the launch of the game. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the announcement of Eternal officially going live resonated once more. Yun Tianhe reclined into the gaming pod and activated the device. Buzzed suddenly, he was enveloped in darkness, as if his consciousness had plunged into an abyss. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a radiant light finally emerged. Chirp, 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 a scene of vibrant flora and fauna unfolded before him, resembling a celestial paradise, as if a scroll were unfurling in front of his eyes. Greetings, esteemed player. I am the guiding sprite of Eternal, and I shall assist you in creating your character. A melodious female voice chimed as a sprite with translucent wings materialized, flitting around Yun Tianhe. Dear player, please enter your game ID. With a sweet voice, the sprite formed a corporeal silhouette entirely composed of light and shadow, appearing before Yun Tianhe.id. Celestial River. Opting for his previous lives ID, Yun Tianhe aimed to motivate himself, vowing not to forget the tragic experiences of his past. Congratulations, player, on successfully creating your character. As a Supreme VIP user, you are entitled to a single draw for a special talent. Would you like to proceed? Use it. Upon hearing the sprite's prompt, Yin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally arrived at the main event. Buzz. In a flash of light, a spinning wheel materialized before him, adorned with countless icons. Whir. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, taking a good 10 seconds to gradually decelerate. In that moment, Yin Tian's gaze was fixed on the wheel as he awaited the outcome in silence. Ding! At long last, when the pointer halted on an angelic symbol, a crisp system notification echoed in Yun Tian's ears. System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully drawing a mythical level talent Eternal Halo. Talent effects. 1. All buffs receive a 1,100 times amplification. 2. Buff duration is permanent. 3. Buffs cannot be dispelled by any means. 4. Similar buffs can be fused for advancement. 5. Unlock the second stage of talents. Acquire 100 buffs 0-100. Chapter 2. Entering the game, the Flame of Light, Mythical Talent. Upon seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe could hardly contain his exhilaration. In his previous life, merely possessing an SSS-level talent had allowed a wealthy individual to surpass others, rising to become one of the top 50 masters in all of Huaxia. Now, being bestowed with an even more advanced talent rendered him virtually invincible. As his gaze swept over the effects of the talent, Yun Tianhe's heart surged with excitement. Truly, this mythical talent was astonishing. It not only amplified buffs by a factor ranging from 1 to 100, but also extended their duration to perpetuity, impervious to dispelling. Moreover, should he acquire identical buffs, they could be further merged and advanced, thus enhancing their potency. What thrilled Yun Tianhe even more was the potential for subsequent upgrades to this talent. By obtaining 100 buffs, he could elevate the talent to its second stage. Given the formidable nature of the first stage, one could only imagine that the second stage would not disappoint. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully drawing a talent. Please select a profession. Eternal offers 5 professions: warrior, mage, assassin, archer, and priest. These are the foundational professions, with more to be unlocked upon advancement. The sprite fluttered about, its melodious voice elaborating on the merits and demerits of each profession. Having played for 2 years, Yun Tianhe felt no need for the introductions and promptly chose the mage profession. The Eternal Halo talent would allow him to stack buffs without limitation, enhancing various states. Should he opt for another profession, there would inevitably be aspects rendered redundant. The mage could channel mana into a staff for melee combat and master spells for ranged bombardment, facing virtually no restrictions, thereby perfectly harnessing the effects of his talent. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, on selecting the mage profession. Character creation successful. And you have received a beginner-esque gift pack X1, which can be opened upon entering the game. System notification. Eternal will officially commence in 1 minute. After completing character creation, the sprite did not vanish, but rather perched upon Yun Tianhe's shoulder, its clear voice announcing the countdown. 59. 55. 30. As the countdown reached 0, Yun Tianhe felt the ground beneath him vanish, and the world spun around him as he plummeted downward. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a village filled with wooden cottages, the air alive with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares, NPCs clad in simple garments bustling about. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant lights flickered as players entered the game one after another. Wow, is this game really so lifelike? This sensation is indistinguishable from reality. Humph, I expected to see ancient, elegant architecture, yet they merely used shabby wooden huts to deceive us. As these players, new to such online games, surveyed their surroundings, their reactions ranged from awe to disdain. However, without exception, they were captivated, scattering throughout the village in search of NPCs. Even those who had never ventured into virtual gaming were familiar with online games, fully aware that the novice village was brimming with tasks. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. In the realm of eternity, the novice village offers only rudimentary quests, the difficulty of which is quite formidable, and the rewards are lamentably meager, shared among numerous players. The only way to gain an edge over others is to venture into the mountains and activate storyline quests. This time, I have changed my gaming terminal, and unexpectedly found myself assigned to Novice Village number 99871. However, it is advantageous. A familiar Novice Village facilitates my development. A confident smile graces Yun Tian's lips, for he remembers every task and the spawn points of the bosses in Village 99,871 with clarity. Yet, before proceeding, he must make a visit to the church. Within the church resides a unique NPC who, for a mere 100 copper coins, can bestow a random buff upon players. Given that his talent enhances buffs and extends their duration, why not seize the opportunity to acquire a couple of buffs with the freely provided copper coins? With buffs in hand, he could vanquish monsters more swiftly and effortlessly, completing quests with ease, paying no mind to the players meandering around him. Yun Tianhe strides towards the church. On the way, he opens his backpack and activates the Novice Gift Pack. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening the Novice Gift Pack, receiving a wooden staff X1, cloth robe X1, cloth pants X1, cloth shoes X1, and 100 copper coins. With basic resources secured, Yun Tianhe does not hesitate to don the equipment, instantly enhancing his attributes, though he remains feeble. ID: Celestial River, level 1 health, 150 mana, 80 magical attack power, 7 defense, 5 skill, Fireball, initial skill, talent, Eternal Halo reputation, 0 luck, 0 noticing the talent line shimmering with golden light. Yun Tianhe finally feels reassured. Everything that transpired was not a mere dream. He has indeed comprehended a mythic level talent. Filled with anticipation, he hurries towards the church. An increasing number of players enter the game, equally captivated by the village that rivals the realism of the physical world, wandering aimlessly within its confines. Perhaps due to the church's secluded location, few players venture here. When Yun Tianhe arrives at the church, it is empty, save for an NPC clad in a white priestly robe, kneeling before an angelic statue in silent prayer. Approaching the NPC, Yun Tianhe promptly declares, "I wish to invoke the blessing of miracles." Esteemed warrior, invoking the blessing of miracles requires 100 copper coins. The NPC opens his eyes, rising to gaze at Yun Tianhe with a serene expression. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, player, for triggering the blessing of miracles. A tribute of 100 copper coins is required. Do you confirm? Confirm. As the copper coins are surrendered, the priest NPC murmurs incantations, gracefully waving his staff, and a silvery radiance descends upon Yun Tianhe. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, player, for successfully receiving the Flame of Light buff through the blessing of miracles. Duration: 300 minutes. Light of Radiance. Beginner buff when casting a spell attack. There is a 10 chance to enter a state of radiance, which, upon receiving the next attack, inflicts an additional 100 damage of the light attribute. Against undead, demons, and other dark entities, this effect is doubled, lasting for 300 minutes. System notification. Congratulations, player. The Eternal Halo talent has activated, extending the duration of the Light of Radiance buff to infinity, rendering it indispellable, with an enhancement factor of 100 times. Light of Radiance. Beginner buff: each attack inflicts an additional 100 times light flame damage, and against undead, demons, and other dark entities, it possesses a doubled effect, lasting permanently and cannot be dispelled. Upon witnessing the enhanced buff, even Yun Tianhe, who had been reborn, was taken aback. A guaranteed addition of 100 times damage against undead, demons, and other dark entities that translates to an astonishing 200 times damage. With such power, could he not stride confidently through the novice village? Even a boss would likely falter under the weight of his skill. Determined, he resolved to confront the boss head-on, his breath quickening as he embraced the newfound formidable buff. Chapter 3. The Cemetery of Wrath, the Skeleton Commander Boss. The novice village lies at the heart of the mountains, surrounded by a myriad of monsters. Due to the advantageous buff of the Flame of Light against dark creatures, Yun Tianhe set his sights on the Cemetery of Wrath. This cemetery, a distinctive map beyond the novice village, caters to players between levels 10 and 20, brimming with numerous quests and abundant rewards. According to Yun Tianhe's recollection, the first player to vanquish the final boss of the Cemetery of Wrath in a previous life had seemingly acquired a Necromancer's Class Change Scroll, propelling the player into the ranks of the top 100 in Huaxia through the power of the necromancer profession. Now, Yun Tianhe's ambition was crystal clear: to sweep through the Cemetery of Wrath and obtain the Necromancer's Class Change Scroll. Resolute in his decision, he wasted no time, grasping his wooden staff and sprinting towards the village's outskirts. Without delay, he dashed deeper into the mountains. Upon witnessing Yun Tianhe venture into a higher-level area, many players were taken aback. Wait, did someone just run deeper into the mountains? Goodness, the game has only been live for 2 or 3 minutes. And he dares to delve into the mountains? According to the official announcement, the monsters there start at level 5. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. TSK. Let him be. He'll likely find himself resurrected at the spring soon enough. Come on, brothers, let us continue hunting chickens. Some players paid no heed to Yun Tianhe's departing figure, resolutely continuing their efforts to slay wild chickens and dogs. Meanwhile, upon entering the forest, the illumination around Yun Tianhe noticeably dimmed. Occasionally, wild rabbits, monkeys, and mountain leopards revealed themselves. Fortunately, only monsters above level 10 would actively attack players, allowing Yun Tianhe to reach the vicinity of the Cemetery of Wrath within a mere 10 minutes. Notification: you have arrived at the Cemetery of Wrath. Notification: the current map level is exceedingly high. Extreme danger. Players are advised to exercise caution. Yun Tianhe lifted his gaze and beheld the cemetery's surroundings, where gravestones stood ominously, shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. In the distance, towering trees obscured the sunlight, rendering the area a vast, chaotic graveyard. Having traversed countless dark maps, Yun Tianhe paid little mind to the disarray of the graveyard and boldly stepped inside. Creak! The ground split open, and pale, bony hands emerged. As skeletal monsters clawed their way from the earth, their stark white bones appearing particularly fearsome. Looking down, the attributes of the monsters gradually materialized. Skeleton monster, Black Iron. Level: 10 grade. Black Iron health: 800 attack power, 55 defense, 10 magic defense, 5 skill, heavy strike description, decayed corpses, transformed into undead beings by vengeful spirits. The skeletal monsters brandished bone swords, their eyes aglow with a blood-red hue, emitting low, guttural roars as they lunged towards Yun Tianhe. A crimson aura enveloped their heads. Come forth. Let me witness the might of the Flame of Light buff. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe remained unperturbed as he brandished his staff and recited an incantation, unleashing the fireball spell. A resplendent crimson radiance coalesced into a fireball, hurtling towards the advancing skeletal foes. Upon impact, the fireball collided with the foremost skeleton, causing it to shudder violently as flames ignited across its form. Minus 1,375. The vivid red damage appeared. Despite the 10-level disparity between Yun Tianhe and the skeleton, the 200-fold damage amplification proved fatal, obliterating it instantly. A golden light flickered, warming Yun Tianhe's being as the system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully vanquishing a skeleton and earning 1,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up to level 2, receiving 5 free attribute points. With a rustling sound, the skeleton disintegrated into dust, accompanied by a scattering of copper coins. An instant kill. The 200-fold damage multiplier rendered it a swift execution, even against foes 10 levels higher. Judging by the damage output of the fireball spell, even a boss would struggle to withstand many assaults. Recalling from memory, Yun Tianhe recollected that the Angry Cemetery housed 5 bosses. If he could eliminate all monsters within 2 hours, a mysterious grand prize awaited him. Resolute, he focused his thoughts and allocated all attribute points to intelligence. Subsequently, he set his sights on another skeleton. In the next moment, a fireball coalesced and shot forth. The trigger condition for summoning the first boss required the death toll of skeletons to reach 100. Thus, an explosive series of eruptions ensued. The crimson flames surged, empowered by the blessing of fire buff. Ordinary skeletons were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught, succumbing to the flames and transforming into ash, showering the ground with abundant copper coins while yielding a wealth of experience. Slaying monsters across levels caused Yun Tianhe's experience bar to surge dramatically. Upon the demise of 100 skeletons, he effortlessly ascended to level 4. He allocated all attribute points to intelligence, directly augmenting his attack power by 15 points. Presently, his base magical attack power reached an impressive 22 points. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Yun Tianhe lifted his gaze to behold a colossal skeleton, wielding a bone spear, emerging before a massive tombstone. The boss had arrived. In an instant, the identification skill was cast upon the boss. A flash of light revealed the attributes of the giant skeleton, materializing as a panel before Yun Tianhe. Black Iron Grade Boss Skeleton Commander. Level 12 rank. Black Iron Grade Health Points. 21,000 attack power. 105 defense. 30 skills. Spear Thrust. Gale Stab Description. Once a member of the Royal Guard, consumed by dark forces upon death, transformed into an evil undead creature. With 21,000 health points and an attack power of 105, this foe was formidable indeed. Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly locked onto his target, instantaneously casting the fireball spell. Boom! The crimson fireball danced through the air, racing towards the skeletal creature wielding a lance. Boom! Minus 4,800. The scarlet damage erupted, accompanied by a burst of flames. Chapter 4. The First Boss Kill, Main Quest. With an extraordinary damage output of 200 times, the Skeleton Commander, despite being 8 levels above Yun Tianhe, still succumbed to the impressive attributes of the boss, its health bar plummeting dramatically. Roaring in agony, the Skeleton Commander twirled its long spear, conjuring a whirlwind, the spear tip glimmering ominously as it lunged at Yun Tianhe with remarkable speed. Swiftly, Yun Tianhe tapped the ground with his toes, retreating just beyond the reach of the spear's assault. In the next moment, the cooldown for his fireball spell concluded. Before the Skeleton Commander could advance, Yun Tianhe raised his hand, coalescing a fiery red light into another fireball, which shot forth with a fierce howl. Boom! The Skeleton Commander staggered, its health diminished by a third. Had other players witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be in disbelief. Yun Tianhe, ever cautious, afforded the Skeleton Commander no opportunity for retaliation, striking and then retreating to maintain distance. As a melee boss, the Skeleton Commander could only attempt to close the gap after expending its solitary ranged thrusting skill. Yet, even as a boss, the skeletal creature's base movement speed was lethargically slow, unable to catch up with Yun Tianhe. Only when the fireball spell was off cooldown would Yun Tianhe pause, unleashing another fireball at the Skeleton Commander. Boom, boom, boom. In a mere 10 seconds, searing fireballs collided with the Skeleton Commander, the fierce flames engulfing it, reducing it to ashes. Clatter, a pile of copper coins cascaded down, accompanied by a spear and a collection of shimmering potions. Ding! Huaxia Battlezone server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxian Xinghe for being the first to slay the Black Iron level boss, the Skeleton Commander, earning a reward of 20,000 experience points and a Black Iron chest. Huaxia Battlezone server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxian Xinghe for being the first to slay the Black Iron level boss, the Skeleton Commander, earning a reward of 20,000 experience points and a Black Iron chest. With 3 consecutive server announcements, players throughout the Huaxia Battlezone were left astounded. Could it be true? Within mere minutes of the server's launch, someone had already slain a Black Iron level boss? What the heck? Did that Tianxian Xinghe have hacks? My goodness, we just reached level 2, and someone has already taken down a boss? A wave of confusion swept through the players, etching the ID of Tian Xinxing into their memories. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player for successfully defeating the Black Iron level boss, the Skeleton Commander, earning a reward of 10,000 experience points. With a swift motion, the experience points from the boss and the system reward illuminated the ground beneath Yun Tianhe, propelling him to level 5. Resolutely investing his attribute points into intelligence, he approached to collect the copper coins and the dropped items, gently brushing his hand to reveal the attributes of the equipment and potions. Bone Spear grade, Black Iron attack power, 15 attack speed, slow attack range, medium strength, 3 stamina, 2 description, a spear forged from bones that have decayed over the years. Handle with care, for it is fragile. Basic health potion, grade, Black Iron required level, 1 effect, restores 80 health points upon use, cooldown time, 5 seconds. Basic mana potion, grade, Black Iron required level, 1 effect, restores 50 mana points upon use, cooldown time, 5 seconds. The spear can be sold, I recall that. In the early game, a Black Iron weapon could fetch over 10 silver coins, a sum sufficient to support initial development. Alas, the currency exchange system will only be available a week after the server opens, so I must earn my own money for now. Nodding slightly, Yun Tianhe stored the spoils in his backpack and turned his gaze towards a Black Iron chest. Black Iron chest grade, Black Iron required level, 5 description, upon use. It allows the random selection of either a piece of Black Iron equipment, a Black Iron skill book, or a Black Iron potion. Without any hesitation, Yun Tianhe decisively used it. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully opened the Black Iron chest and received the skill book for the Frostbite skill. Frostbite skill book. Usage condition. Mage required level. Level 1 description. Upon use, grants the Black Iron skill Frostbite. A skill book has actually dropped? Although it is merely a Black Iron skill, any skill holds significant value in the early stages of the game. Yun Tianhe was immensely excited and promptly used the book, then opened his panel to review the skill effects. Frostbite, grade, Black Iron skill cost, 50 mana points skill cooldown, 30 seconds skill description, after casting. Summons frost in a 10 by 10 yard area ahead, reducing the movement speed of all hostile targets in the area by 50 and inflicting a health loss equivalent to 30 of their magic attack power per second for 10 seconds. Slow, damaging, quite impressive. With such an effect, employing the HR tactic means that as long as the boss lacks ranged attack skills, I shall remain unthreatened. A smile crept onto Yun Tianhe's lips. It seemed that this rebirth had also brought him good fortune. In his previous life, the first time he defeated a Black Iron boss, he received only a pair of Black Iron boots, not even a treasure chest, let alone additional experience points. The sooner a boss is defeated, the more abundant the rewards, it seems. Thus, I must hasten my pace and aim to complete the Anger Cemetery within 2 hours. Striving to reach level 10, resolute in his decision, Yun Tianhe sprinted towards the depths of the cemetery. Although he was already level 5, there were still 4 bosses ahead, and he remained uncertain if he could reach level 10. In the setting of Eternity, the experience required for each level up increases threefold. While the early stages are manageable, the pace of leveling slows considerably as one progresses further. A year later, even the most skilled gamers would require several days or even nearly a month to level up by a single rank. Utilizing his speed advantage, Yun Tianhe evaded numerous resurrected skeletal creatures and ventured deeper into the cemetery. Soon, he was alerted by the sound of flapping wings, prompting him to look around. In the distance, trees stood tall, their branches and leaves shrouded in ominous shadows. He had finally arrived at the area inhabited by bat monsters, where a main storyline quest was likely to be found. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Tianhe focused intently and soon spotted flickering flames on the other side, which brought a smile to his face as he hastened forward. As he approached, the scene became clearer. A group of over 10 individuals had gathered around a campfire. "Who goes there?" called out an NPC, raising a bow and aiming it directly at Yun Tianhe. "I am merely a mercenary here for training. Is there any way I can assist?" Yun Tianhe quickly responded. "A mercenary? How splendid. We are saved," the NPC exclaimed, lowering his guard and allowing Yun Tianhe to draw nearer. As he closed the distance, a crisp system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the B-level storyline quest, Shadows of the Undead. Quest objective: assist the scout from Autumn Wind City in investigating the circumstances surrounding the angry cemetery. Quest rewards: abundant experience points, equipment, and special item rewards. Chapter 5: The Terrifying Skills of Mass Slaughter and Special Paper. The main storyline quest commences as Yun Tianhe strides purposefully towards the campfire, opting to activate the scout NPC lying nearby. The scout, momentarily taken aback, soon speaks, "Brave warrior, I have been assaulted by bats and have been tainted with corpse poison. Could you slay?" Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the side quest, Corpse Poison. Quest requirements: collect the Qingling grass growing near the coffin to cure the scout team member afflicted by corpse poison. Quest rewards: potion rewards and experience points. With the quest in hand, Yun Tianhe barely hears the scout's words before rising and approaching another scout. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the side quest, Revenge. Quest requirements: kill 100 bats to avenge the scout team member. Quest rewards: equipment rewards and experience points. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the side quest, Preparation for Counterattack. Quest requirements: slay 100 skeleton monsters and collect 30 bones to return to the scout camp. Quest rewards: equipment rewards and experience points. One by one, the NPCs are activated, and tasks fall into Yun Tianhe's hands as he hastily exits the camp. The last NPC still narrating the storyline. Fortunately, they are not real people. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be indignant. "I hadn't finished speaking. Why did you run off?" Eternal shares the same design as typical online games, where main quests are invariably accompanied by side quests, facilitating rapid player growth and immersion into the narrative. The 3 quests allow for the simultaneous completion of collecting Qingling grass and bones, but the bats must be dealt with first. Bats are classified as mutated monsters, with a tenfold increase in the drop rate of equipment and potions compared to ordinary creatures. With a grave expression, Yun Tianhe decisively rushes beneath the dense foliage. Although he can swiftly eliminate skeletons and bats, casting fireball spells consumes mana. If he does not procure additional potions, his mana will soon be depleted. At that point, relying solely on basic attacks would be exhausting, especially since he is a mage, whose attack speed is inferior to that of warrior classes. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps seems to alarm the bats. Several of them open their eyes and flap their wings, immediately flying towards Yun Tianhe. He looks up to see the attributes of the approaching bats materialize. Black Bat, level 15 grade, Black Iron health points, 1500 magic attack, 70 defense, 30 magic defense, 15 skills. Infrasound, Claw Strike. Corpse Poison description: bats that have lived in the graveyard for years, tainted by corpse poison. Beware of their claws. If scratched, you will become a desiccated corpse. Their defense is quite commendable. As the frigid air invades, facing the onslaught of bats, Yun Tianhe remains unfazed, raising his staff. A soft hum resonates as a pale blue glow coalesces, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. A chilling wind, imbued with astonishing power, suddenly descended upon the group of bats. Bang, bang, bang. The frigid air, akin to invisible blades, struck the bats, instantly manifesting a series of blood-red damage numbers: -1800, -2100, -1940. The crimson figures materialized, causing the bats to dissipate into white light, exploding into a shower of copper coins and potions. This scene left Yun Tianhe momentarily stunned. Was the effect of the flames' blessing truly so formidable? A crowd control skill, capable of dealing lethal damage? It must be noted that the 200-fold damage enhancement against dark-type creatures was indeed overwhelming. Even an auxiliary skill managed to inflict damage as high as 2,000, achieving a level-up kill on monsters. After the initial shock came unbridled joy. Yun Tianhe swiftly advanced to collect his spoils, all the while awaiting the cooldown of his skill. If the chilling assault could eliminate foes in an instant, he need not resort to casting fireball one by one. Once the cooldown was over, he could simply draw the bats out beneath the trees and eliminate them in a single wave. How delightful that would be, with around 10 bats vanquished. The special drop rate enhancement yielded substantial rewards. Not only did he collect 7 silver coins, but he also acquired 3 types of potions: a basic health potion, a basic spirit potion, and a basic antidote. Basic antidote, grade, black iron required level, 10 effect. Upon use, it removes the corpse poison status for levels below 20, preventing re-entry into the corpse poison state for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. The antidote had arrived. With this, he need not worry about the final boss fight. Eventually he would have to enter the tomb to confront the boss. High attributes would be one thing, but the frequent outbreaks of corpse poison would be another. Without an antidote, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Many in his past life had met their demise. This time, he must exercise caution. Stowing the potions in his backpack, Yun Tianhe awaited the cooldown of his chilling assault skill to expire. Taking a deep breath, he dashed beneath the trees. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of his footsteps startled all the bats hanging from the branches. With a rustle, the bats opened their glowing eyes, their wings flapping like those of a hawk, charging towards Yun Tianhe. Yet, he did not flinch. His eyes blazed with determination, fixated upon the swarm of bats. Chilling assault. As the bats approached within 15 yards of Yun Tianhe, he decisively swung his staff, gathering a pale blue frost. The intangible cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, continuously striking the bats above. Swoosh, swoosh. The blades swept through their bodies, causing blood to splatter. Each blood-red damage figure pulsated, and the bats transformed into experience points and radiant light, yielding a bounty of spoils. However, the bats were merely virtual monsters within the game, devoid of minds. By design, they surged forward like moths to a flame, falling one after another. Bang! For over 10 seconds, the chilling assault wreaked havoc, annihilating the oncoming bats, leaving only a ground strewn with copper coins, potions, and 3 pieces of equipment. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the task of vengeance. Please return to the scout camp to submit your quest. Hiss. The task was completed in just 2 minutes? I always knew that AoE skills made monster farming enjoyable, but I never anticipated that an AoE skill capable of annihilating monsters could make it even more exhilarating. Yun Tianhe couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In his previous life, his attributes were commendable, equipped with numerous AE skills, allowing him to farm monsters at a decent pace. However, compared to the current situation, it was as though he were in a different realm. There was simply no comparison. AE skills were intrinsically designed with a low damage coefficient, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve high output, even if one's attributes surpassed those of the monsters. Under normal circumstances, a multitude of tanks would shield a group of monsters, while mages unleashed AoE attacks, taking over 30 seconds, or even a full minute, to vanquish a wave of foes. Yet, under the enhancement of 200 times damage, in merely 10 seconds, all monsters turned to ash. With a sigh, Yun Tianhe swiftly moved forward to collect his spoils. Just as he gathered the coins, a peculiar piece of paper abruptly caught his eye, shimmering with a radiant glow. Chapter 6. Special Items, Life and Death Momentum. Paper? Upon unexpectedly spotting the paper, Yun Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. Within the game's framework, paper-like items are either quests or special artifacts. Yet, the bat monsters merely enhance the drop rates for potions and equipment. They should not yield anything else. Filled with uncertainty, Yun Tianhe hastily picked up the paper to inspect its attributes. Diary of the Court Physician. Tier. Silver required level. 1 description. Collect the complete diary of the court physician. Perhaps it will lead to his whereabouts and yield benefits. This is a special item. His pupils constricted sharply as excitement surged within Yun Tianhe. This could be an unforeseen boon. In his previous life, all quests in this region were disclosed on forums. However, the strategies did not mention the court physician nor the medical diary. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the strategist withheld information, or Yun Tianhe stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Regardless of which scenario it is, both are sufficient to elate Yun Tianhe. The rewards from special items far surpass those of equipment. Regarding the court physician, perhaps locating him could unlock a secondary profession. Astonishingly, ordinary players must reach level 50 to unlock a secondary profession, but with a hidden quest. It could be unlocked at level 1. This disparity is monumental. Moreover, potions are of paramount importance to every player. Should he become an apothecary, whether for sale or personal use, he would circumvent a myriad of troubles. Yun Tianhe vividly recalled his past life, desperately seeking high-tier potions. There was no other choice. As the official game shop only sold spirit-tier potions, anything higher had to be crafted by players themselves. Those who elevated their alchemy skills to higher tiers naturally became highly sought after. In this life, with the opportunity to encounter the court physician, Yun Tianhe would certainly not let it slip by. With the demise of over 100 bats, he not only acquired special loot, but also 8 silver coins, numerous potions, and 3 pieces of equipment. The potions consisted primarily of antidotes, health restoratives, and mana potions, while the equipment was uniformly leather armor. Leather tunic, tier, black iron required level, 10 defense, 13 agility, 5 strength, 3 stamina, 3 description, a tunic crafted from bat skin, remarkably resilient and difficult to damage. Leather bracers, tier, black iron required level, 10 defense, 9 strength, 5 agility, 5 stamina, 2 description, bracers made from bat skin, exceptionally tough and hard to destroy. 3 pieces of black iron equipment. Their attributes are not subpar. Any other player who glimpsed them would undoubtedly jump with excitement. Yet, the level requirement is too high. Despite vanquishing such a multitude of bat monsters, Yun Tianhe barely reached 90 of level 5's experience bar. To ascend to level 6, he would need to slay at least 20 more bats or defeat a boss. The court physician's diary, experience. The road ahead is long and arduous. I must continue to grind. With a resolute expression, Yun Tianhe ventured deeper into the forest. However, despite the tremendous noise he made, no new bats emerged. After 2 minutes of walking, just as he pondered whether the minor creatures had been exhausted, a deep, guttural roar suddenly echoed. Looking up, he was astonished to see a colossal bat, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light, hanging upside down from a tree. Had the minor creatures been wiped out so swiftly? Yun Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. According to the settings of Eternal, when a certain number of ordinary monsters are slain, a boss will appear. This was advantageous. The rewards from a boss far exceeded those of minor creatures. Furthermore, he needed to clear the map expeditiously. Only after defeating 5 bosses could he claim a mysterious grand prize. With his breath tightening, Yun Tianhe stealthily approached to assess the attributes of the bat boss. A flash of brilliance illuminated the air as the bat boss's attributes materialized before him. Black Iron level boss Dark Bat, level 15 rank, Black Iron health points, 27,000 magical attack power, 130 defense, 40 magical defense, 30 skills, infrasound wave, swift claw strike. Rapid charge description, a unique bat inadvertently infected by dark powers, possessing terrifying strength. 3 skills, it seemed. And one of them was a charge ability. He would need to exercise caution. With his current health points, he might not withstand a single attack. Yun Tianhe was acutely aware of the risk. Admittedly, he possessed buffs that enabled him to deal significant damage to high-level monsters. Yet, he also lacked useful equipment. And his own attributes were rather lacking. Being struck by the boss even once could spell disaster. He decided to initiate with Fireball, followed by Frostbite to reduce its speed. A 200-fold output should suffice to eliminate it before it closed the distance. Resolute in his calculations, Yun Tianhe hesitated not for a moment. He brandished his staff, unleashing the Fireball spell. With a hum, the Fireball coalesced, then struck the bat boss with thunderous force. The explosion of flames erupted upon impact, inflicting considerable damage. Blood-red numbers materialized, minus 5,100. Though the bat boss's attributes surpassed those of the skeleton commander, Yun Tianhe's magical attack power had increased with his level, resulting in even greater damage. Yet, this attack also roused the bat boss. It flapped its wings, those glowing eyes locking onto Yun Tianhe, launching itself like a bird in flight. Frostbite. Yun Tianhe dared not cast his spell as he had previously. Retreating swiftly, he maintained distance from the bat boss while wielding his staff. Cold air converged from all directions, transforming into invisible blades within a 10-yard radius around him. The bat boss, as swift as lightning, closed the gap in mere seconds, penetrating his 10-yard perimeter. The icy blades descended with a thunderous crash. Uft, uft. The sharp blade struck the skin, and the bat boss immediately radiated a brilliant blue light, its speed significantly reduced. -710, -886, -748. Damage figures materialized one after another, though not as terrifying as a fireball spell. The frequency of the attacks was astonishingly high. In the brief span of 3 breaths, the bat boss's health plummeted by over 50. Roar. As its health rapidly declined, the bat boss let out a fierce roar. And unexpectedly, a peculiar glow enveloped its body. The chilling blades fell, inflicting damage that was astonishingly halved. Yet, even so, the relentless barrage of damage, occurring over 10 times per second, continued to erode its health at an alarming rate. Splendid. Witnessing this scene, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but smile, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the chilling assault had a slowing effect. Otherwise, the bat boss might have truly surged forth. As the bat boss's health bar darkened ominously, it flapped its wings and charged forward with ferocity. A piercing shriek echoed as the bat boss's body arched like a bow, hurtling toward Yun Tianhe with incredible speed. Startled, his pupils constricted at the imminent threat, and he swiftly retreated, keeping a vigilant gaze on the bat boss while brandishing his staff to conjure another fireball spell. Had there been other players present, they would have been utterly astonished by this display. The ability to cast while moving was a hallmark of the most elite mage players. The fireball slowly coalesced as the distance between the bat boss and Yun Tianhe diminished. 5 yards. 3 yards. Just as the bat boss's claws were about to reach him, the fireball did not launch but instead erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom. A dazzling flash of fire erupted, and the bat boss's claws swept past, vividly imprinted in Yun Tianhe's vision. Chapter 7. New Skills. Ding. Just as the bat's claws were about to descend, a crisp system notification chimed in. Yun Tianhe exhaled deeply as the claws before him transformed into shimmering white light, scattering a plethora of copper coins across the ground. Along with a dagger. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the black iron level boss, the Dark Bat, and receiving a reward of 20,000 experience points. Whoosh. Golden radiance flickered as Yun Tianhe, having vanquished over 100 bats and the boss, successfully leveled up to level 6. Thus far, he had dispatched 2 out of 5 bosses. With an hour and a half remaining, if he could eliminate 3 more bosses, he would attain the ultimate reward. Of course, before that, he needed to collect the spoils from the boss he had just defeated. In total, he gathered 3 silver coins, a dozen health potions, and mana potions. Additionally, he acquired a dagger that glimmered with a chilling light. Serrated dagger grade, black iron equipment requirement, level 10 attack power, 17 attack speed, extremely fast attack range, short stamina, 3 strength, 4 agility. For poisoning, 3 chance to inflict poison status on the target upon attack, reducing 100 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds, not stackable. Description: a dagger forged from bat fangs, exceptionally sharp, still tainted with venom. It must not be touched with bare hands. Goodness, does this mean it cannot be touched by hand, but rather by mouth? With a slight curl of his lip, Yun Tianhe stowed away the serrated dagger, preparing to return to the novice village to sell it. As for the elusive mage equipment, he remained unperturbed. The final boss was the main event. After organizing his backpack, Yun Tianhe turned his direction towards the cemetery where coffins were placed. Near each coffin, herbs emitting a flickering blue light were growing. These were the clearling grass required for his quest. Yun Tianhe's expression brightened, and he quickened his pace, hastening toward the coffin. Creak. Creak. As Yun Tianhe approached, the coffin trembled slightly, and suddenly, a pale skeleton creature sat up. Boom. However, having reviewed countless guides, Yun Tianhe was well aware of the skeleton's presence within the coffin. Before it could strike, he had already unleashed a fireball spell. Bang, -3108. The explosion resonated as flames abruptly engulfed the skeleton, with crimson damage indicators appearing, and a bone was dropped. Without even checking its attributes, Yun Tianhe expertly stored the bone in his backpack and bent down to collect the clearling grass. It must be said that with a 200-fold increase in damage, the current level of monsters could not withstand even a single attack from Yun Tianhe, let alone a skill. For ordinary players, the skeleton monster posed a significant challenge. Yet before Yun Tianhe, it offered no resistance whatsoever. It was consumed by flames almost instantaneously upon rising, yielding bones and copper coins. However, lacking the special drop rate bonus. After defeating around 200 skeletons, he had only managed to obtain a light armor leg piece and about 20 mana potions. Phew, with the last clearling grass collected. He could finally return to turn in the quest. Glancing at the time, 10 minutes had already slipped away. Yun Tianhe felt a shiver run through him and quickened his pace toward the last stalk of Qingling grass. With his staff raised, he prepared to unleash a fireball spell. Awaiting the moment when the skeletal creature would rise from its coffin. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the coffin erupted, shards of the casket scattering and obscuring Yun Tianhe's view. In the next instant, a chilling glimmer burst forth. A bony blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yun Tianhe's face. What? A boss. Sensing the terrifying onslaught, Yun Tianhe's expression shifted slightly as he instantly cast the fireball spell. Boom. Had he not prepared his skill in advance, the long blade would have struck before the fireball could even be completed. At that moment, the blade came crashing down, only to meet the explosive flames. Thunderous roars echoed as the searing force momentarily halted the blade's descent. Yun Tianhe had deftly sidestepped, evading the lethal strike. Panting heavily, he retreated, creating a safe distance of 25 yards, ensuring the creature could not launch another attack. Finally, he took a deep breath, focusing intently on the skeleton before him. The glowing attributes of the skeletal boss materialized before him. Black Iron level boss Valiant Skeleton level, 15 grade. Black Iron health points, 29,000 attack power, 135 defense power, 30 magical defense power, 20 dark power when attacking human or light faction targets. Inflicts an additional 20 damage skills. Undead slash, void slash, heavy strike description. A spirit long departed from this world, still possessing fierce strength despite years of decay. Dark power. The final boss may have a chance to drop a hidden class book for the dark profession. If he could also acquire the dark power skill, his strength would double. With narrowed eyes, Yun Tianhe raised his staff, preparing to unleash the chilling assault. Roar. At that moment, the valiant skeleton howled as it swung its bony blade, changing direction and leaping high to strike at Yun Tianhe once more. The blade shimmered with an eerie light. Chilling assault. Swishing. The icy air transformed into invisible blades, relentlessly bombarding the valiant skeleton, significantly reducing its speed. -1,288. -1,462. A series of faint crimson numbers appeared, and Yun Tianhe could not help but display a look of astonishment. The attributes of the valiant skeleton were akin to those of the dark bat, yet he had not acquired any new equipment. How had his damage output increased so dramatically? Opening the valiant skeleton's panel once more, Yun Tianhe's gaze swept across it, finally detecting the anomaly. The valiant skeleton's magical defense was notably less than half that of the dark bat. Such low magical defense? A golden opportunity. There might be a chance to eliminate it in one swift blow. With renewed determination, Yun Tianhe raised his staff again and cast the fireball spell. Boom. The colossal fireball surged forth, crashing into the valiant skeleton and unleashing a torrent of searing energy that engulfed the creature. -5,178. Crimson damage manifested, and the health of the valiant skeleton plummeted by 1/6. The chill had been persistently inflicting harm, and in this fleeting moment, the valiant skeleton's nearly 30,000 health points dwindled to a mere 3,000. With another skill, it would transform into experience points for Yun Tianhe. A deep, resonant roar echoed as the valiant skeleton's bone blade radiated a brilliant light, seemingly casting a skill. Alas, it was a melee fighter, while Yun Tianhe was a ranged mage. Before the valiant skeleton could close the distance, fireballs erupted, igniting with fervor, resembling an ancient beast of prey that devoured it whole. With a clang, the bone blade fell to the ground, accompanied by a scattering of copper coins, the crisp sound resonating in the air. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Black Iron level boss, the Valiant Skeleton, earning 20,000 experience points. The experience bar surged dramatically. Yet he still did not reach level 7. Clearly, slaying another Black Iron level boss would yield little enhancement. However, Yun Tianha's focus was not on the experience. He hurriedly approached to sift through the copper coins and inspect the spoils of war. A faintly dark tome caught his eye. Chapter 8. New Buff. Dark Resistance, not merely a skill book, but a testament to a hidden profession. In an instant, Yun Tianha felt his breath quicken, his heart racing with exhilaration. He had indeed struck gold this time. With a gentle sweep of his hand over the book, a whoosh resounded as its attributes materialized before him. Dark Resistance Skill Learning Book. Usage Requirement. All professions required level. Level 1 description. Upon use, grants the ability to learn the silver tier status skill, Dark Resistance. Dark Resistance, tier, silver skill cost, 100 mana points per second skill cooldown, none skill description. While this skill is active, it bestows upon the user a Dark Resistance buff, enhancing immunity to dark-type attacks and rendering the user immune to poison effects from undead, demon, and spectral creatures. An aura-type skill book. Wait, this is also a buff. I wonder, could it trigger my talent? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianha swiftly utilized the skill book. Whoosh! A radiant glow enveloped him, and shortly thereafter, an exciting notification echoed in his ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Dark Resistance Skill Learning Book, obtaining the Dark Resistance buff. Dark Resistance, tier, silver effect, increases personal dark resistance by 100 points, and reduces damage taken from dark-type attacks by 5. If affected by poison or similar states, the effect is reduced by 3. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully triggering the Eternal Halo talent, extending the duration of the Dark Resistance buff to infinite time, and making it immune to dispelling, with a tenfold enhancement in effect. Dark Resistance, tier, silver effect, increases personal dark resistance by 1,000 points, and reduces damage taken from dark-type attacks by 50. If affected by poison or similar states, the effect is reduced by 30. Splendid! The buffs gained from skill acquisition can indeed be amplified. A 50 reduction in damage means that even without equipment, I should not be instantly eliminated when facing a boss. It enhances my margin for error. Nodding slightly, Yun Tianha resolved to seek out more dark-type monsters and dungeons in the future. The only concern weighing on his mind was the scarcity of dark-type dungeons in the early stages of the game. He may have to search far and wide. However, there was no alternative. With his talents and buff effects, he could swiftly slay monsters, complete quests, and thus stay ahead of other players. Gathering his thoughts, Yun Tianha collected his spoils and made his way back to the camp. Along the way, he retrieved the equipment dropped by the valiant skeleton. Bone Blade, equipment requirement. Level 15 tier. Black iron attack power. 21 strength. 7 agility. 2 bone spike. When equipped, the player loses 20 health points per second, but their attack power increases by 10. Description. A general who has slain thousands crafted this bone blade from their bones, stained with blood and malice. Only the most fearless of heroes can wield this bone blade. With a sudden constriction of his pupils, Yun Tianha was taken aback. He never anticipated the emergence of such an exquisite item. Within the realm of Eternal, the disparity among various tiers of equipment is strikingly formidable. However, exceptional gear transcends these tiers, boasting not only astonishing special effects, but also superior base attributes compared to their standard counterparts of the same grade. Typically, black iron items possess only 2 to 3 base attributes and lack any special effects. It is only the golden gear that universally exhibits such effects. Beneath this tier, only exceptional equipment can possess special features. Such items command exorbitant prices in the market, and yet, guilds vie to acquire them. An increase of 10 in attack power is invaluable for guilds aiming to conquer bosses. Selling such equipment for a few coins is hardly a loss. A smile crept across his face as Yun Tianha carefully stowed away the bone knife. His spirits lifted. There are many expenses to consider in the early stages of the game, and he must prepare accordingly. Upon returning to the camp, he found the scouts still tending to the flickering campfire. Yun Tianha proceeded to submit various tasks and materials. With a swift motion, golden light flickered as the system notification chimed, and Yun Tianha, through the experience points earned from his quests, finally reached level 7. The additional rewards brought evident delight to his visage. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player. for successfully completing the quest, Revenge, receiving Woolen Garment X1 and 20,000 experience points. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully completing the quest, Counterattack Preparation, receiving Bone Staff X1 and 20,000 experience points. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully completing the quest, Corpse Poison, receiving Basic Anomaly Removal Potion X9 and 20,000 experience points. Eagerly allocating his points, Yoon Tianhe opened his inventory to inspect his rewards. Woolen Garment, Equipment Level, 5 Tier, Black Iron Health Points, 40 Defense, 8 Stamina, 2 Intelligence, 1 Description, a garment woven from an unknown type of wool. It is particularly useful despite its peculiar scent. Bone Staff, Equipment Level, 5 Magical Attack Power, 16 Attack Speed, Slow Cast Speed, Fast Attack Range, Short Intelligence, 5 Description, a staff crafted from bone, remarkably sturdy. Basic Anomaly Removal Potion, Usage Level, 1 Tier, Bronze Effect, upon consumption. It can nullify any anomaly status below level 20 and restores 100 health points and 50 mana points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. The Anomaly Removal Potion can dispel any type of status ailment, thus elevating its tier above that of specific antidotes. Although Yoon Tianhe currently finds himself in the Anger Cemetery, one can never predict the kind of monsters he might encounter. The single Corpse Poison Removal Potion may not suffice, and this reward serves as a valuable safeguard, granting him an additional lifeline. With his harvest meticulously organized, Yoon Tianhe unhesitatingly stowed the potion in his bag and swiftly donned his new equipment. In the blink of an eye, the attributes of Yoon Tianhe's panel had undergone remarkable changes compared to before. ID, Celestial River, Level, 7 Class, Mage Health Points, 400 Mana Points, 180 Magic Attack, 46 Defense, 18 Skills, Fireball, Ice Assault Buff, Blessing of Flames. Dark Resistance Talent, Eternal Aura Reputation, 0 Luck, 0 within less than an hour, he ascended to level 7, a pace far swifter than in his previous life. Yet, it still fell short. Taking a deep breath, Yoon Tianhe chose to engage in conversation with the scout. Brave warrior, we are prepared to launch a counterattack. Will you join us? This graveyard harbors a cruel evil spirit that has slain numerous adventurers and summoned many undead, commanding them to wreak havoc. As a warrior of the royal court, it is our duty to vanquish this malevolence. Ding. System notification, congratulations, player, on successfully triggering the subsequent storyline quest, Resurgence of the Evil Spirit. Quest objective, eliminate the enraged spirit in the cemetery and quell the unrest. Quest rewards, abundant experience points, and special rewards. Note, as you are the first player in the world to trigger this storyline quest, you will receive an additional special reward upon completion. After assisting the scout in acquiring the equipment, the final quest has finally arrived. P.S. Starting tomorrow, there will be 2 to 3 updates daily. Chapter 9, Blood Red Phantom with the task in hand. Yoon Tianhe did not linger, but proceeded directly towards the heart of the Anger Cemetery. The map of the cemetery was expansive and exhibited a certain order. Surrounding him were areas adorned with gravestones and coffins, while the pathways between these regions were cloaked in shadowy foliage, where bats fluttered about. At the center lay a colossal tomb, within which the ultimate boss was entombed. However, the strategy guide indicated that to enter the tomb, one must first vanquish a ghostly boss. Otherwise, upon entering, the ghost would follow, forcing the player to confront 2 bosses simultaneously. As he traversed the path, the rustle of wings echoed, and bats took flight, charging towards Yoon Tianhe. Against such minor foes, he had previously dispatched them with a single skill, now with his enhanced attributes. The outcome was even more assured. A chilling onslaught surged forth, with the intangible frost transforming into blades. Yoon Tianhe carved a bloody path through the swarm. In a mere 10 minutes, through over 20 icy assaults, he had slain no fewer than 300 bats, leaving a plethora of potions scattered about, enough for his own use and even to sell for profit. The experience gained was abundant, propelling Yoon Tianhe to level 8. After dispatching 2 more bosses and completing his tasks, reaching level 10 was undoubtedly within his grasp. With a resounding crash, the last bat fell to the ground, and Yoon Tianhe emerged from the shadowed path to behold the towering tomb. The gravestones were shattered, revealing an aperture, the entrance to the tomb. Drawing a deep breath, Yunyan scanned the surroundings, finding no monsters in sight, and cautiously approached the tomb. According to the strategy guide, the phantoms in this region possessed an invisibility skill, only revealing themselves within their attack range, necessitating their active engagement to become visible. With fireball magic primed for release, Yunyan advanced step by step. In the silent graveyard, devoid of other players or monsters, only the sound of his footsteps echoed ominously. Suddenly, a leaf drifted down, just as it was about to land on Yuntian's face. A piercing shriek resounded, and a figure materialized before him, accompanied by blood-red claws. Despite his preparedness, the sudden appearance of the ghost startled him, prompting him to unleash the fireball spell. Boom! The searing flames erupted, engulfing the apparition. Minus 3,400. The crimson numbers floated into view, and Yunyan finally relaxed. As long as his skills could dispatch the ghost in one blow, there was no need for concern. He could tackle them one by one, prioritizing safety above all else. After all, only 2 bosses remained, and 1 hour would be ample time. Casting a glance, he noted that the ghost revealed no items upon defeat, yet Yuntian pressed forward, awaiting the next apparition. Just a few steps further, another spectral figure emerged. This time, Yunyan recognized their method of appearance and was not taken aback. He immediately cast the fireball spell while simultaneously examining their attributes. Phantom, level, 18 tier, black iron health points, 2,300 2,300 attack power, 65 defense power, 40 magic defense power, 30 shadowy presence. Before entering combat, the entity is in a state of invisibility, making it difficult for players to detect. Upon engaging in battle, there is a 50% chance to evade physical attacks, reducing damage taken by 50. Skills, Blood Claw, Phantom Whale description. Once a noble's slave, cruelly slain before the noble's demise, the body is imprisoned within a tomb, and the soul is eternally bound, destined to guard the noble's grave. How tragic. How formidable. No wonder the strategy advises to gather several mage allies. These phantoms can evade ordinary attacks and are immune to damage. If a group of physical players were to venture here, they would surely face annihilation. If only I could acquire this skill. Astonished, Yun Tianhe did not show mercy due to their plight. Fireballs rained down relentlessly upon the emerging phantoms. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds echoed as the phantoms dissipated, transforming into copper coins intermingled with paper. The physician's medical journal astonishingly dropped again. This brought a smile to Yun Tianhe's face. Once the journal was fully collected, it would surely yield surprises. With this thought, Yun Tianhe grew increasingly excited, charging his fireballs to lure the phantoms into visibility. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, amidst the continuous explosions of fireballs, Yun Tianhe became the Spectre Slayer, enticing them out for a swift execution with a single skill. In merely 10 minutes, he had vanquished over 100 phantoms, steadily filling his experience bar. As for the medical journal, he had collected 9 pages. However, after this, despite slaying more than 30 phantoms, no further paper items emerged, as if the drop rate had been exhausted. Yet, when Yun Tianhe attempted to activate the journal, there was no response. This left him with no choice but to set aside his thoughts and continue purging the phantoms, until all phantoms and the phantom boss were eradicated. He could not enter the tomb. Another 10 minutes passed, and with a flash of golden light, Yun Tianhe, assisted by the countless phantoms, ascended to level 9. Now, merely an hour after the game's launch, Yun Tianhe had already reached level 9, a pace that was undeniably swift. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the first player worldwide to reach level 10 took a full 4 hours. Yun Tianhe had far surpassed him. Before Yun Tianhe could allocate his points, a chilling voice suddenly echoed nearby, cackling. Those who dare disturb my master's slumber shall meet their end. Hearing the voice, Yun Tianhe looked up to see a blood-red specter materialize, blood flowing from its form, dripping onto the ground and causing a wave of purple energy to erupt, corroding the earth beneath. A boss. With a raised brow, Yun Tianhe felt not fear, but exhilaration. A low hum echoed as a flash of light illuminated the Crimson Spectre-S attributes, which instantly materialized before him. Black Iron level boss Crimson Spectre, level, 18 rank, Black Iron health points, 34, 00034. 000 attack power, 150 defense power, 60 magical defense, 40 darkness. When enveloped in shadows, movement speed increases by 30 and attack speed by 30. However, when confronted with fire or light-based attacks, it suffers a 50 increase in damage taken, and all attributes are reduced by 50. Skills: Blood Claw, Blood Curse. Ghostly Whale description: once a noble steward, transformed into a vengeful spirit after the noble's demise, commanding numerous phantoms and guarding the noble's grave. Is this an imitation of Qin Shi Huang? While others boast of terracotta warriors, you summon an army of the undead. With a raised brow, Yun Tianhe felt no trepidation towards this boss. Even though its attributes surpassed those of the preceding 3 bosses, the darkness effect revealed its vulnerability. Fearful of fire-based skills. Fortuitously, Yun Tianhe not only mastered the fireball spell, but also possessed buffs. Chapter 10. Blood Curse Kill. You insignificant worm, dare to. The Crimson Spectre continued to speak. But Yun Tianhe showed no mercy. With a flourish of his staff, flames coalesced swiftly into a fireball, hurtling towards the Crimson Spectre. Boom! The flames erupted, silencing the Spectre's words as deep crimson damage numbers appeared above its head. Minus 3,880. Almost 1/5 of its health bar plummeted, and flames ignited upon its form. Ding! System notification. Due to the fire attack on the Black Iron level boss, Crimson Spectre, all attributes have been reduced by 50, and subsequent damage taken will increase by 50. Roar! You wretched insect! I shall crush you. The Crimson Spectre bellowed, brandishing its claws and lunging toward Yun Tianhe. However, with a 50 reduction in movement speed, its actions were sluggish, almost stumbling as it advanced. A smirk graced Yun Tianhe's lips as he waved his staff once more, casting the Frostbite skill. Buzz frigid air converged, its intangible essence transforming into blades that incessantly struck the Crimson Spectre, inflicting a further slowing effect. In an instant, the Spectre's movements resembled that of a sloth. An amusing sight indeed. Minus 1,400. Minus 1,580. Minus 1,460. Pale red damage appeared, each strike dealing nearly 2,000 points of damage. In no time, the Crimson Spectre's health bar plummeted. Roar! The Crimson Spectre refused to succumb quietly, unleashing a thunderous howl. Yun Tianhe felt a tingling in his body as a notification echoed in his ears. Ding! System notification. Due to the player's exposure to the Ghostly Howl skill, casting speed is reduced by 20 and skill accuracy is decreased by 20. Duration: 10 seconds. Upon seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe's heart sank. He looked up to find that the once constant crimson damage now intermittently displayed miss. Fortunately, the Spectre, hindered by the dual slowing effects, could not approach him. For the time being, Yun Tianhe remained safe. Resolute, he decided to create distance, waiting for the negative effects to wear off before re-engaging. However, just as Yun Tianhe had distanced himself by 30 yards, the Spectre's eyes flashed red. Despite its lingering sluggishness, a burst of red light erupted from within. Whoosh! The red light traveled with astonishing speed, and even Yun Tianhe could not evade it. Minus 217. Damage appeared. Yet Yun Tianhe exhaled in relief. He had not been obliterated. Ding! Combat notification. Due to the player's exposure to the Blood Curse Kill skill, they have entered a cursed state, LV18, lasting 18 seconds, reducing health points by 180 each second, while suppressing natural recovery effects. System notification. Due to the activation of the Dark Resistance buff, damage taken is reduced by 50, and the effects of the Blood Curse Kill skill are diminished by 30, shortening the duration to 12.6 seconds with a health reduction of 126 points per second, while still suppressing natural recovery effects. The pupils suddenly constricted, and Yun Tianhe was taken aback, never having anticipated that the effect of Dark Resistance would be so profound. Previously, he had regarded this buff merely as an auxiliary skill. However, in retrospect, its efficacy was nothing short of extraordinary. Though it reduced damage by half, the duration and effects of the skill could also be diminished, truly outrageous. As if absurdity itself had been given an invitation to his doorstep. Nonetheless, despite the significant reduction, Yun Tianhe found himself in a perilous predicament. At merely level 8, With a total health pool of just over 400 points, he was left with a mere 183 points of health following the damage inflicted by the Blood Curse skill. Even with a 30 reduction in continuous damage, given his current attributes, he could scarcely endure for 2 seconds. With a grave expression, Yun Tianhe hastily produced a vial of antidote to eradicate the corpse poison and consumed it. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the antidote to eliminate corpse poison. You will not enter a state of corpse poison again for the next 30 seconds. Minus 126. Just as Yun Tianhe exhaled in relief, a blood-red numeral appeared above his head, indicating that his health bar was dwindling dangerously low, seemingly on the verge of death. How could this be? Had Ti consumed the antidote for corpse poison? No. This is not the state of corpse poison. His mouth twitched as realization dawned upon him. Blood Curse was not classified as a state of corpse poison. Within the game's mechanics, there exists a vast array of negative statuses, and to dispel them, one must possess the corresponding antidote or a special potion capable of alleviating all abnormal conditions. There exists an antidote for abnormal statuses. With his pupils constricting once more, Yun Tianhe swiftly retrieved a basic antidote for abnormal conditions and bit down on it. Fortunately, in this game, potions take effect immediately upon being placed in the mouth, negating the need to open the bottle. Just as the second wave of damage was about to manifest, the potion activated successfully. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully dispelling the Blood Curse status. With a sigh of relief upon receiving this notification, Yun Tianhe promptly consumed more potions, managing to restore a fraction of his health. Although he remained in a precarious situation, there were no other monsters around, and the blood-colored specter was still under the effects of a slow status, allowing him some respite. He merely needed to wait for the ghostly whale skill to conclude before he could counterattack. 1 second, 2 seconds after swaying back and forth for 5 or 6 seconds, the effects of the whale skill finally ceased. At that moment, the blood-colored specter extricated itself from the chill-inducing skill, even though it could evade skills. The specter's health was critically low, hovering at around 20. Fireball. With a serious demeanor, Yun Tianhe spared no opportunity for the blood-colored specter, locking onto his target as flames coalesced into a sphere, hurtling towards the specter with ferocity. Boom. Blood-colored claws. However, in the face of the fireball, the blood-colored specter became ethereal, its sanguine light transforming into claws that directly collided with the fireball. Boom. A terrifying gust of wind swept through, and damage numbers erupted above the specter's head as its health bar dwindled further, yet its speed remained unabated as it surged towards Yun Tianhe. Naturally, Yun Tianhe would not grant it the opportunity to close the distance. He retreated while maintaining a safe distance, all the while casting his next spell. With a resounding crash, the blood-colored specter's skills lay dormant, rendering it motionless as the fireball struck its face. The brilliant flames erupted in a dazzling display, causing the blood-colored specter to momentarily falter before transforming into a shower of copper coins. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the Black Iron level boss, Blood-Colored Specter. You have received 20,000 experience points. Upon hearing the notification, Yunian swiftly approached to gather the spoils. Once the coins were collected, a piece of paper and a red book materialized on the ground. A physician's diary? Yunian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he reached out to brush it, revealing its attributes. Physician's diary of the court, grade, silver required level, 1 description. Collect the entire physician's diary of the court to possibly uncover his whereabouts and gain benefits. Ghostly Howl skill learning book, grade, bronze required level, 10 class requirement, mage, archer description. Upon use, the Ghostly Howl skill can be learned. It requires level 10 to utilize. What a pity. The Ghostly Howl can reduce hit probability, which would be advantageous against bosses. With a resigned sigh, Yun Tianhe had no choice but to store them in his backpack. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully collecting the complete physician's diary of the court. Triggering the side quest, Save the Physician. Chapter 11. The noble malevolent spirit, the court physician Hanli, renowned for his medical prowess, often traveled afar to practice his craft. One day, while passing through the Anger Cemetery in pursuit of medicinal herbs, he was detected by the malevolent spirit of a noble and subsequently ensnared within a tomb. Compelled to concoct a potion to fortify the power of souls. Brave warrior, should you succeed in rescuing Han Li, not only shall you earn the gratitude of the kingdom, but you will also receive generous personal rewards from Han Li himself. A dual reward? Hiss. Yun Tian's expression turned grave as he promptly accepted the task. At the entrance of the tomb, flickering lights danced in the darkness, clearly indicating that the court physician Han Li was indeed within. The sound of footsteps resonated nearby, as a group of scouts hastily approached the tomb's entrance. Well done, brave warrior. Let us venture into the depths of the tomb together and eradicate the source of turmoil. The scouts charged forward, and Yun Tianhe, feeling no surprise, followed closely behind. At the onset of the game, the developers had thoughtfully provided NPCs as allies in high-difficulty dungeons or against formidable bosses to assist novice players. With the scouts drawing fire, Yun Tianhe felt a heightened sense of security and the potential for swifter boss defeats. His ambitions extended beyond merely vanquishing the boss. He sought to be the first to surpass level 10 and the first to change classes, in addition to the bonus rewards for slaying 5 major bosses consecutively. As they entered the tomb, the air grew foul, and the passageway became constricted, with dark liquid occasionally dripping from the walls. Sensing this, Yun Tianhe quickly produced a toxin antidote, just in case. The scouts brandished torches, illuminating the tomb as they ventured deeper. Before long, Yun Tianhe followed the NPC scouts into the innermost recesses of the tomb, where the surroundings widened to reveal several passages. Illuminated by the torches, phantoms emerged before each corridor. These spirits resembled those outside the tomb but possessed a deeper hue, their names displayed in blood-red letters. With a growl, as Yun Tianhe and the scouts approached, the spirits extended their bloodied hands, advancing menacingly. "Release the holy light arrows," commanded the scout captain. In an instant, the scouts drew their bows, and arrows radiating silver light swiftly obliterated the oncoming spirits. Ding! Battle notification. Congratulations to the scouts for vanquishing the spirits. The player receives 5,000 experience points. The seamless annihilation of the spirits caused Yun Tianhe's experience bar to surge. With a few more spirits, reaching level 9 would pose no challenge. Regrettably, the number of monsters within the tomb was limited. After dispatching 7 or 8 spirits, they encountered no further resistance, arriving at a burial chamber. Yun Tianhe furrowed his brow. The strategy guide had clearly indicated that the tomb was fraught with peril, housing numerous monsters whose attributes surpassed those found in the cemetery. There were also bosses and various toxins, each presenting formidable challenges. Why then had he encountered no danger? Could it be that his striking appearance had startled the monsters? In a state of perplexity, the group of scout NPCs disregarded everything and forcefully pushed open the crypt's door, rushing inside. The chamber was vast and desolate, containing nothing but a solitary coffin. In one corner, a figure was slumped, entirely ensnared in chains. Yun Tian's gaze fell upon him, and he was startled to see the words "Court Physician Han Li" emblazoned across the man's head. "Physician, we must rescue him." The scouts hurried forward, but Yun Tian sensed an unsettling shift in their surroundings. Boom! Just as the scouts charged ahead, a thunderous sound erupted from behind. Turning to look, he found the crypt's entrance sealed shut. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of ghostly figures materialized, surrounding Yun Tian and the scouts in a suffocating embrace. Furthermore, a layer of black liquid emerged from the walls, seemingly alive, surging towards Yun Tian and his companions. Creak! The coffin abruptly opened, revealing a figure cloaked in a dark robe, who cackled coldly. "A mere band of scouts dares to be audacious in my domain. Eliminate them." As the command echoed, chaos erupted within the crypt. The ghosts glowed with a sanguine light as they lunged at the scouts. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp notification chimed in Yun Tian's ear. System notification. Players, please choose. Let the scout team confront the ghosts, or rescue Han Li, or battle the noble specter. A moment of astonishment washed over Yun Tian as the game mechanics unexpectedly resonated in his mind, allowing the scout NPCs to engage the noble specter while the player merely needed to keep up with the damage output would enable them to vanquish the boss before the ghost struck or the poison spread dangerously. It was akin to trading the lives of NPCs for the player's survival. With a raised brow, just as Yunyan was about to issue a command, a thought struck him. These scouts seemed capable of annihilating the ghosts in an instant. Why not let them eliminate the ghosts first, and then collectively confront the noble specter? Given their terrifying damage potential, they could undoubtedly achieve remarkable results if given the opportunity. Engage the ghosts, Yunyan decisively commanded, without hesitation. He wielded his staff, conjuring a fireball. His focus unwaveringly fixed on the noble specter. Simultaneously, the attributes of the noble specter materialized before him. Silver Grade Boss Noble Specter. Level, 20 tier, Silver Health, 120. 000 120, 000 Attack, 280 Defense, 140 Magic Defense, 80 Skills, Summon Specters, Dark Fireball, Dark Roar Description, once a noble ruler of the surrounding villages. He slaughtered the villagers in his final moments, binding their souls to guard his tomb, becoming the sovereign of malevolent spirits. The attributes had more than doubled. Truly, a silver grade boss. Taking a deep breath, Yunyan resolved not to grant the noble specter the chance to attack the scouts. With a swift motion of his staff, the fireball surged forth with a fierce howl. Boom! A blazing fireball erupted with searing energy, colliding violently with the noble specter, and a faint yellow numeral quietly emerged above its head. 1670. Yun Tian's pupils constricted in astonishment. The damage had diminished by more than half compared to before. Clearly, when the disparity in attributes widened, even a 200-fold increase in damage proved to be of little consequence. Insignificant insect, all who defy me shall be reduced to mere bones. The noble specter revealed a ghastly grin, then swiftly soared from its coffin, gliding towards Yun Tianhe. Suddenly, a chaotic surge. Not only that, but the black liquid on the ground began to roil and spread ominously. Yun Tianhe recognized it as corpse poison, evading the noble specter while attempting to sidestep the encroaching liquid. However, the fluid surged with alarming rapidity. Within a mere minute, it had saturated the entire tomb chamber. Despite Yun Tianhe's relentless dodging, he still became tainted by the liquid. Ding! Combat alert! Due to the player's exposure to corpse poison, all attributes are reduced by 20. Movement speed is decreased by 10, and 100 health points are lost each second. Chapter 12. Fierce Battle Ding. The system prompted, due to the effect of the Dark Resistance buff, all attributes are reduced by 16, movement speed is diminished by 7, and a loss of 70 health points per second ensues. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yun Tianhe felt as though his feet were ensnared by some unseen force. His mobility hindered, and he could not help but sigh. The effect of this dark resistance was rather feeble. If only it could grant complete immunity. How delightful that would be. Roar. Wretched insect, prepared to embrace the deathly roar. Dark roar. The noble wraith, observing Yun Tianhe's sluggish pace, immediately waved its hands, conjuring a mass of black energy that surged forth like a ferocious tiger, lunging at Yun Tianhe. Now is the moment. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes. As the black energy surged towards him, Yun Tianhe swiftly consumed the antidote he had prepared for the corpse poison. Whoosh! With a sudden lightness in his step. Empowered by immunity, Yun Tianhe moved with remarkable speed, managing to sidestep just before the black energy collided. Boom! The black energy detonated, yet it resulted in a solitary explosion. Virtual gaming diverges significantly from traditional online games. In traditional online games, skills are categorized as either targeted or non-targeted, with most being non-targeted skills that, once cast, are guaranteed to hit. However, virtual online games differ. Unless directed at monsters or NPCs, there is no guaranteed hit on players. As long as one possesses sufficient skill, any ability can be evaded. If one reacts swiftly enough to vacate the designated area before the skill detonates, no harm will befall them. This is also the key reason players can defeat bosses beyond their level. Chill Assault. Having evaded the skill, Yun Tianhe rapidly unleashed his own abilities. Buzz, an intangible coldness coalesced, slashing relentlessly at the noble wraith like a blade. Minus 560. Minus 410. Minus 480. A series of minor damage notifications appeared. Yet the noble wraith's health bar remained largely unchanged. However, Yun Tianhe only sought to diminish its movement speed, even though the noble wraith was a spellcaster. Capable of long-range attacks, it required proximity to unleash its skills. With its movement speed reduced, Yun Tianhe maintained a distance of 31 yards. Forcing the Wraith to pursue him frantically, yet unable to lock onto a target to cast its spells. As he ran, Yun Tianhe observed the scouts' situation. The scouts were drawing their bows, silver-feathered arrows whistling through the air, each arrow capable of piercing a ghost with precision. Yun Tianhe's experience points were steadily increasing. Hurry, hurry. Witnessing this scene, Yun Tianhe felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Chill Assault had a 20-second cooldown. If the noble Wraith broke free and regained speed, he would be in serious trouble. Given the noble Wraith's attributes, a single skill could potentially obliterate him. Tat tat tat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sounds of footsteps and the sharp flight of arrows echoed throughout the tomb. After 10 seconds, as the chill-inducing skill concluded, the noble Wraith let out a low growl, its speed accelerating and closing the distance to Yun Tianhe to within 30 yards. You, a mere insect, shall find your demise in death. The dark fireball. The noble Wraith swung its staff, and a peculiar black flame coalesced, hurtling towards Yun Tianhe with a piercing shriek. Fireball. In the face of the approaching black fireball, Yun Tianhe deftly moved while conjuring his own fireball, meeting the dark flame head-on. Boom. However, upon collision, the dark flames erupted, consuming the orange fireball and expanding further, its speed increasing as it surged towards Yun Tianhe. Damn it! Yun Tianhe's expression shifted, taken aback that the dark fireball could absorb flames. Boom, boom, boom. The now fueled dark fireball raced forward with astonishing speed, leaving Yun Tianhe no chance to evade. As the fireball drew ever closer, Yun Tianhe gritted his teeth and swung his staff. Buzz! Bang! Suddenly, a golden light flickered beneath Yun Tianhe's feet, sweeping forth. The fireball hesitated momentarily before being knocked away, its flames dissipating into the air. Yun Tianhe was momentarily astonished, realizing he had leveled up. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the Wraith and earning 5,000 experience points. System prompt. Congratulations, player, for leveling up. Current level, 9. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the surge from leveling up had averted this crisis. Did this mean that the Wraith was nearly vanquished as well? Filled with anticipation, Yun Tianhe turned around, his heart soaring with joy as he noticed that the Wraiths had indeed been completely eradicated, and numerous scout NPCs quickly converged. However, they were all tainted with corpse poison, their health steadily declining. Damn it, the antidote seems ineffective on NPCs. He realized he must eliminate the noble Wraith before the scouts succumbed. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe ceased evading, turning to confront the noble Wraith that had just finished casting its skill, unleashing a fireball spell. Boom. Minus 1870. The searing fireball coalesced and crashed into the noble Wraith, momentarily halting its advance. In the next instant, a barrage of arrows from the scout NPCs descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silvery arrows rained down, causing the noble Wraith's health to plummet. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. It seemed the arrows were deliberately weakened to prevent the players from easily overcoming the challenge. Fortunately, Yun Tianhe's output was formidable. Seizing the moment while the noble Wraith's aggro was drawn by the scouts, he consumed a mana potion and unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Boom, 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 with ample mana. The fireball spell, which had a remarkably short cooldown, transformed into a relentless bombardment, raining down upon the noble Wraith. Minus 1,800. Minus 2,100. Minus 1,900. The fireball spell descended alongside a hail of arrows, and even though the noble specter was a bronze-level boss with a staggering 80,000 health points, its vitality was rapidly dwindling. Damn pests, you shall pay for your recklessness today. Summon the specters. However, after being besieged for a brief moment, the noble specter suddenly erupted in a cloud of black mist. Whoosh! The black mist spread, transforming into ghostly figures that brandished blood-red claws, lunging towards the scouts and Yun Tianhe. Furthermore, the black liquid on the ground began to bubble, and poisonous gas swiftly enveloped Yun Tianhe and his companions. Ding! Battle notification. The player has fallen into the corpse poison state due to the skill Summon Specters. System notification. Congratulations, player for successfully dispelling the corpse poison state. As he swallowed the potion, Yun Tianhe, seizing the moment of immunity, paid no heed to the black liquid or the phantoms. His gaze intensely fixed upon the noble specter as he cast his skills once more. As for the scouts, who were once again ensnared by the specters and afflicted by the corpse poison, Yun Tianhe remained unconcerned. He understood that once the noble specter was vanquished, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 13. The Reward Explosion due to the prior volley of scouts and his fiery spells. The noble evil spirit was reduced to a mere tenth of its health bar, if not less. Yun Tianhe's gaze was piercing as he charged the fireball spell, locking onto his target with unwavering determination. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a searing heat erupted as the fireball hurtled towards the noble evil spirit. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions echoed as the spirit's health bar diminished once more, now flickering with a dark light, seemingly on the brink of death. As its vitality plummeted to critical levels, the noble evil spirit turned to flee. However, Yun Tianhe awaited precisely this moment to trigger its escape mechanism. The chilling attack was unleashed, targeting the direction in which the spirit fled. Whoosh! An invisible coldness transformed into blades, relentlessly slashing at the creature. Minus 460. Minus 440. Minus 470. The minor damage numbers appeared in succession. In its fleeing state, the noble evil spirit had no means of counterattack or evasion, compounded by the slowing effect. It bore the full brunt of the assault. With a final, desperate wail as its last sliver of health was extinguished by the ethereal cold, the noble evil spirit collapsed, scattering a wealth of copper coins across the ground. Swish, the radiance faded, and both the specter and the dark liquid in the tomb vanished without a trace. Ding! Simultaneously, a crisp system notification resonated in the ears of players around the globe. World server announcement. Congratulations to Tianxian Xinghe from the Huaxia War Zone for becoming the first player to slay a silver-level boss, earning a reward of 100,000 experience points and 2 silver chests. World server announcement. Congratulations to Tianxian Xinghe. A total of 6 server announcements echoed, leaving all players in a state of astonishment. Particularly, the players from the Huaxia War Zone gazed in disbelief at the basic monsters such as chickens, wild dogs, or hares. Their faces a mix of amazement. What the hell? Who is Tianxian Xinghe? How is this even possible? Damn it. I've been in the game for over an hour and haven't even seen a boss, yet Tianxian Xinghe is already taken down too. Ordinary players were left in awe, and even seasoned veterans began to question their own existence. Why in this first encounter with a virtual online game? Was there such a vast disparity between individuals? Unbeknownst to Yun Tianhe, who was oblivious to the thoughts of the players, he was currently engulfed by the system notifications. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the silver-level boss Noble Evil Spirit. You have received a reward of 200,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the quest, Shadows of the Undead. You may return to the secondary main city to submit it. System notification. Congratulations to the player for consecutively defeating all the bosses in the Angry Cemetery within 2 hours, achieving the title Evil Annihilator, and receiving an additional reward of 550,000 experience points, 1 silver chest, and 1 silver potion gift box. System notification. Congratulations to the player on successfully leveling up to level 10. You may return to the Novice Village for career advancement. After advancing your profession, you will gain access to the secondary main city. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. After completing the tomb, I surged from level 8 to level 10 in one breath. Such speed is truly remarkable. Ding. World server announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia Battle Zone, Tianxian Xinghe, for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Receiving the reward, Hero S Staff X1, Silver Treasure Chest X1, and 1,000 Prestige points. Furthermore, the major novice villages and the secondary main cities level rankings, as well as equipment rankings, have been unlocked. World server announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia Battle Zone, Tianxian Xinghe, for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Another world-class server announcement reverberated, leaving players momentarily stunned. They had only just absorbed the shock of Yunian defeating a bronze-level boss, and now, another surprise was thrust upon them. How could it be that within such a short span of time since the server opened, there was already a player who surged to level 10 while they were still at levels 4 or 5? Unbelievable. It's fantastic that a player from Huaxia has achieved such rewards. Although I do not know who Tianxian Xinghe is, I declare him my idol from this moment forward. Amidst their astonishment, the Huaxia players felt a profound sense of pride. Huaxia is truly formidable. Other battle zones are no match. Yuntian was also taken aback by the multitude of rewards he had just received. As he contemplated checking his inventory for attributes, a fleeting glance caught his eye. In the corner of the tomb, he noticed Hanli with a golden marker above his head. He quickly approached and spoke with him, breaking the chains that bound him. "Brave warrior, I thank you for saving my life. As a token of my gratitude, I shall impart my alchemical knowledge to you." Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the quest. Rescue the healer, earning 50,000 experience points and the Court Alchemist Employment Certificate X1. System notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving a gift from the court. Mage S Secret Art X1. A certificate for a secondary profession. Yuntian's pupils dilated as he felt overwhelming joy. His expectations had come to fruition. In Eternal, the difficulty of obtaining a secondary profession is exceedingly high, and today he had directly become a court alchemist, truly a meteoric rise. Moreover, in addition to the secondary profession, he had also received a court reward. Although he was uncertain of its nature, the name alone suggested it was extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yuntian gazed at the pile of copper coins, gathering his hard-earned spoils. He collected nearly 5 silver coins, and the equipment and books were also revealed. Yuntian swiftly gathered them up and opened his inventory, preparing to check the attributes alongside his rewards. This time, he had received 4 silver treasure chests, 1 silver potion gift box, and the remainder comprised special items or equipment. Along with the equipment dropped by the noble spectre, there were a total of 3 pieces. Yuntian extended his hand and gently brushed over them, their attributes instantly materializing into a display before him. Staff of the Brave, equipment requirement, level 10 tier, silver magical attack power, 70 intelligence, 20 strength, 10 agility, 10 brave heart, when attacking players with a lower level. Additional damage will be inflicted based on the level difference. When facing monsters of a higher level, extra damage will also be applied according to the level disparity. Will of the Brave. Upon equipping the Staff of the Brave, each level gained grants an additional 3 attribute points. Characteristics. Can be advanced, can be fused. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yuntianhe as his pupils constricted. Merely gazing upon the first piece of equipment left him breathless. The attributes were simply astounding. Typically, players confront monsters in the game by tackling those of higher levels, thereby ensuring the Staff of the Brave would manifest its power. With Yuntianhe already possessing a damage boost of 100-fold, the prospect of additional damage would likely compel even the mightiest of bosses to kneel before him in submission. As for the special effect of the Will of the Brave, the ability to gain an extra 3 free attribute points with each level up would undeniably create a significant disparity in attributes compared to other players. If the initial reward for reaching level 10 was this formidable, how much stronger would he become if he were the first to enter the secondary main city or to reach level 40? In that moment, Yuntianhe could not help but feel a surge of anticipation, his gaze fixated on the equipment dropped by the noble wraith. Chapter 14. Unexpected gains. The Brave Staff bestowed a delightful surprise upon Yuntianhe, complemented by 2 other exquisite pieces of equipment dropped by the noble wraiths. Ring of Death, equipment requirement, level 10 grade, silver health points, 200 mana points, 120 intelligence, 18 agility, 9 death's grip. Each time a skill is cast, there is a 30 chance to inflict the target with a state of corpse poison, reducing health by 100 points per second for a duration of 5 seconds, non-stacking. Description: a ring worn for years by the noble wraiths, it has absorbed an excess of death energy, transforming those who touch it into puppets of the undead. Shroud boots, equipment requirement, level 10 grade, silver health points, 200 mana points, 100 stamina, 16 corpse poison manipulation, should the player slay a target under the effect of corpse poison. They gain the ability to control its corpse, retaining 70 of its attributes and skills from life, lasting for 300 seconds. Description: boots woven from shrouds that the noble wraiths have long been in contact with, imbued with excessive death energy, turning anyone who touches them into a puppet of the undead. One enhances the state of corpse poison, while the other allows for the manipulation of the slain body, a perfect synergy. With no hesitation, Yun Tianhe, having reached level 10, decisively donned the brave staff, the ring of death, and the shroud boots. In an instant, his attributes surged dramatically. His health points skyrocketed by 400, his mana increased by 220, and even his magical attack power soared by over 100 points. Considering the damage amplification, he could potentially inflict nearly 10,000 damage against these monsters. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel and began opening the treasure chests. Ding! System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the silver treasure chest, receiving Qifeng Sword X1. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the silver treasure chest, receiving random teleportation scroll X1. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the silver treasure chest, receiving special material gift box X1. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the silver potion gift box, receiving lucky potion X1. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the silver treasure chest, receiving silver grade recovery potion X1. Azure Edge Sword, equipment requirement, level 10 tier, silver attack power, 41 strength, 13 trait, keen, grants a 3 chance to inflict a bleeding state on the target with each attack. Attacking a bleeding target increases damage by 10. Description: a blade forged from bronze, remarkably sharp. Random teleportation scroll, special consumable. Usage level, level 10 tier, silver. Description: upon use, it randomly teleports the user within a 1,000-yard radius on the map. The higher the tier, the further the teleportation distance. Special material gift box. Usage level, level 10 tier, silver. Description: upon use, it grants any materials required for a silver tier secondary profession. Lucky elixir. Usage level, level 15 tier, silver. Description: consuming this elixir grants the player a silver tier lucky buff, increasing gold acquisition from monster kills by 3 for a duration of 30 minutes. Silver tier recovery potion. Usage level, level 10 tier, silver. Description: consuming this potion grants the player a silver tier recovery buff, restoring 30 health points per second for 60 seconds. Upon discovering 2 buff-enhancing potions, Yun Tianhe was overwhelmed with joy. While an ordinary player might feel disheartened by the appearance of buff potions, for Yun Tianhe, these were precisely what he needed. With a lucky elixir and a recovery potion, he would gain a permanent buff, rendering him nearly invincible. The recovery buff, restoring 30 health points per second, would amount to 300 points in just 10 seconds. In the early stages of the game, such a recovery rate would ensure his safety. Unless he was instantly defeated, even under siege by monsters, he would face no peril. As for the random teleportation scroll, it seemed of little use. So Yun Tianhe casually discarded it, promptly utilizing the material gift box and both potions. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully using the special material gift box. Receiving rewards: Honeysuckle X7, Moonlight Grass X9, Flamestone X3, Heartflame Grass X3. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring the Bronze Tier Lucky Buff. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully triggering the Eternal Halo talent, extending the Silver Tier Lucky Buff to infinite duration, which cannot be dispelled, and increasing its effect by 66 times. Silver Tier Lucky Buff, Tier, Silver Effect, increases gold and equipment drop rates by 198 upon defeating monsters. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring the recovery buff. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully triggering the Eternal Halo talent, extending the Silver Tier recovery buff to infinite duration, which cannot be dispelled, and increasing its effect by 8 times. Silver Tier recovery buff, Tier, Silver Effect, restores 240 health points per second. Splendid! Upon seeing the notifications, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but exuberantly wave his arms in excitement. It is noteworthy that Yun Tianhe possesses a mere 700 health points. Given this rate of recovery, he can restore himself from a critically low state to full health within a mere 3 seconds. Coupled with his damage reduction buff, one must ponder, which boss could possibly pose a threat to him? However, it is the luck buff that piques Yun Tian's curiosity, with a staggering 198 increase in drop rate. Does this imply that defeating monsters will invariably yield valuable loot? At this thought, a thrill surged within him. He sensed that he might, indeed, be invincible. In the realm of the game, what holds the utmost significance? Equipment and items. With such a high drop rate enhancement, wouldn't it mean that slaying any monster could result in acquiring exceptional items to bolster his strength? First, he shall assume his hidden class and secure the initial reward for entering the secondary main city. The matter of drop rates could be addressed later with a suitable monster hunt. Regaining his focus, Yun Tianhe continued to inspect the remaining spoils. 2 books and a certification remained. Certification of the Court Alchemist, required level 10 quality, spirit level description, upon use, grants the ability to become a court alchemist, instantly elevating alchemy and herb gathering skills to level 3. Additionally, this subclass allows access to any palace within the main cities for supplies. Wizard's Secret Technique, required level 10 quality, silver level description, upon use, grants the chance to randomly comprehend a professional skill ranging from black iron to silver level. Certification of the Necromancer, required level 10 quality, golden level description, upon use, grants the ability to assume the hidden class of Necromancer, enabling mastery over necromantic skills. Indeed, this is a certification for a hidden class. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and Yun Tianhe neglected the other 2 spoils in his haste to utilize the Necromancer certification. Ding! System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully assuming the hidden class of Necromancer and acquiring the foundational skills, Necromantic Power, and Death Domain. System notification, congratulations, player, for becoming a Necromancer, growth value enhanced, with 10 free attribute points awarded for each level gained. Chapter 15, The Buff Potion, surprises of a secondary profession with the hidden profession finally in his grasp. Yun Tianhe was overwhelmed with joy. Due to the nature of growth points, the earlier one embarks on a hidden profession, the more formidable the enhancements one can attain. A mere level 1 grants an additional 5 points to free attributes. By level 100, this amounts to a staggering 500 points. It is essential to recognize that these are foundational attributes, capable of being amplified by other attributes. In the later stages of the game, with various equipment augmentations, this 500 could escalate to 1,000 or even 2,000 points. Such a disparity is enough to plunge other players into despair. In his excitement, Yun Tianhe hastily examined the skills associated with his hidden profession. Power of the Undead, grade, legendary mana cost, 10 per attack cooldown, none skill effect. Each attack is imbued with the power of the Undead, inflicting an additional damage equal to 60 of one's magical attack power on the target, while also imposing a state of necrotic assault, reducing the target's movement speed by 10 for a duration of 10 seconds. Field of Death, grade, legendary mana cost, none cooldown, none skill effect, unleashes a field of death within a radius of 5 yards, diminishing the attack and defense of all hostile targets within the area by 20, while inflicting continuous damage equal to 10 of one's magical attack power each second. Not only does it reduce attributes, but it also inflicts ongoing damage. This seemingly qualifies as a damage skill as well. Could the damage increasing buff apply? If so, would that not mean I can unleash skills upon my enemies every second? Yun Tianhe's pupils constricted in excitement, thoroughly satisfied with the skills he had acquired. The prospect of inflicting damage 100-fold every second, combined with the attribute reduction, was nothing short of divine. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the final tome, hoping that the mage's secret arts would provide him with further delight. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully utilizing the mage's secret arts and mastering the silver grade skill, Chain of Magical Thunder. Chain of Magical Thunder, grade, silver mana cost, 200 cooldown, 30 seconds skill description, summons dark magical thunder to inflict damage equal to 90 of one's magical attack power on the target. If there are other hostile targets nearby, an additional attack may be executed, up to a maximum of 3 additional attacks, with the initial target becoming stunned and subsequent targets entering a state of electrocution. Simultaneously attacking 4 targets may seem somewhat lackluster, yet the ability to control enemies while dealing decent damage is commendable. Nodding slightly, Yun Tianhe closed the skill panel and proceeded to utilize the final certificate. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for attaining the special secondary profession, Court Alchemist, and mastering Gathering LV3 and Court Alchemy LV3. Quickly opening the secondary profession panel. Yun Tianhe's eyes scanned the information, and a smile inevitably graced his face. The currently available potions for refinement are as follows. Strength Potion. Usage level. Level 10 grade. Bronze effect. Upon consumption, grants a bronze level strength buff, increasing strength by 20 points for a duration of 300 seconds. Required materials. Beef X1. Tiger Bone X1. Sunfire Grass X3. Wisdom Potion. Usage level. Level 10 grade. Bronze effect. Upon consumption, grants a bronze level wisdom buff, increasing intelligence by 20 points for a duration of 300 seconds. Required materials. Moonlight Grass X1. Dew X2. Milk X2 Sharpness Potion. Usage level. Level 20 grade. Silver effect. Upon consumption, grants a silver level sharpness buff, providing a 10 chance to inflict bleeding on the target when dealing damage, reducing 100 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Required materials. Tiger Tooth. Tiger Claw. Serrated Grass. Thorn Potion. Usage level. Level 20 grade. Silver effect. Upon consumption, grants a silver level thorn buff, inflicting 20 of the damage received back to the attacker as true damage for a duration of 300 seconds. Required materials. Thorn X3. Turtle Shell X2. The Court Alchemist can actually concoct buff potions? Yun Tianhe's pupils dilated in astonishment, and a wave of elation surged within him. In his previous life, it seemed that no one had taken on the role of Court Alchemist. Thus, such potions were never produced. This revelation was indeed his greatest surprise. A smile blossomed on Yun Tianhe's face. Equipment and skills may eventually become obsolete, yet these potions could bestow permanent buffs upon him. As for the materials, only the turtle shell posed a challenge. He recalled that the turtle map featured higher-level monsters. He would explore to see if there were alternative means of acquisition. First, he decided to return to the novice village, teleport to the secondary main city to complete his quests, and perhaps reap additional rewards. Resolute in his decision, Yun Tianhe swiftly made his way back to the novice village. Along the way, feeling somewhat bored, he casually opened the level leaderboard. Yun Tianhe was curious about the progress of other players aside from himself. Novice Village Level Leaderboard, ID 998711. Tianxian Xinghe, Mage, Level 10-2. Chu Jiangxing, Warrior, Level 6-3. Dao Kedao, Mage, Level 5-4. Tianji Yi, Archer, Level 5-5. Yin, Assassin, Level 5-6. Yurong Nida, Priest, Level 5-7. Kinmei V Xiao Yao Yin, Warrior, Level 5-8. Longxing Tianxia, Warrior, Level 5-9. Wolong Pao Xiao, Warrior, Level 5-10. Shui Long Pao Xiao, Mage, Level 5 Longxing Tianxia is also in this novice village? Upon seeing the last 3 IDs, Yun Tianhe could not help but display a look of astonishment. They were all players from the Dragon Guild, renowned in his previous life, possessing considerable strength. Initially, this group did not establish a guild. Rather, they chose to follow others in hopes of gaining favor. Their strength was commendable, enabling them to be drawn into the guild without much effort on my part. Yun Tianhe understood that to confront those divine demons, reliance on his own strength alone was insufficient. After all, 2 fists alone cannot contend against 4 hands. No matter how formidable he was, he could not defeat all the divine demons single-handedly. It was imperative to cultivate more skilled individuals. The establishment of a guild was, therefore, essential. Lost in thought, Yun Tianhe made swift progress back to the outskirts of the novice village. At that moment, the majority of players were engaged in a frenzied hunt for wild dogs and wild chickens. Nearly instantaneously upon the monster's respawn, a barrage of attacks descended, annihilating them in a heartbeat. However, when a monster was vanquished, only one player or a singular team reaped the rewards. The remaining players saw no advancement in their quest progress and were left cursing as they sought other monsters. Witnessing this scene, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Those who failed to grasp the concept of challenging monsters beyond their level and shied away from taking risks would never ascend to the ranks of elite players in this game. This was also the reason for the sluggish leveling pace of ordinary players, with the experience points for monsters of the same level being inherently low and further diminished by the interference of others. It was no wonder that rapid advancement was a mere fantasy. Any player who had made it onto the leaderboard would never engage in novice quests. With a brisk pace, Yun Tianhe swiftly entered the novice village. Suddenly, a player looked up, catching a glimpse of Yun Tianhe's silhouette, their expression shifting to one of astonishment. How peculiar. Why does his figure seem so familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? The player was momentarily entranced, but those nearby quickly urged, "Stop dawdling. Let us get back to hunting monsters. We are on the brink of leveling up to level 3. Haha, it's much more enjoyable to team up. At least the chances of claiming the monsters are significantly higher." TSK. Previously, there were players who thought too many people would be troublesome and headed into the forest. They are likely already slain by monsters. It's far more pleasant for us to level up this way. Chapter 16. Peculiar Settings, Familiar Stars and Moon with Remarkable Ease. Yun Tianhe located the village chief, who had taken on a hidden profession, akin to an ordinary profession's advancement, thus granting him immediate access to teleportation capabilities. As the first valiant warrior to venture to the main city, he was afforded the liberty to select a secondary main city for teleportation. In an instant, 7 options materialized before him. The grand design of Eternity encompassed 7 secondary main cities and 3 ultimate main cities, all allocated according to the player's real-world regions. To Yun Tianhe's astonishment, the first player to trigger the event could freely choose. Regrettably, he had already accepted a quest to travel to the city of Autumn Wind, leaving him with no option to select otherwise. Moreover, having been in the city of Autumn Wind in his previous life, he was well acquainted with it. The strategies etched in his memory pertained solely to the vicinity of that city, rendering him reluctant to embark on a journey to an unfamiliar locale. The city of Autumn Wind. Upon making his selection, a flash of light enveloped Yun Tianhe, and he felt as though the world was spinning around him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the novice village. What just happened? Did anyone see that flash of light? Wait, there seemed to be a figure in front of the village chief, and now it's gone. Goodness. Are we encountering ghosts here? Ghosts in the game. Hiss, could the village chief have a quest? Let us go take a look. The surrounding players were stirred, quickly converging towards the village chief. However, before they could approach, a series of crisp system notification sounds resonated in their ears, echoing like thunder in their hearts. Ding! Huaxia Battle Zone announcement. Congratulations to Tianxian Xinghe for being the first player to enter a secondary main city, receiving the rewards, Brave Metal X1. Cultivator S Wristband X1. Ding! Huaxia Battle Zone announcement. Congratulations to Tianxian Xinghe for being the first player to enter a secondary main city, receiving the rewards, Brave Metal X1, Cultivator S Wristband X1. As several server announcements followed in rapid succession, all players were left in shock. What? Someone else already in a secondary main city? This is outrageous. Who on earth is Tianxian Xinghe? Their speed is astonishing. I've spent over half an hour on a Black Iron level basic quest, and they just leveled up to 10 not long ago and completed a profession advancement quest? They must be cheating. Who is this hidden genius? I wish to be their disciple. I'm certain this individual is a professional player from a guild, receiving assistance from the entire guild. Otherwise, it is impossible to level up so swiftly. If I'm wrong, I'll stream myself with a fan on the 5th gear. Countless players marveled, some perplexed, others astonished, and many filled with admiration. In a flash, grounded in reality, Yun Tianhe opened his eyes. The crisp sound of the system bell introducing the city of Autumn Wind ringing in his ears. Unperturbed, he made his way directly towards the city lord's mansion. Having resided in the city of Autumn Breeze for several months, he had become quite familiar with it. The streets were bustling with NPCs and various merchants, resembling the real world in many ways. After locating a general store and selling off the materials and inferior equipment he had acquired, Yunian hurried to the lord's manor. Along the way, he opened his backpack to examine the rewards for entering the secondary main city. Medal of the Brave, usage level 10 grade. Golden traits, swiftness, increases movement speed by 50, casting speed by 50. Attack speed by 50, trait, can be fused bound player, Tiangshuangxing. Cannot be dropped, Practitioner S wristband. Usage level 10 grade. Silver health points, 180 mana points, 120 intelligence, 15 skill, for each target slain. Permanently increases mana by 1 point. Note, maximum of 1,000 times. Higher grade equipment allows for more instances of this effect. Description, a wristband that aids practitioners in their training. Gaining mana by defeating monsters? Yunyi and his pupils dilated in surprise, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly equipped the Practitioner S wristband. Indeed, it was a remarkable reward for being the first to reach the secondary main city, truly powerful. Despite having encountered numerous artifacts in his past life, he felt a surge of excitement at this moment. No matter how formidable an artifact may be, if one is of low level, it cannot be utilized. Moreover, the requirements for wearing such artifacts are exceedingly high, making them inaccessible to ordinary players even if they were to drop. In the early stages of the game, equipment that enhances fundamental attributes was, in his eyes, the true artifact, even though there was a cap on attribute increases for a novice. 1,000 points of mana was already more than sufficient. As for the Medal of the Brave, it was also a valuable item, significantly reducing travel time. Eternal was not like ordinary online games. Aside from the main city, players had to rely on themselves in the wilderness. Sometimes, completing quests could require running back and forth for 2 to 3 hours. Additionally, it made monster farming easier and more manageable, being highly beneficial for both combat against monsters and player encounters. Having gathered his spoils, Yunyi arrived at the front of the Lord's Manor. Before the grand and imposing structure stood a line of soldiers guarding the entrance. With a quest in hand, he passed through unimpeded, as none dared to obstruct him, and entered the palace. Inside, numerous NPCs were busy with their respective duties, and at the highest throne sat a young girl clad in silver armor, deeply engrossed in her reading. This girl was the Lord of Autumn Breeze, Xingyue. Despite her youthful appearance, her strength was formidable, making her a paragon among human NPCs. When the game and reality merged, she became a key force against the demonic entities. In his past life, Xingyue had fought alongside him, and together they had wounded several demon gods. Taking a deep breath, Yuntian quelled his swirling thoughts, approached swiftly, and selected the dialogue option to trigger the quest. Oh, the scouts encountered malevolent spirits in the cursed graveyard? It seemed the demons were poised to strike once more. Xingyue's expression remained calm as she spoke with an air of indifference. Warrior, you have performed admirably. This is the reward you deserve. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the Shadow of the Undead quest, receiving the reward of Undead Garment X1, an experience reward of 50,000 points, and a reputation reward of 1,000 points. Having claimed his rewards, Yun Tianhe chose not to linger and turned to depart. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that as he left, Xingyue gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Upon seeing Yun Tianhe, she experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity. Chapter 17. Invincible. Terrifying area damage skill, Shroud of the Dead, level requirement, level 10 rank, silver health points, 300 defense, 35 stamina, 10 description, a garment imbued with a faint aura of the undead. Donning it may provide protection against the assaults of the undead. Although the equipment provided by quests is inferior to that granted by the system, Yun Tianhe, lacking complete gear, would not let this opportunity slip by. Swiftly donning the Shroud of the Dead, he made his way to the mercenary hall at a brisk pace. Aside from the Lord's residence, Autumn Wind City boasts essential infrastructure, including various shops in the mercenary hall. Players can register as mercenaries, undertaking tasks to earn rewards and elevate their mercenary rank. They may also establish mercenary groups, which possess their own level system, enhancing attributes. In his previous life, Yun Tianhe had advanced to an epic-level mercenary, augmenting his 4 core attributes by 150 and basic attributes by 200, until he obtained the Guild Creation Decree. A mercenary group was akin to a guild. Unfortunately, forming a mercenary group requires a team of 5 players to complete a qualifying task. As the other players had yet to reach level 10, the mercenary hall was desolate upon Yuntian's arrival, save for a lone NPC tending the counter. "I wish to register as a mercenary," Yun Tianhe declared, triggering the dialogue. "Brave warrior, to become a mercenary, you must pay a gold coin and complete a qualifying task." The NPC replied with a radiant smile. "Your initial mercenary rank will be assessed based on your task completion." Recognizing the familiar task from his previous life, Yun Tianhe did not hesitate and promptly submitted the gold coin. Ding. System notification. "Congratulations, player, for successfully accepting the mercenary qualification task. Task objective: within 1 hour, kill as many howling wolves as possible in the mountains beyond the West City. The more wolves you slay, the greater your rewards." With the task in hand, Yun Tianhe hastened toward the blacksmith shop in Zone XC. In his past life, he had read about a limited quantity task offered by the blacksmith, which he needed to secure. Though the blacksmith shop appeared closed, the game's impeccable realism shone through. Yun Tianhe pushed open the door and immediately spotted the NPC lying on a bed, his legs wrapped in bandages. Rushing forward, Yun Tianhe approached, triggering the task. "Brave warrior, while passing through Howling Wolf Ridge yesterday, I was besieged by a pack of wolves, resulting in the loss of my ancestral forging hammer. Could you retrieve it for me and slay 200 howling wolves to exact my revenge? If you assist me, I shall forge an item for you." Ding. System notification. "Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the side quest, Woe of the Howling Wolves. Task objective: slay 200 howling wolves and recover the blacksmith's lost hammer. Task reward: substantial experience points and the ability to request the creation of any item from a designated NPC. The reward for this task is the ability to have an item crafted by a specific NPC. Such items typically possess at least 2 inherent special effects. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity. No wonder the forum insists that this task must be seized. Upon glimpsing the rewards, Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with delight. Contentedly, he closed the task panel and hurried towards the West City Gate. The Songlong Ridge lies in proximity to this gate, surrounded by a plethora of monstrous creatures resembling wolves, tigers, and leopards, all sharing similar attributes. Besides the task at hand, Yun Tianhe also had other objectives: tiger bones and tiger blood, essential materials for concocting buff potions. In the mountains, the haunting howls echoed ceaselessly. Yet Yun Tianhe paid no heed to the beasts, instead unfurling his flying carpet and soaring directly towards the territory of the Songlong. The mercenary evaluation task rewards those who slay a greater number of Songlong within the time limit, with some players even advancing directly to level 2 mercenaries, gaining formidable bonuses that allow them to vastly outpace their peers. Thanks to the flying carpet, even if other monsters spotted Yun Tianhe, they could not impede his progress. In merely 5 minutes, he reached the domain of the Songlong. Peering down into the mountains, he beheld thousands of Songlong gathering, scattered throughout the area. On one peak, a colossal silver wolf stood out, unmistakably the boss. However, Yun Tianhe, having already forged a considerable lead over others, was in no hurry to confront the boss. Instead, he focused on the Songlong themselves. With a flicker of brilliance, the attributes of the Songlong materialized before him. Songlong level, 25 rank, silver health points, 6,000 attack power, 180 defense power, 110 skills, claw strike, bite, wolf charge. Description: wolves residing in Songlong Ridge. Never turn your back on them, or you shall face a merciless assault. Their attributes were quite ordinary, with 6,000 health points likely equating to the damage of 2 of Yun Tianhe's fireball spells. Not to mention, he currently wielded the power of necromancy, enhancing his damage. Alongside 2 AoE attacks, the mere thought of the death field skill sent a thrill through him. He was eager to ascertain whether this skill could trigger a 100-fold damage amplification buff. Drawing a deep breath, Yun Tianhe charged into the pack of wolves. As he plunged into the throng, several Songlong were startled and lunged toward him. Yet, unfazed by their assaults, Yun Tianhe did not retaliate, instead pressing deeper into their ranks. With a flurry of attacks, the wolves, seemingly starved for days, surged at him relentlessly. Their sharp claws raked his body, inflicting considerable damage, and his health points plummeted. Yet, Yun Tianhe possessed a health recovery buff, restoring 240 points per second, allowing his health to rebound swiftly after each drop. It was akin to a roller coaster, continuously falling and rising. Even after 10 seconds, his health bar remained largely unchanged, attesting to the potency of the recovery buff. However, what truly captivated Yun Tianhe's attention was the death field. As the pack of Songlong closed in around him, the ominous black miasma manifested, relentlessly consuming them. The attack power and movement speed were significantly diminished, and above their heads, faint crimson damage numbers emerged, displaying -487, -511, -524. Each instance of damage manifested. Slightly less severe than the frigid onslaught, yet their frequency of assault was hardly slower. In just over 10 seconds, even without unleashing a single skill, the surrounding direwolves had collapsed one by one, dissipating into radiant wisps of light and scattering coins across the ground. Splendid! Yun Tianhe was overwhelmed with excitement. With this skill, he could effortlessly defeat monsters without lifting a finger. If he were to unleash his full potential, he would undoubtedly be invincible. Ah, dear direwolves, you shall serve as the tribute to my path of invincibility. With a smirk, Yun Tianhe gazed at the direwolves still attacking him, raising his right hand to wield the hero's staff as the skill quietly descended. Chapter 18. Confronting the boss, a chilling wind converged, swiftly transforming into razor-sharp blades that relentlessly descended upon the frostwolves. -1088, -1146. As crimson digits rose, the frostwolves, unable to withstand the onslaught of a skill amplified 100-fold, disintegrated into ethereal light. It was fortunate they lacked intelligence and the capacity for fear. Even as countless companions perished, they charged forth like moths drawn to a flame. Yun Tianhe was equally unrelenting, casting the chain of demonic thunder. Boom! Crack! The sound of thunder erupted as the chain pierced through the bodies of 4 frost wolves, rendering them charred and blackened. -3178, -3684, -4112. The 3 blood-red damage indicators appeared, and those 4 frost wolves were instantaneously vanquished. With 90 magical damage coupled with a 100-fold increase, the output surpassed the chilling assault by nearly 3 times. This revelation astonished Yun Tianhe. It seemed that slaying monsters 10 levels higher posed no challenge for him. Were it not for the task at hand, he might have ventured deeper into the realm to hunt. Boom! Bang! Bang! The fireball and chain of demonic thunder interwove in a dazzling display. The frostwolves either succumbed to lightning strikes or were incinerated by flames. Coupled with the erosion of the death aura, they transformed into experience points for Yun Tianhe, scattering copper coins and items across the ground. The pace of monster slaying was so rapid that Yun Tianhe struggled to collect the spoils. In a mere 10 minutes, the vast Frostwolf Ridge lay barren, save for a solitary mountaintop. Over 1,000 frost wolves had been reduced to experience points, propelling Yun Tianhe directly to level 11. With level 12 now within reach, had this truly concluded so swiftly? Yun Tianhe found himself momentarily stunned. He recalled that in his previous life, the highest record for this assessment task was merely 300 frost wolves. Yet here he was, having exterminated them all before the designated time. A feat bordering on the absurd. There was little he could do. Yun Tianhe was utterly unconcerned by the ambush. Either casting skills or striking the frost wolves with his staff, his output was terrifyingly formidable. Notably, any target that ventured too close suffered automatic damage every second, resulting in an output comparable to skills over time. The synergy of his hidden class and buffs yielded astonishing results. Now, to examine the spoils. As Yun Tianhe had been slaying monsters beyond his level, the drop rates were alarmingly high. From over 1,000 frostwolves, he amassed nearly 10 gold coins, hundreds of potions for restoring health and mana, thereby enhancing his endurance. Fortuitously, he also uncovered a potion that granted a buff. Eagle Eye Buff Potion, required level 10 rarity, silver description, upon consumption, grants the Silver Eagle Eye buff, increasing critical strike rate by 3 for 60 seconds. The prospect of a buff that enhanced critical strikes was tantalizing for Yun Tianhe, who promptly consumed it, triggering his Eternal Halo talent. Ding! Combat notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully triggering the Eternal Halo talent. The Eagle Eye buff has been extended indefinitely and cannot be dispelled, with an effect amplification of 21 times. Eagle Eye talent. Rank. Silver effect. Increases critical hit chance by 63. Splendid. A direct increase by 21 times. With a critical hit chance of 63, one would expect to achieve a critical strike every 2 skill uses. A critical hit inflicts double damage, and an increased probability signifies a swifter monster clearing pace. How could Yun Tianhe not be elated? In addition to potions, several pieces of equipment dropped, but alas, they could only be equipped at level 20. Yun Tianhe glanced at the attributes and stowed them all away in his inventory. They were utterly useless except for selling to NPCs. After all, other players had yet to reach level 10. Even if the gear possessed excellent attributes, they would not purchase them. Acquiring items they could not utilize would be a foolish endeavor. Once the spoils were gathered, Yun Tianhe immediately turned his attention to the giant wolf perched atop the mountain. Casting the reconnaissance spell, the attributes materialized on the interface. Golden Boss, Silver Giant Wolf, Level 20 Rank, Golden Health Points, 185, 000 185, 000 Attack Power, 430 Defense Power, 190 Magic Defense, 80 Skills, Howl of the Wolf. Giant Wolf Charge, Sharp Claws Description. The King of the Wolves from Songlong Ridge, having absorbed the moon's radiance, has evolved into a more formidable silver wolf, gaining additional enhancements under moonlight. As a golden boss, despite the silver giant wolf sharing the same level as the noble evil spirit, its attributes far surpass it. Nevertheless, Yun Tianhe's own attributes now eclipsed those of the past, and he felt no fear as he raised his staff. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying inferno erupted, instantly scorching the silver giant wolf. Minus 6,448. The dreadful damage appeared, accompanied by a purple glow surrounding the silver giant wolf. Ding! Combat notification. Due to the silver giant wolf being afflicted by death energy, it loses 100 health points per second. The skill-triggered ring effect caused damage numbers to continuously manifest above the wolf's head, eliciting a pained roar from it. Upon hearing that howl, Yun Tianhe involuntarily shuddered, the system notification resonating in his ears. Combat notification. Due to the player being affected by the skill, Howl of the Wolf, attack power is reduced by 50. Magic attack power by 30, and movement speed by 20. Duration, 60 seconds. Although his attack power was diminished, Yun Tianhe remained unfazed. He did not even attempt to evade as the silver giant wolf charged towards him, raising its sharp claws. Thud! The claws and thunder manifested simultaneously, and a damage number of 500 appeared above Yun Tianhe's head. Not only that, but he also entered a bleeding state. Combat notification. Due to the player's exposure to the sharp claws attack, they have entered a bleeding state, losing 100 health points per second. As Yun Tianhe bled, the silver giant wolf was likewise stunned by the thunder. In the next moment, fireball and frostbite skills were unleashed in succession. Thud! Thud! The ethereal chill manifested as razor-sharp blades, relentlessly striking the silver giant wolf. Minus 660. Minus 816. Minus 884. Minus 100. The deathly aura continued to trigger and combined with the skills. The output soared to a terrifying 2,000 points per second. Interspersed with a fireball spell, the damage soared to over 7,000 points. When a critical hit was triggered, the damage reached an astonishing 20,000 points. In an instant, the silver giant wolf's health bar plummeted like a deluge, its 185,000 health points appearing as fragile as paper before Yun Tianhe. With a howl, the paralysis ended, and the silver giant wolf's eyes glowed crimson as it lunged at Yun Tianhe, attempting to strike with its head. However, its movement speed had already been diminished. Even when unleashing its skills, it lacked swiftness. Yun Tianhe had deftly evaded with a swift motion. Following this, he brandished his staff, conjuring flames into a fireball that once again hurtled towards the silver giant wolf. He advanced boldly, closing within 5 yards of the creature as the deathly aura enveloped it, incessantly eroding its health. Damage reduction, continuous health depletion, and speed reduction, truly a divine technique. Chapter 19. The Golden Treasure Chest, Level 3 Mercenary Bonuses. In all, Yun Tian's movements were swift as the cooldown of his skills reset, unleashing the Thunder Chain. Crackle! The lightning flickered, stunning the silver giant wolf in place. In the next instant, Fireball and Ice Spike were cast, combining their powers to significantly deplete the wolf's health. However, the silver giant wolf, being a level 20 silver grade boss, possessed formidable attributes and did not succumb quickly. Instead, it retaliated fiercely. Regrettably, the cooldown for its charge ability was too lengthy, making it challenging to inflict a bleeding status during other attacks. Yet, with the aid of a healing buff, Yun Tianhe withstood the damage resolutely. Within a minute, the silver giant wolf let out a howl, and its 185,000 health points swiftly dissipated. Whoosh! A golden light flickered beneath Yun Tianhe's feet. And after vanquishing the silver-grade boss, he finally ascended to level 12. He promptly allocated all his attribute points to intelligence and turned his gaze toward the wolf's carcass. The silver giant wolf dropped a plethora of copper coins, along with 2 pieces of equipment. He quickly gathered the copper coins, and the equipment materialized before him, a wolf fur belt and an iron hammer. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the attributes manifested as a panel. Wolf fur belt, level 15 grade, silver health points, 300 mana points, 250 defense, 27 stamina, 15 trait, resilience, reduces damage taken by 30 points when attacked. Description: a belt crafted from soft wolf fur, boasting commendable defense. A trait of resilience? The attributes were quite commendable, however, given that he had been consistently hunting monsters above his level. The equipment was too high for him to wear. He recalled a secondary profession that could lower the required level for equipment usage. It seemed he needed to obtain that. Otherwise, he would struggle to sell it for a good price. With a sigh, Yun Tianhe placed the wolf fur belt into his backpack and examined the second piece of equipment. Inherited forging hammer grade, gold description. A forging hammer passed down from the old blacksmith, which has a chance to add a special effect to equipment when used for forging. With the required items for the quest in hand, Yun Tianhe surveyed his surroundings to ensure no other wolves remained before venturing deeper into the territory. He had eradicated all the wolves in the area. Even though the quest time had not elapsed, he needed to proceed, for lingering here would be a waste of time. Naturally, Yun Tianhe did not return to submit the quest, but instead headed deeper in search of tigers. The materials dropped by tigers could craft buff potions, a true treasure. Moreover, Yun Tianhe recalled that the area where tigers resided often contained medicinal herbs. If fortune favored him, he might concoct a potion soon. Utilizing the speed boost from the hero's medal, Yun Tianhe skillfully navigated through the mountains, and before long, a group of tawny tigers came into view. As before, he plunged into the midst of the tiger pack, paying no heed to their attacks, and began to fervently draw aggro. As the fierce tigers were drawn in, a chilling aura enveloped the scene, accompanied by the casting of skills such as the frost chain. Crack! Thunder echoed continuously, flames erupted in succession, and one by one, the tigers transformed into white light, dissipating into experience points for Yun Tianhe. Tiger bones, blood, claws, fangs, and even tails burst forth, filling Yun Tianhe's backpack with an abundance of materials. Unfortunately, the scarcity of herbs in the vicinity meant that even with a complete collection, he lacked the necessary components for potion crafting. Ding! After an indeterminate period, as the silhouettes of the tigers ceased to appear, a crisp system notification rang in Yun Tianhe's ears. System notification: congratulations, player, on successfully completing the mercenary assessment task. Within 1 hour, you have slain 288 wolves, achieving the highest task rating and earning 100,000 experience points, 3 intermediate intelligence potions, 1 golden treasure chest, and 10,000 mercenary points. System notification: due to the player's mercenary points reaching 10,000, you have upgraded to a level 3 mercenary, enhancing all attributes by 5 and reducing the experience required for leveling up by 3. The gold acquired from quests has increased by 10. To ascend to level 3 mercenary all at once? How delightful! Upon seeing the rewards, Yun Tianhe could not suppress a smile. After completing the initial task, one would typically become a novice mercenary and gradually progress through numerous tasks to reach level 3. It was unexpected that he would leap to this level in one fell swoop. A higher mercenary rank not only amplifies attributes, but also allows for the acceptance of more challenging quests, yielding more substantial rewards. With both tasks completed, Yun Tianhe ceased his material collection. There was no rush to craft buff potions, for he was nearly invincible at present. First, he would head to the mercenary hall to accept the current supreme bounty. Tasks of the supreme bounty level offered rewards richer than the main storyline, and one could even obtain items that elevated the rank of the mercenary or mercenary guild. Such rewards were not to be missed by Yun Tianhe. On his way, Yun Tianhe opened his backpack to examine the recent task rewards. Intermediate Intelligence Potion, Usage Level, Level 10 Grade, Bronze Description, upon use, permanently increases intelligence by 3 points. Golden Treasure Chest, Usage Level, Level 10 Grade, Golden Description, upon use, can unlock any golden grade item, equipment, consumable, or material. A potion that permanently boosts intelligence, quite promising indeed. Nodding slightly, Yun Tianhe consumed the potion and, filled with anticipation, opened the golden treasure chest. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully opening the golden treasure chest and receiving 7 simple gems. Simple gem, usage level, level 1 grade, golden description, can be embedded in golden grade or lower equipment, reducing the level requirement by 10 levels. What? Simple gems? Splendid. There is no longer a fear of being unable to utilize high-level equipment. Haha. Upon reading the notification, Yun Tianhe could not help but burst into laughter. Swiftly, he retrieved the wolf fur belt, adorned with simple gemstones. In an instant, the attributes of the belt remained unchanged, yet the requirements for equipping it had significantly diminished, allowing him to don it. Switching his gear, Yun Tianhe gazed at the enhanced panel before him, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. In his previous life, he had reached level 12 and acquired a silver weapon, yet it had taken him 2 whole days. This time, in his rebirth, he had achieved far surpassing rewards in merely 3 hours, which was truly astonishing. However, this was still insufficient. He aimed to complete the annihilation mission of the mercenary group tonight and ascend to level 15. With this, he should secure his position as the world's #1. Resolute in his decision, Yun Tianhe produced a return scroll and gently crushed it. At this moment, across the globe, all players were still laboriously battling monsters. As for the boss, they dared not approach unless they had gathered several thousand players. The drop rate for equipment was exceedingly low, to the extent that even so-called professional players and top-tier experts were clad in tattered gear, unable to withstand even a single skill from the boss. Even large guilds refrained from sending ordinary players to their demise. Thus, they continued their arduous grind for equipment, preparing to strategize for the boss encounter. When they opened the leaderboard and beheld Yun Tianhe perched at the pinnacle, their expressions turned dazed, filled with intrigue. They were utterly astonished at how Yun Tianhe had achieved such remarkable feats. Chapter 20. The Oracle's Arrival, the 3 Divine Kings in the Mercenary Hall. When Yun Tianhe approached the NPC once more, she was met with a smile and addressed him as my lord, her demeanor radiating utmost respect. This is the allure of eternity, where its remarkably high degree of realism ensnares countless players in its embrace. The dialogue triggered a quest, and a panel flickered to reveal a mercenary task. These mercenary tasks are categorized by levels, ranging from the minimum 1 star to the maximum 9 stars, corresponding to the player's mercenary ranks. Additionally, there exist special bounty tasks, varying in difficulty but offering substantial rewards. However, these bounty quests are exceedingly rare, refreshing only once every 10 days in the major secondary cities' mercenary halls, should fortune not favor. One might wait an entire month for a refresh. Hence, Yun Tianhe bypassed the 3-star tasks, directing his gaze straight at the line of bounty tasks. As the purple light shimmered, Yun Tianhe could not help but smile. The first bounty task in Qiufeng City was now his. Bounty task, the ceiling mirror, task background. The world is in turmoil. Spirits are restless, and demonic energy invades the land. Task requirements. Journey to the ceiling ridge, collect the replica of the ceiling mirror artifact, and earn the recognition of the artifact spirit. Task rewards. Generous experience points and special rewards. Accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe embraced the task, only to discover upon opening the map that the ceiling ridge was, astonishingly, quite distant from Qiufeng City. His lips twitched in frustration, and with a sigh, he hastened to find the blacksmith. The difficulty of the bounty task was not trivial, even with the buffs enhancing his skill damage. Yunian wished for stronger equipment to facilitate a quicker and safer completion of the task. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the task, The Curse of the Howling Wolf, earning 100,000 experience points and the opportunity to craft a designated piece of equipment. Old man, I wish to forge a pair of pants. Upon seeing the notification, Yunian exclaimed. Now, he merely required one piece of pants to complete his entire set of gear. You have avenged my grievances and reclaimed my ancestral forging hammer. I shall craft the finest equipment for you. Upon completing the task, the blacksmith, who had been languishing on his bed, suddenly sprang to life, rushing to the forge to begin the crafting process. As flames ignited and the heat ascended, the blacksmith wielded his hammer with vigor, diligently striking the material within the furnace. Yuntian, having witnessed the equipment forging process multiple times, paid little heed to the specifics, not even offering a word of complaint. After all, as a mage, he ought to don cloth armor. Yet, should not cloth fear fire? Why forge it thus? Despite the game's high realism, eternity remained a game and should not be equated with reality. In a mere 10 seconds, the sound of hammering ceased abruptly, and the blacksmith turned to Yunian, cradling a pair of shimmering indigo trousers. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for receiving a gift from Blacksmith Linyu. Acquiring the wolf fur pants. With the reward in hand, Yuntian exchanged pleasantries, seeking to enhance his rapport, before turning away from the blacksmith's shop. He opened the map and set his course toward the Demon Sealing Ridge. In the realm of Eternal, rapport is not solely between players. It extends even to players and NPCs. When rapport reaches a certain level, NPCs may assist players in completing quests or battling monsters. Remarkably, when NPCs manifest in the real world, this rapport can persist. On the journey, Yuntian produced a pair of wolf fur pants to examine their attributes. Wolf fur pants, level 10 grade, silver health, 330 defense, 25 stamina, 18 wolf swiftness, increases movement speed by 5, attack speed by 5, resilience, reduces damage taken by 10 points when attacked. Description: pants woven from wolf fur, imbued with special powers by a master blacksmith. A silver tier item with dual effects? It seems this is the handiwork of the forging hammer. His eyes gleaming, Yuntian donned the wolf fur trousers, and in an instant, his attributes surged, his movement speed quickening as if he were the very wind. Demon Sealing Ridge, nestled among the mountains, intertwines with various novice villages. As time passed, players gradually ascended to levels 6 and 7, distancing themselves from the village entrance and venturing into the mountain ranges. However, the Demon Sealing Ridge is a spatial instance. One must enter to encounter monsters, making the surrounding area relatively safe. Thus, some players discovered this anomaly and noted the unusual circumstances of the ridge. One could hardly blame them. The sealed cave entrance and a cloaked figure floating above should raise alarms for any discerning player. Regrettably, those players had not accepted the prerequisite quest, and no matter how hard they tried, the cloaked figure paid them no heed. Just as they were on the verge of giving up, Yuntian unexpectedly arrived. The players halted in their tracks, their curiosity piqued by Yunian's presence. Unfazed by their attention, Yunian strode directly toward the cloaked figure, which bore a golden exclamation mark above its head. Brother! Suddenly, one of the players called out, this should be a high-level map. We cannot trigger the quest yet. I see your equipment is impressive. Why not join us in collaboration? Indeed, we are players of the Oracle Guild, another chimed in. Before Yunian could respond, several others chimed in with laughter. Our captain is one of the Triune Kings of the Oracle Guild. It would be an honor for you to team up with us. That's right. With our captain here, leveling up will be a breeze. At their words, Yunian raised an eyebrow. The Oracle Guild, one of the top 10 illustrious guilds in his previous life. It was said that prior to Eternal, the Oracle Guild reigned supreme among all MMORPGs, and even in Eternal, it steadfastly held the top position on the guild leaderboard. The only unfortunate aspect was that a traitor had emerged from within the guild, who, upon the arrival of the Hellish Realm, defected to the Demon Lord, leading to a catastrophic defeat for the beleaguered human forces. The president of the Oracle cannot escape his fate, sacrificing his life and soul to vanquish several demon lords. Alas, he remains no match for the demon god, barely managing to delay him. The traitor of the Oracle is none other than one of the three divine kings. The earth-shattering ruin. Could it be him? With a cold glint in his eyes, Yun Tianhe slowly turned around, scrutinizing the line of players before him. This team of 10 comprised 2 archers, 2 warriors, 2 assassins, 3 mages, and a priest. At the center stood an archer, brandishing a wooden bow, who wore a cheerful smile as he gazed at Yun Tianhe. Above him, for light green IDs appeared pillars of thunder. It was clear he was not the traitor. Brother, you seem to have activated privacy mode. Why can't I see your attributes? Pillars of Thunder squinted slightly, assessing Yun Tianhe with a low chuckle. Since fate has brought us together, why not team up and hunt monsters together? No need. I prefer to go solo. Having confirmed that Pillars of Thunder was not the betrayer, Yun Tianhe dismissed him with a casual remark and proceeded towards the figure draped in a black cloak. In an instant, the expressions of Pillars of Thunder and his companions changed dramatically. Chapter 21, The World-Class Dungeon, the Demon Sealing Fantasy Realm Unveiled. How audacious. Our captain extended a personal invitation, and you dare to decline? Are you aware of whom you are rejecting? As these words echoed, the entourage of thunderous strings glared at Yun Tianhe with indignation, as if his refusal to join their ranks was an unforgivable transgression. Unfazed, Yun Tianhe turned his back on them, opting instead to engage in conversation with the elderly figure hovering before him. Witnessing this scene, the minions prepared to advance, but were halted by Thunderous String's raised hand. Stand down. If he chooses not to join, so be it. I shall observe whether he can achieve the quest. We have conversed with that old man for ages without triggering a quest. If he manages to do so, I shall run naked around the novice village 10 times. Enough. If he triggers a quest, I will swallow my gear. One player brandished his bow, and the others erupted in laughter, their gazes towards Yun Tianhe laced with scorn. Even with Thunderous Strings interjecting, they could not suppress their resentment. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The elder, previously suspended in the air, descended before Yun Tianhe, a golden radiance emanating from his head. Wait, has he truly triggered a quest? No, this cannot be. Their pupils dilated in disbelief. The group was rendered speechless, while Thunderous Strings furrowed his brow, his breath quickening. In that moment, a singular thought consumed Thunderous Strings. He must forge a rapport with Yun Tianhe to latch onto this quest. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully triggering the subsequent quest, Legend of Demon Sealing. Quest requirement. Enter the Demon Sealing Fantasy Realm and acquire the replica Demon Sealing Mirror. Quest rewards. Mysterious rewards and substantial benefits from the mercenary system. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully unlocking the Demon Sealing Fantasy Realm map. Shall you enter? As the melodious system notification resonated, the cave entrance shimmered with light, instantly capturing the attention of Thunderous Strings and his companions. Is that a dungeon? The dungeon is about to commence. Gasps of astonishment arose as Thunderous Strings and his crew cautiously approached the cave entrance. However, before they could draw near, Yun Tianhe, with an air of calm, approached them directly. My friend, since you have unlocked this dungeon, why not collaborate with us? You may keep 70% of the spoils. It must be said that Thunderous Strings displayed a modicum of reason, willing to share the bounty with an individual player. Yet, Yun Tianhe held little regard for such an offer. Even without Thunderous Strings, he possessed the confidence to swiftly navigate the dungeon, let alone the fact that Thunderous Strings' lackeys had just dared to belittle him. Who claims I cannot trigger a quest? Fulfill your own assertions, or else I would not hesitate to send you back to the novice village. Yun Tianhe's gaze turned icy as he regarded the assembly of players. Thunderous Strings momentarily faltered. While the remaining 9 exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. My friend, Thunderous Strings' mind raced, poised to offer an explanation, but was abruptly interrupted by his players. Captain, do not pay heed to this fool. Humph, this fellow has lost his mind. A solitary player dares to challenge us. The Oracle? It is merely a stroke of luck that he managed to undertake a quest. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of significance? Upon hearing these words, the countenance of Pili Jingxian changed slightly, for he could discern that Yunian was no ordinary player, Regrettably, the Oracle had been sailing smoothly, and many players, brimming with arrogance, thought little of Yunyan. Even before he could intervene, several players behind him surged towards Yunyan. An archer knocked an arrow, locking his target onto Yunyan. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and, to the astonishment of Pilai Jingxian, struck Yunyan. Thud! The sharp arrowhead pierced his body, and a faint white damage number quietly emerged. -10. What the? How could it only deal 10 points of damage? Impossible. This is a level 5 black iron bow. How could it inflict such paltry damage? Upon witnessing the damage number, the Oracle's group was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. Since you are so obstinately foolish, then perish. Realizing the attributes of this group of players and understanding that they posed no threat to him, Yuntian remained unfazed. With a gentle wave of his staff, he unleashed a chilling assault. Buzz! Invisible cold air gathered, transforming into blades that fell like raindrops upon the astonished players standing still. Thud! Thud! Though the blades of cold were intangible, they bore damage. As they swept past numerous players, they inflicted terrifying harm. -699. -784. -763. Cries of despair erupted as those struck by the icy blades dissolved into white light. Until their last moments, they could not fathom that Yunyan could deal such immense damage. It is worth noting that their collective health barely exceeded 300 points. Yunyan's single skill had obliterated so many of them. How could it not be astonishing? What the? Instant kill. Old One was slain? By heavens, this fellow must be cheating. How could he possibly eliminate a tank player? Cheating. It must be cheating. Exclamations of disbelief filled the air as the few remaining players, aside from Pilai Jingxian who sighed helplessly, were gripped by terror and stumbled backward. Fireball. However, Yunyan's focus instantly shifted to the archer who had attacked him earlier. With a flourish of his staff, searing flames coalesced into a fireball, roaring past Pilai Jingxian and his companions, crashing into the archer. Boom. -2,891. Nearly 3,000 points of crimson damage flashed forth, and the archer had no time to react before he too was consumed by white light. Clatter! A crisp sound echoed as his bow fell to the ground. In an instant, the remaining players were filled with dread, retreating in haste. The atmosphere grew tense as the formidable player, Thunderous String, gazed at Yun Tianhe with a look of incredulity. He could hardly believe that within such a brief span since the game's launch, a player could inflict such devastating damage. Unperturbed by the scrutiny of those around him, Yun Tianhe calmly approached, collected the spoils of battle, and turned towards the cave. As he passed by Thunderous String, he unexpectedly remarked, "As one of the 3 divine kings, it is your duty to manage your subordinates. I am in a good mood today and shall not hold this against you." With that, Yun Tianhe disregarded Thunderous String entirely and stepped into the shimmering cave. Thunderous String found himself at a loss for words, casting a careful glance at the few survivors before sighing. "Have you learned your lesson? Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again in the future." The surviving players' faces flushed with shame, leaving them speechless. They had not anticipated Yun Tianhe's extraordinary prowess, which had allowed him to eliminate 6 of them in mere moments. At that moment, a system announcement echoed abruptly. World server announcement. Congratulations to the player, Heavenly Suspended Galaxy from the Huaxiao Battle Zone for successfully unlocking the world-level dungeon, Demon Sealing Illusion. Chapter 22, The Extraordinary Monster Ding. Global Server Announcement. Congratulations to the player, Tianxian Xinghe, from the Huaxiao Battle Zone for successfully activating the world-class dungeon, Sealing Enchantment Realm, with a duration of 24 hours, or until the dungeon is cleared. In 10 seconds, players worldwide can use the teleportation function to enter. Those who can clear the dungeon will receive generous system rewards. Note: there is a certain probability of obtaining special mysterious rewards, and the Sealing Enchantment Realm map can accommodate up to 1,000,000 players. Once the maximum number is reached, the dungeon will automatically close, and players will be unable to teleport in. Global Server Announcement. Congratulations to the player, Tianxian Xinghe, from the Huaxiao Battle Zone. With 9 consecutive server announcements, players from all over the world were taken aback. Even the group, led by PLJ Angxi N, was left astonished. What? The server has only just launched, and already a world-class dungeon has been opened. What an extraordinary player Tianxian Xinghe is. Wait, that individual just entered the cave and triggered this announcement. In their astonishment, several players exchanged glances, a chilling thought emerging in their minds. The very person they had encountered earlier was indeed the one stirring up the winds of eternal Tianxian Xinghe. Hiss. You have truly thwarted my grand plans. In an instant, PLJ Angxi N was filled with regret. That is Tianxian Xinghe, the one who continuously triggered server announcements. If I could build a rapport with him and recruit him into our guild, it would undoubtedly enhance our strength. Alas. Let us enter as well. Should we encounter Tianxian Xinghe, I expect each of you to reflect earnestly, apologize, and strive to win him over. Understood? Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surviving players became complex. It was not only PLJ Angxi N who felt this way. Following the re-emergence of Yunian SID and the announcements, nearly all top guilds began to devise ways to recruit him. Some guilds even initiated investigations into Yunian's background. Unbeknownst to Yunian, his ascendance, coupled with his past experiences, had become starkly different. Is this truly a world-class dungeon? How peculiar that no one triggered it in my previous life. It is truly fascinating. Yunian was slightly taken aback but quickly came to his senses. Realizing that bounty quests refresh frequently. Once missed, they cannot be accepted again. Clearly, no one in the past life of Qiufeng City had taken on this bounty quest. Can players from around the world enter? Well then, in my previous life, the Umi battle zone consistently suppressed our Huaxia battle zone. If they dare to come this time, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. And as for the Island Nation and Kimchi Nation battle zones, if they dare set foot in Huaxia, they shall meet their demise. With a smirk, Yunian began to survey the interior of the dungeon. It did not resemble a cave. Rather, it was adorned with silvery white walls, intricately etched with identical patterns. Paths lay both ahead and behind, resembling a vast labyrinth. With a flicker of thought, Yunian opened the map interface, which displayed only his own dot and a line of text. The current number of players within the Enchanted Realm stands at 872, 652. Huh? Has it already surged to over 800,000? Yun Tianhe was slightly taken aback. Upon glancing at the numbers again, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. In the span of mere breaths, the figure had escalated to 1,000,000. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered before him, and a figure clad in a kimono quietly materialized before Yun Tianhe. Aha! I have finally entered. Foolish Huaxia people, prepare to welcome my arrival. The player laughed maniacally, causing Yun Tianhe's expression to darken instantly. He hadn't anticipated encountering a player from the Island Nation so soon upon entering the instance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe swung his staff, opting not to cast any skills, and struck directly at the back of the player's head. Bang! Ah! A crisp sound echoed as the player let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground. -755. As the faint red damage indicator appeared, the island player's body dissolved into white light. The count of 1,000,000 players also diminished by 1. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully defeating the Island Battle Zone player, Honda Dominator, earning 1,000 experience points and 100 merit points. It seems that even in the early stages of the game, one can acquire merit points. If I eliminate more players from other battle zones, I might swiftly unlock the rank system. With this notification, Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. In Eternal, as players accumulate merit, they can attain ranks that bestow upon them the power to command NPC legions. Not only can they have NPCs assist in monster hunting, but they can also direct NPCs to engage in combat with other players from different zones. I hope more players from other battle zones come my way. A smirk formed on his lips as a chilling resolve settled in Yun Tianhe's heart, and he began to advance forward. The Enchanted Realm remains accessible for 24 hours, alleviating any concerns regarding time constraints. He could focus on defeating players from other zones before attending to quests later. As for slowing down his leveling speed, merit points are far more significant than levels. Moreover, Yun Tianhe had already established a considerable lead over other players. Catching up in a short time would prove exceedingly difficult for them. Regrettably, the Enchanted Realm employs random teleportation, and the map is vast. with 1 million players scattered throughout. Encounters are not common. However, the number of players within the map continues to dwindle, clearly, regardless of their levels. Players have no inclination towards cooperation when meeting in the instance. They engage in fierce battles instead. Furthermore, there are monsters. As Yun Tianhe turned a corner, he unexpectedly discovered a golden treasure chest. His eyes brightened, and he hastily approached to open it. Whoosh, yet, as the golden light flickered and the chest opened, it revealed a row of sharp teeth that lunged at Yun Tianhe. Below the chest, a pair of feet appeared, bouncing about. A monster? His pupils constricted. Yun Tianhe was taken aback by the peculiar nature of the monsters within the enchanted realm. It was, astonishingly, a treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe swiftly distanced himself from the treasure chest monster and cast a probing spell. Whoosh! A radiant light flickered, and the attributes of the treasure chest monster materialized before Yun Tianhe's eyes. Enchanting treasure chest. Level, 25 grade. Silver health points. 8,000 attack power. 150 defense power. 100 enchanting demon. Once a target is seduced, and voluntarily opens the treasure chest, all attributes will be reduced by 50 for a duration of 5 seconds. Treasure chest. Upon defeat, there is one opportunity to open the chest. With a 60 chance of obtaining copper coins, a 30 chance of silver coins, a 9 chance of acquiring a gold coin, and a 1 chance of receiving an item of equipment or a special material. Description: a chest infused with enchanting power. It resembles a treasure-laden box, perhaps containing wondrous items within. Hiss. This creature is quite treacherous. Once ensnared by its allure, it can significantly diminish one's attributes. Upon glancing at his combat prompt, Yun Tianhe's expression shifted, and he hastily retreated, intending to wait until the effect expired before launching an attack on the enchanting treasure chest. He was intrigued to discover which probability would be triggered by his luck-enhancing buff. Chapter 23. Rewards. Intruders approaching, confronting a solitary target. Yun Tianhe decisively unleashed the fireball spell. The searing flames coalesced into a blazing orb, crashing violently against the bouncing treasure chest. Boom. Minus 3,722. The crimson damage indicator materialized. And despite the chest's unique effect that diminished Yun Tianhe's attack power by 50, it still managed to deplete nearly half of its health bar. This vividly illustrated the sheer magnitude of Yun Tianhe's damage amplification, which was truly formidable. Clack, clack. The enchanted treasure chest, clearly in pain, hopped closer to Yun Tianhe with its short legs. Observing this, Yun Tianhe swiftly retreated, denying the chest any opportunity to strike. Simultaneously, as the 5 seconds of the enchanting effect concluded, he cast another spell. The fireball surged forth, this time inflicting an astonishing amount of damage. Minus 10,292. The crimson figure sword passed the 10,000 mark, obliterating the enchanted chest's health in an instant, causing it to plummet to the ground. Clack! The chest sprang open, revealing a shimmering silver skill book along with a handful of copper coins. Had he struck gold? His eyes gleamed with excitement as Yun Tianhe hurried forward to retrieve the skill book, gently brushing his hand over it to unveil its attributes. Charm Skill Learning Book, required level, 15 rarity, silver description. Upon use, it consumes 3 silver coins, permanently granting the silver skill charm. This skill can ensnare a target in a charming state for 3 seconds, rendering them immobile while reducing their attack power by 20 for a duration of 15 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 seconds, the ability to control and lower an opponent's attack power is indeed a formidable effect. Yun Tianhe's breath caught in his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to use it. Fortuitously, having completed numerous quests, he had no shortage of silver coins. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Charm Skill Learning Book, acquiring the silver skill charm. With the skill now in his possession, a smile spread across Yun Tianhe's face as he continued onward. The rewards from the enchanted chest were undeniably enticing. However, for other players, the enchanted treasure chest was a veritable nightmare. As players from around the world teleported in, they, like Yun Tianhe, found themselves scattered throughout a labyrinthine corridor. Encountering the enchanted treasure chest, their curiosity led them closer, but thereafter, they met their doom. With their already low attack power diminished further by the chest, They found themselves utterly defenseless against a level 25 monster, often being dispatched from the map within mere moments, losing not only their hard-earned advantages but also experiencing level and equipment losses. Fortunately, their levels were still low, and they possessed minimal valuable gear, resulting in relatively minor losses. The surviving players quickly realized the treachery of the treasure chest and turned their ambitions towards other unwary players in different battle zones. Combat was imminent. Meanwhile, Yun Tian had directed all his focus onto the enchanted treasure chest. It must be said, the effect of the enchanted chest was utterly exhilarating. Each monster slain granted him a chance to open the chest, with a minimum reward of a silver coin. With a stroke of good fortune, one might even unearth equipment and skill tomes. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Yun Tianhe astonishingly uncovered 5 skill books, along with over 20 pieces of silver-tier equipment. As for the other materials and potions, they were simply countless, with restorative potions exceeding 1,000, perhaps sufficient to elevate Yun Tianhe to level 50. Even potions that granted buffs were procured, though regrettably, their effects were rather lackluster. Nevertheless, in pursuit of fulfilling the talent requirement of 100 buffs, Yun Tianhe graciously accepted them all. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring Bronze Tier Flame Resistance buff, with an unlimited duration and a 20-fold effect. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring Bronze Tier Evasion buff, with an unlimited duration and a 10-fold effect. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring Silver Tier Enthusiasm buff, with an unlimited duration and a 66-fold effect. With a total of 7 auxiliary buffs in hand, Yun Tianhe's attributes experienced a notable enhancement. Only a mere fraction remained to reach the goal of 100 buffs. Just as Yun Tianhe was filled with exuberance and prepared to continue opening treasure chests, a sudden, crisp sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Looking up, he beheld a group of players emerging from the distant end of the corridor. The attire of these players was particularly peculiar, clad in leather armor reminiscent of cowboys, yet wielding short blades instead of firearms. At that moment, they appeared flustered, as if fleeing from danger, moving with remarkable speed. Players from the Western Asia war zone? Yun Tianhe raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the group with curiosity. Memories of their competitive region identity flickered in his mind. While the Western Asia war zone was not particularly strong, it was not weak either, ranking just below the Korean, European, and Chinese war zones. Other regions, even if stronger than the Western Asia war zone, were not overwhelmingly so. What calamity had they encountered? A boss, or perhaps another player? Regardless of their predicament, Yun Tianhe was resolute in his decision not to let this opportunity slip away. If they were players from a rival region, he would eliminate them to uphold the honor of the Chinese war zone. If they were a boss, he would slay it to reap the rewards. In a dungeon of this caliber, the boss would certainly be at least gold tier or higher. Securing a first kill on such a boss would undoubtedly yield extraordinary rewards. Move aside, you lot. Don't block our path. At that moment, the fleeing players from the Western Asia war zone noticed Yun Tianhe and shouted at him, their faces etched with anger. As for the language barrier, the game Eternal was equipped with a translation engine, allowing real-time translation applicable in world-class dungeons. Thus, whatever the other players uttered would be conveyed in the listener's native tongue. Huh? You're not moving? You're asking for trouble. Seeing that Yun Tianhe did not yield, the group of players displayed their ire, brandishing their short blades and quickening their pace. This elicited a look of confusion from Yun Tianhe. As this group of players fled, they audaciously displayed their arrogance. In an instant, Yun Tianhe had already sentenced them to death in his mind. The throwing of daggers commenced. The sound of slicing through the air suddenly echoed, as 5 individuals simultaneously raised their hands and forcefully flung their weapons. In that fleeting moment, 5 daggers soared forth, akin to the unerring precision of the legendary Shaoli Fei Dao, aimed directly at Yun Tianhe. Indeed, while accuracy is essential in the real world when throwing objects, within the confines of the game, as long as the target is locked, the daggers would inevitably find their mark on Yun Tianhe. However, much to the astonishment of the assailants, Yun Tianhe remained utterly motionless in the face of the 5 daggers' onslaught, standing there, fixed in place, observing them with unwavering composure. Could it be that this fellow is paralyzed with fear? Judging by his demeanor, he appears to be a player from the Huaxiao War Zone. Pay him no mind. Players from the Huaxiao War Zone are notoriously timid. In my opinion, he is genuinely petrified. Well, let us eliminate this Huaxiao player and then depart. The group from the West Asia War Zone grinned, oblivious to the impending despair that was soon to unfold. Chapter 24. The mysterious boss in the midst of laughter among the group in the West Asia War Zone. A dagger soared through the air, gleaming ominously, and struck directly at Yuntian's face. However, to their utter astonishment, a shocking scene unfolded. When the dagger made contact with Yuntian, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Instead, 5 letters materialized. Miss. What? Impossible. How could our skill miss? Damn it. Even against a level 15 monster, this skill has never been evaded. How could this person possibly evade a skill? Witnessing this spectacle, the group in the West Asia War Zone was left dumbfounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yuntian, on the other hand, wore a faint smirk. With a level advantage and the enhancement of a bronze-level evasion buff, these individuals had only a 20 chance to hit him. With a stroke of luck, anyone attempting to strike him would inevitably miss. Only monsters of a higher level could potentially disregard the bronze-level evasion buff and inflict damage upon him. Wait a moment, could he be a monster? Indeed. I recall there being humanoid creatures in the hall ahead. Hiss, we should tread carefully. It's fortunate we didn't T-trigger him. Otherwise, if we activated such a boss, we would all perish. Suddenly, the group of players appeared to have an epiphany, one by one patting their chests, completely lowering their guard as they approached Yuntian. In that instant, Yuntian's expression grew exceedingly peculiar. He could not discern whether these players were genuinely naive or attempting to deceive him. Regardless, Yuntian would show them no mercy. Since they dared to invade the Huaxiao War Zone for resources, they must be prepared for death. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards as they drew near, Yuntian decisively struck, his staff swirling in the air. Buzz, a chilling aura surged forth, transforming into invisible blades that rushed toward the players. Watch out. It must be noted that those daring enough to venture into a world-class dungeon were far from weak. Even though they regarded Yuntian as a boss, they remained vigilant, quickly retreating the moment they sensed something amiss. However, the area of the chilling assault was substantial. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible yet razor-sharp gusts descended upon the leading player. A scream erupted as the player's health bar was instantly depleted, and several pale red damage numbers hovered above his head. -331, -287, -447, -455. Considering that players of levels 5 and 6 typically had health totals of just over 300 points, the damage from the chilling attack was sufficient to eliminate him several times over. What? Such high damage? No, our leader has fallen, stunned by the damage dealt. They finally realized that their leader had perished, his form dissolving into white light while dropping the dagger as he fell. Quickly, gather the equipment. Upon witnessing this scene, the players hastily bent down to retrieve their gear. One player, wielding a round shield, cautiously approached Yuntian, scrutinizing him. A tank, is it? Yet, in the face of my output, the notion of a tank is rendered meaningless. With a serious demeanor, Yuntian remained unfazed and promptly cast Fireball. Buzz boom. A searing blaze erupted, coalescing into a colossal fireball that hurtled toward the group of players from the West Asia region. In the next moment, upon collision with the players, an astonishing explosion ensued. Instantly, flames engulfed them, and crimson damage numbers materialized. -3,982, -3,776, -3,667. One by one, the blood-red figures emerged, and as the flames dissipated, they vanished without a trace. Only 2 players, untouched by the fireball, remained, swallowing hard in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such a vast team had been reduced to merely 2 individuals in mere moments. A demon. This fellow is indeed a demon. My heavens, what manner of map is this, to harbor such a monstrous boss? Panic-stricken cries erupted. The 2 players had already begun to perceive Yuntian as the boss of the game. Indeed, the game had only just launched a few hours prior, and among players, damage outputs barely exceeded 100, with most being in the tens. Even when facing monsters, it was arduous to inflict over 200 damage. Yuntian's consistent damage exceeding 1,000 bewildered them. Apologies, I am neither a deviant nor a boss. Just as the two players trembled in fear, Yuntian stepped forward unexpectedly, his expression calm and composed. What transpired here? Why did you flee? Eh? You are a player. A player from Huaxia? Impossible. How could a Huaxia player be so formidable? Upon hearing Yuntian's words, the two West Asian players' pupils constricted sharply, their faces etched with astonishment, fixated on Yuntian. I pose a question to you, and you shall answer it truthfully. Do not evade my inquiry, or else. Yuntian smiled faintly, his countenance radiant. Yet to the two players, it appeared more fearsome than that of a demon. One player trembled, stuttering, unable to articulate a single word. Buzz. Suddenly, a fireball materialized, erupting at an astonishing speed, violently consuming the player's body. Boom. Minus 6,678. The crimson damage appeared, and that player was immediately engulfed by flames, dropping a necklace before vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, the last remaining player couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, a chill running down his spine. He was utterly alone. Inside the Grand Hall ahead, a boss had spawned, possessing an alluring ability. Any player remaining within for 10 minutes would succumb to its charm, losing control and even attacking fellow players. Chaos had already erupted within the hall, with numerous players having perished. We too have escaped, seeking other opportunities. Truly, the boss within that Grand Hall is terrifying. I advise you not to venture there. The last remaining individual was genuinely terrified, and before Yun Tianhe could utter a word, he divulged everything he knew in a rush. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianhe could not help but stroke his chin. Such an astute little fellow seems somewhat reluctant to take action. Nevertheless, as a player from the Western Asia region, coming into the Huaxiao region necessitates a kill. Otherwise, how can one uphold national prestige? Indeed. Very well. With a slight nod, Yun Tianhe chuckled softly. Given your cooperation, I shall grant you a swift end. Boom. Another fireball spell erupted, engulfing the player in flames, who was left astonished, and a silver coin tumbled forth. Swiftly collecting the coin and equipment, Yun Tianhe did not pause to examine their attributes. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the end of the passage, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The Grand Hall, the deranged players, the enigmatic boss. After such a prolonged solo venture in the demon ceiling illusion, he could finally encounter players from other regions and the boss. To gain the recognition of the demon ceiling mirror, perhaps this is a crucial step. Chapter 25, the foreign war zone players seeking death in the Grand Hall ahead. Players from various war zones congregated, igniting a sense of anticipation within Yun Tianhe. With narrowed eyes, he approached the portal at the end of the passage. He placed his hand upon it, and the bronze door slowly creaked open, unveiling the scene within the hall. Before him lay a chaotic battleground, where tens of thousands of players were engaged in fierce combat, their eyes suffused with a crimson hue. It was evident that they had succumbed to a state of enchantment, allowing them to recklessly pursue battle. A few players seemed to have entered the fray before the enchantment took hold, still capable of exercising their control. Yet faced with the relentless assaults of their peers, they found themselves forced to retreat. High above, a figure clad in scant attire, partially obscured, hovered ominously. A chilling laughter echoed through the air, emanating from the woman whose visage was unsettling. With each wave of her hand, tendrils of sanguine energy surged forth, pervading the hall. Ding! As Yun Tianhe stepped into the hall, a crisp system notification chimed in unison. Battle alert! Due to the player's activation of the evade buff, the skill, Blood Enchantment, from the target, Blood Enchantress, is rendered ineffective. The combination of the evade buff with the luck buff is quite commendable. Observing that the Blood Enchantress's skills could not affect him, a smile crept upon Yun Tianhe's lips. He disregarded the other players and swiftly advanced, casting a probing spell to unveil the attributes of the Blood Enchantress. With a flash of light, her attributes materialized before him. Blood Enchantress, Exceptional Golden Boss, Level 20, Tier, Golden, Health Points, 210, 000 210, 000, Attack Power, 480, Defense Power, 220. Exceptional, 7 chance to trigger an exceptional strike during attack. Inflicting double damage, skills, Blood Enchantment, Blood Claws, Bloodslaughter. Description: a specter endowed with alluring power. Once ensnared, one may fall into a state of madness. Her attributes were formidable, slightly surpassing those of the golden-tier silver giant wolf, and she possessed the capability to deliver double damage. Nevertheless, Tiantianha. She posed little threat. Being a creature of the supernatural, he could inflict 200 times damage upon her, rendering her defeat a trivial matter. However, as he surveyed the tumultuous scene around him, witnessing the other players engaged in mutual slaughter, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. A boss can be slain at any time. Yet, opportunities to vanquish foreign Warzone players and earn merits during the early stages of the game were rare. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for those foreign players. Disregarding the blood enchantress hovering above, Yuntianhe grasped his staff and strode toward the players locked in their fierce skirmish. Kill. Roar. As Yuntianhe ventured deeper into the hall, some of the enchanted players, driven by frenzy, charged toward him with a wild scream. In the grip of a shimmering sword, it plunged straight towards Yuntianhe. Yet, what awaited them was a sphere of crimson flames. Boom. A crisp sound resonated, and those players who were too close were immediately engulfed by the explosive fire. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully eliminating the player from the pickled vegetable nation, Elier, earning 1,000 experience points and 100 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the player from the Omi War Zone, Flamesinger, earning 1,000 experience points and 100 merit points. However, within the Grand Hall, the majority of players were entranced, devoid of any wisdom. Even as their comrades were obliterated beside them, they charged forward with unwavering resolve. Akin to moths drawn to a flame. Faced with such a scenario, Yuntian showed no mercy. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed the frostbite skill. Buzz. The icy blue chill coalesced into blades, relentlessly slicing through the player's health bars. Despite not being of the dark attribute, and with damage protection still in play between players, none could withstand the overwhelming output of Yuntian under the 100-fold damage augmentation. Alas, the duration of the frostbite skill was still somewhat fleeting. After claiming the lives of more than 20 players, the skill finally dissipated. Players from various war zones surged forward once more. With a smirk, Yuntian remained unfazed. With a mere thought, he activated the Death Domain skill. In an instant, a wave of black energy manifested beneath his feet. This dark aura was not excessively large, merely appearing within a radius of 5 yards around Yuntian. However, as players approached within that distance, terrifying damage figures began to materialize above their heads. Minus 1,782. Minus 986. Minus 993. Minus 1,562. Under the 100-fold amplification, the damage numbers were staggering. Yuntian reveled in this, as his experience points and merit points surged at an astonishing pace. Soon, those players who had yet to fall under the spell began to take notice. Hey, look, why are so many players dying over there? Wow, such high output. Damn, could another boss have appeared? Upon witnessing Yuntian's terrifying damage output, coupled with the incessant crimson fireballs and purple lightning he conjured, along with the eerie death domain beneath him, fear gripped their hearts. They began to perceive Yuntian as a boss. After all, in their understanding, no player could achieve such feats at this moment. Oh heavens, that ghostly boss was already terrifying enough. Now another boss has emerged. Shouldn't we retreat? Not yet. Let's wait and see. As the players began to perish in droves, we collected our gear before departing. Alternatively, we could retreat just when the timer approached 10 minutes. It must be said that greed is an eternal sin. Had the players who remained unaffected by the enchantment chosen to leave at that moment, Yuntianhe would have been unable to eliminate them. Regrettably, they perceived Yuntianhe as merely a boss, mistakenly believing he would not launch an attack, and instead, they advanced. Eager to seize the spoils dropped from the defeated players. Even in the early stages of the game, ordinary gear and the most basic consumables held significant value. How dare they attempt to pilfer my hard-won loot? Is life so tiresome? Witnessing a multitude of players from various battle zones moving forward to claim the dropped treasures, a smirk involuntarily crept across Yuntianhe's lips, igniting a fire of indignation within him. A swift glance revealed that most of the encroaching players were Europeans, characterized by their golden hair and blue eyes, or robust physiques, while others bore a resemblance to players from Huaxia, hailing from island nations or the Korean peninsula. Coincidentally, Yuntianha harbored no fondness for players from these three regions. With a chilling gaze, he leaped forth, plunging directly into the throng of players. Chapter 26. The War Treasure Chest, the Extraordinary Golden Artifact. With a sudden burst, the skill of the Death Aura was unleashed. Any player who ventured too close to Yuntianha found themselves corroded by the ominous energy, their bodies turning black as they emitted piercing cries of despair. Moments later, they dissipated into white light, their equipment scattered around. Quick, run. This boss is actually on the offensive. Be cautious, disengage swiftly. Goodness, we must flee. If we don't, we will surely perish under the assault of these two bosses. As the players watched in horror at Yuntianha's terrifying damage output, they realized that mere proximity could lead to instant annihilation. The surviving players, overwhelmed with fear, began to retreat while cursing under their breaths, desperate to escape the Grand Hall. However, having missed their earlier chance to flee, they now found themselves ensnared by Yuntianha, and any hope of escape was but a foolish dream. With the experience of his past life, Yuntianha harbored no fondness for the foreign players in this war zone. He advanced swiftly, his staff waving gently as he unleashed the frostbite skill. The chilling wind howled as icy blades shot forth, piercing through dozens of players in an instant. In the next moment, purple lightning erupted. Boom. Crackle. The thunderous roar echoed as the chains of demonic lightning surged forth, brutally shattering four players. While unleashing his skills to eliminate the distant players, those near Yuntianha succumbed to the Death Aura. In that fleeting moment, a series of crisp system notifications rang in Yuntianha's ears, his battle points skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. What on earth? Why is this boss attacking players in a non-hostile state? Something is amiss. Aren't bosses supposed to prioritize attacking those who approach them? Why is it directly targeting distant foes? Could this be a special boss? Quick, hurry. Call the big shots over here to strategize against this unique boss. Amidst astonishment and confusion, the players began to perceive Yuntianha as a special boss, excitement bubbling within them as they summoned others to join the fray. Initially, the gamers had little regard for the boss. After all, in their minds, this was merely a game. No matter how formidable a boss appeared, it was ultimately just a collection of data with predictable patterns of movement. As long as they dared to reveal its health bar, even a god could be slain. In truth, in previous games, no matter how powerful a boss might be, revealing its health bar would lead to its inevitable defeat at the hands of players. Alas, this was not an ordinary game. Yuntianha was not simply a boss. Upon hearing the players' chatter, Yuntianha raised an eyebrow, deliberately slowing his offensive tempo. He sought to gather more players, intending to ensnare them all at once. Resolute in his decision, he ceased casting the frostbite skill and instead conjured a barrage of fireballs, launching them into the throng as if he were a bomber. The air was filled with anguished cries as players fell victim to a gruesome fate, their bodies consumed by flames, leaving only fragments of their equipment behind. Witnessing this scene, the remaining players fled with increased urgency. However, some had already reached the 10-minute threshold and, unable to escape, found their pupils glowing red, succumbing to a state of enchantment. In a frenzy, they brandished their weapons against their comrades. Chaos engulfed the Grand Hall as few players managed to retreat successfully. Aside from Yuntianha, it could be said that the players within the hall were entirely under control, attacking anything in sight with wild abandon. After a moment of contemplation, Yuntianha resolved to take action. The departing players had mistaken him for a boss. If they returned to find most of the hall's players still alive, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. After all, with two bosses present, the players should have perished swiftly. In times of unusual occurrences, there is often something amiss. If they sensed something was wrong and chose to flee, he would miss an excellent opportunity to accrue merit points. With his mind made up, Yuntianha unleashed his full power, summoning a chilling aura as he cast a series of magic thunder chains. The air crackled with energy, and in an instant, the cold and thunder erupted in a dazzling display, akin to radiant blossoms of light. Yet beneath this exquisite beauty lay a lethal threat. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. Player has achieved 10,000 merit points. Achievement unlocked. 100 slaughter. Awarded 10 achievement points. Huaxia Warzone server announcement. Congratulations to Tianxin Xinghe for being the first player to achieve this feat, receiving 3 war treasure chests. As the server announcements cascaded down, Yunyan couldn't help but smile. Rewards were once again at hand. The achievement system was indeed a valuable asset, although initially of little use. It was only after accumulating 1,000 achievement points that the items in the achievement store would become extraordinary. For now, he merely sought the title of 100 Slaughter and the 3 war treasure chests. These chests were precious. With good fortune, they could yield equipment or skill books transcending versions, and even with poor luck, the contents would still be exceptional for the current version. Taking a deep breath, Yunyan swiftly opened his inventory to inspect the attributes of the 100 Slaughter title. 100 Slaughter, achievement title, health 200, mana 200, 100 Slaughter, inflicts an additional 7 true damage when dealing harm to opposing players. Description: a title reserved for those who have wreaked havoc upon countless foes. An additional 7 true damage was indeed commendable, growing more effective with higher levels. Unfortunately, it could only affect players and would not trigger against monsters or bosses. However, with a 100-fold increase in damage, there was no need for the mere 7 boost in true damage when battling monsters and bosses. A smile crept upon Yun Tian's lips as he gently brushed his hand over the war chest, filled with anticipation as he chose to open it. Ding! The crisp sound of the system's notification resonated in Yun Tian's ears. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the war chest. Receiving the Revenge's Light Buff Potion X1. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the war chest, receiving the SSS Grade Skill Learning Book X1. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the war chest, receiving the exceptional golden artifact, Ancient Intelligence Ring X1. Oh, an exceptional golden artifact has emerged? Upon seeing the announcement, Yun Tian's eyes widened with excitement. What does exceptional signify? As the name suggests, it denotes something extraordinarily excellent, surpassing the ordinary. Any equipment bearing the word exceptional is guaranteed to exceed its counterparts by at least 50. In that moment, Yun Tian's heart raced with exhilaration, pondering the delightful surprises that this exceptional grade golden artifact would bring him. Chapter 27, SSS Level Skill. Ancient Intelligence Ring, Superior Gold Artifact. Rarity, Gold Level. Level Requirement, 20. Mana, 800. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 20. Intelligence. While wearing this ring, the overall intelligence increases by 10. Ancient Will. While wearing this ring, the wearer gains the enhancement of Ancient Intelligence, increasing the range of all skills, talents, and buffs by 20. Superior. Upon attacking, there is a 7 chance to unleash an invisible magical shockwave, dealing 150 of the wearer's magical attack power to all targets within a 10 by 30 yard radius. Description: a ring that can only be worn by the ancient wise. Traits: can be fused, can be upgraded. Hiss: the increase in intelligence, along with the enhancement to the range of skills, talents, and buffs, coupled with the ability to unleash a magical attack. This equipment's attributes are extraordinary. After reviewing the equipment's properties, Yun Tianhe was filled with admiration. If this ring had appeared sooner, he might not have needed to rely on skills at all. He could have merely wielded his staff to summon invisible magical shockwaves continuously. It is worth noting that Yun Tianhe's luck, bolstered by buffs, had already reached terrifying heights. A 7 chance, for him, was nearly equivalent to 70, or perhaps even higher. As for the equipment level, Yun Tianhe swiftly embedded a simple gem into the Ancient Intelligence Ring and then donned it on his hand. Buzz, in an instant, Yun Tianhe's attribute soared. At that moment, even without the talent for a 100-fold damage increase, he could easily vanquish other players. Of course, defeating a boss would require a tad more time. With a satisfied smile, Yun Tianhe turned his attention to the other 2 rewards. He gently brushed his hand over them, and their attributes materialized as a panel. Revenge Light Buff Potion. Rarity, Gold Level. Usage Level, 10. Effect: upon use, grants the player the Revenge Light Buff, lasting 300 seconds. During the buff's duration, if the player is attacked, regardless of whether damage is dealt or if the attack misses, the Revenge Light will trigger a counterattack, inflicting 120 magical damage to the source of the attack, along with a 1-second stun effect. SSS level skill learning book. Rarity, unknown. Usage level, none. Effect, upon use. Allows the player to comprehend an SSS level skill of their profession. Hiss. This revenge light buff is rather formidable. Not only does it inflict counterattack damage, but it also includes a 1-second stun effect. If enhanced with talents, wouldn't that render one invincible? With his eyes gleaming, Yoon Tianhe wasted no time and decisively used these two items. The crisp sound of the system notification echoed once more. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Revenge Light Buff potion. Successfully acquiring the Revenge Light Buff, lasting for 300 seconds. System notification. Congratulations to the player for activating the Eternal Halo talent. The duration of the Vengeance Light Buff has been extended to infinity and cannot be dispelled. With an effect amplification of tenfold. Vengeance Light, gold level buff each time one is attacked, regardless of whether they trigger a dodge or any effect immunity or sustain damage. The Vengeance Light will retaliate, inflicting 1200 of magical attack power damage upon the attacker, along with a stunning effect lasting 10 seconds, which is permanent and cannot be dispelled. Incredible! Upon witnessing the enhanced Vengeance Light buff, Yoon Tianhe was unable to close his mouth in astonishment. Not to mention the immense surprise brought by the use of the skill book. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the SSS level skill learning book. Mastering SSS skill. Ice and Snow. Ice and Snow SSS level active skill. LV1. Skill cost, 500 mana points. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. Skill effect. After a 3-second casting time, it summons a flurry of snowflakes that descend, slowing all targets within a 30 by 30 yard area with a 3 chance of freezing them. Each snowflake inflicts damage, and if 10 consecutive snowflakes hit the same target, there is a 100 chance of freezing them. This skill lasts for 10 seconds and cannot be interrupted during its casting. A 30 by 30 yard AoE control skill? Hiss. It offers both damage and control. This skill is truly impressive. A smile crept across Yoon Tianhe's face as he felt immense joy. Everything obtained within the demon's sealing mirror was exceptional. This fueled his anticipation for the treasures that would await him after defeating the top players from various battle zones. Furthermore, what exquisite rewards would he receive upon completing this dungeon? However, the newly enlightened Yoon Tianhe showed no mercy. With a gentle wave of his staff, a sudden transformation occurred. Whoosh! The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a dark cloud materialized within the grand hall. Whoosh! In the next moment, countless white snowflakes danced through the air, resembling beautiful fairies as they cascaded down, enveloping the area. As the snowflakes fell, they drifted over the players, creating a scene that was visually stunning yet laden with terrifying intent. Cries of despair erupted as players were instantly slain by the snowflakes. Indeed, it was an instant kill, with a damage amplification of 100-fold, combined with the bonuses from the ancient intelligence ring. The damage Yoon Tianhe had dealt was astonishing. Had the players not been entranced, they would have been utterly shocked to the point of speechlessness. As the snowflakes swirled, the lives of the players were swiftly claimed by the frost. With 2 AE skills at his disposal, Yoon Tianhe's speed in eliminating players increased significantly. As a result, Yoon Tianhe was unable to restrain himself. By the time he regained his senses, the grand hall was devoid of any other players, leaving only the presence of the blood-charmed ghost woman. Meanwhile, players from other battle zones had yet to arrive. It seemed he had acted too swiftly. Rubbing his nose, Yoon Tianhe felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had he known, he would have spared a few lives to attract more foreign battle zone players and draw the attention of the blood-charmed ghost woman. Now, with all the players dead, it was uncertain whether this would frighten away the incoming players. The mere presence of the blood-charmed ghost woman was already a headache for Yoon Tianhe. It was not that he was incapable of confronting her, but rather that he wished to utilize her unique skills to trap the arriving players within the grand hall. Should he not contain them, would he simply resort to slaughter upon their arrival? How reckless! Just as Yoon Tianhe hesitated on whether to take action against the blood-charmed ghost woman, her attention fell upon him, her gaze shimmering with a blood-red light as she emitted a chilling scream. Chapter 28. The Crimson Earrings. To his surprise, Yoon Tianhe had no intention of attacking the blood enchantress, yet she emitted a piercing shriek, transforming into a specter that lunged at him with alarming speed. With a swift motion, her crimson claws struck out, but miss. thanks to the presence of both a luck buff and an immunity buff. Hitting him proved exceedingly difficult. Witnessing this, a smile curled at the corners of Yun Tian's lips as he focused his thoughts and raised his staff, unleashing a fireball spell that erupted with force. Boom! The searing flames ignited, and due to the blood enchantress being a dark-themed creature, the damage was amplified by a staggering 200 times. Minus 21,929. In an instant, the blood-red damage numbers soared into the air, and the blood enchantress was sent reeling backward from the blast. The next moment, Yun Tianhe wielded his staff once more, summoning a crackling surge of purple-blue lightning. Crack! The thunderous light burst forth, striking the blood enchantress squarely on the head. Minus 24,877. The electric current coursed through her, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Tianhe cautiously retreated and launched another fireball. Minus 19,923. The crimson damage numbers appeared anew. And just as the blood enchantress emerged from her stupor, seemingly in pain, she let out another agonizing wail. A sonic wave then swept through the air. Ding! System notification. Due to the player's exposure to the blood enchantress' skill, ear-piercing scream, their magical attack power has decreased by 10. Duration, 30 seconds. Oh! Attempting to diminish my magical prowess? However, with a 200-fold increase in magical attack power, I am intrigued to see how effective your efforts will be. A smirk graced Yun Tianhe's face as he felt a surge of murderous intent. Initially, he had contemplated sparing the blood enchantress's life, hoping to utilize her to control the other players in the battlefield for his own safety. After all, the influx of players could reach thousands. At present, his attributes were not exceptionally formidable, and should he fall victim to a multitude of skills and attacks, he risked death. Moreover, his prior area attack skill was singular and of limited range. Even if all those players stood still, it would take a considerable amount of time to eliminate them. However, with the acquisition of the ice and snow skill and the blood enchantress's unsolicited aggression, there was no reason to spare her any longer. To kill is to kill. As for the other players, he had his own means of dealing with them. With a chilling cry, the blood enchantress lunged at Yun Tianhe once more. Her crimson claws poised for a second assault. In response, he deftly waved his staff, casting the frostbite skill. Crack! The ice blue chill descended like a blade, incessantly slicing into the blood enchantress's form, with damage figures soaring into the thousands. Minus 10,292. Minus 16,525. Minus 15,227. As the damage manifested, a chilling aura accompanied by a deceleration effect enveloped the blood demoness, reducing her flight speed to that of a flickering lantern. Observing this, Yun Tianhe began to chant a spell, his staff charged with energy. After a 3-second incantation, a tempest of snowflakes erupted from his wand. The air was filled with swirling white snow, blanketing the area in an instant. When the snowflakes descended upon the blood demoness, ominous damage numbers erupted forth. Minus 21,929. Minus 22,764. Minus 24,778. Already afflicted by the deceleration skill, the blood demoness found herself ensnared in a sluggish state, unable to evade the onslaught of the snowflakes. As 10 snowflakes struck her in succession, a crisp sound resonated, and a pale blue frost spread, instantly encasing her in a massive ice sculpture. Yet, this was only the beginning. The snowflakes fell with astonishing speed, each capable of inflicting devastating damage. In that moment, Yun Tianhe comprehended why a skill with a mere 10-second duration and a relatively modest range was classified as SSS grade. Indeed, the skill Ice and Snow might, at first glance, appear unimpressive. Its limited range, brief duration, and short control time seemed to undermine its might. However, its efficacy was remarkably comprehensive. It offered area damage, deceleration, and formidable control. Moreover, its offensive frequency was alarmingly rapid, though its duration was a mere 10 seconds. Each second witnessed the assault of 3 to 5 snowflakes. Cumulatively, this amounted to between 30 to 50 attacks, far surpassing the terror of skills lasting 30 seconds. Furthermore, while skills with extended durations boasted high damage numbers, they often allowed opponents time for timely healing. In contrast, Ice and Snow achieved what others could only accomplish in 30 or even 50 seconds within a mere 10 seconds. At the game's outset, the cooldown for healing spells was substantial, providing ample opportunity for ice and snow to potentially eliminate a player outright. Even the Blood Demoness could not withstand such relentless onslaughts. Within mere seconds, her health bar darkened, and her form shattered explosively, scattering a plethora of copper coins and a skill book across the ground. Collecting the coins, he found a total of 17 silver coins, a bountiful harvest indeed. To his surprise, nestled among the pile of coins lay a piece of equipment, a blood-red earring. This discovery brought a smile to Yuntian's face. He neglected to examine the skill book and instead reached out to caress the earring, eager to unveil its attributes. Scarlet earrings, exquisite gold artifact, tier, gold level, health points, 300, mana points, 250, intelligence, 20, agility, 20, stamina, 20, strength, 20, effects, upon entering combat. For each target slain, the wearer gains an increment of 1 to their magical attack power, lasting for 60 seconds. Should a player eliminate a new target, the duration resets, and the increments are stackable. If no new target is slain within 60 seconds, the effect dissipates. Description: an earring imbued with the essence of bloodshed. The more foes it claims, the more formidable its magical potency becomes. Class requirement: all classes. Level requirement: 20. Special trait: can be fused hiss. To slay a single target and gain an increase of 1 to magical attack power? If I were to vanquish thousands upon thousands of foes before confronting a boss, would I not obliterate it in an instant? Observing the attributes of the earrings, even Yun Tianhe could not help but swallow in awe, profoundly moved within. Truly, this is an extraordinary dungeon. In my previous life, such an outrageous piece of equipment did not grace the early stages of the game. With Yun Tianhe's prowess, is it truly so difficult to slay a target every 60 seconds? Chapter 29. Wealth can move mountains. In other words, with Yun Tianhe's current prowess, as long as he is engaged in monster grinding or any form of combat, he can trigger effects throughout the entirety of the encounter. This means that upon logging off, he must resume his grinding. However, Yun Tianhe is not one to be deterred by such trivialities. Once he begins to grind, the infinite enhancements he receives are more than sufficient. Elated, he embedded a simple gem into the blood-red earring and proceeded to examine the effects of the skill book. It must be said, the advantages of special dungeons are indeed unparalleled. The skill book brought Yun Tianhe an immense surprise. Blood Enchantment Skill Learning Book, consumable upon use. Grants the player permanent mastery of the Blood Enchantment skill Blood Enchantment, S-Class Active Skill, LV1. Skill cost, 200 mana points. Skill cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill description: upon casting, affects all targets within a 50 by 50 yard area. If a target remains within the skill's range for 10 seconds, they will enter a state of enchantment, losing control of their body for a duration of 30 seconds. Hiss. Haha, I was worried about how to deal with too many enemies, but with this skill, I need not fret. With the ice and snow domain and blood enchantment at my disposal, who would dare approach within 30 yards of me? Even if both skills are on cooldown, with the death domain active, I am invincible. A smirk danced on his lips as Yun Tianhe, without a hint of hesitation, decisively utilized the skill book. Ding. System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring the S-Class Active Skill, Blood Enchantment. With the spoils of the boss in hand, Yun Tianhe began to gather the loot from the defeated players. Initially, he sought every piece of equipment. However, as his inventory neared its limit, he became selective. He discarded all white gear, retaining only black iron and bronze equipment. As for silver gear, unless it belonged to the most elite players, the notion of other players possessing silver gear was nothing but a pipe dream. Golden gear was an entirely different matter. Perhaps only Yun Tianhe alone in the entire world could claim such treasures. Before long, as his inventory overflowed with spoils, Yun Tianhe gazed helplessly at the equipment strewn across the ground, wishing he could cry, but finding no tears. The most agonizing plight in the world is having an abundance of equipment while one's inventory lacks the space to accommodate it. Moreover, his bag was filled predominantly with bronze gear that boasted special effects, each a minor treasure capable of fetching a staggering price. He couldn't bear to part with them. While he was mired in frustration, the bronze door on the opposite side of the hall abruptly swung open. The sound of footsteps echoed as numerous players leapt into the chamber. What is this? Where are the boss and those players? Some of the players who had fled earlier were taken aback upon seeing that Yun Tianhe was the sole occupant of the hall, leaving them stunned and immobilized. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated. The gazes of the surviving players turned towards Yun Tianhe, now filled with palpable fear. They could hardly believe that such a multitude of players, facing a boss whose attributes they could not perceive, had been vanquished in such a brief span of time by Yun Tianhe. Yet, amidst their astonishment, excitement surged forth. In their eyes, Yun Tianhe must undoubtedly be an exceptionally formidable boss. Should they succeed in defeating such a creature, the rewards would be astronomical. Quickly, all players began to strategize, organizing themselves according to their respective professions to form a cohesive offensive approach against this boss. Ha ha ha, brothers, if we successfully conquer this boss today, I shall reward each of you with 500 million yuan. It must be acknowledged that a universal truth prevails across the globe. Even in the vastness of the universe, money can indeed move mountains. With considerable wealth, one can compel the most obstinate of forces. This is a tactic that those in power have employed time and again. Merely by offering financial incentives, they can drive thousands of players into a frenzy, urging them to exert every effort in pursuit of their goals. 500 million yuan as a reward? My goodness, the leader is akin to a deity in my eyes. Charge forth, brothers. As long as we eliminate this boss, riches await us. Countless players' eyes gleamed with fervor, akin to famished wolves who, after days of hunger, suddenly catch sight of prey, each one howling as they charged towards Yun Tianhe. Players of various professions, even before closing in, prepared for their assault. Witnessing this scene, and listening to the cacophony of voices, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but smile. Indeed, regardless of the nation, discussions of wealth elicit the same reaction from all. To be frank, had that individual offered a greater sum, Yun Tianhe might have considered self-sabotage merely to claim the reward. However, a mere 500 million yuan was insufficient to sway him. As he gazed at the throng of players rushing towards him, Yun Tianhe showed no mercy. With a flourish of his staff and incantations on his lips, he unleashed his blood charm skill. A crimson light surged forth, instantly filling the surrounding space within a 50 by 50 yard radius. The moment the players entered this domain, they sensed an unusual shift. Yet, enticed by the promise of wealth, they dismissed the warnings and continued their reckless charge, eyes ablaze with determination. But in the next moment, they were met with the chilling embrace of the frostbite skill. The howling winds sliced through the air like blades, swiftly eliminating those at the forefront. As the 3-second casting time concluded, a flurry of snowflakes erupted within the grand hall. The snowfall danced chaotically, and the players who had charged ahead were swiftly dispatched. Yet, like moths drawn to a flame, they charged forward heedlessly, fully aware of their impending doom. In truth, they regarded Yun Tianhe as the boss. In their understanding, while a boss may be powerful, once approached and ensnared, it would spell certain death. Thus, driven by the promise of substantial monetary rewards, they were willing to pay the ultimate price in pursuit of conquest. Dying once is hardly a concern. At worst, this time's dungeon may yield minimal rewards. After all, they never aspired to become the pinnacle of prowess within the game. And any monetary gain is merely an unexpected delight. As they drew nearer, a cadre of archers halted, knocking their arrows and fixing their gaze intently upon Yun Tianhe. Release. With a commanding shout, dozens of arrows soared forth, cascading like raindrops, hastening towards Yun Tianhe with lethal intent. Yet, as the arrows descended, a smirk graced Yun Tianhe's lips, and he quickened his pace, charging directly towards the assemblage of players. It is noteworthy that, equipped with badges and an array of gear, Yun Tianhe moved with remarkable swiftness. In a single charge, he traversed the very area engulfed by the arrows. The sound of arrows striking the ground filled the air, yet not a single one found its mark upon Yun Tianhe, inflicting even the slightest injury. What in the world? The onlookers from the foreign combat zone were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had witnessed a specter. Chapter 30. The Massacre. This must be a bug. It is impossible for none of my attacks to land. He must be cheating. In an instant, exclamations filled the air. The foreign players in the war zone were utterly taken aback by such an unexpected maneuver in the face of an assault. Indeed, this exemplifies the stark contrast between virtual and traditional games. In traditional games, skills are categorized as either targeted or non-targeted. Thus, once a skill is unleashed, it is guaranteed to hit. At worst, it might trigger a miss, rendering the skill ineffective. However, in virtual games, such distinctions do not exist. Players do not lock onto a target but rather a point in space. Even if your skill is cast, regardless of how the target moves, the skill will only strike the direction initially locked onto. At this moment, those players were still unfamiliar with this mechanic, and their astonishment grew as they witnessed Yun Tianhe effortlessly evade the barrage of arrows. They were left in shock, while Yun Tianhe showed no mercy. Approaching the foreign player's tank line, he focused his mind and unleashed the Death Aura skill. Buzz! Uft! A surge of purple-black magic erupted, and within mere moments, the Death Aura expanded as Yun Tianhe plunged into the throng of players. Counterattack. Simultaneously, the players finally regained their senses, charging towards Yun Tianhe with shields raised and swords drawn. Uft! Almost the instant the players drew near Yun Tianhe, their flesh began to dissolve as if snow meeting the searing sun. Ah, damn it, where's my hand? Pain, pain, pain. Some players, unable to mute the pain of battle, screamed in sheer agony, their cries nearly bringing tears to the eyes of those who heard. Then, flashes of white light erupted as one player after another met a gruesome end within Yun Tianhe's Death Aura. No, we cannot approach this boss. Retreat. It must be said that not all the foreign players were foolish. Quickly, some discerned the effect of the Death Aura skill and called for the tank players to fall back. They commanded, mages and archers, split to the sides. Archers, unleash your arrow rain in succession, while mages bombard with fireballs and wind blades to maintain a covering strike. If we suppress the firepower, we can keep this boss at bay and ultimately defeat him. As the words were spoken, the players seemed to find their resolve, and their tension dissipated. The tank players retreated en masse. Under the guidance of their commander, the archers and mages took their positions on either side, locking onto Yun Tianhe with different skills, unleashing a tempest of assault as fierce as a storm. You wish to suppress my firepower? TSK, TSK. Then allow me to demonstrate what true firepower suppression looks like. Yun Tianhe's gaze turned icy, utterly disregarding the relentless barrage of arrows. He strolled leisurely towards the group of mages. At that moment, the mage players were still wielding their staffs and reciting incantations, engrossed in their casting. However, with a flick of his staff, Yun Tianhe unleashed the chilling onslaught, sending forth a wave of frigid energy. The sound of howling filled the air as the ice-blue frost descended upon the players like blades of ice, swift and merciless. Despite being merely a low-tier support skill, the 100-fold increase in damage wreaked havoc among the mages, resulting in catastrophic losses, as they were almost instantaneously obliterated. Even those who survived the initial onslaught, untouched by the frost, were gripped by fear and hastily retreated, desperately attempting to distance themselves from Yun Tianhe. Yet, the chilling effect inherently reduced their movement speed. In that crucial moment, as Yun Tianhe completed his 3-second casting, the skill Ice and Snow was quietly unleashed. Thunder rumbled within the grand hall as dark clouds materialized overhead. In the next instant, the clouds surged and rolled, snowflakes began to whirl and filled the entire chamber. Although the duration of the Ice and Snow skill was merely 10 seconds, its attack frequency was astonishingly rapid. The falling snowflakes, resplendent and breathtaking, concealed a deadly peril beneath their beauty. The snowflakes proved more lethal than razor-sharp blades. Wherever they fell, the mage players trembled, and crimson damage numbers appeared above their heads. Minus 5,929, minus 6,712, minus 5,666, minus 5,978. One by one, these blood-red figures ascended, and the players were entirely annihilated. At that moment, the players were generally at levels 6 to 8, with total health points barely reaching 300. Such damage, in the thousands, was sufficient to obliterate them hundreds of times over. How could any player withstand such onslaught? As for invincibility skills, those would only become available after the game had been live for some time, with appropriate equipment and abilities. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the British Warzone player, Andrew, earning 1,000 experience points and 100 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Middle Eastern Warzone player. With each notification resounding, Yun Tian's merit points surged at an astonishing pace. This filled him with secret delight and anticipation for what rewards awaited upon achieving the next milestone. After 100 kills, surely 1,000 would follow. Casting his gaze around the hall, he noted that there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 individuals present, making the accomplishment of this feat far from impossible. What the hell? What kind of boss is this? A single skill dealing 5,000 to 6,000 points of damage? This can't possibly be a boss of over level 50, can it? It is truly absurd, utterly outrageous. How could we, at our current level, face a boss whose level remains unseen? Due to the game's cross-region settings, players from the European battle zone are entirely oblivious to the attributes of Yun Tian, and consequently perceive him as a boss. After all, dying at the hands of a boss offers them an explanation. However, if a multitude were to perish at the hands of a mere player shortly after the game's launch, the news would be catastrophic. Suicide would seem preferable. What utter nonsense. I refuse to believe that such an outrageous boss would emerge in the early stages of the game. Members of the Holy Temple Guild, rally to me. Let us vanquish this boss together. Shield of Holy Light. A roar erupted suddenly, as the player who had previously commanded the others charged forward, gritting his teeth. A silvery radiance enveloped him, illuminating his surroundings and rendering him akin to a deity. Witnessing this scene, the players from the foreign battle zone could not help but smile. Chapter 31. The Might of the Light of Vengeance. Ha ha ha, the Hand of God from the Holy Hall Guild is about to launch an assault. They are surely capable of conquering this formidable boss. The Hand of God? Was he the champion from the previous game? Hiss. I never imagined he would be leading the charge. As the player advanced, discussions erupted among the other players. Upon the revelation of his identity, astonishment swept through the crowd. The Hand of God, a renowned champion from the last game, possessed exceptional skill. Yet, in the face of their chatter, Yun Tian remained utterly unfazed. With his current attributes, along with various buffs and skills, he was unperturbed by their numbers. Moreover, in this game, the Hand of God was not considered a master. Many had surpassed him, which rendered Yun Tian indifferent to his presence. As the Hand of God rallied his followers to charge forward, a multitude of archers prepared to unleash their arrows. Yun Tian's thoughts stirred, and he activated the buff of the Light of Vengeance. With the buff successfully engaged, Yun Tian maintained a serene demeanor, standing confidently as the sharp arrows began to rain down upon him. Ha ha ha, the Hand of God truly lives up to his reputation the moment he strikes. The boss ceases its assault. Should we move in? If we can land a few ranged attacks, we might still earn some experience when the boss falls. Let us go. Let us land a hit or two and snag a reward. Witnessing this scene, the players assumed they could seize an advantage and swiftly advanced, unleashing a flurry of skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the multitude of arrows descended upon Yun Tian. However, the damage numbers that emerged were pitiful, or simply displayed a colossal miss. As if this weren't enough. The most astonishing spectacle unfolded. Despite Yun Tian's inaction, a sudden flash of purple lightning erupted from the convergence of the archers. Crackle, crackle. The air filled with thunderous roars as the bolts exploded like cannon fire, sending the surrounding archers spiraling away. -517. -562. -522. Blood-red damage numbers appeared, and those players, hurled through the air, dissolved into white light. What the heck? Where did this thunder come from? Wait, why are we being struck by lightning? Is this a skill of the boss? Scatter. Everyone disperse. The Hand of God urgently instructed the players to spread out to avoid being struck by a single ability. If the lightning was indeed a skill, his approach would have been wise. Alas, it was not a skill, but rather the retaliatory effect of the golden tier buff, Light of Vengeance. In other words, any who dares to assault Yun Tian will trigger the effect of the Revenge Light buff, summoning a thunderous strike that deals terrifying magical damage and inflicts control effects upon them. At this stage, no player has been able to withstand their own damage, which is a staggering 1,200. rendering the control effects insignificant. As thousands of players perish in an instant, Yuntian furrows his brow. Such low output? It seems that the skill coefficient of 1,200 is not reliant on me, but rather on the attributes of the attacker. Well, that's fine, after all. Its damage coefficient is sufficiently high, and it appears to be rather exhilarating. Killing oneself, TSK, I shall see who dares to strike at me in the future. A slight smirk graced his lips as Yuntian reveled in his triumph. One cannot deny that this reward is truly exquisite. The Revenge Light buff places him in an almost invincible position, allowing him to reap the lives of other players without moving an inch. In the Frigid Expanse, with a high attack frequency, extensive area skills, and control effects, it can be deemed an exceptionally effective active skill. This active and passive skill combination greatly enhances his prowess. Of course, the evasion buff and other buff effects are equally significant. Without the evasion buff, should countless arrows rain down, even with attributes surpassing those of other players, he could still face instant annihilation. However, bolstered by the evasion buff, he is assured that minimal assaults will manage to harm him. As for the damage inflicted, it amounts to merely a few dozen points, which Yuntian need not worry about. Presently, his recovery effect stands at an impressive 240 points per second. Should fortune favor him with frequent evasion triggers, the onslaught from that group of players may not even cause him to lose health. Yuntian is aware that the buffs he possesses are incredibly powerful, yet the players from foreign battle zones remain oblivious. They mistakenly believe that the thunderbolts are a manifestation of Yuntian's skill. Generally speaking, the more potent the skill, the longer the cooldown time. Thus many players remain in a frenzy, targeting Yuntian with a barrage of skills unleashed in haste. Yuntian continuously activates the Revenge Light buff throughout the day, and soon, the air is filled with the resonating sound of thunder as countless players are struck down, dissipating into beams of white light. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully eliminating a player from the island battle zone. The crisp sound of the system notification echoes, no less frequent than before. At this moment, the hand of God finally sensed something amiss. What? How can this be? Such a high damage skill should have at least a 60-second cooldown. Why? Why can he unleash it without restriction? Damn. Could it be that only after reaching a higher level can one conquer this top-tier boss? Witnessing Yuntian unleash thunder as if there were no cooldowns, the hand of God furrows his brow, fear welling within. A boss that can infinitely cast skills and obliterate players. How is one to conquer such an adversary? Upon this thought, the advance of the hand of God gradually came to a halt. However, while he ceased his motion, his subordinates continued their relentless assault on Yuntian, roaring in their fervor. Thud, bang. As they drew nearer, their weapons swung fiercely, landing blows upon Yuntian. -78, -65, -31. Miss. The damage numbers appeared, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed Yuntian's health bar diminished, but in the next instant, a restoration buff activated, and his health bar was replenished to its full glory once more. An exclamation of disbelief escaped the players as they witnessed this spectacle, their pupils contracting in shock. Yet, before they could voice their frustrations, a violet thunderbolt descended, instantly obliterating them into shimmering light. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Omi battle zone. System notification. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of defeating 1,000 players, fulfilling the requirements for the title Mass Slayer, and advancing the title successfully. Along with a reward of 100,000 experience points, 1,000 reputation points, and 3 war chests. P.S. Here comes the second update of the day. Chapter 32. The Hand of God surrendering. As Yuntian ascended once more, he was rewarded with a title upgrade. Alas, a significant gap in experience points remained before he could level up. Fortunately, the war chests were treasures of great value. However, Yuntian still had to contend with players from other battle zones and had not yet opened the war chests, boldly advancing instead. The domain of death erupted with full force, its area of effect amplified by special enhancements. It is essential to remember that this is an online game. As long as the map coding exists, players, even if they appear not to be near, will suffer damage from skills if they approach the domain of death per its settings. Not to mention, Many players were relentlessly assaulting Yun Tianhe. Boom. Crackle. The buffs of Light's Revenge and the skills of the Domain of Death erupted simultaneously and in an instant. The group of foreign battle zone players fell like wheat under the scythe, dissipating into white light. Numerous players dropped coins and equipment. Observing the gear, Yun Tianhe felt a pang of desire, yet his inventory was already full. How terrifying. A devil, he is indeed a devil. Oh my god. How could this boss be so powerful? Damn it, I still cannot see this boss's attributes. With players falling one after another. Even the lure of a substantial bounty could not quell their fear. They finally halted their assault. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breath echoed as players retreated. Their eyes wide with terror, unable to move. As their offensive ceased, the Light's Revenge buff could not trigger, and the astonishing thunder dissipated. One must admit, the hand of God was indeed formidable. Upon realizing this, he brightened, exclaiming, "That thunder skill is not an active skill. It must be a counterattack skill inherent to the boss. Brothers, do not use physical attacks. Let us try magical ones." Upon hearing this, the foreign battle zone players were momentarily taken aback. However, once they observed that the thunder did not appear after they ceased their attacks, they quickly understood. Moreover, they held a considerable trust in the hand of God. They charged. Mages advanced, casting elemental spells of various types. At this, a smile crept upon Yun Tianhe's lips, and he felt no fear, instead charging toward the mages. Under normal circumstances, a counterattack could indeed only be triggered by a specific attribute. After all, if a boss were too powerful, players would find it exceedingly difficult to conquer. Only in the later stages of the game, with the emergence of hellish realms, do boss settings become outrageous and absurd. In the early game, bosses were relatively easy to defeat. Thus, the reason these players dared to attack Yun Tianhe lay in this very fact. Unfortunately, they were not facing a mere boss. From this encounter onward, the foreign battle zone players would surely harbor a lingering dread of bosses. The pressure that Yun Tianhe imposed upon them was simply overwhelming. Fireball, Windblade, Dark Shockwave, Thunderstrike, Water Arrow, Light Arrow. Unlike the elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in the Huaxiao battle zone, the European and American battle zone employs the elements of water, fire, wind, darkness, thunder, and light. While the terminologies may differ, the underlying skill systems remain fundamentally the same. Observing the various mages casting their spells, the Grand Hall was instantly filled with flames, blades of wind, arrows of water, and thunder. The Dark Shockwave and the Arrow of Light were akin to the Fireball and the Condensed Water Arrow, merely altered in color and brilliance. Moreover, in his previous life, Yun Tianhe had battled against players from these foreign zones numerous times, possessing an in-depth understanding of their skills, and felt no fear whatsoever. Boom. Crackle. The thunder struck first. As the violet lightning descended upon Yun Tianhe, the buff of Light's Revenge materialized. With a resounding crash, a bolt of thunder, more robust and fierce than a clap of thunder, fell from the sky and struck the player who had cast the spell. His health bar darkened instantaneously. With a burst of coins, he collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, various other skills rained down, triggering the Light's Revenge buff successively. Boom, boom, boom. The violet lightning flickered incessantly, the sound of thunder ringing out like a drumbeat, crisp and unyielding. The interplay of lightning was terrifying beyond measure. In this awe-inspiring scene, all players who had successfully cast their spells against Yun Tianhe were also struck by the lightning. White light ascended continuously as player after player perished within the hall. Furthermore, due to the advancement of Yun Tianhe's 100-man slaughter title, the damage inflicted upon these players was significantly amplified. What on earth is happening? How can physical damage provoke a backlash, and how can magical damage also summon a counterattack? Witnessing this scene, the hand of God could not help but narrow his eyes, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, those players who had yet to make their move felt a wave of relief wash over them. Fortunately, they were positioned at a safe distance from Yun Tianhe, thus avoiding any retaliation. It would be wise to retreat. This boss is far too formidable. Hiss, with such proactive attacks and retaliatory damage, how are we to proceed? Should we summon Jesus to defeat him outright? Countless players exchanged glances, and even before the hand of God could command a retreat, They had already begun to distance themselves from Yun Tianhe. As long as Yun Tianhe could not eliminate them in a single strike, they would dare to advance. After all, they had priests behind them. As long as they could avoid being instantly killed and manage to inflict damage upon Yun Tianhe, they could rely on the priest's healing to ensure their safety while gradually siphoning off Yun Tianhe's health points. This was the strategy for defeating a boss. Unfortunately, they could not withstand even a single attack. Even the tanks were annihilated in an instant, leaving no matter how many players approached, the outcome remained unchanged. It would only lead to their demise. That adage holds true. As long as one dares to reveal their health bar, even a god can be slain before you. Alas, such audacity is reserved for boss encounters. Regrettably, Yun Tianhe is merely another player, a nightmare for all players in foreign battle zones. Flee, retreat, abandon any strategy to conquer this boss. As Yun Tianhe traverses the battlefield, a swirling black miasma follows in his wake, instantly engulfing every player in proximity, leaving them no chance to escape. Even the hand of God has finally conceded defeat. There is no remedy. Yun Tianhe possesses a badge, and coupled with his superior gear, his speed far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to effortlessly pursue the fleeing players. Furthermore, the attack mechanism of the deathly domain inflicts damage directly within range. An onslaught they are unable to withstand, rendering the scenes of demise utterly horrifying. Chapter 33, The Slayer, the apex of the Huaxiao battle zone. The realm of deathly aura possesses a skill so peculiar that the scenes of slaying players are utterly surreal. As the dark mist surged, players fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing to the ground, immobile, and dissipating into ethereal light. This spectacle instilled dread into the hearts of all players from the European and American zones. Run, brothers, flee swiftly. With the command of the divine hand, the players ceased their resistance, turning to sprint away as if racing for rebirth. Want to escape? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the chance to flee has long since passed. A smirk graced the lips of Yun Tianhe as he quickened his pace. Not only that, but he also brandished his staff. Buzz crash. Snowflakes danced through the air, cascading towards the distant cluster of players. The deathly aura was capable of annihilating nearby players. And with Yun Tianhe's swift movements, none within his path could survive. To deploy the icy domain skill around him would seem a tad excessive. Perhaps, he thought, if the skill were to descend and he dashed forward immediately, the effects of both skills would overlap. Having played this game for a year or two, Yun Tianhe was well versed in such mechanics. Thus, he calculated the range and locked the icy domain skill at the farthest point. In an instant, azure snowflakes fluttered down, their chilling essence swiftly obliterating every fleeing player within the area. Where Yun Tianhe passed, the demonic energy surged and expanded, sweeping forth. Any player he caught up with was instantly transformed into a wisp of white light. What the hell? This boss possesses a colossal AE skill as well? Damn it. Black demonic energy, purple lightning, flames, and now snowflakes. This boss is a multi-attribute entity? A major boss, without a doubt. Regrettably, our levels are still too low, otherwise defeating this boss would surely yield tremendous rewards. Witnessing this scene, all players from foreign battle zones were filled with astonishment and delight, especially the Divine Hand, who scrutinized Yun Tianhe intently, seemingly wishing to engrave his image in memory. As for why they regarded Yun Tianhe as a boss, it was due to the prevalence of virtual MMORPGs where an increasing number of boss entities appeared human-like, indistinguishable from actual humans. Coupled with their inability to see Yun Tianhe's attributes and the sight of his myriad skills alongside his terrifying damage output, they were led to their misunderstanding. Let us retreat. Remember this map. We shall return to strategize against this boss when the opportunity arises. Let us first eliminate those players from the Huaxiao battle zone. Damn it. This time, the players from Huaxiao have snatched the first level 10 spot. We must eradicate all Huaxiao players to assert our dominance. With a furious roar, the Divine Hand rallied numerous players to depart. However, he failed to notice that Yun Tianhe's gaze suddenly became fierce. How dare he speak of killing players from the Huaxiao war zone in front of him? This was truly akin to an old man hanging himself. He was clearly tired of life. Initially, Yun Tianhe had merely contemplated eliminating a few more players from the European and American war zones. But now a singular thought consumed him. to vanquish the hand of God. Moreover, he desired to instill a sense of despair within him. As for how to achieve this despair, the corners of Yun Tian's mouth curled slightly as he disregarded the players around him, unleashing a chilling aura straight ahead. With a swoosh, an icy blue chill swept forth, akin to a razor-sharp blade, instantly annihilating all the players before him. In the next moment, Yun Tianhe leaped into the air, propelled by his speed-enhancing badge, closing the distance to the Hand of God at an alarming rate. At this moment, the Hand of God remained oblivious to the impending threat, having turned to flee without a glance back. Yet, behind him, a frigid sensation began to creep in, and a tingling unease coursed through his scalp, as if something ominous was about to transpire. Unexpectedly, the cries of the surrounding players began to dwindle. Wait, why had the screams ceased altogether? They should have escaped the boss's attack range by now. Why did a sense of foreboding linger? Furrowing his brow, the Hand of God turned around only to behold a figure enveloped in dark, malevolent energy. What the hell? His pupils constricted sharply as he caught sight of Yun Tianhe drawing near, nearly causing him to stumble in fright. He could hardly believe that Yun Tianhe could close the gap so swiftly. After all, there were over 1,000 players between them. Yet, regardless of his disbelief, Yun Tianhe had indeed approached him. In order to prolong the Hand of God's demise, Yun Tianhe smirked, sheathing his weapon and deactivating his death aura, approaching him barehanded and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. The Hand of God was still reeling from shock and failed to react in time, resulting in a devastating blow to his visage. Bang! -271. Being a mage without a staff and refraining from using skills rendered Yun Tianhe's attack weak. Yet under 100-fold amplification, it still left the Hand of God with only half his health remaining. What the hell? A boss actually discarded skills and weapons to strike me with bare fists? Is the AI in this game truly that advanced? The Hand of God was momentarily dazed, forgetting to escape. Thus, he was met with another punch. Bang! In an instant, the Hand of God's eyes transformed into dark circles. Witnessing this scene, the players from the foreign war zones stood frozen, their faces painted with astonishment. They could hardly believe that a boss could possess such intelligence. Was it possible that it was a human? No, that was even less likely. In this nascent stage of the game, where players generally linger between levels 6 and 8, how could anyone possess such formidable prowess? Yet, at that very moment, a voice resounded from the mouth of the boss before their eyes. Divine Hand, do you truly believe you possess the qualification to slay players from the Huaxia battle region? Remember this. The one who shall bring about your demise is none other than the premier of the Huaxia region, Tian Xinxinga. With that declaration, Yun Tianhe equipped his weapon once more. He waved his staff, conjuring a searing flame that swiftly coalesced into a fireball, which erupted forth like a ferocious dragon, engulfing the form of Divine Hand in an inferno. In an instant, Divine Hand's pupils constricted. He had yet to utter a word before he was consumed by a brilliant white light and vanished. Even in death, he could scarcely fathom that the countless players he had mercilessly slain and the boss he had tormented was merely a player, one hailing from the Huaxia region. This revelation filled him with unbridled terror. Not only Divine Hand, but upon hearing Yun Tianhe's words, thousands of foreign players in the Grand Hall stood frozen, gazing at Yun Tianhe with expressions akin to those witnessing a demon. Chapter 34. The Frying Pan, Special Reward. The Grand Hall fell into an instant silence. All players gazed at Yun Tianhe as if he were a demon. No one could fathom that, within such a brief span since the game's launch, a player could reach such formidable prowess. Each attack dealt a minimum of several hundred damage, even thousands. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? No. It was impossible. He must be a boss. Yes, he is undoubtedly a boss. His intelligence is simply too high, allowing him to speak and intimidate us. With twitching lips, countless players were unwilling to accept the truth. They were all players, yet one could stand against 1,000. Why were they still so feeble? To acknowledge Yun Tianhe as a player would mean admitting their own incompetence. However, regardless of their acceptance, Yun Tianhe showed no signs of slowing down his assault. Noticing they remained frozen in place, failing to flee, Yun Tianhe refrained from unleashing his skills, merely activating the death aura while fireballs continuously coalesced. Boom. The death energy erupted alongside crimson flames, instantly consuming the life force of that group of players. At this moment, the foreign players finally reacted. Run, quick. The almighty hand has fallen. We are doomed. They cried out in panic as they sprinted towards the exit of the hall. Yet, awaiting them were varied skills. Blood Charm, Cold Assault, and Icebound Storm descended, enveloping countless players in an instant. Cold Assault and Icebound Storm were self-explanatory. Their damage swiftly annihilated all caught within. Blood Charm, however, was peculiar. Those players, trembling in fear beneath its influence, were astonished to find themselves unscathed. All good, brothers, this way. Ha ha ha, no matter how powerful he is. At the game's onset, he has limited skills. We can escape. In a moment, many players called out to one another, rallying the remaining players. However, they were unaware that the effect of Blood Charm was time-sensitive. Once all players gathered, those first ensnared suddenly had their eyes turn crimson, falling under the skill's control. Roar. Amidst the roars, those players immediately swung their weapons or cast skills, launching a frenzied assault on their fellow players nearby. The air was filled with screams, accompanied by incessant curses. What the hell? Are you insane? Zack, I'm your father. How dare you strike me? Oh my God, they've gone mad. The multitude of players exclaimed in shock, but soon, they too fell under the sway of Blood Charm, their eyes turning red, unable to control their bodies as they grasped their weapons and turned against others. It must be said that although the Blood Charm technique lacks overt damage output, its effectiveness is by no means inferior to that of the Icebound skills. When hundreds of players fell under its spell, they immediately descended into chaos, blocking the escape attempts of others. To flee, one must first vanquish those hundreds of enchanted players. However, their attributes were ultimately too low, and even amidst their infighting, their actions were exceedingly sluggish. Witnessing this scene, Yun Tianhe could not help but shake his head slightly, muttering a curse under his breath before stepping forward with measured strides. He unleashed Fireball and Magic Thunder Chains, followed by a chilling assault. Crackle! Boom! The thunderous sounds erupted, and players perished tragically beneath Yun Tianhe's spells. The surging demonic energy that accompanied him consumed the very essence of the players' lives like a ravenous demon. Under such slaughter, the foreign players could not withstand even 10 minutes. Dissipating into white light, leaving behind only a ground strewn with equipment as a testament to their fleeting presence. Alas, what a pity! So many items lay on the ground, ripe for the taking, yet I found myself bereft of backpack space. Truly, it is, to ask how much sorrow one can bear. Akin to a flock of eunuchs visiting a brothel. Sighing, Yun Tianhe suddenly recalled that when he had achieved the title of Mass Slayer, he had also received 3 war chests as a reward. His brow raised slightly as he swiftly opened his backpack to select the war chest. Ding! System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully opening the war chest and receiving the reward, Pocket of the Deity X1. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully opening the war chest and receiving the reward, Cloak of the Imposter X1. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully opening the war chest and receiving the reward, Frying Pan X1. A frying pan? This seems promising. Seeing the system notifications, Yun Tianhe's eyes brightened. Having been reborn, he was well aware that this game features many items with peculiar names. For instance, there were items like the leg-stretching pill and the instant heart rescuer, both of which were particularly absurd. Quickly opening his backpack, Yun Tianhe examined the specific attributes of these 3 rewards. Pocket of the Deity, Artifact, Special Equipment. Grade, Artifact. Special, currently in a sealed state. Each time the seal is opened, its effects will incrementally enhance. Pocket of the Deity, a pocket that opens a special space containing 10,000 item slots, capable of holding any item. Description: according to legend, every deity possesses the ability to create space, and their pockets are akin to the void, infinite and boundless. Level requirement: Level 1. What? Ha ha ha, this truly is a case of finding the treasure without any effort. Upon seeing the attributes of the Pocket of the Deity, Yun Tianhe felt an overwhelming joy and promptly equipped the item. In an instant, the space within his backpack expanded immensely. The corners of Yun Tianhe's mouth curled upwards as he hastily dashed around, frantically collecting the spoils of battle without even taking the time to examine the remaining rewards. The sheer volume of equipment available promised substantial profit, even if sold to a merchant. At this early stage of the game, the currency exchange between reality and the game had yet to be activated, rendering in-game currency exceedingly valuable. In the real world, the cost of purchasing such currency was astonishingly high. One gold coin equated to 1,000 huaxia coins, making it a treasure of immense worth. As he feverishly gathered the equipment, Yun Tianhe also took a moment to investigate the two special rewards. The Cloak of the Deceiver, an item of golden quality. Rarity, gold. Health points, 300. Mana points, 200. Disguise. Upon casting the skill, the user can enter a disguise state, mimicking the appearance of a chosen target for a duration of 60 seconds. With a cooldown of 300 seconds. Description: those skilled in deception possess 800 keen eyes. Class requirement: none. Level requirement: level 20. Chapter 35: Poetry and the Beyond Disguised Image. Moreover, it was not merely a one-time occurrence, but a remarkable treasure. A subtle smile graced Yun Tianhe's lips as he adorned the cloak of the masquerader with simple gemstones and donned it. As expected, upon equipping this gear, a new blue skill appeared within his skill bar, signifying an equipment skill. This skill could only be utilized while wearing the equipment, yet it shared similar parameters with other skills, including cooldown and duration. Of course, as a reborn player, Yun Tianhe was aware of a particular glitch, the ability to refresh the cooldown of innate skills by switching equipment. In the early stages of the game, as there were few items with skills, the official settings were not meticulously refined, leading players to discover this exploit. Normally, when one utilized a skill tied to an item, removing and re-equipping it would not reset the cooldown. However, if one possessed two pieces of equipment for the same slot, each bearing a skill, they could refresh the cooldown by toggling between the two. Although the game developers had intended that the cooldown would not clear upon removing an item, their initial design allowed players only one equipment skill slot. Thus, swapping different items led to the system misjudging the cooldown, resulting in an inadvertent refresh. Alas, this glitch was swiftly patched after becoming widely known. How delightful it would be to acquire another skill-bearing cloak, enabling me to exploit this bug and engage in frenzied monster hunting. This particular skill offered supportive effects. Thus, the next piece of equipment must possess offensive capabilities. Nodding slightly, Yun Tianhe examined the attributes of the frying pan. Frying pan, special item. Grade, golden. Description: a frying pan bearing the imprint of a face, suggesting frequent intimate contact with someone's cheek. It contains a unique power and may serve a special purpose in critical moments. How amusing, once again. It is such a special item. Shaking his head lightly, Yun Tianhe did not feel disappointment, but instead placed the frying pan into his backpack. Perhaps one day, this curious item would yield an extraordinary surprise. After opening the war chests, Yun Tianhe embarked on a frenzied quest to gather equipment. Within a mere 3 minutes, every piece of gear that had emerged in the Grand Hall had found its way into his backpack. Gazing at the bulging inventory, Yun Tianhe felt a surge of triumph. He had struck gold. Even if he did not complete this task, he would still walk away with a bountiful haul. Naturally, Yun Tianhe's ambition was to claim them all. Only a child would make a choice. After tallying the equipment, he discovered over 3,000 common items, more than 400 black iron pieces, 13 bronze items, and a single silver piece. Clearly, the silver item must have dropped from the hand of a deity. This starkly illustrated the vast chasm between his accomplishments and those of other players. Yun Tianhe possesses even a golden artifact, while the other elite players in various battle zones merely own a single silver item at best. Bronze artifacts are exceedingly rare, and it is estimated that the majority of elite players possess only 1 or 2 black iron items, with the remainder clad in mere basic equipment. It can be asserted that the chasm between Yun Tianhe and ordinary players is as profound as 8 stories high. Having vanquished the monsters and players within this grand hall, it is time to proceed to the other sanctuaries. The demon ceiling mirror holds numerous creatures within. To gain its acknowledgement, defeating the final boss is imperative. With narrowed eyes, Yun Tianhe reminisced about the typical procedures for such quests and made his way towards the hall's entrance. However, Just as he arrived at the doorway, he witnessed the bronze doors swing open, followed by a multitude of players streaming inside. With a slight raise of his brow, Yun Tianhe prepared to take action, only to realize that this group of players hailed from the Huaxia battle zone. The leader, a warrior wielding a sharp sword, was flanked by 3 men and a woman. Their classes aptly comprising warrior, mage, priest, archer, and assassin. It was evident that they formed a cohesive team. As his gaze swept across them, Yun Tianhe's brow arched slightly upon seeing their IDs. The leader's ID was Shan Yufu Su, while the woman was named by Lu Wei Shuang. And the other 3 bore similarly poetic names: the mage Nin Yu Qiao Mu, the archer Tao Zhi Yao Yao, and the assassin Wudu Nin Xing. In an instant, Yun Tianhe's expression took on an unusual quality as he regarded them. In his previous life, this elite guild, known for naming its members after the Book of Songs, was remarkably powerful, ranking among the top 10 guilds and serving as a bulwark against the infernal planes. Noticing Yun Tianhe, Shan Yufu Su and his companions were equally astonished, quickly turning their heads to survey the surroundings. Fortunately, Yun Tianhe had gathered the equipment, and the players' corpses had dissipated, preventing them from detecting anything amiss. Are there no foreign zone players here? Or has the battle already concluded? Nan Yu Qiao Mu inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. How would I know? Yun Tianhe retorted, rolling his eyes. This felt akin to interrogating a suspect. Sensing his discontent, Lu Wei Shuang quickly interjected. Please don't take offense, my brother. Qiao Mu has a rather hasty temperament and means no harm. Indeed, Shan Yufu Su added. Are you alone, brother? Why don't we form a party? Those foreign zone players are behaving like rabid dogs, attacking any Huaxia individuals they encounter. Although our poetry and distance guild is not numerous, our strength is considerable. Teaming up with us would ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianhe's brow lifted in intrigue. He discerned that Shan Yufu Su was genuinely attempting to recruit him for their party. After a moment of contemplation, Nin Yu Qiao Mu also chimed in. I apologize. I am not particularly articulate. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With the other party exhibiting such a commendable attitude of contrition, Yun Tianhe naturally chose not to dwell on the matter. He nodded and said, It's nothing. The skirmish here should be over, and you may proceed elsewhere. As for forming a team, I shall decline. I prefer to operate solo. Although he acknowledged that the Poetry in Distant Lands Guild was commendable and their higher-ups were amiable, Yun Tianhe inherently favored solitary endeavors. Very well. Since my brother prefers to walk alone, I shall refrain from further insistence, Shan Yufu Su remarked after a moment of contemplation. He cautioned. The map has now been divided into 2 regions. The eastern side is predominantly occupied by our fellow Huaxia, while the western side is largely filled with players from foreign battle zones. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution while alone. With that, Shan Yufu Su took his leave, accompanied by his companions. Yun Tianhe raised an eyebrow, astonished by the unexpected friendliness of Shan Yufu Su. Could it be that he had already discerned his formidable prowess? Chapter 36. The fierce assault. It is not mere self-admiration on Yun Tianhe's part. Rather, an astute observer of the scene would undoubtedly entertain certain thoughts. Ordinarily, within a grand hall, one would expect a multitude of players collaborating to vanquish a boss. Otherwise, the risk of being sent back to their joyous abode by the boss looms large. At this stage, it is exceedingly challenging for a player to tackle a boss solo. The fact that Yun Tianhe stands alone, with no other players in the hall, could suggest that the others have yet to discover this map. However, the absence of even the boss indicates that Yun Tianhe has single-handedly dispatched it. According to the dungeon's design, once the boss in the Grand Hall is defeated, the hall itself will dissipate once the players depart. It is no surprise that a leader of a top-tier guild, like Shan Yufu Su, possesses a keen intellect and quickly comprehends this reality, leading him to extend such amicable regard towards Yun Tianhe. While Shan Yufu Su grasps this, Nin Yu Qiao Mu and the others remain perplexed, voicing their confusion. Nevertheless, Yun Tianhe remains unfazed. With a glint in his eye, he resolves to venture westward. He pays little heed to the potential gains for players in the Huaxia war zone. After all, they are destined to confront the forces of hell together. However, the foreign players must be vanquished. Following the descent of the hellish dimension, it is the foreign players who exhibit the highest rates of betrayal, being the first to succumb and thereby placing the Huaxia war zone in a precarious position. Thus, he is determined to subdue the foreign players before the hellish dimension arrives, ensuring that the Huaxia war zone stands superior to its foreign counterparts, solidifying its place among the nations of the world. It is not only Yun Tianhe who harbors such patriotic fervor. The other players in the Huaxia war zone share this sentiment. Even the 3 divine kings of the Divine Oracle Guild rally numerous players to the battlefield within the map, engaging in fierce combat against the foreign players. On the grand screen, the number of players continues to decline at a breathtaking pace, resembling the art of magic, illustrating the intensity of the battles between the various war zones. Shortly thereafter, having traversed a corridor teeming with monsters, Yun Tianhe arrives at another grand hall. Before he can push open the doors, a thunderous cacophony of roars and the sharp clash of metal resounds from within. As the bronze doors swing open, he is met with the sight of tens of thousands of players locked in a fierce struggle. In the air, a boss looms large, not a spectral woman, but a colossal bat, its eyes gleaming ominously, with teeth sharper than a wolf's. Its claws are exceedingly sharp, allowing it to swiftly soar through the air with each flap of its wings, snatching a player aloft and tearing them apart with ferocity. Yet, despite the overwhelming assault from this massive boss, the players remain undeterred, relentlessly pressing their attack. At times, the hatred born of national grievances supersedes the imperative of defeating the boss. Yun Tianhe casts his gaze over the tumultuous melee and discerns that all participants are of Eastern descent, though their features display slight variations. It is evident that a fierce conflict has erupted between the Huaxia war zone and that of the Kimchi nation. Fortunately, the various battle zones exhibit distinct professions and attire, easily distinguishing them as they don garments and armor reminiscent of pickled vegetables. Ah, the land of pickled vegetables? A group of thieving rascals, let them be. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Yun Tianhe cast aside any pretense of concealment, swiftly advancing and wielding his staff, unleashing a fireball spell that soared forth with a piercing howl. Boom! The searing fireball erupted, its intense heat engulfing several players from the land of pickled vegetables in an instant. Bang! Crash! In that moment, the players opposite stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Why did my attack strike empty air? Where did the enemy go? Confused, numerous players from the Huaxia battle zone began scanning their surroundings, eventually locating Yun Tianhe's figure. Unfazed, Yun Tianhe continued to unleash his skills. Icy blasts, chains of magical thunder, and fireballs erupted in succession, each radiating a distinctly different brilliance, yet all embodying the same explosive power, tearing through the ranks of the pickled vegetable players like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping their lives. Goodness! Instant kill. Am I blind? Suddenly witnessing a player dissolve into a burst of white light, vanishing from existence, left the battling Huaxia players dumbfounded. Many even slapped their own cheeks, unable to believe their eyes. Yet, disbelief changed nothing. As Yun Tianhe activated his death domain and breached the front lines of the pickled vegetable players, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Where Yun Tianhe tread, the players of the pickled vegetable zone melted away as if snow under the blazing sun. Equipment and copper coins fell, transforming into spoils for Yun Tianhe. In the brief span of 30 breaths, he alone, like a sharpened blade, had torn through the defenses of the pickled vegetable zone, penetrating their ranks. In that instant, all the Huaxia players within the Grand Hall were rendered speechless, even the guild leaders gaping in astonishment at Yun Tianhe, their eyes wide with terror. Quickly, follow that esteemed figure and break through the defenses of the pickled vegetable zone. However, the leading player was no fool. He quickly regained his composure and rallied his comrades to follow in Yun Tianhe's wake. No sooner had he spoken than the players, still astonished, surged forward through the breach. 1,000-mile dam collapses due to an ant's nest. With Yun Tianhe having already penetrated their defenses, the remaining players soon followed, and the surrounding players from the land of pickled vegetables could no longer hold their ground. Withdraw, retreat quickly. Witnessing this scene, the commander of the pickled vegetable zone felt a chill run through him, his features contorted in rage. Yet he recognized the futility of the situation and urgently called for a retreat. His eyes, however, burned with fury directed at Yun Tianhe. He was not naive. Had it not been for Yun Tianhe's sudden appearance and the subsequent breach of defenses, they might not have faced such a devastating defeat. Indeed, they could have claimed victory in the battle. Regrettably, once Yunyan arrived, their hopes of victory were dashed. Only the Huaxia battle zone would emerge as the ultimate victor. The players from the Pickled Cabbage Nation began to withdraw en masse, particularly their commander, who found himself at a considerable distance from Yuntian. Despite Yuntian's badge-enhanced speed, closing the gap proved challenging. Nevertheless, Yuntian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At the very least, the ownership of this grand hall had fallen into the hands of the Huaxia battle zone. As he observed the retreat of all the Pickled Cabbage Nation players, Yunyan turned abruptly, his gaze fixating on the immense bat. Just then, the player responsible for commanding this hall also hurried over. Chapter 37. Astonishment? A bat every 10 seconds? At this moment, the player in charge of commanding the Great Hall also arrived. Even though he did not recognize Yun Tianhe, his demeanor was exceedingly amiable. As he cordially expressed, "Esteemed player, thank you for your assistance. Do you require our help with the boss? Rest assured, the final blow and spoils will undoubtedly belong to you." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianhe's gaze turned peculiar. Why were the two individuals he encountered consecutively so pleasant? In his previous life, the atmosphere of this game was far from amiable. Many players acted like tyrants, monopolizing areas and bullying newcomers, particularly young female players. This clearly illustrated the significance of strength. Yun Tianhe was evidently a formidable player, and naturally, the other players dared not act disrespectfully towards him. Very well. Yun Tianhe did not reject the player's goodwill. Defeating the boss would yield experience points and equipment. What was there not to gain? Brothers, surround the boss, this time. Let the esteemed player take the lead. Ha ha ha. I am thrilled to vanquish those pesky players from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, even if we do not slay the boss. Each of us will receive a reward of 500 Huaxia coins upon logging off. Seeing Yun Tianhe's agreement, the player promptly turned, beckoning his companions to encircle the boss. His words caused Yun Tianhe to raise an eyebrow. Indeed, only the affluent could organize a guild. Within the hall, there were no fewer than 2,000 Huaxia players. 500 coins for each was no trivial sum. However, as it was their expenditure, Yun Tianhe paid it no mind. Swiftly moving forward, he cast a detection spell, causing the attributes of the colossal bat to materialize before him. Blood Magic Bat, Golden Tier Boss. Level, 20. Rank, Golden Tier. Health points, 250, 000 250, 000. Attack power, 470. Defense power, 300. Skills, Blood Magic Spray, Ultrasonic Wave, Sharp Claw Strike, Magic Invasion. Description: a bat infused with blood magic. Due to the refinement of this magic, its flesh appears remarkably resilient, possibly a delectable delicacy. The attributes were unimpressive, but the description was quite intriguing. TSK, who could afford to eat such a thing? With a disdainful spit, Yun Tianhe showed no mercy. He waved his staff, summoning a brilliant crimson light, and then unleashed a fireball imbued with searing energy, striking the blood magic bat with tremendous force. Boom! 9990. Scarlet damage numbers appeared, and the blood magic bat let out a pained shriek. However, regardless of the bat's reaction, upon witnessing that damage, all players, including the leader, were left in sheer astonishment, frozen in place, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a duck egg. What the hell? Is this truly the damage a player can inflict? All players were startled by the terrifying damage, and soon, a mage also made a move. Boom! Fireball erupted, yet upon striking the blood-sucking bat, it yielded a pitiful damage figure, -28. In an instant, all players fell into silence. How could it be that I dealt a mere 28 points of damage while that esteemed player unleashed nearly 10,000 points? What on earth was happening? The attacker was utterly bewildered. The other players scrutinized Yun Tianhe, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Were it not for the official announcement declaring that this game would have no cheats, they would certainly harbor doubts. Even so, they speculated that Yun Tianhe might have exploited some bugs. How could an ordinary person achieve such feats? Of course, Yun Tianhe paid no heed to the thoughts and speculations of the players. At that moment, empowered by the unique effects of the blood-red necklace. His magical attack power saw a remarkable enhancement. He intended to seize this opportunity to swiftly eliminate the blood-sucking bat. Thus, Yun Tianhe unleashed a flurry of skills without holding back. As the snowflakes danced, the high-frequency assaults rained down, and before the blood-sucking bat could even retaliate, it was encased in ice. Damage figures began to soar. Minus 12,727. Minus 13,772. Minus 12,297. Minus 12,875. In less than 10 seconds, the snowflakes had inflicted damage 20 times. With the blood-sucking bat's total health at merely 250,000, how could it withstand such onslaught? With a crisp sound, the ice shattered, and the blood-sucking bat burst forth a bounty of copper coins, its form dissipating into a beam of white light. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying the blood-sucking bat, receiving a reward of 100,000 experience points. Swish! A golden glow flickered, enveloping Yun Tianhe in warmth as he successfully leveled up to 13. It must be noted that as one progresses, the difficulty of leveling up escalates. After defeating 2 bosses and nearly 2,000 players, he barely reached level 14. However, the benefits of leveling up were immense. His base attributes increased, and he received free attribute points. Allocating all the points to intelligence once again enhanced Yun Tianhe's attributes. At this juncture, even without a 100-fold damage boost, he could likely handle those players with just a skill or two. With his successful level up, Yun Tianhe felt elated, humming a tune as he approached to collect his spoils. A considerable amount of copper coins had dropped, totaling 13 silver coins. Beneath the heap of gold coins lay a dagger. The dagger was not a weapon he could wield. Shaking his head slightly, Yun Tianhe instinctively reached out to inspect the dagger's attributes. Although he could not utilize it himself, discovering a quality piece of equipment was still a pleasant surprise. At the very least, selling it would yield a considerable sum of wealth. In the early stages of the game, there are indeed numerous opportunities that require financial investment. Dagger of Demonic Blood, a golden artifact. Grade, golden attack power, 128 strength, 40 agility, 50 demonic blood. Upon attack, there is a 7 chance to inflict the target with the state of demonic blood corruption, reducing their own defense by 20 for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Sharpened edge, upon attack, there is a 10 chance to cause the target to bleed, reducing health by 80 points per second. However, the damage inflicted upon players is limited to 50 points. Description: this dagger, infused with demonic blood, possesses a potent toxicity. It is advisable to don gloves before handling this weapon, lest you become irresistibly captivated by it. Level requirement, level 20. As a dual-effect weapon, one effect diminishes defense while the other perpetually drains health, making it quite formidable. In PvP scenarios, the impact is extraordinary. With a 20 reduction in defense, it becomes exceedingly difficult to withstand assaults from players of the same caliber. This dagger should fetch a commendable price. Chapter 38. Earning money. The Demon King descends. This dagger should fetch a commendable price. With a slight nod, just as Yunyan was about to stow the dagger away, the leading player approached him. "Excuse me, esteemed player, are you the illustrious Tianxin Xinghe?" The player gazed at Yunyan with fervent eyes. "Indeed, it is I," recognizing that he had been identified. Yunyan did not conceal his identity. "Indeed, I knew it. Aside from being the first in the world to reach level 10 and opening special dungeons, no one else could possess such prowess as you." The player exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable, Xinghe." Until now, it has always been players from the European and American battle zones dominating the global rankings. But finally, you are here to teach those players a lesson. The player spoke with a sense of nostalgia. Yunyan cherished those who appreciated Huaxia, and hearing his words, he could not help but smile. "It's nothing, merely good fortune." "Haha. You are too modest, esteemed one." The player hesitated for a moment before continuing. "By the way, I noticed you dropped a dagger. It seems you do not use daggers. Could you possibly sell it to me? Sell it to you?" Upon hearing this, Yunyan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "That is a golden artifact. Can you afford the price?" As he spoke, Yunyan also examined the player's attributes. ID: Crazy Kyle Easy, Profession: Warrior, level 7. Seeing the attributes, Yunian was slightly taken aback. To reach level 7 at this stage was no small feat, however. He did not recall hearing the ID Crazy Kylese in his previous life. Has the name changed? Or has something else transpired? With a quick flick of his eyes, Yunian did not dwell on it. After all, he was merely interested in selling equipment. The sooner he sold the gear, the more profit he could make as the version progressed. A golden artifact? Upon hearing Yunian's words, Crazy Kylese's pupils constricted sharply, and his breathing quickened. At this stage, most players were still using bronze equipment, with black iron gear being a rarity. The sudden appearance of a golden artifact could undoubtedly be deemed a divine item. Of course, I can afford it. Crazy Kylese gritted his teeth. My guild may have just been established, but I possess considerable wealth. If game currency is insufficient, I can offer Huaxia currency. I believe 5,000 Huaxia coins should be enough to buy this equipment, right? What? 5,000 Huaxia coins. Is it truly that outrageous for a single piece of equipment? Upon hearing Crazy Kylese's words, the surrounding players exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Yunian. To sell a single piece of equipment for 5,000 Huaxia coins is indeed a substantial profit. However, they remained oblivious to the challenges of acquiring a golden artifact in the current version. 5,000 Huaxia coins. Yun Tianhe shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Apologies, but I have no need for Huaxia coins or equipment. I exclusively sell game currency." Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the surrounding players shifted once more, filled with envy, confusion, and astonishment. "Brother, based on your performance, I can only grant you an 82. The remaining 18 must be represented in the form of 666. They were utterly flabbergasted. Is there truly anyone in this world who lacks wealth? Even the affluent Crazy Kylese was taken aback. However, he was not in want of money and thought little of it, merely nodding and saying, "Indeed, I was rather reckless. May I inquire how much game currency you desire? I have over 1,000 players on my side. Raising some funds should pose no issue." It was evident that Crazy Kylese was determined to acquire that dagger. What does a warrior need with a dagger? Yun Tianhe inquired, puzzled, clearing his throat. Crazy Kylese revealed a hint of embarrassment and replied softly, "Well, I have a younger sister who enjoys playing assassin-type characters in games, and this dagger is for her." "Ah." A doting brother, Yun Tianhe realized with a chuckle, "Very well, I will share the attributes with you. You may propose a price." As his words fell, the attributes of the blood magic dagger materialized before them. Wait, its attributes are that high? And it possesses 2 special effects? Upon examining the attributes, Crazy Kylese could not help but swallow hard, his face alight with greed. The price of this dagger should currently be around 3 gold coins. Would you agree to that? After a moment of contemplation, Crazy Kylese presented his offer. Yun Tianhe had no objections. Although this equipment was of golden quality and possessed excellent attributes, its required level was too high. By the time players reached level 20, they would likely encounter superior equipment, thus presenting a risk in purchasing it. Therefore, a price reduction was necessary. As an experienced player, Yun Tianhe understood Crazy Kylese's hesitation and smiled. "What if I told you that I could lower the equipment's level? What price would you offer then?" Lower the equipment level? To what level? Crazy Kylese's eyes sparkled with interest. "Level 10. Then, I offer 7 gold. Crazy Kylese licked his lips. "If I can equip this dagger at level 10, then the enhancement is undoubtedly worth 7 gold. Deal." Without further ado, Yun Tianhe swiftly embedded gems into the blood magic dagger and subsequently sent a trade request to Crazy Kylese. "Please hold on, esteemed one." Crazy Kylese turned and began to gather the gold. Shortly after, he initiated a trade request to Yun Tianhe. The latter had no objections, and upon receiving the 7 gold, a smile graced his face. Mad Crazy Kylese, filled with excitement, chuckled and said, "Tianhe, my friend, would you mind adding me as a friend? Though my abilities may not be remarkable, I have many brothers under my command. If you find yourself in need of game currency, I can assist you in gathering it, with the only hope that when you acquire superior equipment, you might prioritize selling it to us." After a moment of hesitation, Yun Tian he did not decline and accepted Mad Crazy Chow Lazi's friend request. Please, continue. I must proceed to slay the boss and eliminate those players from foreign battle zones. With a wave of his hand, Yun Tian he did not linger and made his way toward the next area. However, just as he was about to depart, a crisp system notification quietly sounded. Ding! World server announcement. Due to the number of players in the enchanted realm being reduced by half, the dense aura of blood has awakened the sealed Demon King within. Players are tasked with locating the Demon King's lair and defeating him completely. If no one manages to seal the Demon King within 30 minutes, he shall break free from the enchantment of the enchanted realm and wreak havoc upon the world. All players will face penalties for mission failure. World server announcement. P.S. This is the 5th update of the day. Tomorrow we'll see another explosive update of 10,000 words. Chapter 39. The outspoken bird. The Demon King has awakened, and yet the grandeur seems somewhat lacking. With a slight raise of his brow, Yun Tianhe felt a tinge of resignation. He had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to eliminate more players from foreign battle zones. However, with the emergence of the Demon King, his focus shifted to vanquishing this formidable foe. Only by defeating the Demon King could he earn the recognition of the Demon's sealing mirror, even if it were merely a replica. In the early stages of the game, a replica of a legendary artifact could profoundly alter a player's fate. With a sigh, Yun Tianhe glanced at the numbers. Unsurprisingly, the player count had dwindled to just over 400,000. It seemed that not just he, but everyone was engaged in fierce combat. Nevertheless, as long as they could drive out the foreign players, any rewards garnered by the Huaxia battle zone would rightfully belong to them. Licking his lips, Yun Tianhe dismissed further thoughts and said nothing more to the frenzied Kailizi, departing resolutely. Within the map, a flickering light indicated the location of the Demon King boss. Not only Yun Tianhe, but all players were drawn to that notification, hastening towards it with great fervor. Yet, the ever-cunning Kailizi squinted his eyes and unexpectedly headed in the opposite direction. Boss, why aren't we going to slay the Demon King? A nearby player queried in confusion. With the illustrious Tianhe here, can we truly contend for the Demon King? Kailizi replied in a low voice, let them pursue the Demon King. We shall focus on defeating the ordinary bosses. If we can secure a successful conquest, we will still receive rewards. As for the Demon King, even if we cannot claim the rewards for its defeat, as long as we survive the dungeon's conclusion, we will still be entitled to collective rewards. It's a win-win. One must concede that Kailizi was indeed a shrewd individual. Having witnessed Yun Tianhe's formidable prowess, he resolutely abandoned the notion of contesting the boss and instead opted to tackle the ordinary bosses. After all, the other players, unaware of Yun Tianhe's strength, would undoubtedly set their sights on the Demon King, allowing him to capitalize on this opportunity and focus on conquering the boss to elevate his own standing. Indeed, boss, your wisdom truly surpasses mountains and delves deeper than rivers. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players were enlightened and began to praise him enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe followed the flickering light's guidance, arriving at the grand hall that sealed the Demon King. This hall was more expansive than any he had encountered before, housing numerous bosses within. A deafening roar reverberated through the air as a purple, winged tiger, its eyes ablaze with fury, fixed its gaze on the players entering the hall. Blood-red mantises emerged, their razor-sharp blades thicker than cleavers, glinting ominously. A black panther lurked in the shadows, suddenly leaping forth to instantaneously slay a player who had ventured too close, severing their head with a swift strike. The gruesome scene elicited gasps of horror from many players, with several female players turning pale, paralyzed by fear and unable to move. As Yun Tianhe gazed around, he noticed that within this grand hall, there were at least a dozen formidable bosses. This realization ignited a spark of anticipation within him. If he could vanquish such a multitude of bosses and subsequently claim the associated quest rewards, he might not merely ascend to level 14, but could potentially reach level 15. It is noteworthy that, at this very moment, he stood as the sole player in the entire world to attain level 13, while the others had yet to even achieve level 10. Should he elevate himself to level 15, the disparity between him and the other players would become extraordinarily vast. However, he was not alone in the hall. Numerous players had gathered, making the task of defeating all the bosses quite a formidable challenge. His gaze swept across the scene, and he observed an increasing throng of players, the count swiftly surging to over 100,000. Upon entering the hall, players from different battle zones congregated in various corners. Nearly every battle zone featured elite guilds. The Huaxiao battle zone was no exception. Earlier, Yun Tianhe had encountered Shan Yu Fusu, who now led over 10,000 players. Crowded into one corner. Surrounding them were the Divine Oracle Guild and 3 other guilds, each boasting thousands of players with considerable strength. Yun Tianhe scrutinized the crowd and recognized their identities. Among them was the Dragon Walks the World Guild, alongside 2 others, the Iron Blood Pact and the War God Palace, all of which ranked among the top 10 guilds in previous console gaming circles. Not only did Yun Tianhe recognize them, but the majority of players also acknowledged their presence, gravitating towards them. Concurrently, an unceasing influx of players continued to pour into the hall. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the vast hall was teeming with players, numbering over 300,000. Clearly, many players were aware of their insufficient strength, making choices akin to the frenzied Choco Loco. Players from various battle zones amassed within the hall, creating an atmosphere that felt intensely oppressive and somber. No player dared to initiate an attack. They merely observed the bosses moving about the hall. Should any player draw near, the bosses would retaliate with aggression. After a prolonged silence, a player suddenly called out, "Since our collective objective is the bosses, let us each employ our own strategies and see who can slay the most." A dismissive huff followed. "I fear some individuals might end up attacking other players in the midst of their fighting." The senior management of the prominent guilds remained unfazed by the comments. After all, to become a top-tier guild, one had to endure the chaos of large-scale skirmishes. Engaging in proactive attacks was merely routine. Such needless chatter, Yun Tianhe thought. Observing that the crowd was still hesitant to act, with a sense of resignation, he stepped forward and softly stated, "Why waste words? Players from the Huaxiao battle zone should unite and drive out those from other zones first. We can then split the bosses among ourselves." As his words hung in the air, countless players from the other zones glared furiously at Yun Tianhe. Many players from the Huaxia zone also twitched at the corners of their mouths. They lacked the confidence to support such a bold proposition. After all, within this grand hall, the Huaxia battle zone can muster no more than approximately 100,000 individuals, whereas the other battle zones boast a population exceeding 200,000 when viewed in isolation. The Huaxia battle zone indeed possesses the greatest number. However, it cannot contend against the sheer numerical superiority of the other zones. Should they truly engage in conflict with all the battle zones, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage in terms of numbers. Consequently, the others dared not voice their thoughts. "How bold! I am eager to witness how your Huaxia battle zone intends to expel us all. How outrageous!" The players from foreign battle zones vociferously criticized, and among them, a rather diminutive player stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Yun Tianhe. "You scoundrel! Do you possess the strength to drive us out?" "Enough noise. My greatest disdain is for the islanders. Since you have chosen to stand out, then let us deal with you first." With a chilling glare, Yun Tianhe discreetly waved his staff. Chapter 40. The mind is equally important. With a buzz, the staff was waved, and Yun Tianhe unleashed his skill. A chilling force surged forth. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp tendrils of frost emerged, slicing through the air like deadly blades, swiftly targeting the group of players from the island nation. Throughout his life, Yun Tianhe harbored a profound disdain for them, and should they dare to show themselves, he could not refrain from retaliating. The piercing cold penetrated the bodies of several island players in an instant, particularly that one who had boasted earlier, who was obliterated without a trace. What the hell? How could this fellow's damage be so exorbitant? As they witnessed their comrade fall, the remaining island players gasped in shock and hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Yun Tianhe. Onlookers from other battle zones had not seen the damage numbers. They had only heard the sounds. Upon seeing the fallen bodies, they could not help but chuckle. How absurd. Are the islanders truly that weak? TSK. To be taken out by a mere mage. With such prowess, how dare they be the first to confront us? Not only in Huaxia but across many battle zones. The impression of the island nation was unfavorable. Thus, as they witnessed the demise of their players, laughter erupted instead. However, when they saw Yun Tianhe activate the death domain and charge directly into the territory of the island players, they were left speechless. Beneath the death domain, blood-red damage numbers materialized, none less than 1,000 points. What the hell? How could anyone inflict over 1,000 points of damage? As numerous players beheld that terrifying display of damage, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, another 10 island players fell victim to Yun Tianhe's might. Who was this formidable figure? Observing this scene, players from the Huaxia battle zone were equally astonished. "It's him!" Thunder Strings exclaimed with delight, quickly turning to a girl beside him. "Sister Yun, he is Tianxin Xinghe. Not only has he initiated a dungeon, but his own strength is extraordinary. If we can bring him into our guild, the Oracle will undoubtedly become the world's leading guild. This individual must be recruited." The girl narrowed her eyes, having made her decision. Similar scenes unfolded across various guilds, all harboring intentions to recruit Yun Tianhe. Alas, this fellow is astonishingly powerful. No wonder nothing remained in the hall. He must have annihilated everyone. In future encounters, one must exercise caution and avoid enmity. There is no need to think about recruiting him. Establishing a good rapport will suffice. Shan Yu Fusong promptly issued directives. Tao Zhiyao Yao and others nodded in agreement. Though some remained skeptical. What are we waiting for? We cannot allow him to obliterate the island players. Indeed, we are fighting on foreign soil. We cannot stand idly by as the island battle zone is wiped out. Otherwise, we are certainly not the match for the Huaxia battle zone. Before long, players from various battle zones began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They were not foolish. They understood the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Currently, players from other Huaxia battle zones refrained from taking action simply because the number of players from other regions was overwhelming. Once they were defeated one by one, it would be the Huaxia battle zone that would outnumber them. Consequently, players from the Omi battle zone, the Indonesian battle zone, the British battle zone, and others, regardless of their size, called upon their players to advance, seeking to exploit their numerical advantage to encircle and eliminate Yunian. Not only that, countless archers and mages, among other ranged classes, had already begun casting spells or knocking arrows, their targets firmly set on Yunian. Witnessing this scene, many players from the Huaxia battle zone hesitated. Should they intervene? If they joined the fray, a massive battle would undoubtedly erupt, difficult to quell. Yet, if they refrained, how could they bear to watch a compatriot being besieged by players from other zones? Even if the higher-ups could accept such a reality, many players would not allow such an occurrence. Even guild management players had to consider the sentiments of the majority. A gaming guild is akin to a small nation. Once the hearts of the people are scattered, it ceases to exist. Who are we? We cannot stand idly by while our comrade is assaulted. Chief, let us join the fight. Indeed, although our Huaxia battle zone may not be the strongest, we shall not shy away from confrontation. Humph. Since other battle zones have begun to act, how can we cower? As expected, ordinary players did not overthink. Upon witnessing Yunian being attacked, fury ignited within them, and they all brimmed with fighting spirit. Charge. With an increasing number of players eager to engage, major guilds could not suppress the public sentiment and chose to strike. Kill. In an instant, a resounding battle cry erupted. Hundreds of thousands of players clashed, igniting a fierce melee. Realizing this, Yunian could not help but smile. Suddenly, a flurry of players launched their attacks, arrows raining down like a torrential storm. Countless magical spells, shimmering with various elements and fluctuations, surged toward Yunian. However, before those spells could land, Yunian's figure vanished in an instant. All attacks struck nothing but air. What just happened? Where did that Huaxia battle zone player go? Witnessing this spectacle, all players were left astounded. They could hardly believe that a player could disappear into thin air. This was a special instance. One could not log out, and aside from dying, there was no escape from the instance. How could he accomplish such a feat? As players from the foreign battle zones exchanged bewildered glances, Yuntian transformed into a player from one of those zones, slowly approaching the bosses. The crowd here is overwhelming. No matter how formidable he may be, he remains but one individual, easily overshadowed during the battle against the boss. Given this reality, it is prudent to incite chaos among all players, thereby granting him the opportunity to seize the moment amidst the turmoil. In fact, amidst the fray of countless players, he may even emerge victorious by vanquishing the ultimate demon boss all on his own. Sometimes, achieving victory is not solely contingent upon strength. Intellect plays a crucial role as well. At this very moment, within the Grand Hall, over 300,000 players have been skillfully toyed with by Yun Tianhe. Chapter 41. The Discovery of the Boss, the Lich Overlord. Once the battle commenced, it became exceedingly difficult to halt its momentum, even as Yun Tianhe's figure vanished from sight. The players from the foreign war zones unleashed their wrath upon the remaining players from the Huaxiao region. After all, they were all compatriots. In an instant, fierce combat engulfed the entire hall. However, some senior members of various guilds retained their clarity of thought, recognizing that the most crucial element within the hall was the boss. They promptly issued commands. Players not engaged in combat, swiftly focus on defeating the boss. The others, hold your ground against your designated targets. We must secure the boss before the other guilds do. Hurry, proceed to conquer the boss. Undoubtedly, every guild reached a consensus on this strategy. Consequently, the players divided into two factions, one engaged in intense battles, while the other approached different bosses with the intent to conquer. Yet, within the hall, there were not merely a handful of guilds. Dozens upon dozens vied for the opportunity to claim a boss. However, the number of bosses was limited to just over 10. In a fervor to seize the boss, players once again plunged into a heated fray. Nevertheless, those in closer proximity began their assault on the boss. A series of thunderous roars echoed throughout the hall as the boss became agitated, plunging the entire space into further chaos. It is worth noting that this was a high-level map, and the attributes of these bosses were formidable, even if they could not annihilate players in a single blow. Their relentless attacks left the players in a state of despair. Thus, the players, rather than continuing to inflict harm upon one another, chose to collaborate, even alongside foreign players, to eliminate the boss. Observing this scene, Yun Tianhe furrowed his brow. He had hoped for a more tumultuous conflict among the players. However, the current pandemonium was sufficiently chaotic, and he was somewhat content. Disguised as a player from the European and American war zone, Yun Tianhe had discreetly retreated, scrutinizing the bosses. He was in search of the presence of the Overlord. Generally, such sealed entities do not manifest directly. Instead, they await the demise of a certain number of bosses or players to activate. This was one of the reasons he had incited the various Warzone players to engage in battle. Yun Tianhe sought to locate the partially activated Overlord boss. Before the boss was fully activated, it could only passively endure attacks, and should it be defeated, the rewards would still be standard. With narrowed eyes, Yun Tianhe's gaze became piercing as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, he perceived something amiss. Each time a player fell, a faint crimson aura slowly ascended into the air, coalescing together and drifting toward a specific area. This sanguine essence was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. At this moment, the players within the Grand Hall were either preoccupied with defeating the boss or engaged in fierce combat with one another, leaving little room for idle curiosity or observation. Thus, amidst the throngs of hundreds of thousands of players, it was only Yun Tianhe who noticed something amiss. Where there is an unusual occurrence, there is likely something sinister at play. The gathering of that ominous blood energy undoubtedly heralded a problem. With a spark of realization, Yun Tianhe swiftly pursued the direction of the blood energy. Before him stood a wall adorned with numerous murals. As no boss was present in this area, the players paid it no heed, failing even to notice Yun Tianhe's arrival. Watching the blood energy seep into the wall, Yun Tianhe stepped forward and instinctively reached out to touch it. Buzz swish. Almost instantaneously upon his touch, a peculiar radiance erupted, emanating a powerful force that abruptly pulled him inside. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that the other players merely caught a fleeting glimpse of white light, entirely oblivious to Yun Tianhe's disappearance. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have entered the special map, Core of the Demon Sealing Illusion. This place seals the Demon King. Within the Demon Sealing Illusion, every time a player perishes, their life force will contribute to the unsealing progress. Current unsealing progress, 61. Fortunately, there remains nearly 40 to be completed. Upon reading the notification, Yun Tianhe let out a sigh of relief, finally taking a moment to survey his surroundings. The core of the demon ceiling illusion revealed a scene devoid of ground or walls, existing solely within infinite void, as if suspended amidst the galaxy. Remarkably, within this realm, he need not walk. A mere thought would allow him to drift forward. Crackle. The faint purple lightning flickered incessantly, streaking across the void, infusing the space with a semblance of life. Following its path, beneath the endless thunder, he beheld hundreds of chains binding a figure adorned with wings, its skin emanating a violet glow. At this moment, however, it remained sealed, unable to stir a muscle. Bang! Bang! The crisp sound of chains shattering echoed. As one by one they broke apart, it was evident that the battle outside continued. And the chains binding the Demon King would likewise fracture with the absorption of blood energy. Once all the chains were shattered, the Demon King would break free. Yun Tian's objective was to slay it before the seal was lifted. He swiftly approached the Demon King, casting a probing spell. Buzz! The light flickered, revealing the Demon King's attributes as a panel manifested before Yun Tian. Undead Demon King, Purple Gold Level Boss. Rank, Purple Gold. Level, 30. Special Status, Sealed, 62 Unlocked. Health Points, 1, 200, 0001, 200, 000. Attack Power, 0, will activate upon unsealing. Defense Power, 0, will activate upon unsealing. Skills, none, will activate upon unsealing. Description: once a sovereign of necromantic powers, the Demon Lord was ultimately subdued by the foremost human warrior and confined within the magical realm of imprisonment. However, after countless centuries, that same champion of humanity found himself compelled to restrain an even more formidable Demon Lord, relegating it to a mere replica of the imprisonment mirror. As time weaves its inexorable tapestry, perhaps it will break free from its shackles and behold the light of day once more. How splendid! Indeed, in its dormant state, the boss possesses solely vitality attributes, devoid of any other characteristics or skills. If one can deplete 2 million vitality points before its seal is lifted, the task shall be deemed complete. With a smirk upon his lips, Yun Tian he raised his staff, summoning a fireball spell, already coalescing in brilliance. Buzz! In the next instant, the searing fireball radiated an aura of terror, striking the necromantic Demon Lord with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. A staggering crimson numeral of damage materialized above the Demon Lord's head. Chapter 42, Artifact Reward. Minus 32,912. The staggering damage figure of over 30,000 caused Yun Tian's pupils to constrict in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom inflicting such outrageous damage. This was a purple gold level boss. However, he quickly regained his composure. The necromancer had no defenses at this moment, without any protective measures. And given Yun Tian his already formidable attributes, dealing hundreds of damage and multiplying it by 200 to exceed 30,000 was hardly astonishing. Taking a deep breath, he knew he had to act swiftly before the creature revived. With a lick of his lips, he resolved to end this quickly. Moving forward without hesitation to unleash the domain of death, his staff swung with purpose, unleashing a chilling wave as the icebound skills descended silently. Boom, 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 swoosh, swoosh. The icy blades and snowy swords struck relentlessly against the necromancer, each blow more astonishing than the last. Minus 38,889. Minus 42,721. Minus 44,477. Minus 45,685. In an instant, the necromancer's health plummeted rapidly. That 2 million health would surely pose a significant challenge once the creature was unsealed, especially given its undoubtedly high defenses. Yet, in its dormant state, taking it down was remarkably simple. In merely a matter of seconds, the necromancer's health dwindled to less than 20. Its form was encased in a massive block of ice. Crack, crack, crack. However, the sharp sounds echoed continuously. It seemed the battle outside was intensifying, with players falling at an alarming rate, and the chains sealing the necromancer within the core map began to shatter one after another. Casting a detection spell, he observed the unsealing progress of the necromancer rising at an alarming rate. 67, 71, 80. What in the world was happening outside? As he witnessed this scene, Yun Tian's pupils contracted. He was loath to see his efforts go to waste. having brought the necromancer to such a critical state. He could not allow it to turn the tide. Thus, Yun Tianhe acted swiftly, unleashing a frigid assault and casting fireballs in rapid succession. He had to eliminate the remaining health of the necromancer before the seal was lifted. Fortunately, with a 200-fold damage bonus against dark creatures, even as the unsealing accelerated. The relentless output in the domain of death combined with the area of effect damage from the chilling assault enabled him to finally deplete the necromancer's health just as the unsealing reached 93. A piercing scream erupted, and the once motionless necromancer, who had appeared lifeless and voiceless, now roared toward the heavens. Cursed be this fate. Even in death, I shall ensure that all suffer the curse of mortality. With a resounding bang, the body of the Lich King shattered like a firework, scattering fragments into the air. A peculiar force surged into Yun Tianhe's being. Yet, what captivated his attention even more were the incessant system notifications ringing in his ears. Ding! System notification, congratulations. Player has successfully defeated the purple gold level boss, the Lich King, earning 500,000 experience points and receiving 2 purple gold chests. World server announcement. Congratulations to player Sky Hanging Galaxy for defeating the Lich King, depleting the malevolent energy within the enchanted realm, resolving the crisis, and successfully completing the dungeon. Receiving 3 sealing chests, 1 sealing robe, and 1 chosen one scroll. World server announcement. Congratulations to player Sky Hanging Galaxy for successfully completing the Sealing Realm dungeon, granting all players a level increase of 1 and receiving 1 sealing chest. World server announcement. Due to the Lich King being slain before breaking free from his seal, his resentment has intensified, cursing all players who entered the dungeon. The curse stipulates that if players do not dispel it within 24 hours, they will lose 2 to 5 levels and suffer a permanent reduction of 20 points in all attributes. However, if the curse is lifted, players may receive special rewards. The Lich King has placed a curse on all players? With a raised eyebrow, Yun Tianhe could not help but chuckle in disbelief. In his previous life, he did not recall any boss cursing all players. This revealed the sheer ferocity of Yun Tianhe's actions, so much so that even the boss felt aggrieved. Originally, it was the official design that this boss would inevitably be released. After all, the hall was designed with numerous boss encounters, and even with united efforts, players would inevitably perish, activating the Lich King. However, the developers did not anticipate that Yun Tianhe, as a reborn entity, would possess knowledge of the boss's unique revival method. Locating the Lich King beforehand and slaying him before he could break free from his seal. If that boss had artificial intelligence, it would surely be enraged. To clarify the setting, in the early stages, this was merely a game. The subsequent arrival of the Hell Dimension was due to it tearing through special space. Initially, when it was not connected to the game space, it was just a game, controllable by the developers and the gaming company, hence the vigorous promotion. Therefore, it is unnecessary to question the game's nature, considering that other dimensions will arrive later. The player's powers extending into reality are a result of the Hell Dimension severing the ties between these realms, effectively transporting Earth into a mysterious world, akin to an alternative revival of spiritual energy. Each novel has its own setting, so please refrain from conflating them. Thank you for your understanding, dear readers. TSK, fortunately, dispelling a curse is not exceedingly difficult. I am now a court physician. Upon returning to town, I shall seek out those NPCs, and I should be able to resolve it. With a slight arch of his brow, Yun Tianhe remained utterly indifferent to the curse. As for the other players, their concerns held no significance for him. He had not permitted the others to enter this instance. Since they chose to come, they must bear the consequences. Ding! World server announcement. The Demon Sealing Illusion instance has concluded. The map will close in 1 minute. Players are urged to exit promptly. As the server announcement echoed, countless players ceased their battles, grumbling in frustration. They had not anticipated that a mere moment of chaos would allow others to seize the opportunity to defeat the final boss ahead of them. At this moment, they etched the ID Tian Shi and Xing He deeply into their memories. Of course, Yun Tianhe remained unconcerned by their discontent and rage. He had finally activated the recognition of the replica demon sealing mirror. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, player, on obtaining the recognition of the artifact demon sealing mirror replica. Would you like to bind it? Note: once bound, the The demon sealing mirror will accompany the player for life and can only be removed if a higher level artifact is obtained. Confirm. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuntian had chose to bind the demon sealing mirror and eagerly examined its attributes. Even as a replica, it was still an artifact. P.S. Continuation tomorrow at 5. Chapter 43. Abundant Spoils of War. Attributes of the Terrifying Set. Sealing Mirror. Imitation. Artifact. Health points, 1,000. Mana points, 2,000. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Sealing. Currently sealed with 5 layers. Each layer removed enhances attributes, though the requirements for unsealing remain unknown. Note: perhaps special items are needed to unlock the seal. Demon Suppression. When equipped with the sealing mirror, any demonic creature or dark being such as undead and ghosts within a 30-yard radius will experience a 10 reduction in all attributes, an effect immune to evasion. Only countered by divine-level bosses. Sealing. Each time a demonic creature or dark being is slain, it can be absorbed into the sealing mirror for containment. Players can command these sealed creatures to fight on their behalf, possessing 50 of their former attributes. The number of controllable sealed creatures correlates with the player's level in the sealing stage of the mirror. For every 10 levels gained, 1 additional controllable sealed creature can be acquired, and unsealing each layer of equipment enhances the number of controllable sealed creatures by 10. Description: a powerful artifact crafted from the essence of humanity's greatest warriors. This imitation of the sealing mirror possesses the capacity to suppress and seal demonic and dark beings, albeit not as effectively as the original. It is said that only those in possession of the imitation may have the chance to acquire the true sealing mirror. Class requirement: none. Level requirement: none. Bound player: Tian Xian Xinghe, and this equipment cannot be dropped or traded. Goodness. Truly an artifact, the effects are astonishing. With 5 layers of sealing, the enhancements to base attributes upon full unsealing should be formidable. After perusing the properties of the sealing mirror, Yun Tian, he was left in awe and promptly equipped it. Buzz. Yun Tian, he felt a surge of warmth as his attributes soared. In addition to the sealing mirror, there were numerous treasure rewards, including 2 purple gold chests for sealing chests, a scroll for the chosen one, and a piece of sealing equipment. It must be said, these rewards are exceedingly generous. After all, they are the spoils from defeating a demon lord level boss, alongside rewards for clearing a special dungeon. Ding. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the purple gold chest, receiving 9 cordyceps. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the purple gold chest, receiving 1 legendary class skill book. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the sealing chest, receiving 3 peaches of immortality. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the sealing chest, receiving 6 blood-infused meat. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the sealing chest, receiving 1 sage's leggings. System notification: congratulations, player, for successfully opening the sealing chest, receiving 1 alchemy material gift box. The treasure chest was fully opened, revealing a plethora of valuable items. With a heart brimming with joy, Yunian eagerly opened his backpack to examine the attributes of these treasures. Sealing magic robe, exceptional golden artifact category, cloth armor grade, golden health points, 400 mana points, 200 defense, 70 intelligence, 75 sealing magic set. 1/3 inflicts an additional 50 damage to all dark creatures. 1/6 when near dark creatures, reduces their overall attributes by 8. 1/9 for each dark creature killed, increases personal attack power by 2 for 60 seconds. Stacking without limit. All bonuses reset upon logging out. Description: only warriors who seal the demon race may don this attire. Class requirement: mage or advanced mage class. Level requirement: level 20. Ah, what splendid attributes this set possesses. Regrettably, it is only effective against dark creatures, and in this game, not all foes are of the demonic kind. Furrowing his brow, Yuntian was not overly disheartened, for his base attributes were still commendable. He gently brushed his hand over the leggings, and their attributes manifested before him like a shimmering panel. Sage's leggings, exceptional golden artifact category, cloth armor grade, golden health points, 430 mana points, 400 defense, 50 intelligence, 100 sage set, 1-3 bestowed with the sage's blessing. Each level gained grants an additional 100 health points and 5 points of magical attack power. This enhancement is permanent. 1-6 possessing the sage's blessing. Each time a skill is cast, there is a 7 chance to receive a beneficial effect lasting 60 seconds. 1-9 with the sage's blessing when attacked. There is a 5 chance to become immune to that attack. If health points drop to 0, there is a 1 chance to avoid death. Restoring all health and mana points while resetting all skill cooldowns. Description: those blessed by the sage shall emerge as heroes to save this world. Class requirement: Mage, Priest, or advanced classes in these paths. Level requirement: Level 25. Bound player: Tianxin Xinghe. Cannot be dropped or traded. Goodness, this set is remarkably powerful. A permanent increase in attributes of 100 health points and 5 magical attack power with each level gained. If I were to reach level 100, I could potentially possess thousands more in base health and 500 in base attack power. Should I acquire further amplification effects, I could be looking at an increase of hundreds of thousands, even millions in health points and tens of thousands in attack power. With this thought, Yuntian could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing with excitement. Generally speaking, the attributes within a game can be categorized into fundamental attributes and panel attributes. Fundamental attributes refer to the innate qualities a player possesses when stripped of all equipment, while panel attributes encompass the totality of attributes after accounting for gear and various enhancement effects. It is crucial to note that the attributes inherent to the equipment do not benefit from enhancement effects. Therefore, fundamental attributes hold significant importance, despite their seemingly modest values. As one progresses in level and considers the cumulative impact of equipment and skill enhancements, they can often yield effects comparable to legendary artifacts. Furthermore, the Sage's set not only provides personal buffs, but also offers damage immunity and even resurrection capabilities. To equip a full set of the Sage's gear is undoubtedly akin to wielding a divine relic. P.S. Alas, this evening I was dragged out for drinks, and I ended up quite inebriated. As I began to write in a foggy state, I intend to rise early tomorrow to continue my writing. I shall surely unleash a torrent of words. If I do not compose at least 10,000 words by tomorrow, I shall create a group and live stream in women's attire. Now I must return to my second piece. How tragic it is that I must write fervently even in my drunken stupor. Chapter 44. Creating Games with Heart. Without money to play, the Sage's set appears to be an essential piece of equipment to acquire. Continuing to examine the other attributes, Yun Tianhe licked his lips, focusing his mind as he looked over the remaining rewards. Aside from the equipment, there was a scroll, a skill book, and some materials. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the properties of these items were laid bare. Chosen One scroll, special item. Rarity, divine. Usage condition, as a chosen one. How could one not indulge in spending? Once the feature for trading real and virtual currency is activated, one may directly recharge the game with 10 million Huaxia coins to utilize this scroll. Effect upon use: only after spending can one discern its purpose. Description: creating games with heart. Without money to play is a torment. Alas, is this not a famous saying from Mahuateng? I don't recall such an absurd item existing in the game. Could it be that my rebirth has altered this game? With a twitch of his lips, Yun Tianhe felt quite perplexed. In his previous life, this game was rather serious. To his surprise, in this life, he discovered a plethora of peculiar items. However, it was also possible that the exceptional nature of these items led those who obtained them to remain silent. With a deep sigh, Yun Tianhe felt no inclination to ponder further. After all, the Chosen One scroll could only be used after a few days when the currency trading feature would be enabled. 10 million Huaxia coins could be considered a substantial sum, yet not insurmountable. After all, Yun Tianhe's family was affluent. Even if he had to use his pocket money to purchase a game pod, he could always ask his parents for more. He would subtly remind them of this game. Yet, his parents were not fond of games and would likely refrain from entering, which was why he had not mentioned it to them earlier. He intended to influence them gradually and imperceptibly. If they did not enter the game, once the hellish dimension descended, people would lose the opportunity to possess special abilities, rendering them prey to be hunted. Recollecting his thoughts, Yun Tianhe turned his attention back to examining the attributes of the remaining spoils. Legendary Class Skill Learning Book, Special Consumable. Rarity, Legendary. Note: some have commented that the Ice and Snow skill does not qualify as SSS grade. However, Ice and Snow is not weak. Moreover, in this game, SSS grade is not particularly impressive, as there are many tiers above it, which is why it is classified as SSS grade. Usage condition: consumes 100 gold coins. Description: upon use, one may randomly comprehend a legendary skill of their current class. Hidden classes may also utilize it. 100 gold coins? That is manageable. Selling the thousands of pieces of equipment in my backpack would easily cover that. Exchanging 100 gold coins for a legendary skill is a profitable bargain. A faint smile curved on Yun Tian's lips. He felt quite content. In this game, the highest tier in the early stages is merely SSS grade skills. But there are many more tiers to explore thereafter. Legendary, Epic, Celestial, Divine, Sacred, and Mythical. The equipment follows suit, ranging from plain, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold, to earth, heaven, spirit, legendary, epic, celestial, divine, ancient divine, and ultimately the unparalleled sacred artifacts. The unactivated boss cannot trigger the first kill rewards. Otherwise, Yun Tianhe would have secured a purple gold item. However, the game had only just launched a few hours prior, and Yun Tianhe had already acquired an exceptional quality golden item, placing him significantly ahead of other players. He was not disheartened by the absence of a purple gold item. Confident that by tomorrow, he would undoubtedly possess one. Alchemy Material Gift Box, Special Consumable. Grade: Golden. Usage requirements: none. Description: upon use, it grants a random quantity of alchemical materials. This is splendid. With a sparkle in his eyes, Yun Tianhe immediately utilized it. After all, his secondary profession was that of a court alchemist. Ding. System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully opening the Alchemy Material Gift Box, receiving Tiger Blood X19, Tiger Bone X23, Flame Grass X33, Bone Marrow X31. A multitude of material names appeared, and in an instant, Yun Tianhe's inventory brimmed with over a dozen new items, each boasting quantities ranging from 20 to 30. Phew, that's quite a haul. If another material gift box were to appear, I might even begin concocting potions. Even without another, I reckon I have more than enough. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Yun Tianhe chose not to inspect his secondary profession just yet and continued to examine his spoils. After all, the rewards from his loot were undoubtedly more thrilling than the surprises his secondary profession could offer. Wintergrass, Summergrass, Special Consumable. Grade: Celestial. Usage requirements: none. Description: upon use, it permanently increases one's health points by 10 to 200. Note: this item can only be used before level 60, and once a player reaches level 50, this item will vanish from the entire server, so please use it promptly. Peach Fruit, Special Consumable. Grade: Heavenly. Description: upon use, it permanently increases one's health points by 1 to 50 and mana points by 1 to 50. Note: this item can only be used before level 50, and once a player reaches level 50, this item will vanish from the entire server, so please use it promptly. Blood-seared Meat, Special Consumable. Grade: Heavenly. Description: upon use, it permanently increases one's physical attack power by 10 to 100 or magical attack power by 10 to 100, with a certain probability of acquiring the special skill Blood-seared. Note: this item can only be used before level 50, and once a player reaches level 50, this item will vanish from the entire server, so please use it promptly. Just as I suspected from the name, these are indeed attribute-enhancing consumables. A smile crept across Yun Tianhe's lips, and he felt a surge of joy within. In his previous life, he had started off rather weak and had been unable to acquire such items. When he ascended, he had already acquired higher-tier attribute consumables, which bore different names. Consequently, he was previously hesitant to confirm their effects. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe swiftly consumed all these items. These consumables enhanced his fundamental attributes, an extraordinary boon. Ding. System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully using Cordyceps sinensis, permanently increasing health points by 199. System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully using Cordyceps sinensis, permanently increasing health points by 43. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using Cordyceps sinensis, permanently increasing health points by 188. With each melodious announcement resonating, Yoon Tianhe felt a warm surge coursing through his body as his attributes skyrocketed. Moments later, after utilizing all the items, Yoon Tianhe also embedded gemstones into his equipment and donned it. Upon reopening his attribute panel, a smile unfurled across his face. At that moment, his attributes had undoubtedly surpassed those of all other players. Chapter 45. A resounding slap. I am not lacking in wealth. With the enhancements from equipment and various rare resources, Yoon Tianhe's attributes have far surpassed those of an ordinary player. If the other players were to glimpse Yoon Tianhe's status panel, they would likely be so astounded that they might faint. ID, Celestial River. Level, 14. Health points, 2750. Mana points, 1560. Magical attack power, 243. Defense, 130. Talent, Eternal Halo. Reputation, 4800. Merely examining the attributes reveals that Yoon Tianhe is approximately 5 times stronger than the average player, and with the numerous buffs in play, his practical combat strength could be enhanced by several hundred times. Satisfied, he closed the attributes panel, noticing that the spoils had already been utilized. Yoon Tianhe chose to exit the dungeon without further delay. With a hum, a flash of white light enveloped him, and as if stepping out of a dream, he opened his eyes to find himself back at the entrance of the dungeon. On the other side, several members of the Thunderous String were still present. Celestial River, you have finally emerged. Seeing Yoon Tianhe's figure materialize, Thunderous String hastily approached, exclaiming, "Indeed, you were the one to ultimately vanquish the boss. However, I am curious, how did you manage to accomplish that? I recall that you were the one who instigated the battle within the Grand Hall, yet at a certain point, you simply vanished. How did you locate the Demon Lord?" Upon hearing these inquiries, Yoon Tianhe raised an eyebrow, responding coolly, "I apologize, but I am under no obligation to answer your questions. You would do better to focus on leveling up." Thunderous String, having been a significant force against the Hellish Plains, received this as a reminder. Oh, he finally realized, quickly saying, "I apologize for my earlier impetuosity. Great Celestial River, may I inquire how many pieces of equipment you acquired during this dungeon run? You appear to be an independent player, and with all that gear, you likely have no use for it. Why not sell it to me? I am willing to pay a premium." One must concede that Thunderous String was quite astute. He understood that Yoon Tianhe's defeat of the Demon Lord would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Any equipment that Yoon Tianhe could not utilize would be a coveted artifact for the various guilds. Furthermore, establishing a business rapport with Yoon Tianhe would facilitate future collaborations or enlistments. Thus, he was willing to pay handsomely for such gear. Equipment? I certainly possess some. Yoon Tianhe remarked with a smile, adding softly, "I just fear you may not be able to afford it." Not afford it? What a jest! Thunderous String retorted, grinning. Our Oracle Guild has invested millions to carve a path within Eternal. How could we possibly, as Yoon Tianhe shared his inventory screen? Thunderous String was momentarily struck dumb upon seeing the plethora of dazzling equipment, each piece shimmering with an aura that signified its exceptional quality. Before the game established connections with the infernal realms and other dimensions, it was merely a standard online game. The equipment was similarly categorized by color. The plain items were white, black iron gleamed in deep black, bronze was a soft blue, silver shimmered in radiant white, and gold was, of course, exceptional. Thus, when the character known as Thunderstruck was confronted with a dazzling array of equipment, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His current wealth in gold coins was far from substantial. It was unlikely he could even afford a few silver and bronze pieces, let alone the entire collection. With a long sigh, Thunderstruck resignedly remarked, "It seems, dear Starry River, you have once again dealt me a blow. Well, can you still afford it?" Starry River shrugged in response. "By the way, Starry River, would it be possible to transact in Huaxia currency?" Thunderstruck replied, "Given the sheer quantity of equipment, I estimate it would require no less than 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins to acquire the lot. As it stands, no one in the entire game possesses that amount. How about I offer you 1 million Huaxia yuan to secure these items?" "Oh, are you daring to inflate the price?" Starry River raised an eyebrow at this. Converting 5,000 gold coins into Huaxia currency would amount to approximately 500,000 to 600,000. Thunderstruck's proposed price effectively doubled the valuation, clearly an attempt to curry favor with Starry River. This left Starry River somewhat exasperated. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous online gaming novels where the guild management was often portrayed as foolish, perpetually opposing the protagonist regardless of reason. However, upon his own rebirth and ascension to power within the game, he found that the guild leaders he encountered were predominantly astute individuals. Upon recognizing Starry River's formidable prowess, they all chose to ingratiate themselves and seek collaboration, with no one daring to oppose him. Indeed, it is rare to find a fool capable of nurturing a guild's growth. Unless conflict is inevitable, they would be prudent enough to avoid antagonizing a powerful player. What constitutes an unavoidable conflict? Firstly, if grievances have already been established. Secondly, when competing for dungeon resources. Thirdly, in the struggle for territory. Currently, with the dungeons concluded and lucrative territories yet to be revealed, they naturally would not choose to stand against Starry River. No need. Starry River shook his head and stated, I do not lack Huaxia currency. What I require is game currency. As time progresses, players will need to invest considerable gold coins for significant advancements. I can always request Huaxia currency from home or wait until gold coins appreciate for exchange. In the early stages of the game, it is imperative to prioritize accumulating gold coins. For instance, learning a legendary skill alone demands 100 gold coins. And what if I wish to comprehend more advanced skills or unlock superior treasure chests yet find myself lacking in gold? It can be said that in this game, aside from the top-tier experts who can earn their own way, only the affluent can remain at the forefront. Ordinary players find it exceedingly difficult to amass sufficient gold to enhance their abilities and compete at the top tier. Nevertheless, those players possess self-awareness, content to be elite players without challenging professional gamers or the wealthy. You do not lack money? Upon hearing Yun Tian's response, Pailai Jingxian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his gaze toward Yun Tianhe becoming increasingly peculiar. Are you a second-generation wealthy individual? More or less. Yun Tianhe replied nonchalantly. Therefore, if you lack sufficient gold coins, this business venture may prove unfeasible. Pailai Jingxian was at a loss, nearly in tears. After all, he had finally encountered an abundance of exquisite equipment, yet lacked the funds to procure them. It felt akin to an otherworldly beauty appearing before him, ripe for the picking, only for him to find himself recently castrated. I possess merely a handful of coins, around 10. What can that possibly buy? Ultimately, Pailai Jingxian, a man of decisive nature, voiced his query with determination. 10 coins, you say? Yun Tianhe mused, stroking his chin and regarding Pailai Jingxian with a grin, akin to a cunning wolf laying eyes on a tender lamb. Chapter 46. Terrifying income in line with the conventional settings of online games, regardless of the quality of equipment. Selling to the official store yields relatively meager returns. It is only through trading with fellow players that one can amass a fortune. Hence, when Yuntian heard Pailai Jingxian express an interest in purchasing equipment, he paused momentarily. The prospect of profit rendered the delay inconsequential. After all, to date, no one else in the world had reached level 10. He stood at a remarkable level 14, poised to ascend to level 15 at any moment, unfazed by the possibility of others catching up. He contemplated first selling his gear in a novice village before returning to the secondary main city to complete his quests. 10 gold coins. I offer you 3 choices. Firstly, 1,000 whiteboard items. Secondly, 50 black iron pieces. Or thirdly, 5 bronze items. Yun Tianhe remarked nonchalantly. It is up to you whether you wish to prioritize enhancing your main equipment or catering to the masses. It must be noted that equipment suitable for a player's level commands a higher price. Due to the excessive level requirement for golden equipment, its value is surprisingly low. Thus, Yun Tianhe resolved that even if he were to acquire golden or even purple gold items in the future, he would wait until player levels increased before attempting to sell them. Upon hearing this, Pailai Jingxian gritted his teeth and declared, I want 5 bronze items, preferably leather armor and bows. Very well. Yunian promptly searched his inventory and produced 4 pieces of leather armor along with a sturdy belt. His backpack was filled with thousands of items, acquired from defeating monsters and bosses, as well as from elite players in foreign battle zones. The quality was undoubtedly exceptional. Upon inspecting the attributes of the equipment, Pillaging's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he transferred 10 gold coins to Yunian. After receiving the equipment, Pillaging was utterly enamored. Farewell, until we meet again. Yunian waved and departed. Star River, which main city have you gone to? Once I have amassed sufficient funds, I shall seek you out to purchase more equipment. As Yunian began to leave, Pillaging called out urgently. However, Yunian did not respond. When would he have the money? He needed to promptly find a novice village to offload this equipment. With a population in Huaxia numbering in the millions, wealthy individuals were as plentiful as the stars. Since he was not selling golden equipment, but merely silver items, there would surely be many players eager to purchase. Following the map, Yunian soon arrived at the entrance of a novice village. Numerous players passed by, some traveling in groups, discussing Yunian's recent success in clearing dungeons. Clearly, having dominated the leaderboard and achieved a special dungeon clearance, he had become a legend in the eyes of other players. Unperturbed by the chatter, Yunian approached the entrance of the novice village and proclaimed, I am selling equipment. From whiteboard items to bronze pieces, I have it all. There is nothing you cannot buy. Only what you do not wish to acquire. It must be said that in his quest to quickly gather 100 gold coins, Yunian was truly committed. Nevertheless, his call to action yielded remarkable results. In an instant, hundreds of players converged, encircling him. Fortunately, in this virtual online game, players need not worry about being obstructed. Once Yunian shared the equipment in his backpack, nearby players could see it. Is it true? I'm still using basic gear, and someone has already acquired bronze equipment? Wow. Is there really such a remarkable player in our novice village? Goodness, it truly is bronze equipment. My word, the attributes of this bronze gear are astonishingly high, exceeding my weapon's attack power by 20 points. Gasps of astonishment echoed, and more players were drawn in. However, when they inquired about the price of the bronze gear, the vast majority fell silent. That price was far beyond their means. Of course, a few hidden affluent players, without uttering a word, sent private messages to Yunian, clearly stating their desired equipment before sending trade requests. Yet, such wealthy individuals were ultimately a minority. The basic and black iron equipment sold more swiftly. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, all the basic gear was sold out, and only 5 pieces of black iron remained, while the bronze equipment had only 3 pieces sold. As the equipment dwindled, most players dispersed, casting lingering glances at the remaining bronze pieces. Those few pieces of bronze gear were dropped by elite players from other battle zones, naturally possessing impressive attributes. Is no one left? The income reached 92 gold coins. Quite commendable. The basic and black iron gear were relatively inexpensive, so despite the high volume sold, the total was meager. In contrast, the 3 pieces of bronze had fetched a price of 6 gold coins each. Adding the previous earnings, Yunian now possessed a total of 120 gold coins. If there were a leaderboard for gold coins, he would undoubtedly rank first. Just as Yunian contemplated closing up shop, someone approached unexpectedly. Their light voice breaking the air. Brother Xinghe, please wait. Could you sell me the remaining 7 pieces of bronze equipment for 10 gold coins? Upon hearing this, Yunian raised an eyebrow and looked up to find Shan Yufusu and her group had arrived. Bailu Weiswang stood nearby, her beautiful eyes fixed curiously on Yunian. She had sensed money in his extraordinary nature earlier, but she had not deduced that he was the renowned Tianxin Xinghe. Oh, you actually recognized me? Yunian exclaimed in surprise, for he did not recall disclosing his identity to Shan Yufusu. Hee, after the commotion you caused in the hall, you quickly vanished. Not long after, the Demon King was defeated, and the dungeon was cleared. Now, seeing you here selling high-tier equipment, I think it's quite evident, Shan Yufusu replied with a light laugh. You possess impressive skills, Xinghe. With just one move, you've ensnared us all in your trap. Ahem, in the realm of warfare, cunning is key. You cannot blame me for falling for it. Yunian shrugged before continuing, 10 gold coins for 7 low-tier bronze pieces? Seems rather insufficient, does it not? Indeed. I cannot afford it. However, I possess a clue to a special instance. I wonder if it could be exchanged for some financial compensation? Shan Yufu smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Bailu Weiswang and Tao Jiao couldn't help but change their expression slightly. In such a virtual game, a special instance is an exceedingly valuable asset. Shan Yufu intends to trade this instance information for equipment, which, in their eyes, seems like a tremendous loss. A clue to a special instance? You are willing to part with it? Yunyan felt incredulous. It is not a matter of parting. It is for sale. Shan Yufu replied helplessly. For I lack the funds to purchase equipment. However, I do have an unusual request. Since it is an unusual request, it should not be mentioned. Upon hearing this, Yunyan quickly silenced Shan Yufu. Shan Yufu was taken aback, gazing at Yunyan in astonishment. It was the first time he encountered someone who responded in such a manner. I am willing to offer 100 gold coins in exchange for the esteemed one's participation in my team to assist me in defeating a boss. If successful, I shall sell that special clue to you. Chapter 47, Legendary Skills, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Upon hearing the words of Shan Yufu, Yun Tianhe fell into contemplation. Although he was a reincarnator, his knowledge was limited to certain hidden maps and instances, as many players were reluctant to share their experiences. If Shan Yufu possessed valuable information regarding a special instance, then the price truly seemed reasonable. It was merely a matter of assisting them in defeating a boss. After all, a trivial task. However, Yun Tianhe was not one to acquiesce easily. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "It's not impossible. But the spoils of victory must include anything I can utilize. What right do you have to claim the loot?" Tao Jiao interjected, unable to contain herself. "We are paying you to assist us. How can you still demand the rewards?" "Indeed, it is a fee of 100 gold, nearly equivalent to 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. Such a hefty sum, and you still wish to claim the spoils? That seems rather greedy," Nandu Xiaomu added, echoing her sentiments. "Enough. Listen to the boss." Bailu Weishuang quickly shot a glare at the three. Upon hearing this, the trio dared not speak further. Yun Tianhe smiled. "It seems the atmosphere of your esteemed guild is quite amiable." Though he spoke lightly, the astute could discern that Yun Tianhe was subtly criticizing Shan Yufu's leadership. Our guild has never been bound by strict rules. Anyone can voice their thoughts, but ultimately, I make the final decision," Shan Yufu replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the exchange. He softly stated, "I can agree to your request." "Good, but you must first inform me of the nature of that special instance," Yun Tianhe replied coolly. "I may not be the most skilled, yet I possess knowledge of certain clues regarding special instances. If you reveal something I already know, that would be quite the loss for me." "Oh, you are aware as well?" Shan Yufu raised an eyebrow at this revelation. His knowledge of special instance clues suggested he had someone backing him. Of course, the special instances he was aware of were merely from the early stages of the game. After all, this game operated on a fully immersive online framework, meaning that aside from the basic settings, all subsequent developments were generated by AI intelligence through logical calculations. Beyond the foundational settings, no one, not even the game creators, could foresee the rest. Indeed, Yun Tianhe maintained an enigmatic demeanor. "Might I ask you to disclose the name of that special instance, Brother Fusu?" "Certainly." Shan Yufu, having resolved to collaborate with Yun Tianhe, did not hesitate to respond. "The special instance I am aware of is called the General's Tomb." "The General's Tomb?" Yun Tianhe raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment. He found no recollection of this map, realizing it must be a special map that had not been uncovered in his previous life. With this revelation, a smile spread across Yun Tianhe's face as he lightly inquired, "May I ask what type of boss you require my assistance to conquer, Brother Fusu?" In a world bustling with activity, all were driven by profit. In a realm filled with commotion, all sought their own gain. Aware that Shan Yufu could provide him with benefits, Yun Tianhe's demeanor towards him became decidedly more cordial. "The matter of defeating the boss is not urgent. We must at least wait until all of us brothers have reached level 10. If it can be accomplished, I firmly believe that you, esteemed Xinghe, will not only secure monetary rewards but also additional substantial gains." Shan Yufu remarked solemnly, "By tomorrow night at the latest, I will seek your assistance, and in the meantime, you might consider tackling the General's Tomb, which would enhance your personal strength and simplify subsequent endeavors. The coordinates for the General's Tomb are located at 10299. 76271, in Chofeng City. Observing Shan Fusu openly divulging the coordinates, Yunyan's trust in him deepened. Setting aside everything else, Shan Fusu at the very least knows how to treat people. It is indeed a fortunate thing to befriend such an individual. However, gaining Yunyan's acknowledgement would not be an easy feat. Very well. I shall relinquish these pieces of equipment to you. You will provide me with the payment. Yunyan, with a smile, proactively initiated a trade request. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have received 10 gold coins. Another 10 gold coins in hand. Yunyan felt a sense of contentment. Even after spending 100 gold coins to comprehend a skill, he would still retain over 30 gold coins, ample for his daily expenses. Furthermore, he had acquired a map for a special dungeon, which would allow him to farm equipment for profit. By the way, noticing Yunyan preparing to leave, Shan Fusa reminded him, esteemed Xinghe, it is rumored that this dungeon may have level restrictions. Should you find yourself unable to enter, consider leveling up further. Understood. Yunyan waved his hand, disregarding the others, and shattered the return scroll. Buzz, in an instant, Yunyan's figure vanished before the astonished gazes of the crowd. This fellow. Nanyu Chaomu gritted her teeth. It seems he has ignored us. Humph. He is the current frontrunner. It is only natural for him to look down upon us, right? Tao Ji Yao Ao and I, along with Dong and Xing, remained unfazed, while Bailu Weiswang chuckled. You see, he was negotiating collaboration with us, naturally. He must converse with the leader. There's no question of ignoring anyone. I actually find him rather admirable. Never has anyone so blatantly disregarded me while discussing collaboration with the leader. With narrowed eyes, Bailu Weiswang felt a surge of curiosity towards Yunyan. It was not mere self-praise. Regardless of her beauty or her standing within the Poetry and Distant Lands Guild, no man had ever overlooked her. Yunyan was indeed the first. In Chofeng City, Yunyan stepped out of the teleportation square and promptly opened his backpack to utilize the legendary class skill comprehension book. Ding. System notification. Do you wish to spend 100 gold coins to use the legendary class skill comprehension book? Yes. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully comprehended the legendary skill, Night Parade of 100 Demons. System notification, as the player has expended 100 gold coins in one go. You have achieved the accomplishment, spinning like water, and earned 10 achievement points. Note, the next stage of the achievement requires a single expenditure of 1,000 gold coins. With another 10 achievement points gained and the comprehension of a legendary skill, Yunyan was exceedingly pleased. The Night Parade of 100 Demons, legendary active skill, level 1. Skill cost, 20 of the user's mana. Skill cooldown, 600 seconds. Skill description, summons hundreds of ghostly apparitions within a 100 by 100 yard area, striking all enemy targets. The damage inflicted, as well as the negative effects, vary depending on the type of apparitions. The attributes of the apparitions are 70 of the player's own attributes. Currently, they can inflict 4 types of statuses: Binding, Calamity, Deathly Aura, and Weakness, each lasting for 30 seconds. The duration of the apparitions lasts for 180 seconds. Note, as the skill level increases, the number of summoned apparitions, their range, attributes, duration, and the potential negative statuses will all enhance. Ah, what an extraordinary ability! Truly worthy of its legendary classification, with sufficiently high attributes. The damage from this skill will be astonishing, and the ability to maintain a control status for 30 seconds makes it nearly invincible, even without strong control effects. Chapter 48. A Chance Encounter with Xing Yue, the NPC's Astonishment. The legendary skill did not disappoint Yunyan. Setting aside the damage, the mere presence of 4 negative statuses, particularly in a group format, suffices to demonstrate the skill's formidable power. Whether in PvE or PvP, it can undoubtedly be regarded as a divine technique, especially when cast by Yunyan, under the influence of 100-fold damage, perhaps within the realm of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. None could withstand the onslaught of those specters. The Necromancer class, indeed, boasts impressive skills. Should I be granted the opportunity to comprehend an additional skill to summon deathly foes in battle, it would be even more exhilarating. A smile graced his lips as Yunyan collected his thoughts and made his way directly to the Lord's manor. He needed to consult the court physician to dispel his cursed state. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, the gatekeeper NPC did not impede his entry due to Yunyi and his secondary profession. Yet, as he stepped inside, he encountered Xingyue, accompanied by a cadre of armored generals, who were departing. Just as he prepared to step aside, Xingyue's gaze swept over him, her brow arching in curiosity as she spoke. "Young one, how is it that you bear the aura of the Demon King?" Xingyue's perception remained as sharp as ever. Yunyi mused internally, maintaining an unruffled demeanor as he replied, "I appreciate your concern, Lord. I recently ventured into the Demon Sealing Mirror and vanquished the suppressed Demon King, thus acquiring the demonic essence and suffering this curse." "What? You actually slayed the Demon King?" "Hiss. Even a sealed and suppressed Demon King possesses formidable protective power. It is exceedingly difficult to inflict harm without being in the spiritual realm. You, so young, managed to injure a Demon King." Upon hearing Yunyi's words, the NPCs displayed expressions of incredulity, unable to fathom the revelation. Noticing their astonishment, Yunyi couldn't help but smirk. At this moment, among the players in the game, who else could evoke such astonishment from NPCs, if not him? The power of the curse, indeed intriguing, Xingyue mused, her expression remaining composed. "Since you have slain the Demon King for our human race and incurred this curse, I shall not stand idly by. If you can procure both the 100 spirit grass and the fire lizard, I can assist you in dispelling the curse." Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the S-level side quest, Dispelling the Curse. Quest objectives: collect 9,900 spirit grasses and 10 fire lizards. Quest rewards: dispelling your curse and increasing favorability with Xingyue. I actually triggered a quest. Upon seeing the quest, Yunyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly accepted. Originally, he had come to the Lord's Manor to seek the court physician's aid in resolving his curse. Now, not only had he triggered a quest, but he could also lift the curse. Declining would be foolish. Moreover, this quest would enhance his rapport with Xingyue, setting aside her formidable prowess, her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, coupled with their shared battles in a past life, were more than sufficient reasons for him to accept. Observing Yunyi and his acceptance of the task, Xingyue nodded in satisfaction, before leading her soldiers away. As they departed, the soldiers continued to gaze at him with expressions of disbelief. At this moment, leading such a multitude of soldiers into the field, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first battle should be imminent. Sigh, in my previous life, I missed the opportunity of the inaugural skirmish. In this life, I shall not let those rewards elude me again. However, it is time to log off. Tomorrow, I shall conquer the General's Tomb, ascend to level 20, and prepare to embrace the arrival of the first battle. Taking a deep breath, Yunyi glanced at the time, nearly 11 o'clock, and promptly logged off. His progress now far surpassed that of his fellow players. There was no need for him to stay up late, grinding for levels. Moreover, in this game, leveling is not the foremost priority in the mid to late stages. A player's strength is predominantly dictated by equipment, skills, and class. Especially after the descent of the Hellish Plane, the abilities within the game would translate into reality, where a player's mindset and physicality would play a more significant role in determining their strength. Thus, in this rebirth, Yunyi did not intend to solely focus on gaming. He also aimed to enhance his physique. Early to bed and early to rise was indeed of utmost importance. Of course, before drifting off to sleep, Yunyi still made a call to his parents. Beep. The phone was quickly answered, and a woman's voice rang out. "Tianha, why are you calling so late?" Hearing his mother's voice after such a long time brought tears to Yunyi's eyes, even in this new life. In his past life, he had failed to protect his parents. In this life, he was determined to change everything. To begin with, he needed to let his parents know about Eternal. "I miss you both." Regaining his composure, Yunyi smiled and asked, "Mom, where's Dad?" "He is still out socializing. He recently landed a significant business deal and has been away from home every day." Su Jinyan sighed. "What's wrong, dear? Is there something you need? Are you short on money?" "No, I just wanted to chat with you." Yunyi chuckled softly. "By the way, Mom, are you familiar with Eternal?" "I am," Su Jinyan replied with a hint of confusion. "Oh, have you started playing that game? It's good, but don't get too absorbed. It must be said, The older generation is always prone to worry about their children. In his former life, Yun Tianhe would have shied away from such admonitions, but now, reborn, he found himself moved to tears by these reminders. In his previous life, when he yearned to repay his parents, it was too late. A child wishes to support their parents, yet the opportunity slips away. "Dear, why are you crying?" A mother's intuition is often keen. She instantly sensed something amiss in Yun Tianhe's voice and inquired with concern. "It's nothing, Mom. Don't be too busy. When Dad has some free time, we can buy a premium gaming pod to play Eternal together. It will be nice to spend time with you both." Yun Tianhe was well aware that his parents had no particular interest in gaming. Their concern was solely for him, which is why he employed this excuse. "All right. Since you suggested it, I'll go purchase one tomorrow." "All right. It's getting late. You should rest now." After hanging up, Yun Tianhe stood still for a moment, just wiping away his tears and preparing to sleep, when suddenly his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a text message. "Dear Huaxia Bank user, your account has been credited with 20,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 23,579,000 yuan." With tears welling up in his eyes, Yun Tianhe understood all too well that this money was yet another generous transfer from Su Jinyun. Clearly, upon hearing his distress, she assumed he was struggling and sent him additional funds. "Father, Mother, rest assured, in this life I shall strive to grow. Even if demons descend upon the world, I will ensure they do not harm you in the slightest. For the past 18 years, you have protected me, and from now on, I shall make you proud." Resolute in his determination, Yun Tianhe soon drifted into a deep slumber, exhausted after his recent rebirth, several hours of intense gaming, and connecting with his parents. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke the next day, Yun Tianhe awoke, went for a morning jog, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and then returned home to log in. His goal for the day was clear: to conquer the General's Tomb and reach level 20. P.S. This is a transitional chapter. The forthcoming events will be even more thrilling. The desire to care for one's parents while they are no longer present is indeed a profound sorrow. Chapter 49. The Evolution of Buffs, True Warriors. Upon logging in, Yun Tianhe promptly accessed the leaderboard. At this moment, in the City of Autumn Winds, apart from him, other players' IDs had already appeared. City of Autumn Winds level leaderboard, 1. Tian Xian Xinghe Necromancer, level 14-2. Shanyu Su Gunner, level 12-3. Long Xing Tian Xia Sword Warrior, level 12-4. Huolong Pao Shao Sword Warrior, level 12-5. Yiyin Assassin, level 12-6. Bailu Wei Shuang Priest, level 12-7. Paili Jingxian Archer, level 12-8. Wadu Nanxing Assassin, level 11-9. Nanyu Qiao Mu Fire Mage, level 11-10. Fan Xing Kanlan Sword Warrior, level 11 Goodness. Have these individuals truly stayed up all night? They have evidently toiled tirelessly, surpassing level 10. Witnessing all 10 players online, Yun Tianhe could not help but express his astonishment. In his previous life, aside from the frenzied rush to claim the reward for being the first to reach level 10, the rest soon relinquished their efforts. Unexpectedly, his ascent to level 14 has compelled numerous players to forego sleep in a frenzied attempt to catch up. In the City of Autumn Winds alone, the 10th player has reached level 11. Considering the other cities, it is likely that within the Huaxia battle zone, no fewer than 10,000 players have breached the level 10 threshold, entering the secondary main cities. My, how lively it has become. The strength of the Huaxia battle zone appears to have surpassed that of my previous life. Splendid indeed. Nodding slightly, Yun Tianhe swiftly opened the leaderboards for the other secondary main cities. As expected, the lowest among the top 10 was level 11. The strongest contender, Huang Tian Zhao Zhao from Thunder Sound City, who happens to be the president of the Oracle Guild, has already reached level 13, trailing Yun Tianhe by a mere level. However, Yun Tianhe remains unfazed. It is worth noting that those players have endured a sleepless night, which means they will undoubtedly struggle to level up during the day. Yun Tianhe is confident in his ability to further widen the gap in levels. With determination, he resolved to head to the Mercenary Guild to complete a quest, hoping to elevate himself to a level 4 mercenary. Once he finishes with the mercenaries, he plans to tackle the General's Tomb dungeon. Having made up his mind, Yun Tianhe strode purposefully toward the mercenary hall. At this moment, the hall was populated by scattered players. They were experiencing the mercenary system for the first time. Filled with curiosity, wandering about the hall and exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, this is just like the fantasy novels I've read. We can register as mercenaries and undertake various tasks. Huh, I remember the protagonists often gain benefits from mercenary missions. If we are fortunate. Could we not rise to prominence like those protagonists through a single quest? Don't be ridiculous. Before you even rise, you might be slain by monsters and sent back to the fountain. Not to mention, those NPC ladies are quite attractive. What a pity this is a game, otherwise. How delightful it would be to bring one home." Old Lecher. The murmur of discussion echoed around the room, with many players' gazes shifting to the group of NPC maidens. Just as the chatter intensified, a multitude of NPC girls gathered within the mercenary hall. Even the NPC woman seated at the counter displayed a look of astonishment before hastily exiting her post. What could have transpired? Could it be that a significant quest was about to unfold? The players, unfamiliar with such scenes, were filled with astonishment. To their utter amazement, all the NPC maidens, including the one of evidently high status, paused before a single player and simultaneously bowed, exclaiming, "We greet you, esteemed one." What on earth was happening? In an instant, the players stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. It was noteworthy that upon their entrance into the mercenary hall, no one had come to welcome them. Could it be that the disparity between individuals was so vast? Not only were the players shocked, but even Yun Tianhe was taken aback. The last time he visited the mercenary hall, he was attended to by merely one maiden. "Esteemed one, I never anticipated that you would truly vanquish the Demon King and earn the recognition of the sealing mirror." The maiden addressed Yun Tianhe with a respectful bow. "All who slay the Demon King are heroes." Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the bounty task, Sealing Mirror. You have received a reward of 1,000 experience points, 500,000 mercenary points, and a special reward, Evasion Potion. A flash of golden light shimmered beneath Yun Tianhe's feet. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully leveling up. Your current level is now 15, and you have received 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Yun Tianhe allocated the points to intelligence. Letting out a sigh. It was unfortunate that he hadn't reached the rank of a level 4 mercenary. However, he felt little disappointment, for he understood the difficulty of mercenary upgrades and the tremendous benefits they conferred. At this moment, he was set to tackle a dungeon. And perhaps he could also seize a few mercenary tasks in the process. Of course, before proceeding, he needed to examine the properties of the evasion potion. As a special reward, it piqued his anticipation. Evasion potion. Grade, golden. Required level, 10. Effect. Upon consumption, the player receives an evasion buff lasting 300 seconds. During this duration, there is a 5 chance to evade incoming attacks. Note: only regular attacks can be evaded, not skills. What a splendid item. With his eyes sparkling, Yun Tianhe decisively consumed it. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the evasion potion. You have received an evasion buff lasting 300 seconds. System notification. As the player has already triggered the Eternal Halo talent and possesses a similar evasion buff, the evasion buff has been upgraded to purple gold grade, enhancing its effects. Evasion. Purple gold buff each time you are attacked. There is a 50 chance to evade the attack. Note: only normal attacks can be evaded. Skills cannot be evaded. How delightful. It appears that upon acquiring the same buff multiple times, one can further advance it. The effect is even more formidable. With the evasion buff elevated to purple gold level, it seems that the normal attacks of other players will no longer pose a significant threat to me, even when besieged. I need not worry. A smile crept onto Yun Tianhe's face as he expressed his satisfaction with this reward and proceeded to converse with the young lady regarding mercenary tasks. Perhaps due to an increase in luck, this time 2 3-star missions emerged, both overlapping with the General's Tomb instance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe accepted the tasks and, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous players, departed from the mercenary hall, making his way towards the outskirts of the city. With a clear objective in mind, He pressed on without pause, soon arriving at the entrance of a dilapidated and ancient tomb. The term tomb indeed signifies a grave, and the general's tomb refers to the burial site of a general. At the entrance, there sat an elderly man with white hair, cross-legged atop a fragmented skeleton. It was evident that he was the entrance NPC. Staff in hand, Yun Tianhe stepped forward, a warm smile on his face, and inquired, "Elder, may I assist you in any way?" The old man glanced at Yun Tianhe and firmly rejected, stating, "Young man, your strength is insufficient for this trial. Only true warriors possess the qualifications to enter the general's tomb and purify the demonic energy." Ding. System prompt. Players must elevate their level to 20 to enter the general's tomb. After reading the prompt, Yun Tianhe fell into contemplation. Had he not been reborn and regarded this as merely a game, he would certainly have turned away. However, as a reborn individual, he understood the extraordinary nature of this game. Even though the hellish plane had yet to descend in the early stages, the AI of this game was remarkably advanced. Moreover, having arrived, how could he leave without reaping some benefits? Gazing at the stern-faced elder, Yun Tianhe's face was alight with joy. His staff shimmering with brilliance as searing flames coalesced, radiating a heat akin to the sun, enveloping the old man. Just as the fireball was about to coalesce and unleash its power, the elder suddenly grinned, revealing a rather unsightly smile, and spoke. "Though denied, you do not retreat. Your indomitable spirit marks you as a true warrior. It would be an honor for me to allow you entry into the general's tomb." Chapter 50. The General's Tomb. A special instance. With a roll of his eyes, Yun Tianhe had dissipated the flames contained within his staff and turned to the elderly figure before him, lightly chuckling, "Dear elder, how may I assist you?" Upon hearing this, the old man's face, etched with withered wrinkles, broke into a smile as he replied, "Brave warrior. This place was once the site of a general's demise. After his death, his entire army remained here, devotedly guarding his spirit. Who would have thought that, after countless years, a detestable necromancer would arrive, summoning the forces of death and utilizing arcane arts to disrupt the tomb's protective formations? Furthermore, they have tainted the souls of many valiant soldiers with death energy, resurrecting them as mindless skeletons driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed. A decade ago, I was tasked with suppressing this malevolent energy, yet now it has grown increasingly potent, making it difficult for me to maintain control. The only course of action is to enter the tomb and purify the souls of the soldiers, thereby resolving this crisis. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the SS-level special instance quest, the General's Tomb. Quest objective. Purify the souls of all soldiers within the General's Tomb and slay the general corrupted by death energy. Quest rewards. Generous experience points and skill rewards. Note: upon meeting the quest progression requirements, subsequent quests will be unlocked. What a surprise, there are further tasks ahead. It seems this is part of a series of quests that must be undertaken. With narrowed eyes, Yun Tianhe hesitated not for a moment and decisively accepted the mission. Upon accepting the task, the old man exhaled deeply and waved his hand, causing a shimmering light to appear at the tombstone's entrance, spinning slowly. Clearly, this was the entrance to the instance. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe stepped forward without hesitation. Buzz, as darkness enveloped him. Yun Tianhe felt as though the world was spinning. When he regained his footing, he found himself within a narrow corridor. On either side lay flagstones, with green oil lamps hanging every few steps. The flickering flames cast an eerie glow, reminiscent of ghostly lights. Opening the map, he realized he was already on the first level of the general's tomb. Eerie wailing echoed in his ears, akin to the soundtrack of a horror film. Fortunately, Yun Tianhe, a patriotic young man, held firm to his convictions and remained unfazed by the sounds. If he were to fear such things, how could he dare enter the forsaken cemetery or aspire to become a necromancer? Peering ahead, despite the flames, the corridor remained rather dim. Invisibility was obscured at a distance. For now, there were no monsters in sight. With narrowed eyes, Yun Tianhe gripped his staff, ready to unleash a fireball at a moment's notice, and took a step forward. After a brief moment, the eerie wailing grew slightly louder, and suddenly, a ghostly pale figure came into view. Yet, owing to his experience from countless past instances, Yun Tianhe remained unperturbed. Focusing intently, One could see that the corporeal form of the figure had dissipated, leaving only a ghastly white skeleton. Yet, within its hollow eye sockets, flames burned fiercely, and from its mouth emerged a constant murmur. "No one shall disturb the general's eternal slumber." As it spoke, the crimson blood enveloping the skull transformed it into a formidable adversary, letting out a low growl. It then wrenched its own spine from its back and wielded it like a colossal sword, charging toward Yuntianha. Truly, an irate foe, attacking with abandon. To my astonishment, I once believed Elbu to be invincible, yet here stands an entity of such ferocity. For Yuntianha, encountering such a savage creature for the first time was bewildering. Regardless of its attributes, it certainly appeared menacing. He swiftly retreated, putting distance between himself and the skeletal beast, while brandishing his staff and uttering incantations to summon searing flames, all while scrutinizing the attributes of the skeleton. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Skeleton Warrior Elite Creature. Level 30. Rank Golden. Health 18000, 18000. Attack Power 300. Defense Power 220. Skills Ferocious Slash, Charge. Description: once a soldier of the kingdom's elite legion, they voluntarily guarded their general's spirit after his demise. However, over centuries, their loyal souls were corrupted by a malevolent dark sorcerer, transforming them into mindless, bloodthirsty skeletons. Goodness, this mere level 30 creature possesses nearly 20,000 points of health. It seems the elevation in rank and the elite creature's unique enhancements account for this. Typically, a level 30 creature would have around 10,000 health points and an attack power of approximately 220. With increased attributes, the experience gained would surely rise as well. A smile crept upon Yuntianha's lips as he felt a surge of inspiration. The fireball spell erupted forth. Boom! The searing fireball struck the charging skeleton warrior with explosive force. In the next instant, flames engulfed the creature as the fireball detonated. Crimson damage numbers subtly materialized. With a magical attack power of 243, it pierced through the skeleton warrior's defenses, inflicting a base damage of 40 points, and with skill damage accounted, approximately 60 points in total. As the skeleton warrior belonged to the dark category, the damage would be amplified 200-fold. The situation was further exacerbated by Yuntianha's extraordinary luck and a critical hit rate of 60. In other words, he had a substantial chance of inflicting 400 times the damage. Boom! The flames consumed the skeleton warrior, and the firelight in its eyes gradually faded. A blood-red damage figure quietly appeared. Minus 24,886. Critical hit. With only 18,000 health points, the skeleton warrior stood no chance against such devastation. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the skeleton warrior and earning 10,000 experience points. Truly, as an elite creature, the defeat of one grants a remarkable 10,000 experience points. Perhaps upon completing this dungeon, I might ascend to level 17. The prospect of substantial experience rewards caused a smile to play at the corners of Yuntianha's lips. Regrettably, the skeletal creatures proved to be rather stingy, yielding not even a single copper coin in addition to the experience points, cursing them under his breath for their poverty. Yuntianha pressed deeper into the depths. The first layer of the general's tomb was comprised entirely of pathways made of blue stone slabs. Despite the flames flickering on either side, visibility remained poor, forcing him to navigate in circles. Fortunately, the experience points awarded by the skeletal warriors were exceedingly tempting, allowing Yuntianha to remain unhurried as he quietly eliminated the monsters, observing his experience steadily rise. After a full hour, he finally reached the end of the passage. To his surprise, there was no boss guarding the conclusion of the corridor, only a stone door awaited him. What? This dungeon lacks a boss? How peculiar. What purpose could this dungeon possibly serve? The drop rate for lesser monsters was abysmally low. After such an extensive endeavor, he had only acquired 2 pieces of silver gear and a mere 5 pieces of bronze. Could it be that this dungeon was specifically designed for grinding experience? Contemplating this revelation, Yuntianha felt a surge of excitement. If his assumptions were correct, he had truly struck a remarkable fortune this time. Chapter 51. the extraordinary effect of evasion buffs. In the realm of eternity, dungeons are categorized into normal and special instances. Normal dungeons are officially announced by the developers, whereas special dungeons are triggered by players or arise under specific circumstances. Special dungeons include storyline dungeons, equipment dungeons, experience dungeons, gold dungeons, and mercenary dungeons. The mercenary dungeons, as one might expect, yield rewards related to the mercenary system. The storyline dungeons serve to advance the narrative within the game. As for the equipment, experience, and gold dungeons, their names are self-explanatory, each designated to provide a particular type of reward. For instance, in an equipment dungeon, defeating the final boss can yield dozens of items, and even common foes have a higher drop rate than those found elsewhere. At this moment, Yun Tianhe had not acquired many items or gold, indicating that this dungeon was likely one of the storyline, mercenary, or experience dungeons. Should it be a storyline dungeon, the rewards upon completing a series of quests would be substantial. If it were a mercenary dungeon, he might advance to a level 4 mercenary, thereby enhancing his attributes. In the case of an experience dungeon, the rewards would be even more bountiful. Both the storyline and mercenary dungeons are one-time instances. Once cleared, they vanish and cannot be accessed by other players. Conversely, the equipment, experience, and gold dungeons allow players to choose whether to make the dungeon public or keep it hidden, enabling repeated entries. If made public, players can set an entry fee, which may be in gold or any other specified resource. Only those who meet the requirement can gain access, and all profits will belong to the player. Yun Tianhe fervently hoped it was indeed an experienced dungeon. If so, the opportunity to earn gold would certainly arise. Licking his lips in anticipation, he eagerly pushed open the stone door. Buzz, the door creaked open, revealing a dark stone staircase. Yun Tianhe's heart raced with excitement. Fear was far from his mind as he dashed down the staircase. Buzz, after traversing the shadowy stairs. Upon pushing open the door once more and stepping through, he found himself no longer in a labyrinthine corridor, but in a grand hall. Within the hall stood thousands of skeletal foes, each bearing massive bone bows upon their backs. Have they transformed into skeletal archers? With so many monsters gathered, a group onslaught would surely be possible. Yet, he wondered, what were their attributes? Could they pose a threat to him? Narrowing his eyes, Yun Tianhe swiftly cast a probing spell to assess the attributes of the skeletal archers. Skeletal Archer, Elite Monster. Level, 30. Rank, Golden. Health points, 16, 00016, 000. Attack power, 350. Defense power, 200. Skills, Quick Shot, Precise Shot, Shock Arrow. Description: originally an archer of the elite legion of the kingdom, after the death of their general, all soldiers spontaneously kept vigil for him. However, centuries later, their loyal souls were exploited by an evil dark sorcerer, corrupted by death energy into mindless skeletal beasts driven solely by the instinct to kill. Their vitality is inferior to that of skeletal warriors, and their defensive capabilities are also lacking, yet their offensive power has significantly increased. If they strike me, with my current health, I doubt I could endure for long. A critical hit should be able to dispatch them in one blow. Without a critical hit, I may need to use my skills twice. I can attract a horde of them for mass extermination, provided that my skills are well-timed. It is an opportune moment to observe the prowess of the 100 Demons' Night March. Resolute in my decision, a smirk graced Yun Tianhe's lips as he approached the group of archers. As Yun Tianhe drew near, the IDs of the skeletal archers turned a crimson red. With a roar, upon reaching a 30-yard distance from the skeletal archers, the monsters awakened abruptly. In the next moment, several skeletal archers emitted deep, guttural roars. Drawing forth their bony longbows, arrows nocked, and their sights firmly set upon Yun Tianhe. Various buff statuses activated, yet Yun Tianhe refrained from attacking. Instead, he quickened his pace and charged forward. In the icy expanse, the attack range of the 100 Demons' Night March was considerable. To fully unleash the effects of his two major skills, he needed to lure more monsters. With a thunderous roar, countless skeletal archers were roused from their slumber, drawing their bows. Swish, swish, swish. Yun Tianhe's inaction did not prevent the skeletal archers from attacking. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated as dozens of bony arrows traced elegant parabolic arcs toward him. Faced with this barrage, Yun Tianhe furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to endure the onslaught to gauge the monster's attack power. However, as the arrow struck him, the letters that emerged made him realize miss, miss, miss. A multitude of letters manifested as those arrows passed through Yun Tianhe like phantoms, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Oh, I almost forgot. The upgraded purple gold level evasion buff has a significantly higher probability. Coupled with my own luck, it seems few arrows could ever harm me. Realizing this, a smile crept upon Yun Tianhe's face. With the purple gold evasion buff, it is likely that monsters of a similar level would struggle to hit him. Thus, would he not be free to slay those creatures at will? Miss. Miss. Minus 496. Minus 501. Ultimately, of the dozens of arrows launched, only 2 managed to inflict damage upon Yun Tianhe. His health remained above half. Ha ha ha. This is splendid. I can attract even more monsters. As Yun Tianhe observed that he was no longer threatened by the skeletal archers, his worries dissipated. He abruptly accelerated his pace, and in mere seconds, he had provoked the ire of over 100 skeletal archers. As he watched the grotesque figures advance menacingly towards him, a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. Time for a counterattack. A chilling wave surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in an icy embrace. The frigid air coalesced, and in an instant, snowflakes danced like razor-sharp blades, slicing through the bodies of numerous skeletal archers. Damage numbers erupted into the air. Minus 14,288. Minus 13,773. Minus 28,882. Minus 26,894. One after another, the blood-red digits materialized, and in the blink of an eye, countless skeletal archers collapsed to the ground. Yun Tianhe's inherent buffs provided a critical hit bonus. And coupled with his exceedingly high luck, the critical hit rate was nothing short of outrageous. Only a handful of skeletal archers remained unscathed. Yet, under the onslaught of 200 times the damage, even those who survived were left with less than 10 of their health. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying a skeletal archer, earning a reward of 12,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying a skeletal archer, earning a reward. What is that? Chapter 52. The egg of the white snake. As the experience points steadily accumulated, and skeletal archers fell one after another, Yun Tianhe merely raised an eyebrow. Not far away, a faint glimmer of light flickered. Given the multitude of monsters surrounding him, Yun Tianhe refrained from advancing directly, opting instead to bide his time until the duration of the ice and snow skill expired. This skill boasted a remarkable 10 seconds of effect, allowing him to eliminate a group of skeletal archers with each passing second amidst his relentless assault. Under the blanket of ice and snow, the hundreds of skeletal archers dissolved into wisps of white light. The acquisition of over 1 million experience points caused Yun Tianhe's experience bar to surge, drawing him closer to level 16. This is undoubtedly an experience point dungeon. In a typical dungeon, defeating a monster yields a maximum of 1,000 to 2,000 experience points, akin to slaying monsters of a higher level. Only an experience point dungeon could bestow such generous rewards. Perhaps, upon completing this dungeon, I might leap to level 18. He licked his lips, excitement coursing through him. An experience point dungeon not only promised a rapid ascent in levels but also the potential for substantial gains. While it would also elevate the levels of other players in the Huaxia battle zone, Yun Tianhe had already established a significant lead in levels. Even if they ventured into the General's Tomb dungeon, they would not be able to catch up to him. Conversely, as the overall levels of the Huaxia players increased, their collective strength would surpass that of other battle zones, which was delightful news for Yun Tianhe. After his rebirth, his foremost desire, aside from enhancing his own strength and acquiring the power to vanquish demons to protect his parents upon the arrival of the hellish plane, was to see the Huaxia battle zone ascend above all others. With a soft thud, as the last snowflake fell, the multitude of skeletal archers collapsed to the ground. The expansive clearing revealed nothing but the dimly glowing object. Not even equipment or gold dropped from the skeletal archers. Yun Tianhe paid no heed to this, quickly advancing towards the light. As he drew closer, the object took shape, revealing itself to be an egg. An egg? A pet, perhaps, or a mount. Or maybe a special material. Raising an eyebrow, Yuntianhe reached out to examine the egg's attributes. Egg of the white snake, special item upon selection for hatching. It will bind to the player. When the player defeats monsters, it absorbs a portion of the experience points. Once a certain threshold is reached, it will hatch into a white snake, attributes unknown, with a rank of purple gold. Defeating skeletal monsters yields a white snake egg? Truly. This special dungeon offers rewards beyond belief. The corners of Yuntianhe's mouth twitched slightly, yet he did not dwell on it. After all, this was easily explained. It was merely a game. Why take it too seriously? If one were to scrutinize, the developers could easily assert that this egg belonged to the soldiers of yore, left behind after their demise, having never hatched. Alternatively, one might say a snake slithered into the ancient tomb, leaving behind this egg. There are countless methods to explain. Yet being overly meticulous proves fruitless. A pet of the purple gold tier undoubtedly possesses commendable attributes. Should one sell it for profit or keep it for personal use? Rubbing his nose, Yuntianhe found himself in a quandary. If it were a bronze or silver tier pet, he would certainly look down upon it and sell it without hesitation. However, a purple gold pet, especially in the early stages of the game, held remarkable value. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, even a month after the game launched, numerous players were still utilizing gold and purple gold tier pets. Indeed, despite Yuntianhe's swift leveling up, having encountered the purple gold tier on the second day of the game's opening, most ordinary players struggled to obtain even bronze tier equipment at that time. Within a month, the utmost they could aspire to was a purple gold pet. Furthermore, as the game progressed, elevating one's level became increasingly arduous, and the ascent of tier quality slowed significantly. Even the top-tier players could only hope to encounter heavenly equipment or pets within that time frame. A purple gold pet, though not to be used for an extended period, could easily last for at least half a month. He resolved to keep it for himself. At this stage, no one could afford to purchase this pet with gold, so selling it cheaply would result in a loss. Thus, retaining it seemed far more prudent. With narrowed eyes, Yuntianhe made a decisive choice, opting to activate the white snake egg for hatching. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, player, you have begun hatching the white snake egg. Until the white snake hatches, 30 of the experience points you acquire from defeating monsters will be transferred to the white snake until it is fully hatched. With a sigh of determination, he resumed hunting monsters, aiming to hatch the white snake within the general's tomb dungeon. A smile crept onto his lips as he strode towards the skeletal archers in the grand hall. Roar! The cacophony erupted as the skeletal archers stirred, their vacant gazes fixating on Yuntianhe, who was met with a barrage of arrows descending like rain. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows rained down, yet Yuntianhe remained composed, strolling leisurely amidst the onslaught of arrows. Miss, miss. One by one, letters floated into the air. Yuntianhe's health points showed little to no fluctuation. Even when they occasionally dipped, they swiftly restored to full health under the effects of a silver-tier recovery buff. As he drew closer, Yuntianhe brandished his staff. Dark magical energy enveloped the skeletal archers in an instant. Wail! The mournful cries erupted as the magical energy transformed into hundreds of ghostly figures, clawing and shrieking as they relentlessly attacked the skeletal archers. With a 200-fold damage increase, coupled with critical strike enhancements, the skeletal archers were unable to withstand even a single skill, vanishing into ethereal white light. Ding! The crisp sound of the system notification rang out repeatedly. As Yuntianhe's experience points surged dramatically, the white snake egg shimmered, radiating its presence. Time flowed slowly. Although Yuntianhe dispatched monsters with remarkable speed, he still had to contend with skill cooldowns and aggro management. Thus, he took a full 5 minutes to clear the second grand hall. With a thunderous rumble, as all the skeletal archers perished, the entrance to the third level materialized amidst the violent tremors. It was a passageway. Glancing at his attributes, he realized he was on the verge of ascending to level 16. Yuntianhe's expression turned serious as he stepped forward into the passage. In truth, had he chosen not to hatch the white serpent, there would have been no need to clear the second level for a successful upgrade. However, once the white serpent was hatched, it would serve as a significant ally. Yuntianhe was not in a hurry. After traversing the passage, He found himself in a narrow chamber. The maze-like secret paths, the grand hall, and now this secluded room. The map design of this dungeon felt strikingly reminiscent of the settings found in tomb raiding novels. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yoon Tianhe could not help but voice his thoughts. Chapter 53. Scandalous news. Though he might grumble, upon entering the chamber, Yoon Tianhe cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to find the space desolate, devoid of any monstrous presence. According to the game's design, each level of the dungeon must harbor creatures. An empty space was inconceivable. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers. If no figures were visible on this level, could it be that they were skeleton assassins? With a slight furrow of his brow, the moment this thought crossed Yoon Tianhe's mind, he promptly brandished his staff and quietly unleashed the skill night parade of 100 demons. A chilling wind howled, accompanied by sorrowful wails, as a violet ghostly aura surged forth, instantly filling nearly half of the crypt. The third level was not expansive. Thus a single night parade of 100 demons enveloped almost half of the map. This was precisely why Yoon Tianhe opted for this skill. The icy chill of his frost skills had a limited range, and he was uncertain of the monster's positions, making it difficult to strike true. Though one could methodically test with smaller skills, how much time would that consume? Time is money. Time is life. As the mournful wails echoed, the demonic essence transformed into terrifying specters, each poised to unleash their skills. Indeed, their assault was area-based, requiring no specific target lock, as long as there were hostile entities within the skill's range at the moment of release. Regardless of whether they were cloaked in invisibility or under any other special condition that rendered them immune, they would be struck with a resounding crash. As the myriad of specters unleashed their onslaught, the previously empty tomb erupted with over 100 skeleton assassins, clad in blood-red leather armor and brandishing daggers. Upon their sudden appearance, their pupils glimmered, and they lunged at the specters with their daggers. However, the specters were merely manifestations of the attack skill, lacking any physical form. As the daggers met them, they simply passed through, inflicting no harm whatsoever. While the assassins could not damage the specters, the damage inflicted by the specters upon them was utterly devastating. Generally speaking, the attributes of ordinary monsters within dungeons do not vary significantly. Assassins are fragile classes, with health and defense inferior to those of the skeleton warriors from the first level. At present, Yoon Tianhe had already vanquished around 300 monsters, and with the enhancement from his blood-red earrings, his magical attack power exceeded 500 points. Coupled with the skill's boost and his talent's 200-fold damage multiplier, these frail skeleton assassins were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The moment they manifested, they were swiftly dispatched by the specters, transforming into wisps of light that contributed to Yoon Tianhe's experience points. With a flash of golden light, as a dozen skeleton assassins fell, warmth enveloped Yoon Tianhe, signaling his elevation to level 16. The presence of a pet egg competing for experience and yet achieving such rapid advancement illustrates just how bountiful the experience within this dungeon truly is. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating a skeleton assassin and earning a reward of 9,500 experience points. However, as Yoon Tianhe advanced, the experience gained from slaying skeleton monsters slightly diminished. Yet, even at this reduced rate, it far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. He merely hoped that through this dungeon, he could hatch his pet and elevate himself to level 17. The duration of the Night of the 100 Demons was not short, lasting a full 180 seconds. Amidst the chaos, every skeleton assassin within the vicinity was struck down, only to transform into wisps of white light and vanish. However, after vanquishing them, Yoon Tianhe found himself at a loss. Despite the might of the Night of the 100 Demons, its cooldown lasted a daunting 600 seconds. Should he resort to using ice and snow, he feared drawing the monsters away. Once the creatures dispersed into the tomb, locating them in their stealthy state would surely consume considerable time. Thus, Yoon Tianhe refrained from advancing, anxious not to disturb any skeleton assassins, and quietly awaited the cooldown of his skill, taking the opportunity to peruse the forum. At that moment, the players who had been grinding tirelessly through the night watched in despair as Yoon Tianhe's level increased once more. After finally catching up a bit, they found him online for a brief period, only to see him successfully level up again. How could they accept such a fate? Even the most determined among them chose to log off, resigned to the fact that the top rank belonged to a player from the Huaxia region. If the gap had been narrower, they would have eagerly competed to establish their own renown. However, with such a vast disparity, to continue striving would be akin to an ancient turtle hanging itself, an exercise in futility. Undoubtedly, the ID Tianxin Xinghe had firmly etched itself into the minds of every elite player. In the forum, this ID had become a sensation. Aside from a few sensational stories, like a player tricking a young girl into bed with a level 1 bronze artifact, only to reveal its true nature post-slumber, or a guild leader seeking an affair only to discover his paramour had numerous wealthy benefactors, leading him to disband his guild in frustration, the overwhelming majority of discussions, around 90 out of 100 posts, revolved around Tianxin Xinghe's identity and prowess. Though fully immersive virtual gaming was not yet a reality, the advancements in VR technology had led to numerous similar games, and Huaxia boasted a battle network that cataloged many top players' IDs, including those of renowned figures like Pailai Jingxian and Shan Yufusu. Yet, Yun Tianhe had not always been formidable. His success stemmed from his past life's memories, granting him an intimate familiarity with every aspect of this game, including its mechanics. In other words, he was akin to a professional League of Legends player from Season 13, transported back to Season 1. The fundamental techniques he deemed commonplace left the global player base astounded and awestruck. In light of the immense temporal divide, the players had little to compare with Yun Tianhe. Even though the game had only been live for 2 days, he had already commandeered a significant portion of the forums. As he observed the accolades of other players, a smile graced Yun Tianhe's lips. Before long, the cooling period concluded. After discerning the optimal range for his skills, Yun Tianhe directed his focus towards another side and unleashed the technique known as Night Parade of 100 Demons. A chilling and eerie wailing echoed through the air as malevolent energy transformed once more into ghostly apparitions. In an instant, the already sinister and terrifying tomb was filled with phantoms and skeletal creatures, presenting a bizarre spectacle that could easily frighten any unsuspecting girl to tears. Fortunately, despite their fearsome appearance, the apparitions aided Yun Tianhe in vanquishing the monsters. In but a fleeting moment, the duration of the Night Parade of 100 Demons had yet to expire, and within its confines, the figures of the skeletal assassins had entirely vanished. Regrettably, this was an experience point dungeon. Despite the numerous monsters slain, the drop rates for equipment and currency remained pitifully low. Only the rapidly increasing experience points brought a smile to Yun Tianhe's face. The egg he possessed glimmered ever more brilliantly. Chapter 54. The Hatching of Pets, a Unique Reward. To ensure absolute safety, Yun Tianhe spent nearly an hour meticulously sweeping through the entire tomb space using the technique of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk, repeating the process 4 to 5 times until no skeletal assassins emerged. Only then did he grasp his staff and push open the stone door leading to the 4th level. Upon entering the 4th level, the space expanded once more. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the changes in the environment. An underground palace? Hiss. This setting bears an uncanny resemblance to a tomb raiding novel. Could it possibly lead to the final tomb? With a raised brow, Yun Tianhe felt a surge of astonishment. If he was not mistaken, it could only be said that the creators of this game were indeed remarkable, considering they had crafted an ordinary virtual online game that could traverse the hellish plains, instigating monumental changes across this planet. Incorporating a tomb raiding element seemed rather trivial. The monsters of the 4th level comprised a group of mages wielding staffs. For an average player, this stage posed an immense challenge. After all, while the skeletal archers were manageable with their single-target attacks, one could evade them with sufficient skill. However, mages, apart from their basic skills which were single-target, possessed numerous area of effect abilities. In other words, the chances for ordinary players to evade were exceedingly slim. Yet, that was the case for ordinary players. Yun Tianhe was not among them. Confronted by hundreds of skeletal mages, Yun Tianhe charged forward with determination. Roar! As he approached within 30 yards of the skeletal mages, they were instantly alerted, raising their staffs and emitting a deep, resonant chant. Buzz, dark energy coalesced, swirling around their staffs. Yet, Yun Tianhe remained unfazed, allowing them to cast their spells undisturbed. Simultaneously, he cast a reconnaissance spell upon them, intrigued to discover what skills the necromantic mages would possess. Whoosh! A flash of light revealed the attributes of the skeletal mages, materializing as a panel before him. Skeletal Mage, Elite Monster. Level, 30. Tier, Golden. Health points, 17000, 17000. Magical attack power, 400. Defense, 200. Skills, Dark Fireball, Black Thunder, Soul Devour. Description: once mages of the kingdom's elite legion, they voluntarily guarded the spirit of their fallen general. Unbeknownst to them, centuries later, their loyal souls were exploited by a malevolent dark sorcerer, corrupting them into mindless skeletal creatures driven solely by the urge to kill. Soul Devour. If memory serves me correctly, this should be a skill that reduces attributes. It appears rather inconsequential. Or perhaps their levels are simply too low. With a slight frown, Yuntianha felt a tinge of disappointment, yet his feet did not falter as he continued to dash across the map. Roar. Crackle. Boom. It was at this moment that the myriad skills of the skeletal mages finally reached completion. Before one's eyes, the black flames scorched, and the purple thunder erupted, instantly descending upon Yuntianha. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Yuntianha exhibited no fear. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck, precisely hitting Yuntianha on the head. However, he remained unfazed. Miss. Gradually, the word miss began to materialize above his head. Evasion was not merely a matter of dodging ordinary attacks. Even skills could be avoided. Splendid. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Yuntianha's lips as he accelerated, utilizing his graceful form to draw all the skeletal mages within the palace to him. In just a matter of 3 to 5 minutes, over 200 skeletal mages were captivated by Yuntianha. They roared, wielding their staffs, casting spells, all their focus unwaveringly locked onto him. After confirming that all the skeletal mages had clustered together, Yuntianha exhaled softly and began to wave his staff gently. Whoosh, crash. In an instant, the sound of snowflakes, accompanied by an eerie wind, cascaded down. A chilling aura gathered, astonishingly enveloping the area before Yuntianha. Crack! The skeletal mages, frantically approaching to eliminate him, were immediately struck by the swirling snowflakes. With the enhancement of the blood-red earrings, Yuntianha's attributes were impressively formidable, combined with a 200-fold damage multiplier. Even without a critical hit, he could effortlessly annihilate them. In a moment, cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Especially when the skill night parade of 100 demons was successfully unleashed, the vast area inflicted terrifying damage upon the skeletal mages within 100 yards. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying a skeletal mage, earning 9,500 experience points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying a skeletal mage. As the experience bar continued to rise, within his backpack, an egg could no longer contain its solitude and chose to hatch. Buzz, a peculiar radiance burst forth, accompanied by a crisp system notification sound ringing in Yuntianha's ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for the white snake egg binding sufficient experience points, successfully hatching. System notification. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a purple gold level pet, the white snake. Before Yuntianha could reveal his delight and check the attributes of the white snake, a world-class server announcement resounded, shaking the hearts and minds of every player across the globe. Ding. World server announcement. Congratulations to the player from the Huaxia Battle Zone, Tianxian Xinghe, for successfully acquiring a purple gold level pet, the white snake, receiving an extraordinary point X1. World server announcement. Congratulations to the player from the Huaxia Battle Zone, Tianxian Xinghe, for successfully acquiring a purple gold level pet, the white snake, receiving an extraordinary point X1. World server announcement. Congratulations. As the 6 consecutive server announcements echoed, a profound silence enveloped players across the globe. What a surprise. We have yet to even catch a glimpse of our pets, and Tianxian Xinghe has already acquired a purple gold level pet? Remarkable. Not to mention purple gold. I have never even encountered anything of gold or silver caliber. Hiss, Tianxian Xinghe cannot possibly be a newcomer. He must be one of the top 10 players from the Battle Network who has merely changed his ID. This is truly astonishing. With a powerhouse like Xinghe among us, I feel that the foreign players will only be able to look up to our Huaxia battle zone from now on. Within the Huaxia battle zone, players, filled with astonishment, were also overwhelmed with excitement. Witnessing their region once again take the lead over others, their exhilaration was entirely justified. While the players of the Huaxia battle zone rejoiced, those from the other regions sank into utter fury. Having stolen the spotlight from the world server announcement twice in a row, and having slaughtered so many within the demon sealing mirror, their hatred for Yunyan was palpable. In fact, certain battle zones had quietly initiated targeted actions against the Huaxia region. Chapter 55. By Suzhen in the realm of myriad players' thoughts. Yun Tianhe remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, he was filled with exhilaration as he examined the attributes of the White Snake. White Snake, a pet of the Purple Gold tier. Level, 1 rank, Purple Gold health points, 100 mana points, 100 attack power, 5 defense power, 8 skills. Blessing, when summoned, it grants the player an additional 1000 health points, 50 attack power, and 50 defense power, Bouncing Bite, and Tail Whip. Growth values, health, mana, attack power, defense power. Description, a serpent of purest white. Rumored to be protected by auspicious blessings. Even its master is bestowed with fortune. With health, mana, and defense all boasting a remarkable 9-star growth. The total growth value reaches an impressive 33 stars, truly a gem among pets. Only those of the fairy spirit level and above can surpass the 40-star growth limit. Indeed, this is splendid. Yun Tianhe was thoroughly satisfied with the attributes of the White Snake. With a 100-fold increase in damage, he lacked for nothing in terms of offense. The White Snake's 9-star defense growth was a perfect match for his needs. Furthermore, the passive skill of the White Snake would enhance his attributes, thereby amplifying his damage output. He surmised that this pet would not fall behind for the foreseeable future. After all, in the early stages of the game, many players were still utilizing pets with only 10 or 20 stars, while a 33-star pet was already considered extraordinary. With a thought, a flash of white light appeared, and a small white serpent, slender as a human finger, yet measuring 30 to 50 centimeters in length, materialized. Upon its emergence, it coiled around Yun Tianhe's arm, flicking its forked tongue playfully. Its demeanor resembled that of a young girl, and with its pure white form, it exuded an exceptional charm. My, how intelligent this White Snake seems. One could ponder, when the Hellplane descends, will these sentient creatures transform into human forms within the game? Narrowing his eyes, Yun Tianhe abruptly renamed the White Snake by Suzhen. Little Bai, grant me your blessing. With a flicker of thought, the White Snake opened its mouth slightly, and a beam of white light enveloped Yun Tianhe. Ding. Combat notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving the blessing skill from White Snake, increasing health points by 1000, and enhancing magical attack and defense by 50 points. Splendid. Observing his health points nearing 4000, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but smile. Given his current attributes, even encountering high-level bosses would not likely result in a swift defeat. During this time, he could leverage his significant damage increase to vanquish them. It could be said that in future encounters with bosses, he could simply rely on various buffs to overpower them without needing to reposition himself. With Bai Suzhen successfully hatched, the skeletal mage vanished from the map. This narrative unfolds within the confines of a tomb's map, encompassing the burial passage, grand hall, illusory chamber, and the subterranean crypt. The final layer must house the sarcophagus within the true burial chamber. The preceding 4 layers have already unveiled warriors, mages, archers, and assassins. Thus, the 5th layer should present a lang of monsters, accompanied by some priests. However, solely facing priests would render the challenge too facile. Contemplating this, Yun Tianhe stepped forward, pushing open the stone door to the 5th layer. As he traversed the stone steps, with the ethereal presence of Bai Suzhen entwined around him, he entered the last layer, where the environment transformed yet again. Although termed the true burial chamber, the space was remarkably vast, resembling a grand hall. Within this hall, countless skeletons emerged, some wielding colossal swords, others brandishing powerful bows, while some grasped staffs or held crystal orbs aloft. Behind them lay a coffin emanating dark, malevolent energy. Clearly, the ultimate boss resided within that coffin. Warriors, archers, mages, priests. It was likely that skeletal assassins lurked in the shadows. With a deep breath, Yun Tianhe realized that defeating the boss would open a gateway to immense riches. Gazing upon the coffin, he couldn't help but lick his lips, his heart brimming with excitement. Should he vanquish the boss, the speed at which he could amass wealth would be staggering. Despite his affluence in the real world, he had yet to activate the virtual currency exchange feature. Thus, his tangible wealth was of no use in the game. Therefore, he needed to earn substantial riches within the game itself. Uncertain of the skeletal assassin's whereabouts, he refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, he resolved to employ the skill of 100 Ghosts Night Walk to eliminate the minions en masse. After dispatching the minions, he would then turn his attention to the boss. Glancing at the time, it was barely past 9 o'clock. Yun Tianhe remained unhurried, stepping forward cautiously, keeping a safe distance of 30 yards from the skeletal foes. His gaze swept across the hall as he calculated the optimal way to cast his skills, aiming to cover the entire area with minimal effort and obliterate the monsters therein. Once his strategy was devised, Yun Tianhe silently waved his staff, initiating the skills casting. A resonant hum echoed, a wave of purple magic surged forth, swiftly descending to envelop a region filled with skeletal adversaries. The air filled with a haunting wail, reminiscent of sorrowful weeping, as eerie phantoms materialized, sending shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, the monsters lacked intelligence, sparing them from fear. Yet, aside from instilling terror, 100 Ghosts Night Walk also unleashed formidable damage. With a sharp crack, the glistening claws or the crimson light manifested, and terrifying damage numbers materialized above the skeleton skulls. With the enhancement of his blood-red earrings, Yun Tianhe's attack power soared to unprecedented heights, ensuring that even without critical strikes, he could eliminate these ordinary monsters with ease. In a flurry, white light erupted, and Bai Sujin shimmered with brilliance. While in combat mode, the pet would share 20 of the player's experience points, facilitating its own leveling up. It is important to note that Bai Sujin is currently at level 1. Even a mere 20 of experience points can be particularly daunting for her. The crisp sound of notifications echoed continuously as Bai Sujin's level ascended. Yun Tianhe paid little attention to these developments, having just slain a horde of skeletal monsters, and now awaited the cooldown of his 100 Ghosts Night Walk skill. Under the indiscriminate assault of this ability, the skeletal assassins could not conceal themselves and were swiftly vanquished. After a prolonged period, following 8 cycles, the entire hall, save for the coffin exuding a sinister aura, had been thoroughly cleansed by the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Even with Bai Sujin claiming a share of the experience points, Yun Tianhe still received an ample reward, propelling him to level 17. He eagerly anticipated defeating the boss to obtain the dungeon completion reward. Perhaps he could leap to level 18 in one fell swoop. Ah, the boss. It remains to be seen what benefits you shall bestow upon me. A smirk graced Yun Tianhe's lips as he gradually approached the ominous black coffin. As he neared within 30 yards, a bone-chilling roar suddenly erupted. Chapter 56, The Emergence of the Special Boss. A deep, resonant roar reverberated through the air, the malevolent energy quivering violently. Suddenly, the coffin lid was propelled upwards with a resounding crash, flinging itself away. In an instant, a figure clad in ominous black armor rose abruptly from within the coffin. His head bore an ID that gradually transformed into a crimson hue, General of the Undead, Hongan. Those who dare disturb my slumber shall face merciless retribution. With a fierce roar, General Hong and leapt into the air, landing squarely on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a long spear materialized in his grasp. Kill! Without uttering any further words, General Hong and brandished his spear, its sharp tip lunging menacingly towards Yun Tianhe. Sensing the icy wave of aggression, Yun Tianhe deftly tapped his toes, swiftly retreating to create distance from Hongan simultaneously. A chilling assault descended upon the battlefield. With a hum, as he waved his staff, frigid air coalesced, transforming into a barrage of icy blades, hurtling towards Hongan. Clang. 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 The crisp sounds echoed, accompanied by pale red damage numbers materializing in the air. Hongan was indeed affected by the frost, his movement gradually slowing. Minus 20,477. Minus 20,882. Minus 21,896. Damage figures exceeded 10,000, and even as a boss, Hong An's health visibly dwindled. Seizing the opportunity while Hong An was hindered, Yun Tianhe promptly cast a reconnaissance spell. With a flash of light, Hong An's attributes manifested before him. General of the Undead. Hong An, Golden Tier Boss. Level, 30 rank, Golden Tier Health. 420, 000 420, 000 attack power. 570 defense power. 350 skills. Sweep through the armies. Charge forward, spear charge. Whirlwind stab. Description: once a general of the kingdom's elite forces, he was betrayed by the nobility, losing his supplies and perishing on the battlefield. His soldiers reclaimed his body and erected a palace to guard his spirit. However, centuries later, a malevolent entity employed sorcery to alter the tomb's feng shui, transforming his corporeal form into that of a mindless monster driven solely by the urge to kill. His attributes surpassed the blood-charmed specter, yet remain limited. Yun Tianhe's thoughts flickered, and he began to channel the skill Ice and Snow. With the chilling assault having slowed General Hong An, he was unable to pursue Yun Tianhe with any damaging intent. Ice, Snow. As the spell was completed, a flurry of dense snowflakes cascaded down at an alarming speed, slicing through the air like blades, relentlessly battering Hong An. Boom, boom, boom. Crimson damage numbers continued to manifest above Hong An's head. Yet, he seemed impervious to the onslaught, charging relentlessly towards Yun Tianhe. As he drew near, his eyes sparkled with a sinister red light, and he thrust his spear with ferocity. Spear charge. A fleeting glimmer of cold radiance appeared, and in the next moment, Hong An's entire form surged forth like a dragon-esque shadow, swiftly reaching the front of Yun Tianhe. The sharp blade of his spear thrust into Yun Tianhe's chest. Minus 2,261. Blood-red numbers floated into view, and despite Yun Tianhe's impressive equipment, he lost more than half of his vitality from a single strike. In the next instant, a more ominous glow ignited in Hong An's eyes, and a unique power erupted once more from the spear's blade. Alas, his attack triggered the buff of vengeance. Crackle! Before Hong An could launch a second assault, a bolt of lightning descended violently, inflicting catastrophic damage while simultaneously paralyzing him in place. Moreover, the skill of Ice and Snow fell upon him, and the biting cold transformed into snowflakes that immediately enveloped Hong An. Snap! Snap! The crisp sounds echoed as a layer of frost rapidly spread across Hong An's body. In but 2 breaths, he was encased in ice, becoming a frozen sculpture. Even while immobilized, the swirling snowflakes continued to inflict considerable damage. Minus 27,762. Minus 26,274. Hong An's health bar plummeted as if by magic. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe, having avoided the attack, activated his silver-level recovery buff, and emerald green numbers began to materialize, swiftly restoring his health. One must admit that a health pool of 420,000 is rather formidable. Even after enduring 10 seconds of Ice and Snow, Hong An remained alive, but his health bar dwindled to less than 10. With just 2 or 3 more spells from Yun Tianhe, he would surely be vanquished. Roaring, Hong An broke free from the ice and the state of paralysis. With a fierce cry, he spun his spear, conjuring a whirlwind of piercing wind, directing the blade toward Yun Tianhe's face. Miss. Miss. Yet, due to the evasion buff, Hong An's skill failed to inflict any damage upon Yun Tianhe. A slight smirk graced Yun Tianhe's lips as he nonchalantly waved his staff, summoning searing flames that coalesced into a fireball, which erupted violently. Boom! The flames roared, instantly forcing Hong An back. Almost immediately, the chilling aura re-emerged, transforming into relentless blades that struck Hong An repeatedly. A cry of agony rang out, despite his 420,000 health. Hong An struggled to withstand the onslaught of Yun Tianhe's skills. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the golden-level boss, the undead general, Hong An, earning a reward of 500,000 experience points. Experience surged dramatically, though regrettably, he had yet to reach level 18. Yun Tianhe furrowed his brow. The final boss had been slain, yet the dungeon remained uncompleted. Just as confusion washed over him, a strange and eerie laughter echoed ominously. Cackling. To my astonishment, There exists another soul capable of venturing into this realm. Young one, you have thwarted my plans and slain my spectral general. Thus, you shall forfeit your own life in exchange for that of my fallen commander. A chilling voice resonated, and it became apparent that dark energies surged around us. Not far away, a figure materialized. Upon closer inspection, this apparition was shrouded in a black robe, rendering their visage obscured. Only the blood-red ID, Necromancer Su Sun, was discernible. A necromancer? This cannot possibly be a mere creature from the dungeon. If I were to vanquish it, might it yield a skill book or some equipment? Perhaps it is a boss of my own class. If so, a golden artifact could emerge, further enhancing my attributes. Upon glimpsing the boss's ID, Yun Tianhe felt no trepidation. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and an invigorating thrill coursed through him. Although the General's Tomb Dungeon is abundant in experience, it scarcely drops equipment or gold. Even the bosses adhere to this pattern. Thus Yun Tianhe now eagerly anticipated a substantial reward. Consequently, he gazed upon the necromancer Su Sun with the same awe one might reserve for a breathtakingly beautiful figure stripped of attire. P.S. Commencing tomorrow. Updates will increase significantly. Chapter 57. An opportunity you failed to seize. Before the necromancer could make a move, Yun Tianhe had already cast a detection spell to examine its attributes. A hum resonated as a radiant light flashed, revealing Su Sun's attributes in a panel before Yun Tianhe. Necromancer Su Sun, exceptional, golden level boss, level 35 rank, golden level health points, 390, 000, 390, 000 magical attack power, 620 defense, 300 necromantic power, inflicts an additional 10 damage to living beings. Skills: Necromantic Revival, Claw of the Undead, Binding of the Wraiths, Dark Fireball. Thunderstrike. Description: an evil necromancer possessing the ability to resurrect the dead, turning them into skeletons. Should one encounter it, surrender must never be an option. Instead, face it bravely. Extend a middle finger and curse vocally. This way, one might die with a semblance of dignity before becoming a skeleton. In this game, descriptions of monsters or certain NPCs oscillate between earnestness and whimsicality, a nuance to which Yun Tianhe had long since acclimated, remaining unfazed. Although its health and defense points were somewhat lacking, its attack power surpassed that of the Necromancer General. After all, wizards are inherently fragile. Fortunately, all its skills belonged to the dark magic category, and possessing dark resistance meant that the actual damage inflicted upon him would likely not exceed that of Hong by much. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Tianhe assessed the attributes and skills, concluding that he was not in considerable danger. He approached the necromancer Su Sun. Little brat. I never expected you to dare come closer. Prepare to meet your demise. Thunderstrike. A sinister expression crossed the face of the necromancer Su Sun as it raised its black staff, lightning flickering around it. Boom. As the incantation concluded, a burst of purple-black lightning erupted, striking towards Yun Tianhe like a venomous serpent. However, when the bolt made contact with Yun Tianhe, it inflicted not a shred of damage. Miss. One must admit that the combination of evasion buffs and increased luck was extraordinarily formidable, rendering Yun Tianhe nearly invincible. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped the boss would land a hit, as that would activate the Vengeance Light buff, inflicting substantial damage on the target and inducing a paralysis state for a lengthy duration of 10 seconds. What a delight that would be. Nevertheless, even without the Vengeance Light buff, Yun Tianhe was unafraid of a mere golden-level boss. In the frigid expanse, with his staff swirling, a pale blue light flickered. An abiding chill coalesced as Yun Tianhe channeled his magic. Humph! Sensing the chill, the necromancer Su Sun could not help but sneer. Brat, do you truly possess the strength to contend with me in a magical duel? Wraiths. Bind. Purple magical energy rippled forth, resembling a serpent, racing swiftly towards Yun Tianhe. With a sudden motion, a violet serpent lunged at Yun Tianhe's ankle, swiftly ensnaring his legs. The damage indicator, a faint crimson numeral, materialized, -785. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Combat alert. Due to the player's entanglement by the skill, Spirit Binding, He is immobilized for a duration of 3 seconds. During this period, the player cannot move but may still cast skills and launch attacks. Before Yun Tianhe could retaliate, the buff of Vengeance's light activated. A brilliant flash of lightning struck the undead sorcerer, Su Sun. Boom. In an instant, Su Sun was paralyzed, his form flickering with arcs of electricity. Control effects vary in strength. Conditions like binding and weakening are classified as soft control, implying a manageable influence through attributes or adept maneuvering. In contrast, effects such as paralysis, knockback, and stunning are categorized as hard control. Once afflicted by such skills, one becomes immobile, unable to execute even a single skill, unless the player possesses a skill to directly purify their status. However, such skills only emerge in the later stages of the game. Given the opportunity. If you prove ineffective, then your demise is inevitable. With a grin, Yun Tianhe disregarded his binding, wielding his staff to conjure a searing flame. The fireball spell erupted with a thunderous roar. Alas, the cooldown for the icebound skill was a lengthy 60 seconds. Yun Tianhe had just employed it against the undead general Hongyan, rendering it unavailable against the undead sorcerer, Su Sun. At this moment, the disadvantages of Yun Tianhe's lower level and limited skill set became evident. This is precisely why, in the early stages of the game, a larger player base is essential to conquer dungeon bosses, regardless of skillful maneuvering. Prolonged cooldowns mean that defeating a boss requires considerable time. The greater the number of players, the quicker and more stable the defeat of the boss. This is also why Shan Yu Fu Su invested heavily to enlist Yun Tianhe's assistance. The dungeon he intended to tackle had restrictions on both personnel and time, necessitating the recruitment of a top-tier expert to ensure successful passage through the dungeon. If only I could acquire more skills or obtain a buff to reduce cooldown times. Sighing softly, Yun Tianhe continued to wield his staff, casting Thunder Chains, Fireball, and Frost Assault in rapid succession. Boom! The thunder and flames relentlessly assaulted the paralyzed Su Sun. Even without the Icebound and Night of 100 Ghost skills, Su Sun's health plummeted at an alarming rate. 10 seconds later, when he finally broke free from paralysis, he was left with a mere 100,000 health points, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! How could you possess such formidable power? Let the undead deal with you. Resurgence of the undead. The necromancer Su Sun abruptly brandished his staff, and a surge of violet magic unexpectedly penetrated the lifeless body of the recently fallen undead general, Hongyan. With a crackling sound, Hongyan, who had already succumbed to death, astonishingly rose once more. His entire form exuded an unsettling aura of dark magic. However, this resurrected entity moved significantly slower, stumbling towards Yun Tianhe. As Hongyan charged forth, Yun Tianhe showed no inclination to evade, instead unleashing a fireball spell directed at the necromancer Su Sun. At this moment, the advantage of the boss's relatively simplistic AI became apparent. Despite the continuous decline of his health, the necromancer Su Sun harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, he commanded Hongyan to advance upon Yun Tianhe while himself surged forward, intent on casting a spell. A blood-red claw materialized, moving swiftly towards Yun Tianhe. Yet, before the claw could descend, a scorching fireball erupted, inflicting an extraordinarily devastating blow that consumed all of Su Sun's health. Minus 48,868. A 200-fold critical strike snatched away his life. In an instant, a cascade of gold coins, along with equipment and tomes, dramatically descended. Chapter 58. Dungeon Activation. Shocking Huaxia. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the undead sorcerer, Su Sun, and receiving a reward of 800,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the dungeon and triggering a system announcement. Ding. Huaxia Battlezone server announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Xian Xinghe for successfully completing the experience dungeon, General's Tomb, receiving a reward of 1,500,000 experience points, along with 3 gold treasure chests. Huaxia Battlezone server announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Xian Xinghe for successfully completing the experience dungeon, General's Tomb, receiving a reward of 500,000 experience points, along with 3 gold treasure chests. Huaxia Battlezone server announcement. What the heck? Incredible! Someone has actually managed to conquer the dungeon. Sigh, I have just begun to encounter high-level task monsters, and I have yet to lay eyes on the dungeon itself. Truly, the player who has surged to the top of the world rankings is far ahead of us. Oh, the disparity between individuals is simply staggering. Upon suddenly seeing the server announcement, countless players expressed their astonishment. Initially, they might have doubted or gasped in awe, but once accustomed to it, their sentiments shifted solely to admiration. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Yuan Tianhe was equally startled by the system's chime. So much so that he failed to notice the dazzling golden light beneath his feet. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully leveling up. Current level, 18. And you have gained 10 free attribute points. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the experience dungeon. You may choose to activate this dungeon for all Huaxia players to enter, setting entry conditions while receiving all accrued rewards. Alternatively, you may choose to seal this dungeon, allowing entry once every 10 days. Activate the dungeon. Upon seeing the notification, Yuan Tianhe did not hesitate for a moment and chose to activate the dungeon. The prospect of entering once every 10 days did not faze him, even if the monsters within could level up. Given his pace, he might reach level 40 or 50 in 10 days, rendering the dungeon's rewards comparatively insignificant. On the contrary, directly activating the dungeon to earn more gold coins would provide him with substantial advantages in the game's early stages. Gold coins play a crucial role in acquiring skills, hiring mercenaries, and establishing various settings in the secondary main city. Ding! System notification. Please set the entry conditions for the General's Tomb dungeon. Entry conditions. 1. Level 15. 2. Entry requires the payment of 1 silver coin. 3. 10-person team. While some top-tier guilds can readily produce 10 gold coins for ordinary players, even 1 silver coin is considered a significant sum. The other players do not possess Yuan Tianhe's astounding output or his exceptional evasion rate. For them to defeat monsters, even with a team effort, each player would need to expend a considerable amount of potions. Moreover, with the addition of learning skills and utilizing items, it can be asserted that the money earned by players is swiftly depleted. To possess even a few silver coins is to be considered affluent. The conditions for entry have been firmly established, and the server announcement reverberated throughout the entire battlefield once more. Ding! Announcement from the Huaxia Battle Zone. Due to the player Sky Hanging Galaxy activating the General's Tomb dungeon, all players reaching level May 15th form a team of 10 and pay 1 silver coin to enter the dungeon. Note, this dungeon is an experience point dungeon. Players who succeed in conquering it will receive substantial experience rewards. The server announcement continued. Due to the player Sky Hanging Galaxy activating the General's Tomb dungeon, a succession of 5 server announcements echoed, causing all players in the Huaxia Battle Zone to experience a sudden constriction of their pupils, rendered speechless by the revelation. After a prolonged silence, a player finally exclaimed in astonishment, "What the heck? The esteemed galaxy has just opened a dungeon? Wait, it seems that once this dungeon is activated, we too can enter. My goodness, and it's an experience point dungeon. What a boon for leveling players. Alas, entry requires a payment of 1 silver coin. Humph. If it allows for rapid leveling, I would gladly pay even 10 silver coins. Yet, we still need to reach the requisite level. How vexing. Let us hasten our leveling. Only by reaching level 15 can we qualify to enter the General's Tomb." The gasps of surprise rang out continuously, and countless players joined the ranks of those eager to level up. After all, who among them did not aspire to make a name for themselves and become a formidable player? While level may not be of utmost importance, it nonetheless reflects a player's prowess during the game's early stages. If only the group known as Heavenly Light had not retired for the night. Otherwise, upon seeing this announcement, they might have been driven to level up incessantly. Ding! System notification. The General's Tomb dungeon has been activated. Henceforth, whenever a player enters the dungeon, silver coins will be directly rewarded into the player's inventory. Splendid! Ha ha ha. Once everyone reaches level 15, I shall be able to profit. TSK, TSK. With money in hand, I can elevate my mercenary to level 4. A smile tugged at the corners of Yuntian's lips as he devised a plan. Indeed, wealth can also enhance the mercenary's level. Of course, this only applies to experience for mercenaries below level 9, and the required gold is substantial. Yet, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, the bonuses provided by mercenaries are foundational enhancements, capable of benefiting from any percentage increase. Furthermore, within the secondary main city, there are numerous avenues where gold can be used for swift advancement. This is precisely why Yuntian, despite not lacking in funds, still strives to amass gold. Although it is true that players can obtain those enhancements later without gold, acquiring them sooner yields a greater advantage. Moreover, Yuntian has wealth. Is it shameful to invest in the game? Not at all. Ah, what a delight this journey to the General's tomb has been. Not only elevating me to level 18, but also granting me countless benefits. Indeed, I have yet to allocate my attribute points and examine the newly acquired equipment. Swiftly, I directed all my points towards intelligence, and a smile graced Yuntian's face as he approached the corpse of the undead sorcerer, Su Sun. Amidst the sea of copper coins, there lay gleaming pieces of equipment and a black skill book. This filled Yuntian's heart with anticipation. If we can gather 100 members in the group, I shall distribute red envelopes. Everyone is welcome to join the group for some fun. Suggestions are most welcome. Even if you merely wish to engage in casual conversation or discuss the storyline, your presence is greatly appreciated. Once we reach 50 members, a red envelope will be granted. And at 100, a grand red envelope will follow. There will also be an additional update tonight, for those who prefer not to stay up late. Feel free to rise early tomorrow to catch up. Chapter 59, The Eruption of Rewards. With eager anticipation, Yuntian approached. Yet the 70 copper coins failed to stir any emotional response within him. However, when he laid his hands upon the tome, his breath quickened. The skills contained within were undeniably those possessed by the boss. The undead sorcerer wielded 5 skills, and aside from the dark fireball and the thunderstrike, the remaining 3 boasted commendable effects. Gently brushing his fingers over the book, a radiant glow flickered, and its attributes materialized on a panel before Yuntian. Tome of Undead Resurrection. Special consumable upon use. It consumes 5 gold coins, granting the comprehension of the S-rank active skill, Undead Resurrection, an S-rank skill. And it costs 5 gold coins? Upon reading the system notification, Yuntian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In his previous life, S-rank skill books typically required no more than 1 gold coin. Why was this particular skill priced at 5 times that? It seemed the system automatically determined pricing based on the skill's effectiveness. In other words, the system assessed that this skill's capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary S-rank skill. Understanding this, Yuntian hesitated not for a moment and decisively utilized the skill learning tome, especially since his inventory was well stocked with gold. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Undead Resurrection skill tome, acquiring the S-rank active skill, Undead Resurrection. Undead Resurrection, S-rank active skill LV1. Skill consumption. For every summoned undead, 10 points of mana are consumed per second. Skill cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill description. Can be cast on targets that have perished upon execution. The target is resurrected in an undead state, devoid of consciousness, and compelled to fight for the player. The player can also control the resurrected target, which retains 80 of its original attributes and all its skills. Duration, 300 seconds, or until health is depleted. Summoning the deceased to battle on his behalf was indeed a noteworthy ability. However, did he truly require it? Could he not simply eliminate his opponents in an instant? Letting out a sigh, Yuntian felt a tinge of disappointment. How splendid it would have been had he obtained the skill books for the Claw of the Undead or the Binding of the Undead. The Claw of the Undead was a pure offensive skill, enhancing Yuntian's damage output. As for the Binding of the Undead, it offered a 3-second control effect. Wait. Something struck him. His first buff granted a 100-fold increase in damage. Yet, summoning skills did not possess inherent damage. How would they be amplified 100-fold? Could it be that when he executed the skill, he would summon 100 resurrected targets? With this thought, Yuntian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If his conjecture held true, this skill would indeed render him invincible. Certainly, a single summoned creature would not provide substantial assistance. However, 100 summoned beasts would undoubtedly expedite his monster-slaying endeavors, facilitating his rapid development. But would the 100-fold increase in damage truly apply to summoning skills as he envisioned? However, even if such an effect were indeed attainable, sustaining it would prove exceedingly arduous. After all, each summoned creature consumes a staggering 10 mana points per second. Thus, summoning 100 creatures would deplete 1,000 mana points each second. Given Yuntina's current attributes, he could barely maintain this for a mere 2 seconds. The matter of mana. It is imperative to find a way to augment it. Regrettably, the cultivator's wristband can only be effective for a maximum of 1,000 uses, and it has already reached its limit. He must devise another method to acquire equipment that enhances mana. With narrowed eyes, Yuntina focused his mind and examined the gear dropped by the necromancer Su Sun. There were 2 items in total, a staff and a wristband. As he reached out to brush his fingers over them, their attributes materialized before him like a shimmering interface. Necromancer's staff, exquisite, golden quality. Grade, golden. Magical attack power, 210. Intelligence, 60. Strength, 35. Agility, 35. Necromantic curse. Each attack has a 10 chance to inflict the target with a curse, lasting for 15 seconds. Note: while cursed, the target's defense is reduced by 30, and both movement and attack speeds, as well as casting speed, are decreased by 50. Exquisite. Upon attack, there is a 7 chance to summon a spectral illusion that deals 170 of magical attack power to the target and renders it immobile for 3 seconds. Note: during the immobilization, the target's overall attributes are diminished by 10. Description: a staff long utilized by necromancers. It has acquired a modicum of extraordinary power after being steeped in the blood of countless innocents. Class requirement: mage or magic-oriented profession. Level requirement: level 25. Number of gem slots: 3. What? The number of gem slots? Future equipment can indeed accommodate multiple gems. Upon noticing the last line of the description, a smile of delight spread across Yun Tian's face. Previously, he had hesitated, pondering whether hastily embedding simple gems to don the equipment would diminish its attributes. Now, with the prospect of additional slots, such concerns were alleviated. As long as the equipment is of high quality and possesses ample gem slots, one need not fret over lacking the properties of a single gem. Beyond the gem slot count, the fundamental attributes and special effects of the necromancer's staff exhilarated Yuntian. Yet, he could not forsake the hero's staff. After all, its special effect grants an additional 3 attribute points upon leveling up. At worst, he could wield the necromancer's staff for monster farming and switch to the hero's staff during rapid leveling. Regardless, with his 100-fold damage increase, even utilizing the hero's staff would not yield low damage output. Nodding with satisfaction, Yun Tianhe proceeded to inspect the attributes of the wristband. Necromancer's wristband, golden quality. Type, cloth armor. Health points, 150. Mana points, 80. Defense, 40. Intelligence, 50. Death or a shield. When receiving an attack, there is a 5 chance to trigger a death or a shield, which can mitigate a portion of the damage dealt to the player. Description: the wristband tainted with death seems to possess a unique power. Occupational requirement: none. Level requirement: level 25. What a disappointment. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yunian felt rather let down. The special effect was rather subpar. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had already reaped numerous benefits, which alleviated his discontent. After all, this was merely a special dungeon, and receiving such rewards was not a loss. Well, there are still treasure chests. Let us see what they might yield. After all, it is a reward for being the first to clear the dungeon. Licking his lips, just as Yuntian was about to open the treasure chest, a crisp system notification unexpectedly rang out. Ding! System notification. Due to the player's defeat of an undead creature, the demon sealing mirror replica can be triggered, allowing you to capture its soul and seal it. Would you like to proceed? Huh? Suddenly recalling the system notification, Yunian remembered that the demon sealing mirror replica also possesses the ability to suppress the souls of dark creatures and command them. Chapter 60. The Return of the Set, Hidden Quest. Upon confirming the choice, a sudden black light emanated from the necromancer Su Sun, swiftly entering the enchantment mirror, imitation. Ding. System notification. The enchantment mirror, imitation has successfully suppressed the necromancer Su Sun. Players may choose to annihilate it or command it to fight on their behalf. The number of creatures that can be summoned is determined by the player's level and the mirror's unsealing status. Indeed, commanding the monsters within the enchantment mirror to battle does not require mana. With a sigh of relief, Yun Tianhe contemplated that by vanquishing more demonic creatures, he could, upon leveling up, establish a legion of summoned beasts. A satisfied smile graced his lips. The enchantment mirror, imitation not only enhanced his fundamental attributes but also possessed a commendable effect of sealing monsters. Regrettably, the remaining creatures in the general's tomb were all humanoid, thus failing to trigger the effect. Regaining his focus, Yun Tianhe opened his backpack and activated 3 golden treasure chests. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a golden treasure chest and receiving the reward. Sage's Cloth Shoes X1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a golden treasure chest and receiving the reward. Herbal Gathering Gloves X1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a golden treasure chest and receiving the reward. Medicinal Treasure Basin X1. A sage's set. Splendid. More equipment has emerged. Upon seeing the rewards, Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily examined their specific attributes. Sage's Cloth Shoes, exceptional golden artifact. Type, cloth armor. Rank, golden level. Health points, 300. Mana points, 200. Defense, 25. Intelligence, 70. Sage set, 1-3 grants the blessing of the sage, increasing health points by 100 and magic attack power by 5 for each level gained, with this enhancement being permanent. 1-6 grants the blessing of the sage, providing a 7 chance of receiving a beneficial effect lasting 60 seconds with each skill cast. 1-9 grants the blessing of the sage, providing a 5 chance of immunity to attacks and a 1 chance of avoiding death and fully restoring health and mana when health points reach 0, while also resetting all skill cooldowns. Exceptional grants a 7 chance to increase movement speed by 20 for 30 seconds upon attack. Description: one blessed by the sage shall be the hero destined to save this world. Class requirement: mage, priest, or advanced classes of either. Level requirement: level 25. Number of gem slots: 5. Bound player: Tian Xian Xinghe, cannot be dropped or traded. Indeed, it is a set. A wide grin spread across Yun Tianhe's face as he promptly embedded simple gems and donned the sage's cloth shoes. At this point, he had acquired 2 pieces of a set. With just 1 more, he would activate the fundamental attributes of the ensemble. Feeling a surge in his own attributes, Yun Tianhe contentedly examined the other 2 rewards. Herbalist Gloves, special item. Grade, golden. Required level, 10. Effect, when equipped, the player can collect herbs that exceed their secondary profession level by 1 tier, with a 20 increase in success rate. Herb Gathering Treasure Chest, special item. Grade, golden. Required level, 10. Effect, when herbs below the purple gold grade are tossed into the treasure chest, their quantity is doubled, with a minimum of 2 times and a maximum of 5 times. Good gracious. These items are indeed tailored for secondary professions. After all, I have mastered the court alchemist profession. With so many buff potions I can create, if I spend some time gathering herbs, I can also acquire additional buffs for myself. Moreover, in the early stages of the game, potions with such attributes can undoubtedly fetch a handsome profit. Just in time for tonight's strategy session with Shan Yofu Su against the boss, I shall see if I can sell them at a premium. With a smirk, Yun Tianhe had firmly resolved to forego monster grinding and level up in the afternoon, prioritizing the enhancement of his secondary profession. Coincidentally, he also needed to increase the number of buffs. Even if the buffs were relatively weak, an increase in quantity would still bolster his strength. Not to mention, once the number of buffs reached 100, his innate talent would undergo a second evolution. Collecting all rewards, Yun Tianhe felt immense satisfaction with this dungeon excursion, and his sentiments towards Shan Yofu Su improved significantly. Since you informed me about the dungeon, I shall grant you a 20 discount on these potions. Alas, it's not that I don't regard you as a brother, it's just that brothers are meant to contribute financially. As he rubbed his nose, Yun Tianhe was about to exit the dungeon when his peripheral vision caught sight of a token materializing at the spot where the undead sorcerer, Su Sun, had perished. Raising an eyebrow, Yun Tianhe swiftly approached and picked up the token. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was entirely black, adorned with a skull emblem. Ding! System notification, congratulations. Player, you have acquired the undead token, which can trigger a hidden quest. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Upon seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe decisively agreed. What a joke. Hidden quests are exceedingly rare and yield exceptional rewards. Only a fool would decline. Ding! System notification, congratulations, player. You have successfully triggered the hidden quest, Undead Infiltrator. Quest description, evil spirits, unable to breach the barrier between the human realm and the ghost realm, have resorted to corrupting the souls of certain mages through faith, causing them to fall into the ranks of undead sorcerers, perpetually wreaking havoc in the human world. Seeking to perform blood rituals to open the passage between the two realms, allowing malevolent spirits to invade and wreak chaos upon the world. Players are tasked with locating the corrupted souls of the undead sorcerers and vanquishing them entirely, thereby thwarting the sinister machinations of the ghost realm. Note: the game's backdrop features a rich tapestry of races, including humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, among others, reminiscent of fantasy and high fantasy literature. The settings encompass the ghost realm, the demon realm, and hellish dimensions. The ghost realm draws inspiration from Eastern mythology, akin to the realm of Yama, while the demon realm is rooted in Western lore. Task rewards, unique rewards, and substantial experience points. To obliterate the corrupted soul sorcerers? This quest promises to be quite an undertaking. With a furrowed brow, Yun Tianhe eagerly prepares himself, brimming with anticipation. Presently, mundane tasks and dungeons pose no challenge to him. The emergence of such a quest invigorates his spirit. As for the time investment, provided the rewards are sufficiently generous, even a month's duration for completion would be worthwhile. Moreover, the token bears the engraving of the number 3, suggesting that the number of sorcerers may not be overly abundant. If such a feeble boss can earn a title, how formidable could the other undead sorcerers truly be? P.S. This is the first update of the day, with more to come. For those who cannot stay up late, feel free to rest. You can catch up tomorrow morning. Chapter 61. The Art of Blood Ignition, Anticipation of Skill Amplification. With all rewards secured and the quest triggered, Yun Tianhe confirmed that there was nothing else within the dungeon before opting to exit. But the sensation of solid ground enveloped him as he opened his eyes, finding himself transported back to the cave entrance. On his arm, the figure of Baisujin had vanished. Typically, such spatial transfers temporarily disable the mount and pet systems for players. Swiftly summoning Baisujin once more, Yun Tianhe turned around to see the elder still seated at the entrance, now adorned with a golden exclamation mark atop his head. A smile graced his lips as Yun Tianhe approached eagerly to submit the quest. Brave warrior, I have not misjudged you. You have salvaged the will and soul of the general. This is the reward you rightfully deserve, the elder sighed, and in the next moment, a crisp system notification chimed in Yun Tianhe's ears. Ding! System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully completing the SSS level special dungeon quest, General S2. You have received a reward of 500,000 experience points and an SSS level random skill book X1. While the reward may not seem overwhelmingly generous, it was nevertheless a delightful surprise. After all, he had reaped numerous benefits during the successful dungeon expedition. Opening his inventory, Yun Tianhe brushed his hand over the book, its properties materializing before him. SSS level random skill learning book. Special consumable can consume 2 gold coins to actively comprehend 1 SSS level random skill. Use. The mere cost of 2 gold coins was of no concern to Yun Tianhe. Moreover, to excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. Regardless of the expense involved in utilizing this skill book, he was resolute in his decision to employ it. After all, in the early stages of the game, each additional skill significantly enhanced his strength, especially considering his 100-fold damage amplification. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the SSS level random skill learning book and comprehending the SSS level active skill, Blood Ignition. Blood Ignition, SSS level active skill, LV1. Skill cost, 100 health points. Skill cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill description, can consume 500 health points to convert into 400 mana points. For every second the skill persists, the health point consumption doubles. And the converted health points also double, not exceeding the total health points available. Furthermore, after casting Blood Ignition, your magical attack power increases by 5 for a duration of 10 seconds. This skill effect is rather impressive, just when I was troubled by insufficient mana. This skill arrives as a solution. Truly, it is as the saying goes, when you tread upon iron shoes, you find what you seek without exertion. Sighing contentedly, Yun Tianhe closed the skill panel, preparing to depart when a clear voice chimed nearby. Upon inspection, he discovered that it was a congratulatory message from Shan Yufus and by Lu Wei Shuang. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given the warmth of their approach, Yun Tianhe felt no inclination to respond coldly and promptly replied. Before long, Shan Yufus sent another message, proposing an evening collaboration to tackle another dungeon. Upon acquiring the precise time, Yun Tianhe acquiesced. Opening the leaderboard, he observed that the highest rank remained the illustrious level 13. Yet the majority of his cohort had ascended to levels 11 and 12. By the afternoon, when Huang Tian Zhao Zhao and the others logged in, they should be able to surge to levels 14 and 15, once again widening the gap between themselves and the other players. Indeed, on the global leaderboard, only 3 players surpassed level 13, with the highest, a player from the Korean war zone named the Deceiver, reaching level 14 as an assassin. This revelation astonished Yun Tianhe. For assassins are typically known for their single target burst damage and possess relatively low efficiency in monster farming. Thus, the Deceiver's achievement of level 14 indicated extraordinary prowess. Nevertheless, compared to Yun Tianhe, the disparity was still immense. With an evening dungeon raid on the horizon, he anticipated that it would suffice to elevate him to level 20, allowing him to maintain his lead over all players. Therefore, he resolved to procure some herbs in the afternoon, followed by crafting various buffs. Observing that other players could not catch up to him, Yun Tianhe seized his urgency to level up and promptly opened his inventory and secondary profession panel to review the materials required for various buff potions. The strength potion required beef, the wisdom potion needed dew and moonlight grass, the sharpness potion called for serrated grass, and the thorn potion demanded turtle shells. Aside from the turtle shell, which was unattainable at his current level, the other materials were relatively easy to gather. Any bovine monster could yield beef, while dew and serrated grass could be collected in the woods. Moonlight grass thrived in dimly lit areas. Armed with memories from his previous life, Yun Tianhe was well aware of the general collection methods for these herbs. In the Autumn Wind main city, he recalled that nearby, there was a type of mad cow, which might also yield dew and serrated grass. Conveniently, there were 2 mercenary tasks available, one to slay the mad cows and another to collect bloody leaves, both located in the vicinity. Resolute in his decision, Yun Tianhe made his way toward the mad cow territory. Along the journey, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings to ensure he did not overlook any herbs. Since he had transitioned to a potion-making secondary profession, he could not afford to miss any herbal resources, perhaps due to a stroke of good fortune. The various herbs that had been rare in his previous life now sprouted abundantly, akin to mushrooms after a rain. Initially, Yun Tianhe had paid them little mind, but upon closer inspection, he observed that in less than 100 yards, he had encountered 5 different types of herbs, including bloody leaves and serrated grass. Although these herbs were not particularly rare, they were essential for tasks and potions, thanks to the effect of his herb-gathering gloves. He harvested around 100 herbs in just a few minutes. If he were to employ the herb treasure trove, he might even triple or quadruple that amount. However, Yun Tianhe was in no rush. He planned to gather an ample supply of all the herbs before activating the treasure trove. Before long, after collecting more than 70 additional herbs, a deep, resonant bellow suddenly echoed through the air. Looking up, he beheld a group of massive, crimson-hued wild bulls materializing from the dense forest. They were enormous and robust, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. As he drew closer, Yun Tianhe cast a probing spell, revealing the attributes of the herd of wild bulls, which materialized as a panel before him. Mad Bull Monster. Level 30. Grade Golden. Health points 15, 000, 15, 000. Attack power 280. Defense power 330. Skills: Frenzy, Bull Charge, Bull Tread. Description: due to prolonged exposure to the essence of blood, it has developed a condition akin to madness. Upon sighting a living target, it will instinctively attack. Its attributes are mediocre, yet sufficient to test the enhancement effects of the skill Necromantic Revival after slaying a mad bull. Licking his lips, Yun Tianhe unhesitatingly waved his staff, conjuring a fireball that hurtled towards the mad bull. Boom. As anticipated, the mad bull monster proved to be less formidable than even elite monsters. Even without the enhancement of the blood-red earring, Yun Tianhe's fundamental attack power, coupled with 100-fold damage increase, was sufficient to obliterate it in an instant. Clatter. A shower of copper coins cascaded down, yet Yun Tianhe's gaze flickered, fixated on the corpse of the mad bull. With a wave of his staff, a swirling mass of purple-black magic energy quietly emerged, swiftly entering the body of the mad bull. Ding! Amidst his anticipation, a crisp system notification echoed softly. Chapter 62. The Terror of the Undead Resurrection Skill. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the player for successfully casting the Undead Resurrection skill on the corpse of the mad bull monster. Moo! A deep, resonant roar echoed, and in the next moment, waves of purple-black demonic energy surged, manifesting hundreds of figures that materialized from the void and landed upon the ground. Boom! The earth trembled ever so slightly as over 100 mad bull monsters, brimming with swirling demonic energy, materialized before Yun Tianhe. The demonic energy raged fiercely, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, the consumption rate of Yun Tianhe's mana was alarmingly rapid. Despite having consumed rare treasures and wielding divine equipment, his mana could only be sustained for a brief 3 seconds before the mad bull monsters, enveloped in demonic energy, dissipated completely. Yet, Yun Tianhe was filled with jubilance. The 100-fold amplification of summoning skills truly lay in their sheer numbers. Although the mana consumption was somewhat terrifying, the results were exceptional. After all, this game offered few area of effect skills, and most had long cooldowns. If Yun Tianhe faced too many players or monsters at once, he could easily fall into a skill downtime. But the Undead Resurrection skill provided him with a means to bridge that gap. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yun Tianhe needed to first enhance his total mana capacity. Otherwise, this skill would become utterly useless. As for how to increase his mana, that relied on luck, Yun Tianhe was confident that, with his fortune, acquiring such consumables wouldn't pose a challenge. However, for the time being, his objective remained to eliminate those mad bull monsters and gather sufficient materials to concoct a batch of buff potions. Sitting cross-legged, Yun Tianhe swiftly restored his mana. Once his mana reached a certain level, he sprang to his feet and dashed headlong toward the throng of mad bull monsters. Moo! In an instant, the mad bull monsters were roused, their frenzied bloodlust ignited upon seeing Yun Tianhe charge towards them. Fortunately, Yun Tianhe possessed the courageous badge, endowing him with a movement speed that far surpassed theirs, alleviating any concerns of being attacked. Simultaneously, Bai Sujin was summoned, and her blessing skill activated, further enhancing Yun Tianhe's attributes. Observing that numerous mad bull monsters had congregated, Yun Tianhe turned, brandished his staff, and began the slow incantation of his spell. Moo! At that moment, a few mad bull monsters trailing closely behind him, their eyes blood-red, charged forward with ferocity, their sharp horns colliding against Yun Tianhe. Yet, what materialized were the words, "Miss, miss, minus 1,336. Only a single damage number appeared, yet it posed no threat to Yun Tianhe. However, the reprisal light buff had been triggered. Whether it was a miss or a successful hit, the silver-white lightning, brimming with astonishing power, struck down upon those mad bull monsters. Crackling. Minus 1978. Minus 2044. Regrettably, the buff of Revenge's light inflicts damage based on the opponent's attributes, resulting in relatively modest harm. However, the paralysis it induces renders the frenzied bull monsters immobilized, leaving them stunned. it is essential to recognize that they are mere creatures, lacking sufficient AI, which implies that the other monsters are utterly clueless about circumventing obstacles. Once the foremost frenzied bulls are incapacitated, the subsequent monsters are unable to advance, left only to grunt helplessly behind them, unable to inflict any damage upon Yun Tianhe. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe's spellcasting finally reaches completion, in a world of ice and snow. With this chilling proclamation, a tempest of snow and ice erupts, cascading down upon the frenzied bulls. Notably, Yun Tianhe does not direct his attack at the bulls nearest to him. Rather, the spell engulfs the monsters lurking behind. With a thunderous roar, the ice and snow swirl about like blades, relentlessly striking the frenzied bulls. Crimson damage numbers materialize in succession: minus 14,428, minus 13,992, minus 16,772. Under the terrifying barrage, the frenzied bulls are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Even if fortune favors them and they survive the first wave, they scarcely have time to flee before the second strike descends swiftly, draining their health entirely. In an instant, numerous frenzied bulls dissolve into radiant white light. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully vanquishing a frenzied bull, earning 2,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully vanquishing a frenzied bull, earning 2,000 experience points. The crisp sound of system notifications resonates repeatedly, prompting Yun Tianhe to cast a glance and emit a faint sigh. Indeed, the experience rewards from monsters outside of the experience value dungeon are somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the drop rate for such creatures is not inconsiderable. Merely a handful of frenzied bulls have perished, yet they have yielded 3 pieces of equipment and a substantial quantity of copper coins. Having dealt with the monsters lurking behind, the frenzied bulls once again awaken from their state of paralysis. Unfortunately, Yun Tianhe is not inclined to grant them a second chance. He unleashes his chilling assault once more. A fierce gust of cold air surges forth, descending like ice blades. The frenzied bulls possess no means of resistance and are swiftly dispatched. Only one remains, having evaded the icy onslaught. However, Yun Tianhe deftly commands by Suzhen, who, after a trial in the dungeon, has reached level 15. As the difficulty of leveling up for pets is merely a fraction, less than 1/10, of that of players. With her exceptional growth rate, Bai Suzhen's attributes are commendable. She flicks her tail, striking the frenzied bull. This triggers a skill effect that forces the bull to retreat. A meager damage value of minus 2,877 appears, failing to obliterate the bull, yet it buys Yun Tianhe precious time. With a thunderous sound, a blazing fireball coalesced and swiftly launched forth, striking the frenzied bull monster with tremendous force. As a brilliant white light flickered, over 50 of these monstrous bulls succumbed within a mere 15 seconds to Yun Tianhe's relentless assault, ensuring that no living creature remained in the vicinity. Yun Tianhe promptly advanced to collect his spoils. It must be noted that the drop rate for defeating monsters beyond his level was quite generous. He obtained an impressive 43 pieces of beef, 4 pieces of equipment, and a substantial amount of copper coins, totaling over 1,000, along with 13 silver coins. Though 43 pieces of beef seemed somewhat inadequate, he resolved to continue farming. Fortunately, a variety of herbs were available for collection in the area, and Yun Tianhe was in no rush. He once again drew the monsters, employing the technique of Night of the 100 Ghosts to frantically slay the frenzied bulls in the icy expanse. Should both skills fall into cooldown, he would lure the monsters one by one, utilizing Fireball and Magic Thunder Chain to vanquish his foes. After 10 minutes, Yun Tianhe's harvest was bountiful. He had amassed a remarkable 217 pieces of beef, and all the various herbs were gathered, except for the elusive moonlight grass. With a sigh of relief, he decided to log off for a meal, intending to return in the afternoon to seek out the moonlight grass. At that time, he mused with a smile, he would be able to acquire numerous buffs once again. His heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering what delightful surprises those buff potions would bring him. P.S. This is a transitional chapter. The upcoming sections promise to be even more thrilling. Stay tuned for tonight's update. Chapter 63. The Extraordinary Efficacy of the Frying Pan. A sudden surge of buffs. Upon logging off, In pursuit of maintaining his health, Yun Tianhe eschewed takeout and opted instead for a leisurely stroll downstairs, where he discovered a quaint little eatery. As he pondered over the menu, thoughts of the white snake flickered in his mind, prompting him to order a dish of eel accompanied by a serving of rice. It must be said, despite its somewhat intimidating appearance, eel proved to be a delectable delight. After finishing his meal, Yun Tianhe took another brief walk before returning to his lodgings to log back in. When he re-entered the game, the novice leaderboard had not undergone significant changes. However, the illustrious group known as Emperor's Radiance was already online, likely poised to level up rapidly. Even if they could not catch up to Yun Tianhe, they needed to maintain a distance from ordinary players. Otherwise, their reputation would be at stake. Naturally, Yun Tianhe paid little heed to their endeavors. Upon logging in, he ignored the newly refreshed frenzied bull monsters, activated his cloak skill, and transformed into a frenzied bull himself, charging through the throng of creatures into the depths of the dense forest. Thanks to his camouflage ability, the monsters did not attack him, and in no time, he found himself deep within the woodland. The wind howled, and the leaves trembled, casting the surroundings into a dim ambience. The background music grew increasingly eerie, prompting Yun Tianhe to hum a tune. Her gaze, resembles the twinkling of stars. What a jest! Yun Tianhe was a man well acquainted with all of Lin Jiying's vampire films. Such an environment held no terror for him. Even if a zombie were to leap forth, he would not flinch. Rather, he would feel exhilarated and earn a bit of experience. Before long, deep within the shadowy thicket, Yun Tianhe discovered the elusive moonlight grass. Nearby, some wolves with deep, mysterious colors prowled. However, Yun Tianhe's objective was not to hunt monsters, so he refrained from engaging the wolves and quietly approached to gather the herbs. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully casting herbalism, acquiring Moonlight Grass X2. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully casting herbalism, acquiring Moonlight Grass X3. With the assistance of his herbal gathering gloves, Yun Tianhe soon amassed over 100 stalks of moonlight grass. Subsequently, he evaded the monsters and found a secluded corner, where he took out his golden great herb treasury. This treasury could be utilized for any herb below the golden great. At the game's inception, there were hardly any herbs of a higher caliber available. Thus, all the herbs in Yun Tianhe's possession were eligible for use. With a subtle smile, he proceeded to cast all the herbs into the treasury. In an instant, the crisp sound of system notifications rang out repeatedly. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully activating the herb treasury, acquiring Tiger Bone X3. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully activating the herb treasury, acquiring Moonlight Grass X2. As the herbs could only be placed in one at a time, the system notifications continued to chime in succession. Although Yun Tianhe felt utterly exhausted, the ever-increasing quantity of medicinal herbs in his backpack brought a radiant smile to his face. One must toil to reap rewards. What exhaustion could possibly arise from such diligent labor? As a new generation of ambitious youth from Huaxia, how could he entertain thoughts of gaining without effort? Thus, Yun Tianhe resembled a diligent farmer, perspiring profusely as he fervently tossed the herbs into his backpack. After a solid half-hour, he finally paused, and the amount of various herbs within his pack had remarkably surged, with at least 500 of each type. Even if he chose not to concoct potions, merely selling the materials would yield a handsome profit. Naturally, his ultimate goal remained the crafting of potions. Not only could he use them himself, but selling them would also bring in greater wealth. What's not to like? After carefully storing the materials, Yun Tianhe silently activated his skills and opted for alchemy. It seems I previously acquired a frying pan. In novels, they can use pressure cookers and hot pots for alchemy, so could I perhaps utilize this frying pan for potion making? With a raised brow, Yun Tianhe swiftly retrieved the frying pan and, after a moment's hesitation, chose to activate his alchemical skills to concoct a strength potion. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to create a strength potion X1. Due to its unique properties, the potion's effect has been enhanced by 20. Using the frying pan to brew potions can actually amplify their effects? Splendid. Haha. I told you that frying pan must be no ordinary treasure. With a smirk, Yun Tianhe decided not to continue with the potion making for the moment. Instead, examining the attributes of the strength potion. Strength potion, consumable. Grade, bronze. Required level, 10. Effect, upon consumption, the player gains a bronze level strength buff, increasing strength by 24 points for a duration of 300 seconds. With the 20 enhancement, it is regrettable that the base value remains too low to be of substantial use. However, with inherent talent, perhaps there are surprises to be uncovered. With a grin, Yun Tianhe refrained from consuming the strength potion and instead proceeded to craft the remaining potions. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to create a wisdom potion. Due to its unique properties, the potion's effect has been enhanced by 20. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to create a sharpness potion. Due to its unique properties, the potion's effect has been enhanced by 20. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to create a meditation potion. Due to its unique properties, the potion's effect has been enhanced by 20. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to create a vitality potion. Due to its unique properties, the potion's effect has been enhanced by 20. Since Yun Tianhe's secondary profession level had yet to rise, he could currently only craft 6 types of potions. As the tortoise shell required for the thorn potion was temporarily inaccessible, he could only proceed with the 5 remaining potions. With the successful concoction completed, Yun Tianhe took a deep breath and promptly consumed all the potions. Fortunately, this is merely a game, no matter how much water one consumes. A sense of satiety remains elusive. In an instant, a crisp system notification resonated repeatedly in Yun Tianhe's ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully acquired the bronze level strength buff, lasting for 300 seconds. System notification. Congratulations, player. The Eternal Halo talent has activated, extending the duration of the bronze level strength buff to infinity, impervious to dispelling, with an effect amplification of 7 times. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully acquired the bronze level wisdom buff, lasting for 300 seconds. System notification. Congratulations, player. The Eternal Halo talent has activated, extending the duration of the bronze level wisdom buff to infinity, impervious to dispelling, with an effect amplification of 13 times. System notification. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully acquired the bronze level meditation buff, lasting for 300 seconds. System notification. Congratulations, player. The Eternal Halo talent has activated, extending the duration of the bronze level meditation buff to infinity, impervious to dispelling, with an effect amplification of 21 times. A cascade of announcements flooded in, causing Yun Tianhe to breathe rapidly, eagerly opening the attributes page to explore the extraordinary effects of these buffs. Chapter 64. The Terrifying Enhancement, a Being Like a Fairy. As the Eternal Halo talent activated, numerous buffs augmented Yun Tianhe's attributes. He felt a warm current flowing through him, and upon checking his attribute panel, he was astounded by the effects of the buffs. Mighty buff, bronze level increases the player's strength by 168 points, with a permanent duration, immune to dispelling and nullification. Wisdom buff, bronze level increases the player's intelligence by 312 points, with a permanent duration, immune to dispelling and nullification. Razor buff, bronze level when the player inflicts damage on other targets, there is a 150 chance to cause the target to bleed, reducing their health by 1500 points per second for 150 seconds. This buff has a permanent effect on the player, immune to dispelling and nullification. Meditation buff, bronze level allows the player to recover 210 mana points per second, with a permanent duration, immune to dispelling and nullification. Fortification buff, bronze level increases the player's maximum health by 2600 points, with a permanent duration, immune to dispelling and nullification. Gasp! How formidable! After reviewing the effects of these buffs, Yun Tianhe could not help but draw a sharp breath, except for the fortification buff, which seemed somewhat redundant. The remaining buffs each possessed remarkable practical effects, particularly the meditation buff. With it, Yun Tianhe could briefly cast the Undead Resurrection skill. Once this buff's level increased, and the mana recovery per second enhanced, he could easily execute the Undead Resurrection skill. At that moment, Yun Tianhe's strength would ascend even further. One cannot help but marvel at the Eternal Halo. Not only does it elevate the duration of buffs to permanence, but it also randomly amplifies their effects. The Mighty and Wisdom potions, while not particularly extraordinary, transformed into terrifying buffs when enhanced by the Eternal Halo. Under their influence, Yun Tianhe's strength attribute soared to an impressive 200 points, surpassing even that of physical players, while his intelligence and attack attributes reached a staggering 600 points. Such attributes are unattainable for ordinary players without exceptional opportunities. Typically, a standard player gains a mere 5 free attribute points with each level, making Yun Tianhe's single buff equivalent to their advancement by an astonishing 60 levels. As for equipment, what they possess, Yun Tianhe can certainly acquire, and conversely, his gear will be superior. Thus, a significant gap in attributes has emerged between normal players and Yun Tianhe. Should he encounter those players again in battle, it is likely that he could effortlessly eliminate them without requiring a 100-fold damage amplification. It must be said that once fundamental attributes reach a certain threshold, their impact far surpasses that of special effects. The Razor buff, in essence, proves to be of limited utility. Which buff is most suitable for players seeking to defeat a boss when their damage output falls short? By leveraging the effect of continuous damage, they can eventually wear it down. However, with a mere skill from Yun Tianhe, one can inflict damage exceeding 10,000. Thus, the need for the sharp buff is questionable. This buff merely serves as an embellishment, slightly enhancing the speed at which the boss is vanquished without imparting any substantial improvement. These buffs are indeed formidable. Even in the absence of the Eternal Halo's enhancement, their efficacy remains impressive, likely commanding a handsome price in the market. Fortuitously, once players collectively reach level 15, they will undoubtedly venture into the General's Tomb dungeon. If I can introduce potions prior to that, players from various guilds will not hesitate to part with their gold for a stable passage through the dungeon. Hence, I must produce an ample supply of potions. Suppressing his fervent excitement, Yun Tianhe once again retrieved the herbs and cast them into the frying pan to begin the alchemical process. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to concoct a strength potion. Due to its unique effect, the potion's efficacy has increased by 20. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the frying pan to concoct a strength potion. Due to its unique effect, the potion's efficacy has increased by 20. System notification. As wave after wave of system notifications resounded, Yun Tianhe felt no weariness. To him, each potion represented a gold coin. Time flowed slowly as he engaged in alchemy. After an indeterminate duration, as he neared the depletion of his materials, he finally sensed fatigue. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 4 in the afternoon. Hiss. This alchemical endeavor truly consumes time. With a low sigh, Yun Tianhe felt a surge of joy, eagerly anticipating the profits from selling his potions. The remaining materials were just enough to keep on hand. Whenever the need for more potions arose, he could simply toss them into the treasure basin, eliminating the need for herb gathering and allowing for unlimited use. This treasure basin is indeed a splendid item. With a grin, Yun Tianhe stored away the potions and the treasure basin, promptly retrieving a city return scroll from his backpack and gently crushing it. Buzz, amidst the flickering radiance, Yun Tianhe's form dissolved into a beam of white light. When he next found himself firmly on the ground, he had materialized in the square of Autumn Wind City. Swish! Swish! At that moment, players began to appear in the square, yet they were all preoccupied with leveling up, paying no heed to one another, and quickly moving on. Yun Tianhe, too, paid no mind to the other players and made his way directly to the Mercenary Guild. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the 3-star mercenary task, collect sawgrass, receiving a reward of 300,000 experience points and 50,000 mercenary experience points. System notification. Congratulations, player. Upon submitting the mercenary task, a flash of purple light enveloped Yun Tianhe, and his mercenary level finally ascended. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player. for successfully advancing to 4-star mercenary status with a 10 increase in all attributes. Moreover, your gold acquisition rate has increased by 20. The mercenary level advancement left Yun Tianhe quite satisfied. However, it was unfortunate that mercenary tasks refreshed only once a day, and even special missions had yet to appear, compelling him to depart. Upon exiting the mercenary guild, Yun Tianhe intended to access the auction house, only to recall that this feature had not yet been activated in the game, until the virtual currency exchange and auction functionalities were enabled. Players could only engage in free trade within the game. After a moment's contemplation, as Yun Tianhe hesitated on where to set up his stall to sell, a melodious female voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed master of the celestial hanging galaxy?" Upon hearing these words, Yun Tianhe turned to behold a young woman clad in pale white armor, her red cloak billowing dramatically, gazing at him with a face full of hope. Above her head floated the 4 characters, brilliant stars. The young woman possessed an exquisite appearance, her brows elegantly arched, her eyes shimmering like stars, bright and resplendent, rendering one utterly captivated. Had it not been for Yun Tianhe's prior encounters with goddesses from other realms, he might have been utterly astonished. In the real world, such beauty and grace were exceedingly rare. Chapter 65, The Surprising Wealth of a Lady, a Twist in the Instance. Indeed, do you require my assistance? Yun Tianhe maintained an air of calmness as he spoke nonchalantly. Despite the young woman's appealing appearance, he would not extend her any special favors. Having lived a second life, his sole ambition was to enhance his strength, so that when the infernal realms descended, he would possess the power to protect his family and safeguard Huaxia. Everything else held no significance for him. Upon hearing Yun Tianhe's words, the young lady could not help but smile, saying, "Star River, I am the Radiant Star, and I intend to establish a guild. I would like to invite you to join. Should you agree to join, I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. At her proposition, Yun Tianhe raised his eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Radiant Star was a woman of considerable means. For an ordinary player, the allure of such a salary would be hard to resist. Alas, Yun Tianhe was not in need of money. "I am afraid I do not require any financial support," Yun Tianhe replied solemnly. "Moreover, I have no intention of joining anyone's guild." "Oh?" The Radiant Star blinked in confusion. "Are you planning to create your own guild or remain a lone wolf? Is there a distinction?" Yun Tianhe chose not to respond. Of course, the Radiant Star smiled gently, her lips curving upward. "If you wish to establish a guild, I would be willing to ally with you. If you prefer to be a solitary adventurer, I shall refrain from disturbing you in the future." Recalling that the top 10 guilds had no mention of the Radiant Star, Yun Tianhe dismissed her from his thoughts and replied indifferently, "That does not concern you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Even if you were to consider an alliance, it would only be with a top-tier guild. To form alliances with lesser guilds would merely squander opportunities." Wait. The Radiant Star had not anticipated Yun Tianhe's abrupt departure and called out hastily, "Star River. Setting aside the matters of alliances and guilds, you have completed numerous instances and must have acquired a wealth of valuable items. Do you have any equipment or other items for sale? I am willing to pay a premium." "A premium offer?" Yun Tianhe's eyes lit up at her words. He was not a superficial individual, yet the prospect of financial gain was enticing. With a glint in his eye, he turned back to the Radiant Star, adopting a friendly demeanor as he replied, "If you wish to engage in trade, it just so happens that I possess some equipment and a few special potions." Even though the General S tomb was merely an experience-gaining instance, it had yielded 5 or 6 pieces of equipment, not to mention the spoils from the Mad Bull monsters, totaling around 10 bronze items and over 20 black iron items. Of course, as time passed, the value of bronze items had diminished significantly. However, Yun Tianhe did not expect to profit from them. His true advantage lay in the potent buff potions. "That will suffice." The Radiant Star tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "For these items, if you require them, I shall offer you 10 gold coins in total." Yun Tianhe proceeded to share the attributes of his equipment without hesitation. These items are truly packaged for merely 10 gold coins. Initially, the Radiant Star paid little heed. Yet upon observing the attributes of those items, her expression altered noticeably. Earlier, She had assumed that Yun Tianhe was the sort of person who was blinded by the allure of wealth, yet unexpectedly, the price he offered was significantly lower than the norm, even with the depreciation of bronze items. A collection of over a dozen bronze pieces and more than 20 black iron items ought to fetch between 15 to 20 gold coins. Thus, Yun Tianhe's pricing was indeed a bargain at half the cost. However, it must be noted that Yun Tianhe would not incur a loss. After all, his objective was to persuade the Radiant Star to purchase potions. If he did not first present her with a taste of sweetness, how could she ever trust him? Very well, I shall buy them all. By the way, you mentioned earlier that there are some special potions. I am curious about their effects. As expected, having savored the sweetness, the Radiant Star's interest piqued, prompting her to inquire about the potions. Yun Tianhe, with no intention of withholding information, promptly shared the attributes of the potions. Ah, my goodness. Upon seeing the attributes, the Radiant Star could not help but display astonishment, her words faltering. Generally speaking, secondary professions only emerge once players reach level 20, becoming widespread only after level 30. Yet, Yun Tianhe had concocted potions while other players were still around level 10. And these were potions with enhanced attributes. Thus, even though the Radiant Star was a formidable contender on the leaderboard, she was left speechless in shock upon witnessing the attributes. Well, what do you think? Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly. The attributes of my potions are rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? Impressive hardly suffices. The Radiant Star exclaimed, Master Xinghe, have you already embarked on a secondary profession? In the future, should you concoct new potions, could you call upon me directly? I am willing to purchase your new potions at 20 above the market price, until a week has passed, after which you may sell to whomever you wish. You wish to buy out the potions? Yun Tianhe scrutinized the Radiant Star, sighing, It appears you have grand ambitions, Miss Radiant Star. To buy out the potions implies that during that period, only your guild would benefit from such enhancements. You intend to leverage that time to propel your guild ahead of the other players, whether in guild battles or dungeon raids. That is indeed feasible. But do you possess sufficient funds? Yun Tianhe, disinterested in overthinking, replied nonchalantly, I lack for nothing in terms of Chinese currency. Thus, I only accept in-game currency. Only in-game currency? The Radiant Star nodded. That is perfectly acceptable, although it will require a bit of time. Pausing for a moment, the Radiant Star further inquired. May I ask, what are the prices of these potions? The Strength Potion is 10 silver coins per bottle. The Wisdom Potion is 15 silver coins per bottle. The Sharpness Potion is 30 silver coins per bottle. The Meditation Potion is 10 silver coins per bottle. And the Body Enhancement Potion is 5 silver coins per bottle. Yun Tianhe replied in a deep voice, For bulk purchases, I can offer you a 10 discount if you decide to buy them all. Splendid. How many bottles do you have in total? A total of 173 bottles of Potent Elixir, 208 bottles of Wisdom Elixir, 80 bottles of Sharp Elixir, 150 bottles of Meditation Elixir, and 201 bottles of Strength Elixir have been gathered. In total, there are 97 gold coins and 55 silver coins, which can be rounded to 98 gold coins. After applying a 10 discount, it amounts to 88 gold coins. Yun Tianhe beamed with a radiant smile, while Fanqing Shanshan wore a look of helplessness. While others typically round down, Yun Tianhe managed to inadvertently increase the cost by 45 silver coins. Nevertheless, Fanqing Shanshan was not a stingy girl. She promptly nodded in agreement and softly said, Please wait a moment. I will have someone bring the gold coins to you. Excellent. With money to be received, waiting a little while, or even until the end of time or the erosion of mountains and seas, posed no issue for Yun Tianhe. Just as he anticipated the arrival of the coins, his communication device chimed. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Shan Yufu Su. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yun Tianhe decided to answer the call. Boss Xinghe, there is a significant issue with the dungeon. A hurried voice suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 66, The Mercenary Dungeon, a Lucrative Venture. Upon hearing Shan Yufu's words, Yunyan remained unconcerned. What significant issues could possibly arise in a dungeon? Could it be that it would suddenly undergo a transformation, raising the entry level and difficulty? That would be a boon. The higher the difficulty, the more bountiful the rewards. However, the dungeon had unexpectedly altered its format. Ordinary teams could no longer enter, and it was imperative to establish a mercenary group to gain access. Moreover, All players entering must belong to the same mercenary group. Shan Youfu lamented, perhaps we will be unable to enter the dungeon. A mercenary group must attain a 5-star rating to be formed. This condition was undeniably harsh. At the current stage, players were predominantly novice mercenaries. And achieving a 1-star rating was already a considerable feat. How could anyone possibly attain the status of a 5-star mercenary? Clearly, Shan Youfu was infuriated, unable to suppress his expletives. Yet, Yuntian's eyes sparkled with excitement. A dungeon that required the formation of a mercenary group for entry? It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. The mercenary dungeon was indeed a special type of dungeon, offering exceptionally generous task rewards. As for forming a mercenary group, he was already a 4-star mercenary. With a bit more gold, he could ascend to 5 stars. Initially, he had planned to save that opportunity for a later time when he had reached a higher level, considering it a one-time chance. However, with the presence of a special dungeon, utilizing it earlier would not be a loss. Are you certain that only members of the mercenary group can enter? Yuntian inquired eagerly. Indeed, a mercenary group must be established, Shan Youfu replied helplessly. Well, dear Xinghe, I truly regret taking up your time this round. Perhaps we should wait until we establish a mercenary group next time and tackle the dungeon together? Not necessary, Yuntian replied softly. You all come to the mercenary hall. I can form the mercenary group. What? Good heavens, Xinghe, have you already attained 5-star mercenary status? Wow, that's impressive. Shan Youfu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Yuntian would not only surpass everyone in level, but also possess such an extraordinary mercenary rank. In that moment, Shan Youfu felt a wave of gratitude. It was fortunate that he had recognized Yuntian's exceptional abilities and chosen to befriend him. Otherwise, they likely would have missed this dungeon. In the early stages of the game, whether a guild or a player could rise to prominence depended not only on their skills, but also on luck. With a stroke of good fortune, one could acquire extraordinary equipment and skills, enabling them to outpace ordinary players, even with modest skills. Consequently, Shan Youfu was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would strive for it. If they successfully cleared the dungeon and obtained some extraordinary rewards, the players in his guild would also experience significant advancement. However, Yuntian remarked nonchalantly, establishing a mercenary group requires a substantial amount of gold. Shall you provide the gold, or shall I? Upon hearing this, Shan Youfu fell silent. Then after a long pause, spoke softly. This sum of money will certainly come from us. Xinghe, you shall lead the team and assist us in vanquishing the boss. The rewards deserved will not be lacking, and the equipment will be allocated according to need. The final team reward, however, will belong to us. Yuntian did not insist further, as he was merely being hired for his services. He replied, however, if you are unable to provide the funds in a timely manner and I must supplement the amount, then I shall require a share of the final team reward. That is only natural, Shan Youfu chuckled. Yet I am confident that my assets can cover that sum. Yuntian said nothing more and promptly ended the communication. Though his heart was elated, another lucrative opportunity awaited him. In truth, forming a mercenary group required no expenditure. The funds he sought were merely for his advancement to a 5-star mercenary. To use another's wealth for one's own elevation, was that not a gain? Not to mention, with the sales from his potions and equipment, his total income had reached 98 gold coins. What joyous occasion has befallen you, Xinghe, that you wear such a broad smile? Noticing Yuntian's cheerfulness, Fanqing Camlon blinked and chuckled. Could it be that you have profited from my purse? Profiting is a given. Otherwise, why would I pursue alchemy? Yuntian replied. However, my joy is not merely from monetary gain, but rather because a new dungeon awaits us shortly. Yuntian did not conceal this information, knowing that once he completed the dungeon, a server announcement would follow. A new dungeon? Upon hearing this, Fanqing Camlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly inquired, is there still room for more members in that dungeon? How about I pay 10 gold coins for a spot? At this, Yuntian felt a surge of interest and scrutinized the young lady before him. He could not deny her audacity. When presented with an opportunity, she acted without hesitation, a quality many men lacked. Agreed, I can take you into the dungeon. However, 10 gold coins will not suffice. Yuntian chuckled lightly. The dungeon we are about to trigger is a special one. At the very least, It requires 30 gold coins. 30 gold coins? Fan Qianlong pondered for a moment. Then a smile graced her lips as she replied, "That is acceptable, but might I inquire about the possibility of paying in installments? To purchase your equipment and potions. I have exhausted my savings." Waving her hand with a look of resignation, Fan Qianlong acknowledged the truth of her situation. Even though she had a guild from which she could collect gold directly from its members, the initial stages of the game limited productivity, and with the cap on gold, she had to reserve some for daily necessities. How could she gather a substantial amount? Of course, it can be arranged. However, interest will be required. Yun Tianhe beamed with delight, relishing the prospect of others opting for installment payments. Although the immediate sum received might be less, the accrued interest would yield greater profits. As for those unwilling to pay, with the prowess of Yun Tianhe, who would dare to default on a debt? Such an individual would find it impossible to navigate the realms of the game. Each encounter warrants a swift execution, sending them back to level 0. Let us see if they would still have the audacity to remain in arrears. Oh, the esteemed Star River, you embody the essence of a frugal and diligent man. The player known as Brilliant Star sighed, yet did not refuse. She, too, recognized the significance of the special dungeon. Shortly thereafter, a female player approached, exchanged gold coins with Brilliant Star, cast a glance at Yun Tianhe, and departed. Star River, here are 98 gold coins. As for the 30 gold coins for the team, I shall provide them tomorrow. Shall I offer you 31 gold coins then? Brilliant Star inquired. Very well, Yun Tianhe acquiesced, accepting Brilliant Star's transaction request. Placing his equipment and potions on the table, the 98 gold coins found their way into his satchel. Star River, how much gold do we require in total? He asked, his excitement palpable, just as a group led by Shan Yufusu approached from behind. Oh, you have arrived as well. With a raised eyebrow, Yun Tianhe swiftly turned, his face adorned with a smile. Not much, I estimate around 500 gold coins. What? 500 gold coins? The expressions of Shan Yufusu and his companions shifted dramatically, hesitating at the startling revelation of the cost. Yet, a smirk appeared on Yun Tianhe's lips. P.S. An update will follow in the evening. Chapter 67. The Mercenary Coronation. The Return of the Artifact. The Radiant Starry Night could not muster a substantial amount of gold, and neither could Mount Fusu. In the early stages of the game, the disparity between guilds was not particularly pronounced. However, Mount Fusu, being an established guild, boasted a larger membership and could indeed contribute a bit more gold than Starry Night. Ugh, I can at most offer 300 gold coins. Gritting his teeth, Mount Fusu resolved to take a chance. The earlier they conquered the special dungeon, the more bountiful the rewards, thus widening the gap between him and the other players. He understood well the principle that a step ahead translates to a continual advantage. As for the finances, once the currency exchange system was activated, would he ever be short on funds? Just like Yun Tianhe, players capable of sustaining a guild were invariably affluent in real life. Thus, Mount Fusu solemnly inquired, Master Xinghe, can you provide the remaining 200 gold coins? Certainly, Yun Tianhe nodded slightly. Observing this, Mount Fusu could not help but chuckle wryly. Now I comprehend why you mentioned that if you were to chip in, the rewards would be split evenly. It seems you anticipated our inability to gather such a sum. Indeed, Yun Tianhe did not deny it, affirming, in the early game, the guilds capable of contributing 500 gold coins are exceedingly rare. Hence, I had already prepared to finance the dungeon. I am confident that you would not want to miss this unique opportunity. Sighing, Mount Fusu remarked, Master Xinghe, not only are you immensely powerful, but your intellect is equally sharp. I must express my admiration. Just average, Yun Tianhe replied decisively, sending a trade request. Ding. The system notification chimed. Congratulations. Player has received 300 gold coins from Mount Fusu. With this substantial sum, Yun Tianhe now possessed over 460 gold coins. Truly a wealthy individual. As for the supposed 500 gold, it was merely a ruse on Yun Tianhe's part. After all, how could Mount Fusu willingly relinquish the dungeon rewards? Moreover, Yun Tianhe was not contributing absolutely nothing. By the way, I intend to bring someone along into this dungeon, Yun Tianhe stated abruptly. Upon hearing this, Mount Fusu, by Lu Wei Shuang, and the others turned their gaze towards the quietly standing Starry Night, who had remained silent by Yun Tian's side. How beautiful! Hiss! Despite being accustomed to the stunning by Lu Wei Shuang, who often accompanied Nan Yu, the unexpected sight of Starry Night compelled an involuntary exclamation. Bai Lu Wei Shuang narrowed her eyes, pondering the relationship between Yun Tianhe and Starry Night. Is she your girlfriend? Haha. Master Xinghe, not only have you financed this venture, but you are also the primary force against the boss. Bringing one person along is no issue. You could even take 100. Mount Fu Su laughed heartily, causing Starry Night to blush slightly. In reality, she rarely spoke to males, and being mistaken for someone else's girlfriend left her feeling quite shy. Nevertheless, she chose not to refute the assumption. She understood that in such situations, the more one defended oneself, the more seriously others would take it, and the teasing would only intensify. Remaining silent would, in fact, facilitate a quicker transition away from the topic. Yun Tianhe was indifferent to these matters. Upon seeing Shan Yufusu's agreement, he turned and entered the mercenary hall. Observing this, the group composed of the brilliant stars, Shan Yufusu, and Bai Lu Wei Shuang followed suit. Due to Yun Tianhe's high mercenary rank, a throng of NPCs promptly approached him. However, Yun Tianhe's focus was not on them. With the status of a 4-star mercenary, he ascended directly to the second floor. Shan Yufusu and the others wished to follow but were halted by the NPC soldiers. Upon reaching the second floor, Yun Tianhe skillfully pushed open a door, revealing an elderly man enjoying a cup of tea. Elder, I wish to elevate my mercenary rank. Yun Tianhe approached directly, triggering a dialogue. Oh, elevate your mercenary rank? Certainly. It will cost you 1,000 experience points and 1 gold coin. The old man immediately donned a lecherous grin. A swindler indeed. Even though Yun Tianhe was aware of the price from his previous life, he couldn't help but mutter a low curse. The price was simply outrageous. Without further ado, Yun Tianhe continued to surrender gold coins. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for gaining 1,000 mercenary experience points. Lost 1 gold coin. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for gaining 1,000 mercenary experience points. Lost 1 gold coin. As the gold coins were consumed, Yun Tianhe's mercenary experience points skyrocketed. Finally, after expending 420 gold coins, an exhilarating sound echoed in his ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully elevating your mercenary rank to 5 stars, granting a 15 increase in all attributes and subsequently increasing gold acquisition by 20. When teamed with mercenary group members or guild members, all players experience acquisition rate increases by 10. System notification. Congratulations, player, for elevating your mercenary rank. You can no longer purchase experience from NPCs in Xiofeng City. With a sigh, he thought about elevating from 8 stars to 9 stars at the NPC in the ultimate main city. He hoped this dungeon would bring him surprises. A smirk grazed his lips as Yun Tianhe decisively withdrew and made his way downstairs. At that moment, Shan Yufusu was anxiously pacing below, periodically glancing up at the second floor, resembling a forsaken wife. When he saw Yun Tianhe descend, he rushed forward, inquiring, "So, was it successful?" Indeed. Yun Tianhe quickly sent a party invitation to everyone. Once they all consented, he said nothing further and went directly to find the female NPC in the hall to activate the dialogue and select the option to create a mercenary group. Unlike guilds, which required a guild token and gold coins, this system merely necessitated reaching a certain mercenary rank to unlock it. Ding. System notification. Please input the name of your mercenary group. Dream of the past. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe entered this name. In the realm of dreams and celestial wanderings, it is not merely a reminiscence of his youthful days, but rather a manifestation of his desire to perceive his past life as a fleeting dream. In this incarnation, he is resolute in altering the course of destiny. Ding. Announcement from the Huaxia server. Congratulations to player Tianxin Xinghe for successfully establishing the first mercenary group, Dreaming of Celestial Wanderings. Receiving rewards of 3 purple gold treasure chests and 3 gemstone gift boxes. Additionally, a special artifact, replica of the Heart of Mercenaries. The announcement echoed across 6 servers. leaving players throughout the Huaxia battle zone momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, a fervent uproar ensued. By heavens, to create a mercenary group, one must achieve a 5-star rank. Right? How is it possible that our guild leader has toiled endlessly to attain only a 1-star rank, while he has instantly vaulted to 5 stars? Tianxin Xinghe must be a top-tier professional player, merely under a different ID. Incredible, the prowess of the stellar master. Goodness, if I ever encounter Tianxin Xinghe, I shall undoubtedly prostrate myself before him and beseech him to take me as his disciple. Brother, you may not be handsome, but your aspirations are indeed lofty. P.S. This is the second update for today. Another one should follow in the evening. However, it may arrive around 1 to 2 a.m. For those who cannot wait, you may rise early to read it. Chapter 68, Reward Explosion, Blood Potion Buff. The mercenary group has been successfully established, and Yun Tianhe has received numerous rewards. There are 3 purple gold treasure chests, 3 gemstone gift boxes, and a divine artifact, making for a truly bountiful reward. Even though the artifact is merely a replica, it is still a top-tier item in the early stages of the game. However, Yun Tianhe did not immediately open the treasure chests. Instead, he turned to Shan Fu Su and issued an invitation to his companions. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to player Shan Fu Su for successfully joining the Dreaming Immortal mercenary group. System notification. Congratulations to player Lu Wei Shuang for successfully joining the Dreaming Immortal mercenary group. System notification. Congratulations to player Fan Xing Qianlan for successfully joining the Dreaming Immortal mercenary group. System notification. Congratulations. The number of members in the Dreaming Immortal mercenary group has reached 5, triggering Phase 1 enhancement. All players' health and mana are increased by 10. Attack and defense are increased by 5, and experience gain and equipment drop rates are increased by 5. Once everyone had joined the mercenary group, their expressions turned serious. They had not anticipated such substantial benefits from joining a mercenary group. While it was already notable that various combat attributes would receive different enhancements, the fact that experience gain and equipment drop rates could also be increased was astonishing. Did this not imply that players who did not join a mercenary group would be significantly weaker than regular players? Moreover, this was merely the first phase of enhancement. As the number of players in the mercenary group increased, the enhancements were likely to become even more extraordinary. In an instant, Shan Fu Su was struck by inspiration. He too desired to form a mercenary group. Unfortunately, at present, not only in the entirety of the Huaxia war zone, but the world at large, aside from Yun Tianhe, it seemed there were no players capable of achieving a 2-star mercenary rank, let alone meet the requirements to establish a mercenary group. In other words, if Shan Fu Su wished for players within his guild to enjoy such enhancements, he would have to approach Yun Tianhe for assistance. Not only was Shan Fu Su contemplating this, but Fan Xing Qianlan's eyes also narrowed, revealing her own intentions. After a prolonged silence, Shan Fu Su spoke softly. Star River, may I bring in a few people to join the mercenary group? Of course. Yun Tianhe replied with a light chuckle. It's 1 gold coin per position. By the way, don't say I didn't warn you. A level 1 mercenary group only has space for 20 members. As the mercenary group levels up, not only will the number of positions increase, but the attribute enhancements will also be elevated. Let us do it. Upon hearing that the mercenary group could be upgraded, not just enhancing the phases, Shan Fu Su readily agreed. Fan Xing Qianlan then chimed in with a smile. If it's 1 gold coin per position, then why not reserve a few for me as well? Regardless of my indifference, as long as you provide the payment, you may join if there is available space. Yun Tianhe was unconcerned. Yet both Shan Yu and Fu Su displayed expressions of helplessness. One was striving to activate the dungeon, while the other sought to purchase potions, having already exhausted their funds. They would have to wait until the morrow to accrue more gold coins. Observing that neither contributed any coins, Yun Tianhe recognized that he had drained them of their resources, and thus chuckled. Brother Fu Su, would you kindly lead the way? Let us prepare to enter the dungeon. Certainly. Shan Fu Su gathered his thoughts and guided the group out of Autumn Wind City towards the location of the dungeon. This game was remarkably realistic. Entry into the dungeon could only be achieved through a specific entrance, with no option for teleportation. Along the way, the others discussed the benefits of the mercenary group. while Yun Tianhe opened his backpack to utilize the rewards he had previously obtained. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a purple gold treasure chest. Receiving the reward, Sage's chestplate. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a purple gold treasure chest. Receiving the reward, Design blueprint for Bloodfire buff potion X1. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a purple gold treasure chest. Receiving the reward, Heart of Battle X1. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a gem gift box. Receiving Simple Gem X8. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a gem gift box. Receiving Strength Gem X3. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening a gem gift box. Receiving Magic Gem X5. Upon the completion of opening 6 gift boxes, Yun Tianhe raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with joy. More excellent items have emerged. Just by their names, it was evident that none of these 6 rewards were inferior. With a fleeting thought, Yun Tianhe quickly examined the specific effects of these rewards. The Simple Gem required no elaboration. The Strength Gem and Magic Gem, however, also boasted impressive effects. Strength Gem, Special Item. Grade, Silver. Embedding requirement, equipment of Silver grade or below. Embedding effect, when embedded in equipment, it grants an additional 20 points of strength. Limitation, a maximum of 2 identical gems may be embedded in the same piece of equipment. Magic Gem, Special Item. Grade, Silver. Embedding requirement, equipment of Silver grade or below. Embedding effect, when embedded in equipment, it grants a special effect, Mana Recovery, which allows the player to recover 20 points of mana per second while in combat, with the effect lasting indefinitely and stackable. Limitation, a maximum of 2 identical gems may be embedded in the same piece of equipment. Indeed, the effects are quite similar to those in my previous life. It is regrettable that if this effect had an amplification, I would not need to worry about mana consumption. At that point, I could summon hundreds of monsters to effortlessly conquer the dungeon and its bosses. Smiling slightly, Yun Tianhe continued to examine the effects of the Bloodfire buff potion. Design blueprint for Bloodfire buff potion, consumable upon usage. It enables players possessing the alchemy's secondary profession to comprehend the crafting method for the Bloodfire buff potion. The effects of the Bloodfire potion are as follows: a decrease of 20 in personal defense, an increase of 50 in attack power, lasting for 60 seconds, with a cooldown period of 300 seconds. Required materials for crafting include Tiger Blood X99, Wolf Blood X99, Sunstone X1, and Fire Centipede X1. So, this is the nature of the potion. Indeed, it offers another buff to augment attack power. With my existing 100-fold damage amplification, I should strive for more of such buffs to elevate my attack potential to its zenith. When will I be able to vanquish a demon with a single blow? In that case, what significance does defense hold? Alas, the Fire Centipede is a level 60 creature. It seems I shall not be able to concoct this potion in the near future. With a sigh, Yun Tianhe felt no disappointment, for his current attack power suffices. Thus, with eager anticipation, he once again examined the attributes of the Heart of Battle. Chapter 69, The Heart of the Mercenary, The Tragedy of the Stalemate. Battle Heart, special consumable upon use, it bestows upon the user the comprehension of the epic passive skill Battle Heart. What? An epic skill? Upon suddenly encountering this notification, Yun Tianhe could not help but feel his breath quicken. An epic skill is a formidable existence, surpassing even legendary skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe decisively used the Battle Heart. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully comprehending the epic passive skill, Battle Heart. Battle Heart, epic passive skill, level 1. Skill consumption, none. Skill cooldown, none. Skill description. Upon entering combat, all control effects inflicted upon the player are reduced by 50. And each attack has a 1 chance to trigger the effect of Battle Spirit, enhancing the player's magical attack power by 2. Stacking up to a maximum of 10 times for a duration of 30 seconds. Hiss. At merely level 1, it can reduce control duration by 50. If it were to reach its maximum level, would it not reduce control time by over 80? In other words, A 10-second control effect would only impact me for 2 seconds? Despite the brevity of the effect description, Yuntian's heart swelled with joy. With such an effect, he would no longer have to worry about control skills when facing either bosses or players. However, acquiring immunity skills or purification abilities should not be overlooked. To think that the reward for merely establishing a mercenary group would be so bountiful. Alongside the sage's set and the battle heart, hope remains a delightful surprise. Licking his lips, Yuntian had continued to examine his attributes. Battle heart replica artifact. Health points, 1,000. Mana points, 800. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Agility, 100. Battle heart. This equipment can be bound to a specific player. Once bound, when the player forms a team, all members' attributes increase by 10, critical strike rate increases by 30. Resilience against critical strikes increases by 20, and evasion rate increases by 5. Status, sealed. Each unsealing grants access to a special effect, with a maximum of 6 unseals. Description. It is said that this is the heart of the first-generation mercenary king, transformed after his death, possessing extraordinary power and attributes. Sage's chest armor. Exquisite golden gear. Note, the previous chapter contained an error, which has been corrected. Type, cloth armor. Grade, golden. Health points, 600. Mana points, 400. Defense, 60. Intelligence, 110. Exquisite. Each time the wearer receives an attack, there is a 3 chance to increase their defense by 5, lasting for 10 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 seconds. Set attributes. 1-3 possesses the blessing of the sage, gaining an additional 100 health points and 5 magic attack power with each level increase. This enhancement is permanent. 1-6 with the blessing of the sage. Each time a skill is cast, there is a 7 chance to receive a beneficial effect lasting for 60 seconds. 1-9 with the blessing of the sage. Each time attacked, there is a 5 chance to become immune to that attack. Furthermore, if health points are reduced to 0, there is a 1 chance to avoid death. Restoring all health and mana, while clearing all skill cooldowns. Description. Those endowed with the blessing of the sage shall become the heroes destined to save this world. Class requirement. Mage, priest, or advanced classes of either. Level requirement. Level 25. Bound player. Tian Xin Xing He. Non-droppable, non-tradable. Number of gem slots. 3. 3 pieces acquired. Few. Further upgrades will yield additional attributes. Quite fortuitous to receive this just before entering the dungeon. Reaching level 20 in this instance should pose no significant challenge. As for the mercenary's heart, although binding with others is necessary for special effects, its base attributes are commendably high and quite usable. Hastily, he embedded simple and magical gems into the sage's chest armor, and with determination, Tian Xin Xing, he switched his equipment. The set effect activated, and a silver luminescence emanated from him, swirling like a tiny sprite by his side. Coupled with the white serpent coiled around his hand, he exuded an ethereal charm. For a moment, both Xingqian and Bai Lu Wei Shuang gazed at Tian Xin Xing He in wonderment. After some time, it was Bai Lu Wei Shuang, possessing the greater audacity, who boldly inquired, "Star River, what are those luminous effects and that little serpent adorning you?" Typically, in such games, one must reach at least level 30 or 50 to acquire a pet, thus they had not considered that possibility. Oh, it's the set effect. As for the serpent, it is not merely an ornament, but my pet, Tian Xin Xing, he replied nonchalantly. Star River, you already have a pet? Wow. I recall in the previous game, players obtained pets only after level 40. How did you manage to acquire one before reaching level 20? Even the solitary Nan Yu Chao Mu could not conceal her astonishment. Is it really that difficult? Tian Xin Xing, he softly remarked, rather than discussing this. We should hasten and proceed to the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Shan Yufu Su quickened his pace, and the others dared not speak further. Uncertain of Tian Xin Xing, he's temperament, fearing his ire. After about 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Within the dim forest stood a grand palace. The entire structure was composed of bronze, appearing somewhat eerie in the shadowy surroundings. The entrance, also of bronze, bore an intricate carving of a ferocious beast. A vivid crimson liquid trickled down the bronze door. The chilling background music echoed ominously in the air. Just the sight of such a scene caused Shan Youfu and the others to gasp in horror, instinctively taking a few steps back. Although Yun Tianhe had long since grown accustomed to such scenarios, Shan Youfu and his companions were witnessing this bizarre spectacle for the first time. And the abrupt onset of the eerie soundtrack was enough to terrify them. Paying no heed to the reactions of the others, Yun Tianhe calmly declared, "I am initiating the dungeon. Follow me." With that, he stepped forward and reached out to push against the bronze door. Ding. System prompt. Player conditions met. Would you like to activate the dungeon, the Sorrow of Ceasefire? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe decisively activated the dungeon. Chapter 70. The Terrifying Disparity, the Subdued Crowd. In an instant, the bronze door swung open. Gazing inside, the hall was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light filtering through the leaves, casting a small glow at the entrance. No monstrous entities emerged, nor were there any peculiar presences upon the ground. I shall go first, after all. I am a warrior and must prioritize my survival, declared Shan Youfu with conviction. Spare me. You are the boss. Do not meet your demise, retorted Yun Tianhe, showing no regard for Shan Youfu's status as he boldly stepped inside. What a jest! At this moment, he possessed 2 divine artifacts, supplemented by an array of high-tier equipment. With his health points nearing 4,000, several times greater than Shan Youfu's, his entry was, without a doubt, the safest option. Moreover, should Shan Youfu step in and be instantly dispatched, how would it reflect upon Yun Tianhe? As the foremost player on the leaderboard, leading a party only to witness the boss's demise would be utterly humiliating. The moment he crossed the threshold of the hall, a crisp system notification rang in Yun Tianhe's ears, accompanied by a chilling voice. Who dares to intrude upon the Blood Castle? Truly, they must be weary of life. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully activated the Eternal Conflict dungeon and entered the Blood Castle map. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of arrows shot forth with blinding speed, striking Yun Tianhe with alarming ferocity. In an instant, pale red damage numbers erupted around him. -776, -652, -559, -611. Despite Yun Tianhe's formidable gear, he nearly succumbed in that moment. Witnessing this, Shan Youfu's expression shifted dramatically, and relief flooded his heart. Thankfully, had Yun Tianhe not rushed in first, he may have met a dire fate. Quickly, enter and assist the esteemed Xinghe. Shan Youfu urged his companions to enter the dungeon. However, before they could do so, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Yun Tianhe's head was now surrounded by a cascade of emerald green numbers. 240. 240. The game mechanics dictated that both monsters and players possessed individual attack speeds. Consequently, once the initial round of attacks from the creatures had concluded, they could only watch helplessly as Yun Tianhe's health replenished. Good heavens! Isn't the esteemed Xinghe a necromancer? How does he possess a continuous healing ability? Gasped one onlooker. This healing amount rivals my own skills. Moreover, he can heal indefinitely. The crowd was astounded, particularly by Lu Weiswang, a skilled priestess herself, who understood the current healing capacities of players. Perhaps Yun Tianhe's single-target healing was modest. However, he lacked any cooldowns. If this continued, calculating the healing over 10 seconds, or even 20, would reveal that Yun Tianhe could far surpass the healing output of other priest players. A necromancer with healing prowess, astonishingly surpassing that of a priest? The esteemed Starry River is truly formidable. Remarkable. Witnessing this, the solitary wanderer, along with Nanyu Chiumu, was utterly impressed. Within the game, which resembles a miniature world, strength reigns supreme. Yun Tianhe, possessing such formidable power, naturally commanded their respect. Lu Weiswang blinked and became the second to step into the grand hall. A crystal orb flickered, and a radiant beam of sanctity descended upon Yun Tianhe. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player has received the Holy Shield skill from Lu Weiswang. When sustaining damage, a Holy Shield will manifest, capable of absorbing 30 of the player's health points. System notification. Congratulations, player has received the Healing Spell skill from Lu Weiswang, restoring 390 health points. System notification. Congratulations, player has received the Healing Rain skill from Lu Weiswang, restoring 520 health points. With 3 consecutive skills cast, Yuntian's health bar was nearly replenished in an instant, enveloped by a protective glow. This surprised Yuntian slightly. He had not anticipated Bailu Weishuang's support abilities were so commendable. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, gazing towards the direction of the incoming arrows. To his astonishment, he spotted 5 humanoid monsters clad in crimson leather armor, brandishing powerful bows, glaring fiercely at him. How dare they invade the Blood Castle? Brothers, eliminate the intruder. The 5 glared menacingly at Yuntian, charging forward with their bows drawn. As they prepared to unleash their arrows, he sensed their attack interval had arrived. And they raised their bows, their sights fixed unwaveringly on him. Had their numbers been greater, or their firing speed quicker, Yuntian might have harbored some concern. However, with Bailu Weishuang providing healing and support skills, he felt no trepidation regarding the output of those 5 creatures. Of course, Yuntian did not underestimate them. He raised his staff and unleashed the chilling invasion skill. Swish, swish, swish before the 5 could draw their bows again. A frigid gust surged forth, transforming into razor-sharp ice blades that struck them relentlessly. In an instant, horrifying crimson numbers erupted above their heads. Minus 38,667. Minus 37,882. Minus 39,284. What on earth? Good heavens. Am I dreaming? Hiss, damage in the tens of thousands. Damn, I typically only inflict around 200 damage, even against low-level monsters. Against such high-level foes, it would surely be even less. Is this truly not a cheat? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the expressions of the solitary wanderer, Nanyu Qiaomo, and even Shanyu Fusu as they looked at Yun Tianhe turned peculiarly odd. Faced with such terrifying output, the 5 archers clad in blood-red leather could not withstand the onslaught, dissolving into white light. In truth, even Yun Tianhe himself had not anticipated such elevated damage output. It is estimated that the archers possess relatively low defense, resulting in their high base damage output. Thus, even if they are not creatures of the dark, the sheer magnitude of their damage amplification, 100-fold, enables them to inflict even greater harm. This is advantageous. The higher the output, the swifter the defeat of this boss. Moreover, I must devise a method to procure the materials necessary to dispel the curse. Resolute in my decision, Yun Tianhe paid no heed to the astonished onlookers and boldly ventured deeper into the grand hall. As he progressed, the figures around him were stirred into motion. The variety of monsters within this hall was considerable. Although they all donned identical crimson leather armor, their weapons differed. The one commonality among them was their aggressive nature. Nevertheless, under Yun Tianhe's terrifying output, they were unable to withstand the assault and were instantaneously vanquished. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries as Shanyu Fusu and his companions entered the hall, their expressions vacant as they exchanged bewildered glances. After a lengthy pause, Nanyu Qiaomu abruptly brandished his staff, murmuring incantations. With a resounding boom, a searing fireball coalesced and struck a crimson-armored archer with a tremendous impact. Minus 78. The damage figures materialized, and in that fleeting moment, all players fell into a profound silence. Chapter 71. The Roar of War, a unique buff. If previously they could have perceived the monsters within the dungeon as relatively feeble, thus allowing Yun Tianhe to unleash such horrifying damage, now they found themselves devoid of any reasonable justification. The disparity between them was indeed staggering, particularly for Nanyu Qiaomo, who had believed that even if he did not rival the top-tier players, he was still a formidable master. Little did he anticipate that the gap in damage output between him and Yun Tianhe would reach several hundred times. Fortunately, I have summoned the esteemed Star River expert, Shanyu Fusu remarked. With the presence of the Star River expert, I am confident that this dungeon can be traversed with ease. As these words were exchanged, numerous players entered the grand hall. Boom! In an instant, the bronze doors slammed shut, the resounding noise startling everyone. Whoosh! 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 Following that, oil lamps flickered to life on the walls of the hall, illuminating the entire palace. At this moment, Shanyu Fusu and the others beheld the interior of the hall. It was exceptionally spacious, with several passageways leading to a staircase. Ascending the staircase led to the entrance of a circular structure. Near the passageways, there were hundreds of figures clad in blood-red leather armor. Clearly, they represented the monsters of the first layer. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Cries of alarm erupted as the moment the multitude of players entered the hall. They were immediately roused, swiftly drawing their bows and arrows, their gazes as sharp as eagles, fixated intently upon the players. Be cautious. The Star River expert nearly perished from an attack. We would surely be obliterated. Everyone rushed to gather around the Star River expert. Having witnessed Yun Tianhe's terrifying prowess, Shan Yufusu refrained from showcasing bravado, urging everyone to take refuge behind Yun Tianhe. The radiant star blinked and similarly joined them. However, she approached Yun Tianhe's side, her cheeks slightly flushed, softly uttering a sound of surprise. Ding! Just as Yun Tianhe pondered the girl's intentions, a melodious system notification echoed by his ear. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have received a buff from Radiant Star's skill, Roar of War, increasing your attack speed and casting speed by 10 and enhancing damage dealt by 5, lasting for 30 seconds. This girl's skill can bestow me a beneficial buff? Upon seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. Then his innate skill activated. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully triggered the innate skill Eternal Halo, extending the duration of the special buff Roar of War to infinity, rendering it immune to dispel and purification, while amplifying its effects eightfold. Roar of War buff. Special attack speed and casting speed increased by 80, damage dealt increased by 40, duration infinite, immune to dispel and purification. Splendid! With this casting speed, even a 10-second casting time is reduced to merely 2 seconds for me. Not to mention the damage amplification. Truly, it is perfection. Upon witnessing the enhanced effects of the buff, Yun Tianhe was filled with profound emotions, and his gaze, fixed upon the brilliant stars, underwent a transformation. If this young lady possessed any additional beneficial buffs, her strength could undoubtedly be further augmented. With a subtle smirk gracing his lips, Yun Tianhe chose not to reveal his thoughts, instead stepping forward with determination. Simultaneously, the blood-red leather-clad archers, alerted by the commotion, unleashed a torrent of attacks. In response to this onslaught, Yun Tianhe wielded his staff and deftly cast the spell, Icebound Wonderland. Originally, the incantation for Icebound Wonderland took over 3 seconds to complete. But with an 80 increase in casting speed, he managed to finish it in a mere 0.6 seconds, before the rain of arrows could reach him. An icy blue chill coalesced, and snowflakes danced through the air, instantly enveloping the area before him. With a series of sharp crackling sounds, the snowflakes, infused with piercing cold, collided with the arrows, each impact resonating with a crisp clarity. The arrows were promptly encased in ice, descending to the ground in defeat. Moreover, the spell's radius extended a formidable 30 yards, ensnaring several of the surrounding monsters within its frosty grasp. In an instant, the snowstorm raged, freezing the blood-red leather-clad archers into solid blocks of ice. The deep crimson damage numbers emerged once more, thanks to the 40 damage increase from the Roar buff. Yun Tianhe's inflicted damage reached unprecedented heights, minus 54,227, minus 46,722, minus 48,761. In the blink of an eye, countless blood-red leather-clad archers perished, entombed in ice. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully slaying the Blood Archer, earning 3,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully slaying the Blood Archer, earning 3,000 experience points. Countless players noted the notifications, yet Shan Yufuzuo and his companions furrowed their brows in confusion. What is happening? We were earning around 1,000 experience points from monsters outside, yet inside this dungeon, we received 3,000 points? Shan Yufuzuo pondered. I had thought the monsters in dungeons would yield even greater experience. Disappointed, Shan Yufuzuo and his group felt disheartened. In response, Yun Tianhe interjected, once you reach level 15, you can enter the General's Tomb, where the monsters yield around 10,000 experience points. What? 10,000 experience points? No wonder your leveling speed is so rapid. Upon hearing this, Shan Yufuzuo regretted his earlier words. Had he known the general's tomb offered such bountiful experience, he would have certainly kept it to himself. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Moreover, Shan Yufuzuo quickly realized that his own strength was lacking, even without Yun Tian's assistance. He would struggle to conquer the challenges ahead. The dungeon cannot be conquered successfully, thus, no matter how bountiful the rewards may be, they hold no significance. Furthermore, it is only by aligning himself with Yun Tianhe that he can gain the support needed to trigger this very dungeon. Once this dungeon is cleared, he shall still be entitled to remarkable rewards. Had it not been for the preceding circumstances, it is likely that by the time he attains sufficient strength, these two dungeons would have already been seized by others. Unbeknownst to Yun Tianhe, within Shan Youfu's mind, a dramatic scene unfolds. Empowered by the War Roar buff, Yun Tianhe's casting speed is remarkably swift. Whether amidst the icy expanse or unleashing fireball spells, he can execute them with a mere flick of his wrist. His fluid offensive maneuvers leave many players in awe. In no time at all, the blood-red archers within the Grand Hall have been entirely vanquished. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe leads the multitude of players up the staircase towards the circular structure. Upon entering the circular edifice, they are met with yet another passage, its destination shrouded in mystery. At the entrance, two humanoid creatures wielding machetes are stirred, glaring fiercely at Yun Tianhe and his companions. Chapter 72. The Arrival of the Boss and the Dungeon's Background. Those who dare to invade the Blood Castle shall face ruthless retribution. Amidst the furious roars, two shadowy figures brandish their blades, charging directly towards Yun Tianhe and his companions. However, before they could close the distance, searing flames converged, swiftly coalescing into a colossal fireball that abruptly struck them. Boom! A sharp sound echoed as the two figures were sent flying by the explosion. Minus 45,561. Minus 47,782. The crimson numbers of damage materialized, and the two creatures, devoid of any chance to resist, were instantaneously obliterated. Witnessing this scene, the members of Shan Yufuzu felt utterly numbed. Monsters at levels 20 and 30 typically possessed only 2,000 to 3,000 health points at most, while a mere skill from Yun Tianhe could yield outputs exceeding 40,000. What was there to examine? There was no need to scrutinize the attributes of those monsters. Regardless of their stats, they were all mere fodder before Yun Tianhe's might. With the two guards dispatched, Yun Tianhe pressed onward, and the others swiftly followed suit. Upon entering the corridor, the presence of blood archers vanished, leaving only blood swordsmen. This change accelerated Yun Tianhe's advance even further. The blood archers were ranged attackers, requiring him to exercise caution to protect his companions from their assaults. Yet, against melee players, Yun Tianhe had no such concerns. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skills, akin to a magical sniper, systematically eliminating them with pinpoint accuracy. In a mere 3 minutes, Yun Tianhe and his party traversed the corridor effortlessly. As they stepped out, they found themselves in a grand hall. The hall was in disarray, filled with hundreds of diverse figures, all gathered together in a chaotic revelry. Drink up, buy your share, buy your share. The cacophony of greetings filled the air, causing Yun Tianhe and Shan Yufuzu to exchange bewildered glances. Was this dungeon designed to feel so authentic? One might easily mistake them for a band of ruffians indulging in merriment. Yet, with no discernible background setting, it left them utterly perplexed. Even the monsters, upon being startled, reacted immediately, launching into attack without triggering any quests. Nevertheless, given that this dungeon featured monsters to slay, they thought little of it and prepared to engage. You guard here. There are numerous monsters within this palace. I will draw them together and eliminate them all at once. This will save time. Yun Tianhe had yet to eat, naturally eager to expedite their clearance of the dungeon. The others dared not voice any dissent, relying entirely on Yun Tianhe's output. Thus, they were astonished to see Yun Tianhe, his cloak billowing, dash swiftly into the throng of ruffians. Huh, who goes there? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The cries of battle echoed continuously as numerous Crimson Blades men, Crimson Swordsmen, Crimson Mages, and Crimson Assassins unleashed their fury, their various assaults surging towards Yun Tianhe like an overwhelming tide. Alas, in this hyper-realistic game, even though skills could be executed, players were capable of evading them. With Yun Tianhe's terrifying speed of movement, Many of the monsters' attacks missed entirely. They immediately roared and howled, commencing their relentless pursuit of Yun Tianhe. It was evident that an increasing number of crimson monsters trailed behind him, akin to vengeful enemies seeking retribution for the loss of their kin. How can the Star River boss move so swiftly? Isn't he a necromancer? How can he outpace me, an assassin? Du Nanxing stood in astonishment. Bai Lu Weishuang curled her lip, remarking, his healing capacity surpasses mine, and I haven't even uttered a word. This is the true embodiment of a master. Shan Yufuzuo could not help but exclaim. In response, the crowd fell silent, their faces reflecting unanimous agreement. Even Fanqing Qianlan was no exception. There was no denying that Yun Tianhe's performance was utterly extraordinary. Once Yun Tianhe had gathered all the crimson monsters within the hall, he abruptly turned, brandishing his staff, and unleashed the skill night parade of 100 demons. The air vibrated with energy as the War Roar buff activated. What should have been nearly 5 seconds of casting time was reduced to a mere second. The sound of rushing winds filled the air, followed by a mournful wail that reverberated throughout the entire hall. Even Fanqing Qianlan and Shan Yufuzuo felt a chill run down their spines, as though they had plunged into a frozen abyss. The cries were haunting, echoing with sorrow and longing, sending shivers down one's spine. In addition to the eerie sounds, spectral figures began to materialize, swiftly approaching the crimson monsters, brandishing their claws and launching their own assaults. The air filled with the sounds of anguished screams as the horde of crimson monsters could hardly withstand the devastating night parade of 100 demon skill, each being swiftly vanquished and dissolving into beams of white light. It seemed that the sheer number of monsters eliminated at once caused an array of equipment to burst forth, subsequently covered by the amassed coins. Had Shan Yufuzuo and his companions contributed to this effort, they would have undoubtedly rushed forward to claim the equipment and wealth. Unfortunately, they were rendered utterly impotent. Even if they were permitted to take them, they felt too embarrassed to do so. After all, they had their pride. Naturally, Yun Tianhe would not be foolish enough to bestow his spoils upon others, even though this dungeon was a joint venture. The equipment dropped by the boss would be distributed as needed. However, he intended to claim all the spoils dropped by the earlier minions. As he cleared the hall, a staircase on the other side began to shimmer with light, seemingly guiding the group. Is this dungeon composed of layered halls, with occasional passages? Observing this, it indeed resembled a castle. The boss, without a doubt, must reside in the highest hall. Having traversed countless dungeon raids, Yun Tianhe's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he swiftly formed a judgment. It must be said that when the disparity in strength among players reaches a certain threshold, the concept of teamwork devolves into mere farce. The mountains stand tall, and with the stars scintillating, some have merely become spectators, watching as Yun Tianhe effortlessly obliterated 3 halls in succession. Naturally, in anticipation of the skills of Icebound and Knight of the 100 Demons, Yun Tianhe moderated his pace, engaging in conversation with his companions. After clearing the 3 halls, Yun Tianhe and his group ascended the staircase to the highest level, only to find the spacious area devoid of any monsters. Looking up, they beheld a tiger-striped long bench perched at the pinnacle, upon which sat a brawny man, wielding a blood-red colossal sword, his countenance fierce and menacing. Ha ha ha. Remarkable. To have reached this place, you are far superior to the previous wretched mercenaries. However, this is where your journey ends, regardless of your rank as mercenaries. To dare to act with impunity in my blood castle is to court death. As his words echoed, the burly man sprang to his feet, swinging his blood-red sword with ferocity, charging towards Yun Tianhe. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The boss had arrived. Chapter 73, Dungeon Clearance and Abundant Rewards. The group led by Shan Yufuzuo was taken aback by the ferocity of the boss. While Yun Tianhe, he felt a chill run down his spine. This blood-red castle had clearly been visited by other mercenaries. However, from the boss's words, it seemed that all who had entered the castle had met their demise. If a multitude of mercenary groups perished within this blood-soaked fortress, could it be that after defeating the boss, one might explore the dungeon and uncover the equipment and treasures left behind by those fallen warriors? Yun Tianhe, he could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Typically, The gear utilized by mercenary NPCs would be of the highest caliber, definitely T1 equipment in the current version. Moreover, avenging so many mercenaries would likely result in substantial rewards from the mercenary guild or the system itself. At last, Yin Tianhe comprehended why this seemingly unremarkable dungeon, devoid of demonic entities and extraordinary settings, posed such a formidable challenge. As he pondered, the boss swung its massive sword, as thick as a door, and charged forward with ferocity. Feeling the violent gusts of wind, Yun Tianhe remained unfazed. Instead of retreating, he advanced bravely, stepping forward to meet the charge. Be careful. Seeing this, the two women, Fan Xing Qianlan and Bai Lu Wei Shuang, exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting with concern as they urgently called out. What a jest! Yun Tianhe was the primary damage dealer of their team. If he were to be instantly vanquished by the boss, how could they possibly continue the fight? Bai Lu Wei Shuang hastily activated her skills, striving to safeguard Yun Tianhe. Yet, in the next moment, as a letter floated above Yun Tianhe's head, the two women were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous looks. How is this possible? High-level boss attacks are supposed to hit almost guaranteed. The group led by Shan Yufu Su was equally astonished. Not only had Yun Tianhe evaded the assault, but the Revenge of Light buff still activated. Boom. Crackle. In an instant, a silver-white lightning bolt struck down fiercely upon the boss. Minus 2,271. A damage figure appeared, indicating a rather typical amount of damage. As the boss became enveloped in crackling electricity, paralyzed in place. Ding. Battle notification. The boss Blood Red Bandit leader has been struck by the counterattack of the buff Revenge of Light and is now paralyzed for a duration of 10 seconds. Upon seeing the battle notification, Shan Yufu Su and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, when Yun Tianhe triggered the counterattack of Revenge of Light, they had not locked onto the minor enemies and thus missed the battle prompt. However, with everyone now targeting the Blood Red Bandit leader, the battle notification was visible to all. Gasp. After enduring countless trials to obtain a control skill with a mere 2-second duration, tears of excitement welled up, only to discover that others possessed skills lasting 10 seconds? Damn it, why is my shock arrow only 5 seconds of stun duration? What on earth? Where did the great Starry River Master acquire such an array of extraordinary skills? The mountains are adorned with lush trees, while the brilliance of the southern woods evokes deep sentiments among the crowd, who have already regarded Yun Tianhe as a deity. Can an ordinary person truly possess such extraordinary abilities? What are they lingering for? They must unleash their attacks swiftly and vanquish the boss, so I can log off and enjoy my meal. As Yun Tianhe brandished his staff, he urged the others to join the fray. Earlier, they faced numerous minor foes with fierce aggression, and Yun Tianhe had feared for their safety. Now, with only one boss immobilized before them, if they hesitated to engage, they might as well throw themselves against the frozen tofu and perish. Simultaneously, Yun Tianhe cast a detection spell. In a flash, amidst the shimmering light, the attributes of the Crimson Bandit materialized before the group. Crimson Bandit, Golden Tier Boss, Level, 25 Health Points, 320, 000, 320, 000 Attack Power, 550 Defense, 300 Skills, Blade Whirlwind. Whirlwind Slash, Heavy Chop, Sequential Slash. Description: the Master of the Crimson Castle, a notorious bandit who roams without fear. Countless mercenaries have perished in their attempts to slay him, leaving behind only their spoils, which he hoards within the Crimson Castle. Goodness, a Golden Tier boss. For many, it was their first encounter with such a formidable foe, and astonishment illuminated their faces. The terrifying attributes sent shivers through their hearts. Goodness gracious, an attack power of 550. If that were directed at us, we would likely be slain in an instant. No wonder the esteemed star of the galaxy levels up so rapidly. He is indeed slaying Golden Tier bosses. Amidst their reflections, the onslaught continued unabated. Sharp blades, searing fireballs, and fierce arrows rained upon the Crimson Bandit. Minus 57, minus 49, minus 51. The meager damage numbers flickered continuously, eliciting expressions of disbelief among the group. They could not help but wonder how much damage Yun Tianhe could inflict. A chill swept through the air, buzzing. The icy gust howled like a blade, striking fiercely at the Crimson Bandit. Minus 17, 882. Minus 22, 172. Minus 21, 216. After all, it was a boss. And even with a 100-fold damage increase, the harm appeared less than overwhelming. Yet, it still left the group in utter astonishment. Field of Death. Yin Tianhe, however, was not entirely satisfied. With a mere thought, he activated the Field of Death skill, stepping closer to the Crimson Bandit. In an instant, the Field of Death began to relentlessly erode the boss's health bar. Minus 8, 876. Minus 8, 971. Minus 8, 853. Neatly approaching a staggering 10,000 in damage, the numbers flickered incessantly, while Yuntian simultaneously channeled his skills. In an instant, the health bar of the Crimson Bandit plummeted as if by sorcery, dwindling from nearly full to below 10% in mere breaths. Such a terrifying rate of output left the onlookers in a state of astonished gulping. When Yuntian unleashed his ice and snow skill once more, the rapidly descending snowflake swiftly erased the entirety of the Crimson Bandit's health. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully defeating the Golden Boss, the Crimson Bandit, earning a reward of 400,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully completing the dungeon, the Wounds of War, earning a reward of 1,000,000 experience points. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, golden light flickered continuously, and aside from Yuntian, the group consisting of Shan Yufusu, Fanqing Kamon, and Bailu Weiswang all leveled up. At that moment, the highest among them had reached level 15, while the lowest stood at a commendable level 14. My goodness, is this the leveling speed of the Galaxy Master? Murmurs of astonishment escaped from their lips. Not bad, just average, Yuntian replied nonchalantly, as another server announcement chimed in. Ding. Huaxia Battlezone server announcement. Congratulations to players Tianxian Xinghe, Fanqing Qianlan, Bailu Weiswang, Shan Yufusu, Nanyu Qiaomo, Tao Zhiyaoyao, and Wadunan Xing for successfully completing the mercenary dungeon. All players receive a reward of 1 level, 10,000 mercenary experience points, and a mercenary chest X1. Chapter 74, The Heart Lock, Binding Targets? What a surprise. ISNT Tianxian Xinghe a lone wolf? To think he has actually formed a team. And Shan Yufusu? ISNT he the esteemed leader of poetry and distance? Could it be that the illustrious Tianxian Xinghe is a player from poetry and distance? No, that cannot be. If he were indeed a player from poetry and distance, then Shan Yufusu should be the captain. His name should precede all others. My goodness, who exactly is this Tianxian Xinghe? Even a figure of Shan Yufusu's caliber must be his subordinate. As the server announcement reverberated throughout the Huaxia battle zone, the ID of Tianxian Xinghe once again astounded players across Huaxia. Everyone was intrigued about the true identity of Yuntian. Nearly 2 days since the server opened, aside from Yuntian, no one else had made an appearance on the server announcements. Yet, Yuntian seemed to treat the server announcements as his personal stage, frequently gracing it with his presence. Each time, he appeared in a different manner. Having grown weary of solo exploits, he now initiated a group activity, making a grand entrance onto the server announcement. Shan Yufusu and Fanqing Qianlan were both astonished and delighted. The excitement stemmed from their debut on the server announcement, a perfect opportunity to enhance their fame. However, the surprise was that they had made no preparations for this moment. Consequently, they turned their gaze towards Yuntian, resolute in their decision to cling to his coattails. If they missed this opportunity, how many chances would they forfeit? Of course, Yuntian remained oblivious to the thoughts and aspirations of Shan Yufusu and the others. At that moment, he was indifferent to the equipment dropped by the blood-colored bandit leader, striding directly towards the high platform. Hey, esteemed Xinghe, the dropped equipment is right here. Where are you going? Shan Yufusu quickly inquired. If it were any other player, Shan Yufusu and his companions would have scoffed and swiftly collected the loot. Yet, Yuntian's actions captured their attention. According to the boss, many mercenary groups had ventured into the blood-colored castle, all of whom had perished. Thus, it was highly likely that their equipment and treasures had been hoarded by the boss. If I am not mistaken, that must be the primary reward for this dungeon. As Yuntian spoke, he examined the grand hall. Approaching the chair situated before the blood-colored bandit leader, he suddenly lifted the tiger skin covering it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beneath the tiger skin lay 7 treasure chests. Coincidentally, there were 7 players in their group. 1 chest for each player. Considering the system's rewards, this was quite promising. A smile crept onto Yuntian's lips. Clearly pleased. In less than an hour, this dungeon had not only elevated his level, but also significantly increased his experience points. Adding in the various rewards, he had truly struck gold. Indeed, there are treasure chests. My goodness, esteemed Xinghe, why do I feel as though you possess an understanding of everything? No. It's not just that you understand everything. Your prowess is even more terrifying. Indeed, I consider myself quite a formidable player. This morning, during a duel, I dispatched an opponent with merely 2 fireballs. However, I must admit that my damage output barely reaches 1% of the prowess exhibited by the true experts. At this juncture, the onlookers gazed at Yuntian with eyes full of admiration and reverence. Even Man Yuqiao and Wudunangxing, who had previously harbored some resentment, had become fervent admirers of Yuntian. Such is the significance of true strength. It's merely my equipment and some exceptional skills that grant me this edge. Yuntian remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand. In due time, as you all acquire better gear and complement it with unique talents or skills, your damage will surely rise. With Yuntian's encouragement, everyone felt invigorated. Now, let us open the treasure chests and unveil the treasures within. Yuntian chuckled lightly as he selected a red chest to unlock. A promising start. I believe that red will bring me good fortune. Seeing this, Shan Yufusu and the others eagerly approached to activate their own chests. Ding. System notification, congratulations. Player has successfully opened the mercenary relic chest, receiving the reward, Heartlock X1. Heartlock? Could it possibly be that unique item that provides special enhancements upon dual binding? Yuntian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the Heartlock's attributes. Heartlock, golden level special artifact. Health points, 500. Mana points, 300. Intelligence, 70. Strength, 50. Synergetic bond. When teamed with the bound player, both parties receive a 5 enhancement to all attributes. When one party takes damage, it is shared between both. Furthermore, if one player's health drops to 0, as long as the bound ally remains alive, they will instantly recover to full health. This effect can only be triggered once every 3,000 seconds. Description: hearts entwined like a double net, intertwined with countless knots. Characteristic: can be upgraded, enhancing both basic attributes and special effects upon progression. Marvelous. Indeed, this is the coveted artifact. Yuntian gasped. To receive a 5 boost to all attributes, share damage, and even restore full health if one party member falls, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Alas, the Heartlock requires a binding player to activate. I wonder who else might acquire a second Heartlock. With this thought, Yuntian couldn't help but sigh. The Heartlock is a rare piece of equipment, challenging for ordinary players to obtain. After stowing away the Heartlock, Yuntian turned his gaze toward Shan Yufusu and the others, curious about the rewards they would receive. Haha, I have acquired a silver item, and it is of exceptional quality. A silver item? I've just unlocked a golden one. Ninyuqiao and Wudunangxing erupted with joy. Being in the company of the great starry river is truly exhilarating. In the afternoon, we were engrossed in the arduous task of assembling bronze equipment, our scalps tingling with concentration. However, as evening descended, a mere treasure chest yielded silver and golden artifacts. Shan Yufusu sighed in contemplation. Have you all received your standard gear? Bai Lu Wei Shuang replied with a hint of resignation. I surprisingly acquired a Heartlock. Although it is of golden quality, it remains merely a treasure, requiring the binding of other players to activate its potential. At her words, Yuntian's pupils constricted, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, astonished at Bai Lu Wei Shuang. He had not anticipated the emergence of a second Heartlock. Yet, considering Bai Lu Wei Shuang's status as a senior player within the Poetry and Distance Guild, binding with her would likely hinder their ability to frequently team up. Thus, apart from the basic attribute enhancement, the Heartlock would hold little value for him. He would much prefer to bind with a solitary player. Enough of this. Starry River, shall we proceed to inspect the spoils of the boss? Shan Yufusu interjected. By the way, we all invested in this dungeon. Shall we split the final resource rewards 50-50? Certainly, Yun Tianhe responded, regaining his focus. After all, he had scarcely spent any gold on this dungeon, and securing half of the resource rewards was more than sufficient. With that, Yun Tianhe and Shan Youfu Su's group returned to the corpse of the bloodthirsty bandit. After kicking the body aside, as Yun Tianhe collected the coins, 2 pieces of equipment and a crimson skill book immediately caught everyone's attention. In that instant, the breaths of Shan Youfu Su and the others quickened with excitement. A book. Another valuable item had dropped. Chapter 74. The Blood-Red Great Sword, Ultimate Output. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Tianhe swiftly picked up the book and gently brushed his hand over it. A humming sound resonated as the radiant light flickered, revealing the book's attributes that materialized as a panel before the onlookers. Whirlwind/Skill Learning Book. Special consumable upon use. It consumes 10 gold coins, enabling the user to comprehend the SSS level active skill, Whirlwind/SSS level active skill, LV1. Skill consumption, 300 mana points. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. Skill description. The user abruptly spins, wielding their weapon to inflict continuous damage on enemies for 5 seconds, dealing 180 of weapon's base attack damage and 140 of total attack damage per second. If an enemy is slain during this duration, the effect extends for an additional 3 seconds, enhancing damage by 10, up to a maximum of 30 seconds, which can double the damage output. Alas, this is indeed a devastating area of effect skill for warrior class players. Upon witnessing this scene, Shan Youfu Su could not help but exclaim, even letting slip an expletive. It is noteworthy that Shan Youfu Su and his companions have chosen names reminiscent of the poetic verses of the Shijing, demonstrating their refined self-cultivation. This skill's potency is so remarkable that it provoked such a reaction from Shan Youfu Su. Not only him, but even the swordsman, Fan Xingqian, could not suppress a glimmer of hope in his eyes. For physical class players to possess such a skill is nothing short of perfection. Of course, they were yet to encounter skills of legendary or even epic tier. Merely an SSS level skill had left them utterly mesmerized. Star River Ahem. Regarding the earlier discussion of resource allocation, what about this equipment? Shan Youfu Su swallowed hard and inquired aloud. Yun Tianhe cast a glance at Fan Xingqian. Upon sensing Yun Tianhe's gaze, Fan Xingqian immediately grasped the implication and chuckled lightly. Brother Fu Su, it seems you have forgotten that I am also a swordsman. You, a female player, are actually a warrior class. Shan Youfu Su exclaimed in surprise. This was not due to any disdain for female players, but rather the game's realistic design. Generally speaking, strength is paramount for warriors. Consequently, many female players opt for mage, priest, archer, or assassin roles. Warriors are predominantly male players, with nearly 80 representation. Why? Are we females not allowed to be warriors? Fan Xingqian raised an eyebrow. No, you misunderstand. Shan Youfu Su quickly waved his hands. Although Yun Tianhe had not acknowledged their relationship, he perceived that Yun Tianhe's ability to bring Fan Xingqian into this level of dungeon indicated a strong bond, and it would be unwise to create animosity over a mere skill. Having come to this realization, Shan Youfu Su chuckled. Since we are both warriors, shall we roll for it? Agreed. Amidst the twinkling stars, a gentle smile graced the lips of Fanqing Sanjian as Yun Tianhe remarked. Continuously rolling the dice may not yield favorable outcomes. This boss is of the physical class, and it is likely that the equipment dropped will be suited for the two of you. Therefore, let us agree that once one acquires an item, the other shall be directly awarded the subsequent one. Agreed. As the captain, Yun Tianhe's words were met with unanimous approval. Hee. May I be fortunate enough to roll for this skill book, mused Shan Youfu Su, who initiated the rolling process, watching as the die danced erratically. Soon enough, it came to a halt. 1 point. What the? The expression on Shan Youfu Su's face darkened at this sight. Was there truly a need to roll? Fanqing Sanjian suppressed a smirk, unable to contain the mirth. Of course, there is. Shan Youfu Su gritted his teeth, declaring, I am quite eager to see just how lucky you are. Very well. After all, they were teammates. Fanqing Sanjian chuckled, covering his mouth as he began to roll the dice. 100 points. Yet, At the very moment the die settled, an astonished silence enveloped the group. A mere 1 point against a staggering 100. It was an extreme disparity. Phew, thank goodness. I was worried you might roll low as well, but with such a high score. No matter how poorly I roll, I need not feel disheartened. It was evident that Shanyu Fusuo was magnanimous, not allowing a single skill book to disrupt their camaraderie. Yuntian remained unfazed, promptly trading the skill book of Whirlwind Slash to Fanqing Sanjian. He then proceeded to inspect the equipment dropped. This time, 2 items emerged, a colossal sword and a majestic cloak. Without hesitation, Yuntian seized the giant sword. As he lightly brushed his hand across its blade, its attributes manifested before him and his companions. Crimson Greatsword. Exquisite golden artifact. Grade, golden. Attack power, 380. Critical hit rate, 10. Attack speed, decreased by 40. Exquisite, 7 chance to deal double damage when attacking. Crimson Howl. When the wielder attacks, there is a 22 chance to unleash a blood-red whirlwind, inflicting 300 physical damage per second to the target. As a trade-off, the wielder's defense is reduced by 20, lasting for 10 seconds, with the whirlwind persisting for the same duration. Mighty Force increases the wielder's strength by 10. Description: a great sword imbued with a potent scent of blood, said to have been wielded by the bloodthirsty bandit leader to slay countless foes. Only true warriors can withstand its malevolent aura and wield this blade. However, doing so will also diminish their attack speed. Class requirement: physical class warrior player. Level requirement: level 25. Number of gem sockets: 3. Good heavens! How can this sword possess such formidable attack power? An astounding 380 points, and it even enhances 1's strength by 10. This output must be nothing short of extraordinary. Did you see that? The extraordinary special effects actually indicate a chance to inflict double damage. Upon witnessing the attributes of the blood-red greatsword, everyone was left utterly astonished. Shanyu Fusu displayed a look of delight, while wore an expression of disdain. Although she is a warrior player, being a girl, she couldn't help but feel repulsed by such a cumbersome weapon. Yuntian has scoffed, wondering why they were so surprised by merely double damage. If only they knew that my talent grants me 100-fold increase in damage, and against demonic creatures, it reaches an astonishing 200-fold. Wouldn't they faint from shock? Nevertheless, even Yun Tianhe had to concede that the attack panel of the blood-red greatsword was indeed astonishingly high, surpassing that of his own weapon. However, it comes at the cost of a significantly reduced attack speed, rendering it suitable only for relentless offense. If one's attack rhythm were to be disrupted, whether facing monsters or players, one would inevitably find themselves in peril. Chapter 75. Only children make choices. I want them all. Well, this piece of equipment, despite its significantly reduced attack speed, boasts an exceedingly high base attack. It is likely that its base attack attributes have reached the level of a purple gold item. And with the addition of 2 special effects, its output capability is maximized. Yun Tianhe chuckled softly, stating that with this equipment, even when faced with a golden-level boss in the future, they would still be able to deliver commendable damage. To my surprise, I never anticipated that this skill was not the pinnacle. For me, such an ultimate output weapon is truly the most fitting. Shanyu Fusu sighed deeply. Although his name is imbued with poetic charm, he is undeniably fierce in battle. After all, it is no small feat to lead such a large team while earning the respect of its members. Then this equipment shall be yours, Yun Tianhe declared, directly allocating the blood-red greatsword to Shanyu Fusu. Instantly, Shanyu Fusu was enamored with the weapon. Yun Tianhe, however, remained unfazed as he proceeded to examine the attributes of a particular cloak. Blood-red cloak, excellent golden item. Health value, 450. Defense, 50. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 70. Agility, 100. Light as wind, increases personal movement speed by 10. Special skill, blood-red roar. Upon activation, the cloak unleashes a crimson shockwave, causing a knockback effect on monsters within 10 yards and reducing all attributes by 20 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Description: a cloak stained with much blood. Class requirement: all classes. Level requirement: level 25. Number of gem slots: 3. To think it is a cloak suitable for all classes. And it even possesses a special skill. Upon seeing the cloak, Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that he already possesses a disguiser's cloak, which also has a special skill. If he could acquire another cloak with a special skill, he could exploit a bug to refresh the Blood Red Roar skill without limitation. Although the effect of this special skill is not particularly remarkable, the combination of knockback and a 20 reduction in all attributes is indeed enticing. With this thought in mind, Yun Tianhe promptly stated, "I can also utilize this cloak. Give it to me." Alright. Even though Shan Yufusu was equally eager for it, he chose not to contest it with Yun Tianhe. In his view, cultivating a good relationship with Yun Tianhe was far more valuable than acquiring a single piece of equipment. Having collected all the spoils, this dungeon run could be deemed a resounding success. Naturally, as this was a mercenary dungeon, they could return to the secondary main city to claim the final rewards for their efforts. These rewards often consist of resources that are immensely beneficial to mercenary groups or guilds. Upon reflecting on this, Shan Yufusu immediately remarked, "Great Star River. For the final rewards, you must share half with us. Rest assured, would I dare to swindle you? After all, I wish to collaborate with you more frequently, provided, of course, that you can locate similar instances." Yun Tianhe also wore a smile. This was not a mere pretense. The difficulty of leveling up in this game was exceedingly high. Merely relying on monster grinding would render it nearly impossible to gain a level after a year of relentless efforts in the later stages of the game. Therefore, one could only attain levels through dungeons and the special rewards from quests. For instance, after completing the Blood Castle map, Yun Tianhe did not level up. However, upon finishing the dungeon, he was granted a whole level's worth of experience. Even though Yun Tianhe hailed from a future era with numerous memories, dungeons were not an inexhaustible resource. Shan Yufusu, possessing such capabilities, did not mind forging a good rapport with them. Well then, let us return to the secondary main city. Yun Tianhe stated succinctly, directly opening his backpack and shattering the return scroll. Observing this, Shan Yufusu and the others promptly followed suit. With a hum, a dazzling light flickered, and the figures of Yun Tianhe and his companions materialized at the teleportation point. They hurriedly made their way to the Grand Hall. Due to Yun Tianhe's exceedingly high mercenary level, the NPCs in the mercenary hall displayed increasing respect towards him, causing many players to turn envious. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully completing the mercenary dungeon, the Sorrow of Ceasefire. All players receive a reward of 500,000 experience points, 100,000 mercenary experience points, 8 small arrow towers, 80,000 wood, 100,000 wheat, and 60,000 ore, along with 10,000 firestones. Note, these materials can only be utilized after establishing a guild and possessing territory. Early players may store them or hand them over to the secondary main city for corresponding rewards. Quite impressive, Yun Tianhe exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Even if he could only keep half of the rewards, he could still receive a substantial amount by submitting them to the city lord. Alternatively, he could retain them for future use once he conquered a territory, thereby enhancing his strength. However, Yun Tianhe recalled that to unlock territory functions, he would need to reach at least level 50. There was no need to hoard resources so early. By that time, he could still acquire ample resources. It was far better to convert them into rewards now to expedite his progress. It seemed that Shan Yufusu shared this sentiment. As for the notion of saving resources or equipment, if one could obtain them in the short term, it would indeed be feasible. However, the disparity in levels was significant. Only a fool would choose to hoard. What if, by the time one reached that level, superior equipment and more resources became available? Wouldn't the previous investments have been in vain? Especially in the early stages of the game, equipment upgraded rapidly, making it unnecessary to stockpile in advance. Receiving the resources, Yun Tianhe did not act selfishly. He directly shared half of the rewards with Shan Yufusu, which made him beam with delight. Fanqing Qianlan, however, did not receive any resources, as she had merely been riding on the coattails of the rewards. The esteemed Star River, do remember our pact. With a gentle smile directed at Yun Tianhe, the stars sparkled brilliantly as they departed leisurely. As the radiant stars began to fade away, Shan Yufusu felt reluctant to linger any longer and promptly led the others away. Wait a moment. At this juncture, Yun Tianhe could no longer contain himself and called out to Bai Lu Wei Shuang, softly saying, Miss Bai Lu Wei Shuang, may I have a moment of your time for a private conversation? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu Wei Shuang displayed a look of surprise. Shan Yufu Su and the others traveling southward shared an odd expression among themselves. Ahem, Bai Lu, what do you think? However, Shan Yufu Su was not the type to sacrifice friendship for personal gain, remaining fixated on Bai Lu Wei Shuang. It's all right, you all go ahead. I trust that Star River will not harm me. Bai Lu Wei Shuang shook her head, allowing Shan Yufu Su and the others to depart without hesitation. Very well. We shall take our leave then. After casting one last glance at Yun Tianhe, Shan Yufu Su and his companions turned to leave. Once they were alone, Bai Lu Wei Shuang turned her gaze towards Yun Tianhe and chuckled softly. Has the esteemed Star River retained this humble girl for a particular reason? Indeed. I have something to discuss. Yun Tianhe nodded, stating, I too have acquired a heart lock, thus I wish to either form a team with you or purchase your heart lock. P.S. This is certainly not an act of servility. Only children make choices, adults desire it all. Chapter 76, A Promise to Keep for a Lifetime. Have you also acquired the heart lock? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu Wei Shuang could not help but display a look of surprise, her heart racing. Among the multitude of team members, only the two of them had obtained the heart lock, which inevitably led her to ponder deeply. However, Bai Lu Wei Shuang was not a naive girl. She quickly suppressed her feelings and replied with a light laugh, As for purchasing my heart lock, that is one matter. For it offers excellent enhancements, and I have no desire to relinquish it. But what benefits would I gain by binding with you? Benefits? Yun Tianhe responded nonchalantly. By teaming up with me, you will have an endless array of dungeons to explore, and both your leveling and equipment enhancement will accelerate significantly. It is quite generous of me not to demand benefits from you, yet you dare to inquire about them? At this point, Yun Tianhe could not help but snort disdainfully. That is not the way to phrase it. Bai Lu Wei Shuang interjected, After all, I am a girl. As a pair of solitary man and woman in a team, would it not be misinterpreted if word got out? Then why did you not mention that teaming up with Shan Yu and Fu Su would lead to rumors of a group activity? Yun Tianhe retorted sharply. You must understand that I am not begging for you to join my team. I merely sought your opinion. Whether you choose to team up with me, sell me the heart lock, or keep it for yourself, I will not impose my will. The decision rests in your hands. Farewell. With that, Yun Tianhe turned to leave. To be candid, he held little regard for those who overthink matters. He mused that it would have been preferable had the heart lock fallen into the hands of the radiant Xing Xing. Though she was not a support character, at least she was obedient. Hey! As Yun Tianhe began to walk away, Bai Lu Wei Shuang grew anxious. She was no fool and recognized the myriad advantages of teaming up with him. Previously, she had merely sought to leverage her identity as a girl to gain a few more benefits. Even if she did not secure any favors, she hoped to share a light-hearted exchange with Yun Tianhe to foster a more familiar rapport rather than maintain a strictly businesslike demeanor. In a larger group, his indifference might be excusable, but she did not wish for him to remain aloof when they were alone together. Do you not grasp that I am jesting with you? Bai Lu Wei Shuang grasped Yun Tianhe's arm, her strength surprising even herself as she pulled him back. Gritting her teeth, others like Lu Xuande would visit the thatched cottage thrice. You simply utter a word and prepare to depart? Apologies, I am not Lu Huangshu, nor are you my Zhuge Kongming. Yun Tianhe replied with an air of indifference. So will we team up or not? Yes. Noticing Yun Tianhe's continued cold demeanor, Bai Lu Wei Shuang took a deep breath, her expression calming as she softly stated, Let us distribute according to need. The equipment you require will belong to you, mine will belong to me, and the remaining equipment will be yours, as you are the primary damage dealer. Very well. Upon hearing Bai Lu Wei Shuang's insightful approach, even foregoing the division of spoils, Yun Tianhe could not help but smile. However, should we come across equipment that my friends can utilize, I hope you will prioritize selling it to me, whether it be game currency or Huaxia coins. Bai Lu Wei Shuang remarked, I may not have great achievements, but I have put in my share of effort, right? Well, if possible, it is preferable to use game currency. I truly do not lack Huaxia coins. Yun Tianhe sighed in response, acknowledging her words. All right, I know you are quite affluent. Bai Lu Wei Shuang paused for a moment, then extended her hand towards Yun Tianhe. My name is Bai Lu Wei Shuang. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. After a brief hesitation, Yun Tianhe similarly reached out, grasping her hand and nodding. The celestial river hangs in the sky. Let us strive together. They exchanged smiles, understanding that teaming up represented a mutual benefit. By joining forces with Bai Lu Wei Shuang, Yun Tianhe not only gained the advantage of a hard lock but also the support of a healer. As their levels increased, the healer could learn various skills to bestow buffs upon players, thereby further enhancing Yun Tianhe's prowess. Meanwhile, Bai Lu Wei Shuang would be able to align herself with a powerful ally, experiencing a sense of soaring elevation. Having settled these matters, Yun Tianhe took the initiative to send a friend request to Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Her smile widened at this gesture. I'll log off for dinner now. Shall we team up later this evening? Yun Tianhe inquired directly. Of course, this is our first time. We cannot miss it, Bai Lu Wei Shuang replied with a nod. Let us meet an hour later, without fail. Agreed. With the time arranged, Yun Tianhe logged off without further contemplation. This fellow, does he truly lack any appreciation for the fair sex? Or does he simply not see me as a woman? Such a peculiar individual. Shaking her head slightly, Bai Lu Wei Shuang dismissed these thoughts and opened her contacts, sending a message to Shan Yufu Su. As a senior member of the guild, it was imperative for her to report her team up to the organization. Fortunately, the guild, poetry, and distance was not one that imposed restrictions on players. Although they were surprised by her intention to team with Yun Tianhe, they did not voice any objections. Shan Yufu Su merely advised her to ensure that Yun Tianhe could be brought into their fold. Unbeknownst to Shan Yufu Su, rather than recruiting Yun Tianhe, he had inadvertently lost both his woman and his soldiers. Ultimately, his entire guild found itself drawn into Yun Tianhe's embrace. Once dinner was concluded, Yun Tianhe, eager to experience the substantial benefits of the heart lock, wasted no time and quickly returned to his residence to log back in. Upon logging in, he was greeted by the sight of Bai Lu Wei Shuang sitting cross-legged. Did you finish your meal so quickly? He exclaimed in surprise, recalling that she had logged off after him. Being a solitary individual, my dinner consisted merely of a bowl of cereal, which takes little time to prepare. Bai Lu Wei Shuang shrugged with a light laugh. Were you out dining with your girlfriend? I have no girlfriend. Yun Tianhe shook his head, asserting, where could a woman compete with the allure of a game? Indeed, the game remained his greatest passion. Bai Lu Wei Shuang's dedication to leveling up is commendable, clearly indicating her profound investment in the game. Ding. System notification. Player, Bai Lu Wei Shuang, has sent a party request. Would you like to accept? Just as Yun Tianhe noticed the prompt, he found himself compelled to agree. Before he could even initiate the binding of the heart lock, 2 system announcements followed in quick succession. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have become the party leader. System notification. Player, Bai Lu Wei Shuang, requests to bind the heart lock with you. Are you certain? Note. Once bound, the heart lock cannot be unlocked for life. Once bound, it cannot be undone for a lifetime? Upon seeing this notification, both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang were taken aback. Then, Bai Lu Wei Shuang softly inquired, are you sure you want to bind with me? I am merely a support. And what of being a support? Since we have acquired the heart lock, it signifies our fateful connection. Yun Tianhe replied calmly, I, Yun Tianhe, have never gone back on my word. This promise shall be upheld. Before he could finish, Bai Lu Wei Shuang joyfully interjected, it shall be honored for a lifetime. P.S. My favorite saying. I am not a full-time writer, so updates may be slow. I often stay up late until dawn to complete my updates. But I will strive to finish this book. Just like that saying, this promise shall be upheld for a lifetime. Chapter 78. The Silent Village, Terrifying Monsters. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully binding the heart lock with Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Hearts are like intertwined threads, each with countless knots. The heavens are eternal, yet love remains unbroken. As the melodious chant resonated, both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang felt a warmth enveloping them, enhancing their attributes, particularly for Yun Tianhe. It is important to note that this is a percentage increase effect, The higher one's base attributes, the more pronounced the effect becomes. Ah, after binding this heart lock, we now share a pair of red strings on our wrists. Just as Yunyan was examining his attributes, Bailu Weiswang marveled, raising her wrist and shaking it gently, causing the crimson threads to dance beautifully. This also illustrates the disparity between male and female players. The male player is primarily concerned with attributes, while the female player retains a sense of whimsical charm. They can swiftly notice even the slightest changes in their equipment. Starry River, since we are now bound, might we drop the formality? Bailu Weiswang suggested. From now on, just call me Bailu or Xiaoshuang. And what shall I call you? With the heart lock now bound and the team established, Yuntian, feeling less aloof, nodded in agreement. You may call me Tianhe. Tianhe, that sounds rather pleasant, Bailu Weiswang smiled. Casting a glance her way, Yunyan refrained from responding directly and instead inquired, Do you know of any dungeons? No, Bailu Weiswang replied lightly. Dungeons are generally managed by Fususu. I don't pay much attention to them. With a soft laugh, she continued, If there are no dungeons, shall we venture deep into the forest and explore? That sounds fine. Yunyan agreed. After all, I've sold out all the potions, and my level far surpasses many players. There's no rush to grind levels. We can investigate the map and gather some materials. Aren't you anxious? Yuntian questioned, perplexed. You're only at level 15. Although you rank in the top 10, it isn't entirely secure. Aren't you afraid of being overtaken while exploring? With you by my side, how could I be surpassed? Bailu Weiswang smirked. Even if we are exploring, as long as we venture far enough into uncharted territory with sufficiently high-level monsters, the experience gained will not be inferior to that of a dungeon. At worst, we might not be able to use the dropped equipment. If I were to team with average players, I would naturally worry about whether we could handle higher-level monsters. But with you here, what is there to fear? Well, I wonder if you are satisfied with my response, Tianhe? Are you trying to flatter me? Yuntian blinked. Hee. I never called you a horse. Bailu Weiswang chuckled, nearly doubling over with laughter. Let us set off quickly. Yuntian finally reacted, casting her a glance before striding towards the city gates. As the game progressed, the majority of players had reached level 10, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere within the secondary stronghold. The duo's alliance went unnoticed as they made their way toward the wilderness. Before long, the silhouettes of monsters appeared, yet they barely brushed the threshold of level 15. It is worth noting that Yun Tianhe had previously vanquished 30-level golden tier creatures, rendering these foes utterly uninteresting to him. While walking, a sudden thought struck Yun Tianhe regarding the subsequent quest he had received in the General's Tomb, the Undead Infiltrator. With a flicker of intent, he summoned the quest panel and promptly headed toward the designated map coordinates. Bailu Weiswang, unaware of his true purpose, assumed he was merely exploring the map and closely followed him. As they approached the quest location, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. The once vibrant trees dimmed, and an unsettling aura of blood hung in the air, its metallic scent overpowering and pungent. Bailu Weiswang furrowed her brow and hastily disabled her olfactory system. However, the chilling winds and mournful sounds that persisted around them still caused her expression to shift. Were it not for the presence of another, she would have undoubtedly been frightened. After all, it is common for young women to harbor fears of darkness and the unknown. Soon, a village shrouded in darkness emerged silently before them. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for entering the new map, the Silent Village, earning 80,000 experience points. A new map has arrived. Why do I have the feeling that this place is rather sinister? Surely, there are no ghosts lurking here? Bailu Weishuang's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but voice her concern. It's just a game. What are you afraid of? Yun Tianhe rolled his eyes, and she fell silent. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the village. The background music shifted to a more sorrowful tune, and Yun Tianhe remained composed, surveying his surroundings. This village showed no signs of life, not even the warmth of a fire, appearing to have decayed for quite some time. Yet, the pooling blood on the ground hinted that the situation was far from straightforward. Arriving at a house, Yun Tianhe focused his gaze and was taken aback to see 3 corpses sprawled in the empty courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered the yard. Bailu Weiswang quickly followed suit. Although she felt that Yun Tianhe lacked romantic sensibility in such a bizarre environment, He was the only one she could rely on. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for receiving the effect of Guardian Shield from by Lu Weiswang. When you take damage, a shadowy shield will manifest, absorbing 1,000 points of health. As Yun Tianhe approached the ominous scene, Bai Lu Weiswang immediately recited an incantation to cast her spell. It must be said that as a support character, Bai Lu Weiswang was undeniably competent. Despite her inner fears, her attention remained steadfastly on Yun Tianhe. With the shield of protection at his disposal, Yun Tianhe felt an invigorated sense of confidence as he stepped forward, extending his staff to touch the lifeless body. However, at the very moment the staff made contact, the corpse sprang to life with startling suddenness, turning to lash out at Yun Tianhe with a claw. Sensing the violent gust of wind accompanying the attack, Yun Tianhe's pupils constricted in alarm. Simultaneously, every detail of the corpse was laid bare before his eyes. Its body was emaciated, with sunken eyes and 2 trails of blood streaming down its cheeks. The visage appeared as though it had been savagely torn apart. Flesh mangled and grotesque, evoking sheer horror. The corpse's physique resembled a mere skeletal frame. Yet, despite its ghastly appearance, its assault was remarkably fierce. The blood-red claws sliced through the air with a deafening rush, striking Yun Tianhe with tremendous force. The impact sent a violent tremor through his protective shield, nearly shattering it. Nevertheless, Yun Tianhe was no weakling. In an instant, he propelled himself away from the decaying figure, his staff swirling as he chanted incantations. The skill was actively being invoked. Concurrently, the attributes of the corpse manifested as a panel before Yun Tianhe and the frost-laden Bai Lu. Chapter 79. The Surviving Villagers. A task approaches. The Malevolent Corpse. Rank: Golden. Level: 35. Health points: 22, 00022, 000. Attack power: 410. Defense power: 280. Skills: Claw of Might, Fierce Impact. Description: once its own blood has been drained, it transforms into a mindless corpse, driven solely by a thirst for slaughter. If you fall victim to its attack, you too may become a mere corpse. Such formidable attributes. Truly repulsive to behold. Bai Lu Weiswang gasped in astonishment. Her first encounter with a golden-level monster's attributes. However, amidst her surprise, she chanted a healing spell, restoring Yun Tianhe's health to full capacity. Feeling the support from another, coupled with various buffs at his disposal, Yun Tianhe stood resolute. Not to mention, the Light of Revenge buff would trigger if he were struck. Bang! Crackle! A bolt of lightning descended with ferocity, striking the malevolent corpse and rendering it immobile. Yet, the other 2 corpses stirred back to life, bearing their terrifying visages as they lunged towards Yun Tianhe, unfazed by their assault. Yun Tianhe waved his staff and murmured an incantation. Buzz, fiery elemental energy coalesced rapidly, forming a blazing fireball. Simultaneously, the 2 corpses charged forth, their grotesque dark claws poised to strike. Bang! Miss. Minus 776. Damage numbers appeared, and Yun Tianhe's health bar was restored by emerald green digits. Crackle! 2 more bolts of lightning struck, immobilizing all 3 corpses. In the next moment, the searing flames erupted. Boom! The horrific heat instantly incinerated the 3 corpses. Minus 23, 776. Minus 24, 277. Minus 25, 227. 3 crimson numbers emerged, signifying their swift demise. My heavens, you have utterly annihilated 3 level 35 monsters in an instant. Bai Lu Weiswang exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. In truth, Yun Tianhe had similarly dispatched monsters within the Blood Castle with equal swiftness before, but at that time, Bai Lu Weiswang and her companions had not been privy to the monsters' attributes and assumed their levels were not particularly high. However, this time, Bai Lu Weiswang had witnessed the monster's true levels. Typically, even with equipment and pets, a player might only defeat monsters up to 10 levels higher than themselves. Yet, Yun Tianhe had effortlessly obliterated foes 15 levels above him. How could this not astonish? Such overreaction, Yun Tianhe remarked nonchalantly. Do refrain from such exclamations in the future. You frighten me. Will you compensate for the scare? Compensate for what? As the white dew turns to frost, Yun Tianhe gazes upon the skies, his fears dissipating as he realizes he can vanquish the monsters. With a playful tone, he remarks, Shall I keep you company for the night? However, he quickly dismisses the notion, stating, I have no interest in women. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. He strides forward to collect the silver coins dropped by the lifeless corpse. Aside from that, no other items were found, confirming the courtyard was devoid of monsters. Yunyan pushed open the door to the house. Inside, bloodstains remained, but no monsters or corpses lingered. With a furrowed brow, he exited the courtyard and proceeded to investigate the second one. Within the village, the courtyards were uniformly arranged, the only distinction being the different locations of the corpses. Each time Yuntian entered, the corpses would stir. Nevertheless, with Yuntian's formidable offensive prowess, the corpses posed no threat. Yet, the repeated inspections consumed a considerable amount of time. After half an hour, Yuntian finally surveyed the entire village, defeating numerous corpses. However, they encountered neither a boss nor any survivors. Is this village truly devoid of life? Yuntian pondered, furrowing his brow. Generally, a map with quest would easily trigger them. Yet, despite slaying so many monsters, no quest had been activated. Let us continue. There seems to be a path ahead, suggested by Lu Wei Shuang, unaware of the quest's existence, eager to explore further. Hearing this, Yuntian remained silent, and the duo ventured deeper into the pathway flanked by dark, gnarled trees. Suddenly, Lu Wei Shuang raised an eyebrow, her ears twitching as her gaze fixed on a certain direction. What's wrong? Yuntian inquired, sensing her unease. There's a sound coming from that direction. It seems to be an NPC, perhaps there's a quest for us. Lu Wei Shuang's face lit up with excitement as she glanced at Yuntian. Really? Yuntian was taken aback. Have I ever deceived you? She retorted, rolling her eyes. Yuntian, please trust your teammate. All right, I concede, little Shuang, Yuntian responded, acquiescing to her enthusiasm and allowing her to lead the way into the thicket. Watching her enter, Yuntian raised an eyebrow. A man and a woman traversing the woods together would certainly ignite endless speculation among their classmates if they were in school. Alas, he had already graduated. Shaking his head slightly, he dismissed the thought and followed her into the depths of the forest. Though the woods appeared ominous, they posed little obstruction. After a brief while, Yuntian discerned murmurs and the sound of crackling flames nearby. Indeed, there was a noise. Yuntian marveled at the discovery. Humph. Following my sister, huh? Sister, do we eat once every 3 days? Yun Tianhe curled his lips in disdain. After teaming up with Lu Wei Shuang, he realized that this girl was not as cold as she appeared. In fact, she was quite amusing and held no grudges. It is worth noting that he had initially clashed with Lu Wei Shuang. Get on with it. Why don't you go take a look? Lu Wei Shuang huffed. With a hearty laugh, Yun Tianhe swiftly moved forward. Before long, flickering flames revealed a small campsite before him. Surrounding the camp were several NPCs patrolling. However, these NPCs were dressed simply, wielding sticks, and their expressions bore a hint of trepidation. Clearly, they were not soldiers, but rather ordinary villagers. Peering closer, their IDs emerged, surviving villager Li Erzwang. The presence of surviving villagers suggested that perhaps he could locate the true position of the monster-slaying quest based on them. With this thought in mind, a smile of delight spread across Yun Tianhe's face as he hurried towards the surviving villagers. Chapter 80, SSS Class Talent, the Blood Red ID Boss. Who is this? As Yun Tianhe made his entrance, he startled the few remaining villagers, who immediately cried out in terror, brandishing the wooden sticks in their hands. Observing this, Lu Wei Shuang couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. She had never encountered such cowardly NPCs before. However, Yun Tianhe remained unfazed. Chuckling gently as he reassured them, there is no need for fear. We are mercenaries from Qiufeng City. May I inquire about the troubles you are facing? Oh my goodness, you are mercenaries? How wonderful. You have finally arrived. The game's lore established that mercenaries in this world belonged to a vast organization, akin to the soldiers of the main city, and were prohibited from harming civilians. Thus, upon hearing Yun Tianhe's voice, the NPCs displayed expressions of relief and joy, welcoming him and Lu Wei Shuang into their encampment. Before long, an elderly man appeared before them. Yun Tianhe's keen eyes quickly discerned that 2 other NPCs were quest markers. Village Chief, they are mercenaries from Qiufeng City, one NPC announced. Upon hearing this, the elder sprang to his feet, visibly excited. Mercenary Masters, your arrival is truly fortuitous. A few days ago, strange occurrences began plaguing the nearby villages. Many have fallen ill with a peculiar disease, and soon after, malevolent sorcerers descended upon us, slaying numerous villagers and transforming them into monsters. They have also captured many villagers to construct a massive altar. Their goal appears to be to sacrifice the villagers' life essence to summon a powerful demon lord. Mercenary Masters, I implore you to venture to the site of the altar, vanquish those wicked necromancers, and rescue our villagers. Ding. System notification. As the player possesses the Undead Infiltrator quest, the quest, Liberation of the Silent Village, can be activated. Quest requirements. Eliminate all the evil necromancers lurking within the village and rescue at least 1,000 surviving villagers. Quest rewards. The more villagers rescued, the greater the rewards. If the number reaches 2,000, the rewards will be doubled. Goodness, the rewards can even be doubled. Fortunately, I have Bai Lu Wei Shuang with me. Upon seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe felt a surge of determination. If he were to undertake this challenge alone, safeguarding a substantial number of players would be exceedingly difficult. Without hesitation, he swiftly accepted the quest, choosing not to engage further with the elder, and walked toward another NPC while the elder was still speaking. Witnessing this, Bai Lu Wei Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. In previous games, players were required to listen to all dialogue before accepting a quest. Therefore, even in this game, players typically adhered to this convention. When Bai Lu Wei Shuang observed Yun Tianhe's abrupt departure, she found herself momentarily stunned before hurriedly following after him. The elder continued his discourse. While Yun Tianhe had already activated the quest with the remaining NPCs. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully accepting the side quest, Mother's Jade Pendant. Quest objective. Locate the Jade Pendant lost by the mother near the altar. Quest reward. Generous experience points and material rewards. System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully accepting the side quest, Wrath of Revenge. Quest objective. Eliminate 3 malevolent undead sorcerers. Quest reward. Generous experience points and equipment rewards. With 2 quests in hand, Yun Tianhe could not help but smile. Defeating a plethora of bosses and completing 4 quests should be sufficient for him to reach level 19, perhaps even 20, having just attained level 14 yesterday. His goal today was to surge to level 20. In his previous life, the first player to reach level 20 took a full 3 days. It was unavoidable. Although players had better equipment and enhanced skill comprehension as they progressed, the difficulty of leveling up increased significantly. Almost all top-tier players relied on strategizing dungeons or vanquishing special bosses to gain level-up rewards directly. The reason Yun Tianhe advanced so swiftly was that he had directly elevated his mercenary level. The mercenary level could reduce the experience points required for leveling up. And in addition, he relentlessly farmed various dungeons, either tackling high-difficulty quests or strategizing them. Such rapid advancement was hardly surprising. Let us go, having completed the quests. We shall seek the bosses. Upon opening the quest panel, he noticed that the geographical coordinates of the altar had been marked, causing Yun Tianhe to beam with joy. Almost immediately, Bai Lu Wei Shuang, who had just arrived behind him, beckoned him to set off. After a moment of silence, Bai Lu Wei Shuang did not refuse. By the way, how did you hear so well? On the way, Yun Tianhe curiously inquired, how did you hear the sound from such a distance earlier? Oh, I possess an SSS-level talent. Sensory connection, which enhances my olfactory, auditory, and visual senses. Moreover, I can detect the existence of hidden quests and dungeons, Bai Lu Wei Shuang replied calmly. However, upon hearing her answer, Yun Tianhe raised an eyebrow, astonished as he gazed at Bai Lu Wei Shuang. You just revealed your talent to me? Tianhe, I've already stated that as teammates, we should assist and trust one another. Bai Lu Wei Shuang chuckled lightly. Are you still unaccustomed to having a teammate? After a brief silence, Yun Tianhe nodded. My talent increases damage significantly, manyfold. Oh, no wonder your attributes don't seem exceptionally high, yet you can deal such terrifying output. Bai Lu Wei Shuang responded without curiosity, merely playfully stating, then I shall rely on you to level me up from now on. Absolutely. As long as you can accompany me into a few more special dungeons, I will certainly take you along. Yun Tianhe replied, equally delighted. He had never anticipated that Bai Lu Weishuang possessed the ability to see through hidden quests and dungeons. It could be said that his decision to bind with Bai Lu Weishuang through the Heart Lock was indeed a wise one. Two individuals, one endowed with strength and the other with opportunity, form an impeccable pair. It must be said that the character of Bai Lu Weishuang has allowed Yun Tianhe to shed much of his pretense, rendering him no longer frigid. The two shared laughter as they journeyed to the designated location of their mission. The oppressive sounds of anguished roars echoed incessantly. Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weishuang promptly fell silent, their focus intensifying as they beheld a towering altar, entirely constructed of wood, materializing before them. Surrounding the base of the altar were thousands of villagers, bound and motionless, their heads bowed. Were it not for the green fun above their heads, Yun Tianhe would have doubted their survival. In addition to the unfortunate villagers, over 30 figures cloaked in black robes were kneeling in a circle atop the altar. At the center stood a figure draped in a purple robe, his ID a vivid crimson. Witnessing this scene, Yun Tianhe felt a chill run through him. A boss with a blood-red ID? This would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Chapter 81. Lure the enemy, capture the king. As Yun Tianhe approached, he found himself unable to ascertain the attributes of the boss due to the considerable distance. However, the group of necromancers possessed a keen sense of awareness, and in an instant, they detected the presence of Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weishuang. Suddenly, several necromancers rose, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar purple light. Fixated on the two, how audacious it was for anyone to dare disrupt the ritual. It was akin to courting death. I shall use your blood to honor my lord. With that declaration, the necromancers promptly waved their staffs. Yun Tianhe initially assumed they were about to unleash his skill, prompting him to step forward. What folly, he thought. With the Light of Vengeance buff currently active, he had no fear of their attacks. Moreover, he had a healer at his back. As long as the healer intervened, his health would remain at a relatively secure level. However, to Yun Tianhe's surprise, when the staffs emitted a dark glow, no skills were cast. A series of roars erupted, and the previously docile survivors, who had kept their heads bowed, suddenly sprang into action. They resembled the desiccated corpses from earlier, although their bodies appeared intact. Their eyes glowed crimson, their faces contorted, devoid of all reason. Despite their lost sanity, their speed was not hindered as they charged towards Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weishuang with ferocious cries. What on earth? Our mission is to save those villagers. Yet now they are attacking us. What should we do? Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Lu Weishuang quickly reacted, her face a mask of astonishment. What can we do? Obviously, we must circumvent them without harming the villagers and directly confront the monsters. Yun Tianhe's brow furrowed, and he began to retreat gradually. The once highly effective Light of Vengeance buff now felt like a double-edged sword. He could not harm the villagers. We must withdraw for now and see if there is a way to reach the altar later. With a sigh, Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weishuang had no choice but to fall back. Yet, the controlled survivors had zeroed in on them, and even as they retreated, the villagers pursued swiftly. Out of the corner of his eye, Yun Tianhe caught a glimpse that left him momentarily stunned. It seemed that the necromancers had mobilized all the survivors. In other words, as long as they continued to retreat, the controlled villagers would follow suit, leaving only the necromancers at the altar. Typically, such a scenario posed a significant challenge. It was exceedingly difficult for players to reach the altar without harming the controlled villagers, let alone defeat the numerous necromancers. This explained why there were 5,000 to 6,000 survivors present, yet the mission only required saving a mere 1,000. Saving 2,000 would yield a doubled reward. After all, under normal circumstances, players could hardly achieve such a feat. If I could ensure that not a single survivor perishes, how many times would the mission reward multiply? With a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes, Yun Tianhe began to envision effective strategies for confronting the monstrous foes ahead. Xiaoshuang, slow your pace a bit and lead these controlled villagers away. If any monsters fall behind, charge at them to draw their aggro. Once they are corrupted by the necromantic forces, they will sustain damage from healing spells as well. Your objective is to maintain their aggro and draw them further away while I deal with those necromancers. Yun Tianhe instructed with urgency. What? Bai Lu Weishuang was momentarily taken aback, then voiced her confusion. But with so many monsters around, how will you evade them? That's quite simple. A smirk graced Yuntian's lips as he activated the special ability of his disguise's cloak. He targeted one of the controlled villagers. With a hum, the skill took effect, enveloping him in a radiant glow, transforming him into a ghastly creature with a vacant expression and fearsome attire. Bai Lui Shuang, unaccustomed to such sights, was momentarily stricken with terror, but she quickly regained her composure and snapped. You could have at least given me a heads up. All right, prepare yourself. I will draw the villagers away now. It was evident that Bai Lui Shuang prioritized the mission, refraining from further protest as she unleashed healing spells upon the controlled villagers. It should be noted that as a priestess, although her healing spells could inflict some damage on dark entities, her offensive capabilities were rather limited. Hence, Yun Tianhe was not concerned about her accidentally slaying any of the controlled villagers. On the contrary, as the villagers were attacked, their aggression intensified. Spurred by their orders to attack, and they surged madly towards Bai Lui Shuang. Observing this scene, Yun Tianhe nodded in satisfaction before turning away. His disguise allowed him to approach the high platform without attracting the attention of any monsters. Atop the platform, the necromancers remained kneeling in supplication. The blood-red necromancer beside them was surrounded by an eerie luminescence, seemingly preparing for a sacrificial rite. This sight brought a sigh of relief from Yun Tianhe. As long as the ritual had not commenced, he had ample time. Glancing back, he noted that thousands of controlled villagers had been drawn a full 100 yards away by Bai Lui Shuang. This distance should suffice. If he could eliminate those ordinary necromancers swiftly and then vanquish the boss, the mission would be accomplished. With Bai Lui Shuang occupied, he could unleash his full potential. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Tianhe continued to utilize the guise of the creature as he approached the high platform. Even without a staff, he silently recited incantations in his mind, preparing to unleash his ice and snow spell. With a buff accelerating his casting speed, Yun Tianhe's spell casting was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, a chill enveloped the air, and a fierce blizzard roared down, sweeping towards the group of necromancers atop the platform. However, to ensure safety, Yun Tianhe refrained from disturbing the necromancer clad in a blood-red robe. After all, a boss should be dealt with separately from lesser foes. Moreover, he was uncertain of the abilities possessed by that crimson necromancer. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing scream, the snowflakes fell like blades, ruthlessly striking the necromancers. In an instant, deep crimson damage numbers materialized, minus 22,781, minus 17,782, minus 19,287. Nearly 20,000 in damage appeared, yet the health bars of those necromancers showed little change. Realizing this, Yun Tianhe's pupils constricted in shock, his heart gripped by fear. Normally, even a level 40 monster would possess a maximum health of 30 to 50,000. Such an attack should have caused a significant drop in health, yet they seemed remarkably resilient. His eyes darted in astonishment as he hastily cast a detection spell, eager to uncover the true nature of these creatures. Chapter 82, The Eerie Boss, Activation of the Formation. A hum resonated as the detection spell descended, and in an instant, the attributes of the group of necromancers materialized before Yun Tianhe's eyes. Necromancer, Hong Yu, Elite Creature. Level, 40. Rank, Golden. Health, 220, 000 220, 000. Magical Attack, 550. Defense, 270. Skills, Resurrection of the Undead, Control of the Undead, Claw of the Undead, Binding of the Wraiths. Description, a malevolent necromancer, endowed with the ability to bewitch the living and transform the deceased into the undead. Goodness, so it is an elite creature. No wonder it possesses such resilience. Upon observing the attributes, Yun Tianhe's expression turned grave. Given his current capabilities, effortlessly annihilating this group of ordinary necromancers was certainly within reach. For instance, employing the technique of Night Parade of 100 demons, or if the necromancers remained stationary, enduring a full barrage of his icy onslaught would undoubtedly prove unbearable. After all, the icy skills persisted for 10 seconds, not implying that they would only strike 10 times. Roar. You foul insect, I shall use your blood to commemorate my wrath. After Yun Tianhe's skill struck, the necromancers looked up and beheld him, who had shed his disguise due to the attack. In that moment, numerous necromancers began to brandish their staffs or wave their arms, incanting spells, and unleashing their skills. Some necromancers dashed forward with ferocious expressions, rapidly approaching Yun Tianhe. Claw the Undead. Binding of the Wraiths. The approaching necromancer swung its razor-like claws, and the blood-red phantoms glimmered like icy blades. As the Binding of the Wraith spell was cast, eerie shadows emerged, seizing Yun Tianhe's ankles and anchoring him in place. Miss. -1088. -1211. -1117. Damage numbers and letters floated forth. Even Yun Tianhe felt a significant reduction in his health. After all, he was confronting creatures of a formidable level 40. Under the weight of this level disparity, their accuracy was terrifyingly high. Had it not been for his evasion buff, he would have likely been overwhelmed by the onslaught of necromancers. Fortunately, Yun Tianhe not only possessed an evasion buff, but also numerous other enhancements. As he was struck, the buff of Light's Vengeance activated. Crackle. Boom. A deep rumble of thunder reverberated, continuously striking all the necromancers. The skill's effect of guaranteed paralysis disregarded the creature's levels, immobilizing them in place. Alas, the crisp chime of the system rang out once more. Ding. System notification. Due to the player's level being significantly lower than that of the monster's resilience has increased, reducing the duration of their control by 20. To think that the skill's effectiveness has been reduced by 20, leaving only 8 seconds of attack time. However, with the output of ice and snow, 8 seconds should suffice to annihilate them. If necessary, I can supplement my skills. With a chilling gaze, Yun Tianhe did not retreat but advanced, once again wielding his hands as blazing flames coalesced, launching a fireball directly at the nearest undead sorcerer. As for his health bar, what a jest! With the presence of a recovery buff, Yun Tianhe could restore himself to full health within a mere 10 seconds. Unless he were to be outright slain, it would be quite difficult for him to perish. Moreover, with the heart lock bound to Bai Lu Wei Shuang, even if his health were to deplete entirely, he would not succumb, thus granting Yun Tianhe ample confidence. Boom. The scorching flames erupted, instantly sending several undead sorcerers flying. Immediately thereafter, silvery snowflakes descended with remarkable speed, striking the group of undead sorcerers. At that moment, their health bars began to show a noticeable decline. Furthermore, as time progressed, the effects of the ice and snow skill became increasingly pronounced. The snowflakes swirled about. Although the attack power did not increase, the frequency of attacks multiplied several times over. What once dealt around 20,000 damage per second now transformed into a staggering output of 70,000 to 80,000 per second. Within the span of just 3 to 5 breaths, those undead sorcerers, still ensnared in paralysis, dissipated into white light. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating undead sorcerer Qin Huai, earning 200,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating undead sorcerer Qin, earning 200,000 experience points. The system announcements echoed continuously as Yun Tianhe's experience points surged dramatically. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept across Yun Tianhe's lips. If even the minions yield such bountiful experience, then defeating a top-tier boss would surely provide even more extraordinary rewards. In an instant, Yun Tianhe lifted his gaze, fiery determination in his eyes, directed towards the blood-robed boss preparing for its ritual. However, to his dismay, all the minions had perished, yet the boss remained untriggered, merely floating in the air. Unfortunately, Yun Tianhe could not reach the boss from his position and could only observe silently. Luckily, he could still employ the detection skill. Buzz, a radiant light flickered, and the boss's attributes materialized as a panel before Yun Tianhe. Undead Sorcerer Commander, an E exemplary, Golden Tier boss. Level, 40. Rank, Golden Tier. Health, 520, 520. 000. Magical Attack Power, 820. Defense, 500. Skills, Black Dragon Roar, Black Flame Impact, Black Flame Explosion, Blood Mist. Description: the malevolent necromancer possesses profound mastery over blood and dark spells. Should one find themselves in his sights, it is prudent to prepare a coffin in advance. This attribute is formidable, surpassing even that of Su Sun by a considerable margin. However, having reached level 40, he has yet to advance to the golden-purple tier. Yun Tianhe expressed mild astonishment before proceeding to collect the equipment, all the while awaiting the activation of the boss's narrative. Indeed, prior to the descent of the hellish realm, this was merely a game. The bosses, devoid of sentience, required the unfolding of a storyline to be activated. Meanwhile, Bai Lu Wei Shuang tirelessly endeavored to capture the attention of numerous surviving villagers. Time meandered on. Before long, the blood-robed necromancer in the sky finally initiated the plot. He extended his left hand, and a dagger materialized in his right. With a swift motion, the sharp blade sliced through his wrist, blood gushing forth in an instant. Any ordinary player witnessing this scene would surely be struck with terror. Yet, Yun Tianhe had encountered far more ferocious sights and remained utterly unfazed. With a slash to his wrist, the necromancer commander waved his left hand, causing blood to spray forth into the air. In the next moment, the necromancer let out a piercing howl, and the peculiar sound waves manipulated the blood, coalescing it into a unique magical array in midair. The array shimmered with radiant light. Ding! System notification. The crisp chime of the system echoed once more. Chapter 83. The Power of Serenity. My task is complete. Ding! System notification. The undead sorcerer leader, Serenity, has successfully activated the sacrifice. If 5,000 living beings' blood is offered within 30 minutes, a spatial passage between the ghostly and human realms can be opened, summoning the terrifying existence of the Phantom King. As the system notification concluded, a peculiar wave rippled outward. Yun Tianhe turned to witness the controlled villagers, who had previously pursued by Lu Wei Shuang, suddenly halt, then swiftly change direction, seemingly intent on returning to attack. Alas! You shall not leave. Return to me at once. Bai Lu Wei Shuang, an experienced player endowed with exceptional sensitivity due to her innate talents, immediately activated her skills in an attempt to secure the villagers' aggro. However, as a healer, she lacked area of effect abilities and could not effectively hold the attention of the villagers. Observing this scene, Yun Tianhe hastily messaged Bai Lu Wei Shuang, advising her not to exert herself too much. Fortunately, she had previously drawn the villagers a considerable distance away, and Yun Tianhe felt confident in defeating the boss before the villagers could return. As anticipated, with the commencement of the ritual, Serenity descended. Noticing this, Yun Tianhe raised his hand to unleash a skill. But a chilling gust coalesced, sweeping forth like shards of ice, striking Serenity with precision. Minus 17,762. Minus 18,872. Minus 19,873. Despite being a boss, Serenity's damage output, even with multiple enhancements, was noticeably lower compared to battling lesser foes. Nonetheless, the boss's health visibly diminished at an alarming rate, and it became ensnared in a state of sluggishness. Yet, as a formidable boss, Serenity possessed its own set of skills. Black Flame Surge. Serenity roared, unleashing crimson-black flames that shot forth like bullets, aimed directly at Yun Tianhe. Unfazed, Yun Tianhe did not evade. With his evasion buff and dark resistance buff, he remained unconcerned in the face of this dark-based attack. Miss. Indeed, the flames merely grazed Yun Tianhe without inflicting any damage. Boom. Crackle. The vengeance of light erupted. A bolt of thunder striking Serenity with ferocity. In that instant, Serenity was rendered stunned. Yun Tianhe exhaled, preparing to cast Fireball. Buzz. The searing flames coalesced and struck Serenity with force. Minus 28,178. The crimson digits of damage revealed a critical hit. Yun Tianhe could not help but smile, swiftly waving his staff to invoke the skill Knight of the 100 Ghosts. After a brief casting period, dark magical energy enveloped Serenity entirely. In the next moment, the magic transformed into ghostly apparitions, each revealing grotesque visages, relentlessly tearing at Serenity through a myriad of assault forms. Minus 15,626. Minus 17,723. Minus 14,882. The crimson damage numbers appeared continuously, and for a moment, Enyi's health bar diminished rapidly. However, Enyi possessed a formidable overall health value, and coupled with its high level, It was adept at mitigating damage and reducing the duration of control effects. Thus, it had not lost much health before regaining consciousness. How dare this insignificant creature thwart my grand design? Today, I shall offer your blood as a sacrifice to the great lord of the ghosts. And Yi's voice was chilling and ominous, and then it soared into the air, murmuring incantations. Dark demonic energy surged around it. Black dragon. Roar. The swirling dark energy transformed into a magnificent black dragon. A resounding, clear dragon's roar echoed, and in an instant, even Yun Tianhe felt an overwhelming pressure. Ding. System notification. Due to the player's suppression by the dragon's might, all attributes are reduced by 20 for a duration of 30 seconds. Note: negative statuses do not count as buffs. I noticed someone inquired earlier, and while a few responded in the comments, not many noticed. So I shall clarify. Negative statuses are debuffs. The conjured demonic dragon also exerts dragon might. This skill is impressive. It would be splendid if it could be unleashed. With a gasp of awe, Yun Tianhe focused his gaze and beheld the fearsome black dragon, claws bared, colliding with numerous ghostly apparitions. It is essential to note that the game's mechanics dictate that the interaction between skills depends on mana and skill judgment, rather than the final damage inflicted. The demonic dragon's rank was exceedingly high, thus, within the clash of skills, it easily subdued the multitude of ghostly figures. In mere moments, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk skill was entirely dispelled. Fortunately, the skill had also drained the energy of the dragon's roar. The black dragon dissipated silently. Yet, an Yi's skill was far from exhausted. The demonic energy enveloping an Yi gradually dissipated, its eyes filled with a blood-red hue. Blood spread forth. As an Yi chanted, crimson light flickered ominously, swirling at an alarming speed akin to a tornado, slowly advancing towards Yun Tianhe. Ding. Combat notification. The blood spread skill possesses a shattering function that can destroy equipment. Players are advised to exercise caution. In the game design, players are alerted with combat notifications upon encountering special effect skills for the first time, serving as a novice tutorial. Thus, upon seeing the combat notification, Yun Tianhe immediately began to run, distancing himself from the Crimson Whirlwind. He observed clearly that although the Crimson Whirlwind spun rapidly, exuding a fierce offensive power, its movement speed was not particularly swift. Swiftly switching to a cloak that provided a 10 movement speed bonus, Yun Tianhe needed only to jog to maintain a safe distance from the blood-red cyclone. Meanwhile, Yi erupted with a blood-colored radiance, remaining stationary while continuously emitting a series of roars. Clearly, this was a stationary skill. What constitutes a stationary skill? Once a skill is unleashed, the player must remain in a state of continuous casting or become utterly immobile, akin to a wooden post. Hence, this type of skill is referred to as a stationary skill. Such skills possess both advantages and disadvantages. The drawback lies in the inability to move or pursue, while the advantage is the exceedingly formidable damage they inflict. A single hit may potentially result in instant annihilation. In the future, I shall elucidate any newly introduced gaming terminology to prevent misunderstandings among readers. Rest assured, this book will remain free of charge, and these explanations will not be counted towards the word count. Moreover, only the first instance will be explained, while subsequent mentions will not be elaborated upon. The bloodstorm lasted a full 10 seconds. Just as Yun Tianhe began to grow weary, the bloodstorm finally dissipated. Meanwhile, the players who had been controlled returned to the altar below. Their faces twisted in rage, they began to scale the altar, cackling. The feast has arrived, and my task is about to be fulfilled. Ha ha. As the sinister laughter echoed, Yun Tianhe could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 84. The Larkspur and the Surprising Spoils. Maid, it almost slipped my mind. The villagers under control have returned. They must not be allowed to ascend, nor should that boss be permitted to sacrifice them. With a quick thought, Yun Tianhe immediately commanded Bai Suzhen to charge forth. At this moment, Bai Suzhen, having easily leveled up thanks to her pet evolution, had caught up with Yun Tianhe in levels, her attributes formidable. She burst forth, her tail striking the languid figure of an Yi, abruptly interrupting its sacrificial spell. In the next instant, Yun Tianhe, while conjuring a fireball, dashed towards an Yi, closing the distance to an almost intimate proximity. You despicable fiend! I shall end your life. And E, seething with rage, was compelled by the proximity to abandon its skills and unleashed a powerful slap towards Yun Tianhe. Bang! Minus 271. Merely a mage creature. Its skills formidable, yet its ordinary attacks felt as though they were but a tickle. However, even a tickle can trigger passive buffs. Crackle. Boom. A purple thunderclap erupted, striking an E with significant force, stunning it momentarily. The next moment, Yun Tianhe's expression turned grave as he continued to condense his fireball, unleashing a barrage upon an E. Once the chilling skills had cooled down, he directed 2 ice spells towards the distance, sealing off the surrounding paths. In an instant, the controlled villagers staggered, either falling into a state of sluggishness or sliding away. Observing this, Yun Tianhe sighed in relief and continued his relentless assault. Bai Suzhen assisted from the side, though her attributes were commendable. Without the 100-fold damage amplification and due to level suppression, her impact was not overwhelmingly high. Nevertheless, Yun Tianhe's output sufficed. The reason for summoning Bai Suzhen was to hasten the process, preventing the controlled villagers from rushing in prematurely. Fortunately, luck was on Yun Tianhe's side. With several critical strikes landing, he managed to reduce Yi's health to a critical level just before the villagers could close in. Boom. The sound of crashing followed. Yet, when an E fell, it did not dissolve into white light as before. Instead, it exploded violently, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood that enveloped the area. As the blood rain cascaded down, countless controlled villagers emitted cries of despair. Thankfully, the blood rain could only inflict a one-time attack and did not harm the villagers. Ding! Battle notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the undead sorcerer leader in E, earning a reward of 500,000 experience points. As the blood rain fell, Yi's form finally vanished. Yun Tianhe opened the quest panel and, as expected, the previous task was marked complete, leaving only the quest to find the jade pendant. With a clatter, countless controlled villagers collapsed onto the ground, startling Yun Tianhe considerably. However, upon turning to look, he discerned that their IDs still glimmered in emerald green, indicating that they had not perished but merely succumbed to unconsciousness. It seemed there were further tasks ahead, and a return to the camp was inevitable. Yet, before heading back, he needed to locate that jade pendant. Resolute, Yun Tianhe stepped forward to collect the spoils dropped by Ani. One could not deny that as a high-level golden boss. Ani's loot was quite impressive. It included a book and 2 pieces of equipment. Particularly, the book filled Yun Tianhe with quiet joy and anticipation. If it truly contained the skill book for Black Dragon Roar, it would be a tremendous windfall. However, since White Dew Turns to Frost had yet to arrive, Yun Tianhe could not examine the loot in advance. Although it was not visible to White Dew Turns to Frost, having decided to team up and become comrades, Yun Tianhe would not engage in any deceitful conduct towards his partner. Unable to inspect the spoils, he simply leapt off the altar and began his search for the jade pendant. Meanwhile, White Dew Turns to Frost sprinted over. Just as Yun Tianhe was searching for the pendant, he sensed something amiss. The flowers and grasses stained with blood were inexplicably shimmering. His eyes darted, and he approached to pluck them. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, player, for successfully harvesting 4x songbird grasses. Songbird grass. It was indeed songbird grass. It dawned on him that songbird grass could transform any sentient entity. Although the blood belonged to the ghost clan, it harbored potent energy, allowing ordinary grass to metamorphose into songbird grass. At this revelation, Yun Tianhe could not suppress his delight and hurriedly began collecting it. There were numerous shimmering plants in the vicinity, and should they all be songbird grass, he would have struck gold. After all, songbird grass was a crucial herb for dispelling the curse in yesterday's demon sealing mirror instance. What are you doing? White Dew Turns to Frost inquired as she hurried over, witnessing Yun Tianhe frantically gathering herbs. Don't mind me, just hastily collect the herbs. They hold great significance, Yun Tianhe urged, taken aback by his words. White Dew Turns to Frost sighed in resignation, but said nothing further, resuming her own herb gathering. In a mere 5 minutes, they had completely harvested the songbird grass in this area. Thanks to his special item, Yun Tianhe amassed over 2,000 songbird grass, while White Dew Turns to Frost, weary from her journey, managed only about 700. Nevertheless, combined, their total was substantial. Tianhe, look at this jade pendant. Is it the one for the quest? White Tu turns to Frost exclaimed as she discovered the pendant. You found the pendant too? Splendid. Let us swiftly return to the camp and submit the quest. Yun Tianhe replied, brimming with excitement as he hurriedly retraced his steps. As they traveled along the road, Yun Tianhe's emotions settled, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The boss dropped 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. Now it's time to divide the spoils. You didn't check the loot just now? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu Wei Shuang was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that, given Yun Tianhe's demeanor towards her, he would hardly care about such matters. Well, we are teammates. We should review the spoils together. Yun Tianhe flashed a grin, seemingly unconcerned, and eagerly retrieved the book, gently brushing his hand over it. He did not notice that the sparkle in Bai Lu Wei Shuang's eyes gradually softened, as she mused to herself. It seems this fellow is not entirely a rigid man. Buzz, as he delicately glided his hand over the book, a brilliant flash of white light erupted instantaneously, and the attributes of the book transformed into a panel, materializing before both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Necromancer Class Change Book. Hidden Profession enrollment requires 100 gold coins to unlock. Once activated, the player will initiate the Hidden Profession quest for the Necromancer. If successful, they will advance to the Hidden Profession. If the quest fails, no rewards will be granted. Note, as the game progresses, the gold cost for such items will increase, and the difficulty of the quest will rise. Wow! The exclamations rang out simultaneously. Yet their meanings were entirely different. P.S. Today's update is delivered. Good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 85. The Most Lethal Invisible Brain Supplement. The Emergence of the Purple Gold Artifact. Bai Lu Wei Shuang was utterly astonished. While Yun Tian, he found himself in a state of profound resignation. He had already acquired a hidden profession, and the newly obtained tome held no utility for him. His greater desire was to unearth a skill book instead. Regrettably, the book had already materialized, and there was no recourse to return and vanquish the boss again. Thus, Yun Tian he could only place his hopes on future bosses. Alternatively, he contemplated returning to slay the boss upon its respawn. Even should he pursue it again without the task rewards or the glory of a first kill, the items dropped would remain unchanged. Indeed, tasks are unique. Once completed, they cannot be undertaken by other players. In contrast, ordinary bosses lack such exclusivity. No matter how many times one defeats them, they will inevitably respawn. If a formidable player were to eliminate all ordinary bosses, how would the others manage to thrive? Nevertheless, the rewards for a boss's inaugural defeat are the most substantial. This particular mechanic has affectionately been dubbed by players as the first night of the boss. Of course, certain exceptional or highly positioned bosses also possess uniqueness. Tianhe, might you be willing to sell me that class change book? Bai Lu Wei Shuang inquired earnestly. Taking a deep breath, our guild would undoubtedly be willing to purchase it at a premium. A premium? Yun Tian, he pondered momentarily before responding. I cannot part with this class change book for anything less than 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins, when converted, equates to a staggering 10 million Chinese yuan. This is precisely why it is said that this game has the potential to transform lives. With a stroke of fortune, even a destitute individual can instantaneously become wealthy. Naturally, to obtain something of significant value, one must possess the requisite strength. 1,000 gold coins, you say? Bai Lu Wei Shuang replied solemnly. In the short term, we cannot muster that much gold. Would it suffice to offer 500 gold coins along with 5 million Chinese yuan to acquire the class change book? Feeling the hopeful gaze of Bai Lu Wei Shuang upon him, Yun Tian, he hesitated. Had she possessed a less amiable demeanor, he could have declined her offer. However, she had generously given him the lion's share of the spoils and exuded a warmth that made refusal difficult. Very well. Considering that Xing Chanran still owes me money, I can certainly earn a bit more to cover my expenses for the next few days. As for the Chinese yuan, I can always infuse more once the currency exchange feature becomes available. I recall that during the initial days of that feature, spending extravagantly would yield additional rewards. Moreover, Since the official announcement was rather vague in the early game phase, few players invested heavily. It seemed that merely spending a little over 20 million could secure the top spot. To play it safe, if I were to invest 30 million, I would undoubtedly claim first place. With a shrewd glint in his eye, Yun Tian he concocted a plan, chuckling, if it were anyone else, I would insist on gold coins alone. However, since you are my ally, let us do this. I'll accept 10 million Chinese yuan instead. To assist others wholeheartedly is to deliver the Buddha to the West. Since the decision has been made to aid by Lu Wei Shuang, Yun Tian he shall not demand a single gold coin in return. Really? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu Wei Shuang could not contain her elation. Although their guild boasted a considerable number of players, gathering a substantial amount of gold within a short time frame was an arduous task. Previously, in order to provide gold to Yun Tian he for dungeon access, she had already depleted her funds. Thus, the prospect of acquiring it with Huaxia coins was indeed a source of joy. As for the price, this is not merely a skill or an item, which only serves its purpose for a limited time. A hidden class possesses the potential to influence a player's entire existence. In the realm of virtual gaming, hidden classes are exceedingly rare. When converted, it amounts to less than 1/10,000th. Any player who comprehends a hidden class is virtually guaranteed to reach the diamond tier, becoming a renowned elite player. Even after the emergence of the hellish planes, they would stand at the forefront, battling against the existence of demonic deities. One could argue that a hidden class book is an object capable of altering a player's destiny. Thus, 10 million Huaxia coins is considered a bargain. However, this hidden class is not particularly strong, lacking uniqueness, which is why Yun Tian he did not set an exorbitant price. Should it possess a unique quality, selling it for over 100 million would be quite feasible. When have I ever deceived you? Yun Tian he smirked, saying, Little Shuang, it seems you don't trust me either. No, I merely, I'm just overly excited. I never said I didn't trust you. That's merely your misconception. Bai Lu Wei Shuang beamed. For Yun Tian he's reasoning had placed her in a favorable light. Little Shuang, I've noticed you have a penchant for humming. Yun Tian he remarked with surprise. You can't possibly be a reincarnated pig, can you? Bai Lu Wei Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then retorted angrily. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. If my family are pigs, then so are you, which makes you one of mine. As their familiarity grew, Yun Tian he began to jest, causing Bai Lu Wei Shuang's cheeks to flush slightly. Sometimes, it is not just men who admire beauty, women do as well. If it weren't for Yun Tian he's strength and charm, had another dared to tease her thus, Bai Lu Wei Shuang would have exploded with rage. Yet, confronted with Yun Tian he's playful banter, her cheeks reddened further, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth as she laughed. Tian he, if you wish to avoid a painful bite, keep smiling. Yun Tian he cast a sweeping glance and instantly felt a chill. Tiger teeth are no trifling matter. I dare not provoke. Then it is settled. For 10 million Huaxia coins, this class transfer book shall belong to our guild. Having successfully procured the class transfer book, Bai Lu Wei Shuang was filled with joy. All right, I shall sell it to you. You take the transfer book for now, find them before you log off and transfer the funds to me. Yun Tian he nonchalantly tossed the transfer book to Bai Lu Wei Shuang. In any case, the two of them have already bound their hearts with a love lock, making them inseparable for this lifetime. Thus, he is untroubled by the prospect of Bai Lu Wei Shuang withholding payment. However, Bai Lu Wei Shuang remains oblivious to Yun Tian he's intentions. Although the payment has yet to be made, the transfer documents are already in her possession, stirring a profound sense of gratitude within her, as she perceives this as a gesture of trust. As the saying goes, a scholar is willing to die for a friend who understands him. Moreover, as the ancients have articulated, the most perilous is that which is conjured in the mind without form. Consequently, within Bai Lu Wei Shuang's imagination, Yun Tian he has regarded her as his most significant ally, bestowing upon her his utmost trust. Her gratitude only deepens, elevating Yun Tian he's status in her heart to an ever more exalted height. Unbeknownst to Yun Tian he, Bai Lu Wei Shuang has already embarked on her own self-guided journey. After perusing the books, she gently reached out to caress the equipment, scrutinizing their attributes. Suddenly, A vibrant glow illuminated the space, revealing the first piece of equipment, a ring, its attributes manifesting before both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Bloodthirsty Ring, a purple gold artifact. Chapter 86. Tenfold Reward. The emergence of the purple gold artifact. The purple gold artifact. My heavens, it has truly appeared. Astonishingly, the golden tier boss has dropped a purple gold piece of equipment. Tianhe, how about we try our luck with the lottery tonight? In that moment, not only Yun Tianhe, but even Bai Lu Wei Shuang was left in utter amazement. Normally, a boss is only expected to drop items of the same or even lower tier. The probability of acquiring a higher tier item is merely 1 in a million. A feat bordering on the impossible. However, with Yun Tianhe's lucky buff enhancing those odds, however slim, his chances exceeded those of an ordinary player, thereby yielding equipment surpassing the boss level. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe continued to examine the attributes of the equipment. Should the attributes prove favorable, there would be no need to sell it. He would keep it for his own use. Bloodthirsty Ring, purple gold artifact. Grade, purple gold. Strength, 120. Intelligence, 140. Critical hit rate, increased by 7. Magic critical hit rate, increased by 7. Blood Devour, when inflicting damage on a target, 3 of the damage dealt is converted into the user's health points. Crimson Greed, for every enemy slain, the user's coin acquisition rate increases by 10. Description, a ring steeped in a sanguine aura, seemingly imbued with extraordinary magic. Class requirement, all classes. Level requirement, level 30. Number of gem slots, 1. Goodness, what splendid attributes! With eyes gleaming, Yun Tianhe instantly fell in love with this bloodthirsty ring. The increase in coin acquisition and the ability to siphon health from inflicted damage were perfectly aligned with his desires. Considering Yun Tianhe's damage multiplier of 100, the resultant healing effect would indeed be remarkable. Consequently, regardless of how formidable a boss might be, there would only be 2 possibilities for it to defeat Yun Tianhe, either a swift elimination or complete control until death. This applies not solely to bosses, but to players as well. One could assert that with lifesteal coupled with a recovery buff, Yun Tianhe was almost invincible. If he were to acquire a buff that mitigates damage or reduces control effects, his strength would escalate even further. At that point, defeating him would likely necessitate extraordinary means. If one cannot eliminate him swiftly or wear him down, how does one contend with such a force? Regrettably, Yun Tianhe had yet to reach level 20. Even if he were to embed a simple gem, he could not equip the ring and would need to place it in his inventory for the time being. This ring is mine. I can use it, he declared as he proceeded to scrutinize the attributes of the final piece of equipment. Blood Crystal Sphere, Silver Artifact. Magic Attack Power, 220. Intelligence, 55. Magic Critical Hit Rate, 3. Vitality. Healing effects increased by 15. Description, a crystal sphere stained with a crimson hue, seemingly possessing unique abilities. Occupational requirements, Mage, Priest class player. Level requirement, level 25. Number of gem slots, 3, as anticipated. The fortuitous discovery of the hidden class transfer book and the bloody ring transformed the final piece of equipment into a silver item. However, at this moment, Bai Lu Wei Shuang, who had scarcely seen even bronze items, was similarly elated at the sight of the silver equipment. You may utilize this gear that enhances healing effects, Yun Tianhe declared without hesitation, tossing the equipment to Bai Lu Wei Shuang along with a simple gem. Higi, thank you, Tianhe. Bai Lu Wei Shuang expressed her gratitude languidly. You're welcome, Yun Tianhe replied, casting a glance at her and nonchalantly adding. You yourself said we are comrades and shouldn't be overly polite, yet you are the most courteous. Well, Bai Lu Wei Shuang retorted with a hint of disdain. I was merely trying to appear polite. Humph, otherwise, others might think something is amiss between us. Whatever, Yun Tianhe dismissed her concerns with a sigh. I hope more quests come our way, allowing me to level up to 20 tonight and maintain my lead. Indeed, Bai Lu Wei Shuang concurred. After reviewing the equipment, both hastened their pace and soon returned to the camp. There, they first located a child and another NPC to complete the quests for the Jade Pendant and Vengeance, earning a full gold coin as a reward. As their levels increased, so too did their gold acquisition rate. It was estimated that the daily gold prices would gradually decline in the future. In this virtual game, making money through grinding was the most rudimentary method. Only by acquiring special items could one amass significant wealth, for those could be directly exchanged for Huaxia currency. Upon completing the quests, Yun Tianhe approached the elderly man. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the quest, Liberation of the Silent Village. Furthermore, due to the player's rescue of 6,000 surviving villagers, the quest reward has been amplified tenfold. Experience points received: 8,000,000 gold coins. 2. The originally silver equipment reward has been upgraded to a purple gold item, Redeemer's Headscarf X1. With a flash of golden radiance, under the tenfold quest reward, Yun Tianhe finally leveled up to 20. Not only that, but he also activated subsequent quests. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully activating the subsequent quest, Redemption of Tranquil Grass. Quest objective: proceed to Lingxi Waterfall and gather 999 stalks of tranquil grass, utilizing their spiritual power to awaken the entranced villagers. Quest rewards: abundant experience points and equipment rewards. Splendid, there are more quests ahead. A smile graced Yun Tianhe's lips, while Bai Lu Wei Shuang gasped in delight, her face aglow with joy. Heavens, Tianhe, we received tenfold rewards. I jumped straight from level 15 to 17. How incredible is that? Is this how you usually level up? No wonder your leveling speed is so swift. Bai Lu Wei Shuang marveled. Stay calm, stay composed, Yun Tianhe advised. Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly. What equipment have you acquired? A pair of purple gold gauntlets. Their effects are astonishing, enhancing both defense and healing capabilities. I estimate that I can recover around 500, perhaps even 700 health points in a single instance. I never anticipated obtaining such a precious item. Bai Lu Wei Shuang exclaimed with pride. At that moment, the other players could only manage to restore about 300 health points with their skills. Bai Lu Wei Shuang's abilities could be said to surpass those of ordinary players by a factor of 2. Excellent, excellent. Let us continue with our quests. Absolutely. Having just reaped the rewards, Bai Lu Wei Shuang was eager to proceed, feeling no fatigue as she followed Yun Tianhe, guided by the markers on the map towards the glowing point. Along the way, as Yun Tianhe engaged in conversation with Bai Lu Wei Shuang, he opened his backpack to examine the equipment reward. Redeemer's Headscarf, purple gold item. Type: cloth armor. Health points: 800. Stamina: 100. Intelligence: 110. Redemption: upon the death of a teammate. 1 gold coin can be consumed to prevent the death penalty and directly revive a teammate. Note: this effect can only be used once. Description: a headscarf imbued with the power of redemption. Class requirement: Mage class. Level requirement: Level 20. Number of gem slots: 5. P.S. Today's update is here. Good night, everyone. Chapter 87. Gathering Tranquil Herbs, a special boss. Equipment that can save lives? With a slight furrow of his brow, Yun Tianhe shook his head, dismissing the significance of this equipment. Its ability to resurrect only once rendered it rather ineffective. Were it capable of endless resurrections, it would indeed be deemed a divine artifact. Nevertheless, its fundamental attributes were commendable. Coincidentally, Yun Tianhe had just reached level 20, so he decided to equip it. The enhancement of his attributes would considerably amplify his output. Once he had switched his gear, Bai Lu Wei Shuang glanced over and inquired, "By the way, what equipment did you acquire? Have you already equipped it? How effective is it?" "Oh, how did you know?" Yun Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. "Well, your headscarf has changed color. Even a fool could discern that you have switched your equipment." Bai Lu Wei Shuang replied with an air of disdain. It must be said, girls often possess a remarkable sensitivity to such details. A male player would undoubtedly have overlooked it. Rubbing his nose, Yun Tianhe brushed off the comment and proceeded to share the attributes of the Redeemer's headscarf. It could indeed save a life. Regrettably, it was limited to a single use, which diminished its utility, although its base attributes were not lacking. Bai Lu Wei Shuang similarly scoffed at the Redeemer's headscarf, laughing. "I wonder if the upcoming quest might yield another piece of purple gold gear? That seems unlikely. After all, the previous quest offered a tenfold reward, Yun Tianhe replied. Subsequent task rewards will probably only be silver or gold gear at most. That is still quite decent. Hiki, you're impressive, Bai Lu Weishuang remarked. Since joining you, I've hardly seen any bronze gear, and here we are just a day in, and I've already acquired purple gold gear. If I get too accustomed to your company, what will I do when I no longer wish to team up with my old comrades? Then just continue to team up with me. Yun Tianhe smirked, softly suggesting. Or perhaps I could invite your old comrades to join us. Pausing for a moment, he added, I certainly plan to establish a guild in the future. You intend to create a guild yourself? Bai Lu Weishuang's expression shifted. She had hoped to recruit Yun Tianhe, but now he was planning to form his own guild, which would thwart her intentions. Surely she couldn't offer him the position of leader. Indeed. Are you interested in joining? Yun Tianhe chuckled. If you do, I shall appoint you as vice president. Well, of course, if you choose not to join, that's perfectly fine, as we shall always remain teammates. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu Weishuang fell silent, unsure how to respond. As for parting ways from her old acquaintances, she had known Shan Yufu Su for several years. Unless significant circumstances arose, it was improbable that she would sever ties. Yet, she longed to continue teaming with Yun Tianhe. Never mind, let us set that aside for now. Bai Lu Weishuang's expression shifted as she changed the subject. Tianhe, after we complete this task, shall we return to town for a rest? Yes. Let us head back to the inn to log off and recuperate our stamina. Yun Tianhe nodded and said, by the way, call Shan Yufu Su over for a transaction. All right, I will mention it to him before we leave. Bai Lu Weishuang chuckled. If you earn that 10 million, how do you plan to thank me? Thank you? With a raised eyebrow, Yun Tianhe waved his hand dismissively, classmate Xiao Shuang. If one can acquire a hidden professions transfer book for just 10 million, it is you who should be thanking me. Wouldn't you agree? How about I treat you to a meal then? The corners of Bai Lu Weishuang's mouth curled into a playful smile as she gazed at Yun Tianhe. In the game S setting, a player's spawn point is related to their real-world location. Since Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weishuang found themselves in close proximity to the novice village and had both arrived at Shofeng City, it confirmed that they were indeed near each other in reality. You may thank me, but a meal is unnecessary, Yun Tianhe resolutely declined. Why not? Bai Lu Weishuang blinked and pouted. This is my first time inviting someone to dinner. Dining requires a considerable amount of time, which would hinder my leveling up. Yun Tianhe declared with earnestness. I must rush to level 50 for my second-class advancement. Let us make Huaxia the foremost battle zone in the world. Your ambitions are so grand? Upon hearing Yun Tianhe's words, Bai Lu Weishuang was momentarily taken aback. In the past, the players she encountered, even those fervently devoted to gaming, were primarily motivated by self-interest. Yun Tianhe's declaration of making Huaxia the best struck a chord within her. Who would not admire a person with patriotic fervor? Greatness? Is that not quite normal? Yun Tianhe replied with surprise. As a Huaxia person, should we not strive toward this goal? It is a pity I could not obtain the resource token. Otherwise, I would make the other players experience despair. You are impressive. Bai Lu Weishuang sighed in admiration. But before she could say more, a rush of water and a thundering sound filled her ears. Looking up, she was greeted by a veil of mist. Not far away was a tranquil pond, and above it hung a cascading waterfall. The water flowed like a jade dragon, clear and bright, shimmering under the sun's rays. So beautiful. For a moment, Bai Lu Weishuang was entranced. Let us go. We need to gather the clear heart grass. As usual, we'll each take a side. Yun Tianhe rubbed his hands together and quickly moved forward. Clear heart grass typically grows near flowing water, especially around waterfalls, and was abundant on the mountainside. However, the quantity they needed was significant, so the two soon fell silent, focusing on gathering herbs with fervor. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player has successfully collected Clear Heart Grass X2. System notification. Congratulations, player has successfully collected Clear Heart Grass X1. System notification. Congratulations, player has successfully collected Clear Heart Grass X5. As they continued to gather, Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weishuang swiftly reached the mountain summit. At this moment, they had already harvested over 800 stalks of the heart-calming herb. Their faces alight with joy, for they only needed to gather a few more to complete their task. However, a shadow suddenly cast itself before Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu. obscuring their vision. They beheld a figure clad in a long black robe, standing perilously on the edge of a cliff, holding a bottle emitting violet smoke, seemingly intent on pouring its contents into the waterfall below. Upon its head hovered a blood-red ID, dread necromancer leader, Andu. Who goes there? You scoundrel. Do not dare to make a move. Upon realizing the situation, Yun Tianhe swiftly comprehended that this boss intended to sabotage the source of the waterfall. Although he was unclear about the nature of the task at hand, he understood that this constituted an exceptional circumstance. Should they succeed in vanquishing the boss, they could nip the impending crisis in the bud, resulting in not only substantial rewards, but also special accolades. In his previous life, many players, upon encountering such a scenario for the first time, hesitated to act due to not triggering the quest, thus missing numerous opportunities. It was through the forums that Yun Tianhe learned of such chances, and now that fate had presented him with this opportunity, how could he possibly let it slip away? Chapter 88. The first kill of the purple gold level boss. Special rewards arrive. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianhe leaped forward, unleashing the chilling invasion skill. In an instant, the frigid air coalesced into dozens of ice blades, swiftly hurtling towards the Lich Commander, Andu. Perhaps due to the abundant moisture in the vicinity, the assembled ice blades were far more numerous and formidable than usual. With a flurry of sounds, the ice blades relentlessly struck Andu, shredding his dark robe to tatters. Bai Sujin, too, was cast forth by Yun Tianhe, wrapping herself around Andu and suddenly sinking her teeth into him. A cry of anguish erupted as Andu violently tossed Bai Sujin aside and turned his gaze towards Yun Tianhe. To his astonishment, someone else had managed to arrive here. Just in time, my blood of 100 poisons still requires the resentment of the living. I shall harness your grievances to forge my venom. With a sinister laugh, Andu was not the type to perish from idle chatter. He let out a fierce howl, his crystal sphere shimmering as dark energy swirled around him. Facing such a boss, Yun Tianhe refused to back down. With a mere thought, the icebound earth skill was unleashed within a second. At that moment, the advantages of the fully immersive game became apparent. Being upstream of the waterfall, the area was saturated with moisture, significantly enhancing the speed and effectiveness of all water and ice-based skills. With a series of crisp sounds, the silver snowflakes left in their wake formed a layer of ice. Even the Lich Commander was not spared, instantly encased in ice. Ding! System notification. Due to the ample water source in this location, ice skills receive a 500 effect increase, and damage is amplified by 200. Upon seeing the notification, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Focused, he observed that the Lich Commander, Andu, was indeed frozen. Moreover, its health bar was plummeting at an alarming rate. Minus 41,172. Minus 42,287. Minus 43,382. It is noteworthy that the Lich Commander is a creature of the dark element, which means that Yun Tianhe could inflict 200 times the damage solely from the effect of the buff. With the additional 200 damage increase, that equates to a staggering 400 times the damage. When combined with the War Roar buff's damage enhancement, it amounted to nearly 500 times the damage. What does that signify? Once defenses are breached, any boss before Yun Tianhe would be as fragile as paper. If the defenses remain intact, then it is of little consequence under such circumstances. The output is typically either 0 or a miss. Regardless of a potential enhancement of 500, 5,000, or even 10,000 times, the ultimate damage remains null. In an instant, the life force of the undead Lich Lord, Andu, plummeted. What? With nearly 100,000 damage per second, it still retained half of its health? Wasn't it a golden tier boss? However, 3 seconds later, upon realizing that the undead Lich Lord Andu still had a considerable amount of health remaining, Yun Tianhe was taken aback and promptly cast a probing spell. With a flicker of light, in the next moment, the attributes of the boss materialized as a panel before Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Undead Lich Lord Andu tier. Purple gold level. 40 health points. 800. 800. 000 attack power. 920 defense power. 700 skills. Dragon Roar. Black Flame Impact. Demon Flame Hell. Demon Flame Cage. Abyssal Blood Sacrifice. Description: the leader of the undead Lich clan, possessing extraordinary strength. It is said that he is on the verge of advancing to an elder of the undead Lich clan. By the heavens, it is indeed a purple gold tier boss. Oh my, it possesses a staggering 800,000 health points. Both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang gasped in astonishment, and immediately, a fervor ignited in Yun Tianhe's eyes. This was the first kill of a purple gold tier boss. And the rewards from the system, along with the loot, would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yet, Yun Tianhe remained uncertain whether the purple gold tier boss had any means of survival. Witnessing that his icy onslaught could not eliminate the foe instantly, he gritted his teeth and unleashed another skill. Night Parade of 100 Demons. With a howling wind, dark magic surged forth, and in an instant, hundreds of ghostly apparitions emerged. All bore grotesque visages, brandishing crimson blades, relentlessly assaulting the frozen undead Lich Lord Andu. -21, 777. -22, 881. -23, 321. -21, 886. Do not underestimate the individual output of the Night Parade of 100 Demons, for its strength lies in the frequency of attacks. With over 100 specters simultaneously assailing a single boss, even accounting for attack range and intervals, an average of 20 or so apparitions could inflict damage upon Andu each second, in a mournful cacophony, within just 2 seconds. The relentless onslaught of ghosts combined with the icy barrage had obliterated Andu's health entirely. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lu Wei Shuang could not help but gasp in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that Yun Tianhe had vanquished a high-level purple gold tier boss in less than 10 seconds. If this were to be shared, no player would dare to believe it, likely branding her a purveyor of falsehoods. Yet, the melodious chime of the system rang out, affirming to Bai Lu Wei Shuang that she had not been mistaken. Ding. World Server Announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia Battle Zone S Sky Suspended Galaxy and White Dew as Frost for successfully defeating the purple gold level boss, the undead Lich Lord Andu. Becoming the first player team to achieve this feat, they have been rewarded with 2,000,000 experience points, 3 extraordinary achievement points, a permanent increase of 5 luck points, and received 3 purple gold treasure chests and 1 purple gold equipment gift box. World Server Announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia Battle Zone S Sky Suspended Galaxy and White Dew as Frost for successfully defeating the purple gold level boss, the undead Lich Lord Andu. Becoming the first player team to achieve this feat, they have been rewarded with 2,000,000 experience points, 3 extraordinary achievement points, a permanent increase of 5 luck points, and received 3 purple gold treasure chests and 1 purple gold equipment gift box. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Alas, I am but a simpleton. And all I can exclaim is oh my. Even if I were learned, at this very moment, I could utter nothing but oh my. In an instant. Players across the world erupted in excitement. What absurdity is this? They have yet to encounter even a golden level boss, having faced predominantly black iron and bronze level monsters. Yet someone has already claimed the first kill of a purple gold level boss. How could they possibly believe this? Does this not imply that someone has surpassed them by an insurmountable margin? Not only the players from other battle zones, but even those in the Huaxia battle zone wore solemn expressions. Brother, your prowess only casts us in a foolish light. Yun Tianhe was unaware that he had once again ignited a fervor among the players. At this moment, all that occupied Yun Tianhe's mind were the gleaming spoils shimmering with golden light. P.S. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 89. Reward Eruption. A unique gift. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player, for successfully triggering the effect of the Demon Sealing Mirror replica, suppressing the soul of the undead wizard commander, Andu. Furthermore, the player can summon him through the Demon Sealing Mirror replica. Haha, splendid. I almost forgot about this equipment. With this in mind, my subsequent output will surely improve. A smile played at the corners of Yun Tianhe's mouth as he gathered his thoughts and hurriedly approached to inspect the spoils dropped by the undead wizard commander, Andu. Just in terms of copper coins, he amassed quite a fortune, which, upon calculation, amounted to over 30 silver coins. In addition to the monetary gain, Andu also dropped a book and 2 pieces of equipment. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianhe picked up the book, gently brushed his hand over it, and shared its attributes. Magic Dragon Roar Skill Learning Book. Special consumable upon use. It consumes 100 gold coins, granting the permanent mastery of the legendary active skill, Magic Dragon Roar. Magic Dragon Roar, legendary active skill, LV1. Skill cost, 40 of the user's mana. Skill cooldown, 6,000 seconds. Skill description, summons a magic dragon that reduces all attributes of all targets within a 100-yard radius by 20 for a duration of 30 seconds. Inflicting damage equal to 300 of the user's magical attack power to players within range. If a target is slain, the dragon's duration is extended by 1 second, with a maximum extension of 60 seconds and a base duration of 10 seconds. Wow, the effects of this skill are rather extraordinary. Upon glimpsing the attributes, Bailu Wei Shuang displayed an expression of astonishment, while Yun Tianhe could not help but gasp in amazement. This skill's effects are truly overpowered. However, the only drawback is its lengthy cooldown period. It must be said, Yun Tianhe possesses a formidable array of skills now, aside from the unique nature of Undead Resurrection, which he cannot cast due to insufficient mana. Skills like Ice and Snow, Magic Dragon Roar, and Night of 100 Ghosts can all be classified as top-tier skills. Regrettably, their cooldown periods are quite lengthy. I shall take this skill book. With that declaration, Yun Tianhe promptly tossed the skill book into his backpack. Previously, he had spent almost all his gold coins to enhance the mercenary's level. Consequently, he found himself short on gold and resolved to urge the brilliant starry sky for funds the following morning. After reviewing the skill book, Yun Tianhe proceeded to share the attributes of the two pieces of equipment. Black Magic Ring, Purple Gold Item. Rank, Purple Gold Level. Health points, 800. Mana points, 600. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 100. Magic Surge. When casting a skill, there is a 2 chance to restore 10 of one's mana, cooldown time of 30 seconds. Description. A ring imbued with potent magical energy. Class requirement. Mage and Priest professions. Level requirement. Level 30. Number of gem slots. 1. A ring that restores mana? Upon observing the attributes of the ring, Yun Tianhe felt a stirring in his heart. He too desired such qualities. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the effect of the blood-sucking ring would be more advantageous for him. Thus he dismissed the thought. A glance revealed Bailu Wei Shuang's eyes brimming with hope, prompting him to smile and say, "Classmate Shuang, this ring is for you." With that, Yun Tianhe directly allocated the ring to Bailu Wei Shuang. Bailu Wei Shuang blinked and regarded Yun Tianhe with a peculiar gaze. Why are you looking at me like that?" Yun Tianhe asked, slightly taken aback. "It's nothing," Bailu Wei Shuang replied, her radiant smile illuminating her face. "I just realized you look even more handsome." I've always been quite dashing," Yun Tianhe shrugged, proceeding to examine the third piece of equipment. He remained oblivious to the smirk at the corner of Bailu Wei Shuang's mouth as she softly remarked, "You really don't know that giving a ring to a girl isn't something to be taken lightly, do you?" The Magic Guide Belt, Golden Purple Artifact. Grade, Golden Purple. Health points, 900. Defense, 120. Magic Guide. When releasing skills, there is a 1 chance to amplify the skill's effects by 130, including healing spells, negative statuses, and damage effects. Magic Essence. While equipped, every 600 seconds, it permanently increases the user's mana by 1 point. Description. A belt infused with peculiar magical powers. Class requirement. Mage, Priest professions. Level requirement. Level 35. Upon reading this description, Yun Tianhe could not help but twitch his mouth. Bailu Wei Shuang scoffed. "What a ridiculous description. I must report this game." "Ahem. It indeed deserves a complaint. It's utterly absurd," Yun Tianhe remarked nonchalantly, having encountered even more bizarre items before. The attributes of this equipment were not particularly strange. It was merely the description that was suggestive, easily leading to misinterpretations. In terms of actual effects, it increased mana and enhanced skill efficacy. "Let me have this one. My mana is still relatively low," Yun Tianhe said softly. Here you go," Bailu Wei Shuang replied, her cheeks flushed. "I find this equipment quite distasteful." Should I then express my gratitude for that ridiculous description?" Yun Tianhe laughed heartily. "You dare." Bailu Wei Shuang shot him a glare before continuing. Since you defeated the boss, you can decide how to distribute the equipment." We should negotiate over equipment that both of us can utilize. Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly. What is there to negotiate? Bai Lu Wei Shuang, fully aware of the situation, responded. Prioritize nurturing you. When you become stronger, we can defeat more bosses and clear more dungeons. Heh, then I shall graciously accept. Hearing this, Yun Tianhe felt increasingly satisfied with Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Although this young lady can be a bit mischievous at times, she is also quite considerate. Who does not appreciate a charming, well-behaved, and delightfully entertaining beauty? Indeed, beauty is the essence. Were it to be a woman weighing around 300 pounds, even if the heartlock effect were tenfold more effective, Yun Tianhe would never be inclined to bind himself. After dividing the spoils, Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang discarded the boss's corpse to the side, ensuring it did not tumble into the waterfall and contaminate the water source. Once they had dealt with Andu's remains, the crisp chime of the system notification rang out once more. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player team for successfully completing the preliminary mission, Water Source Catastrophe. The boss, the undead sorcerer leader Andu, was slain before the water source was poisoned, averting this crisis. Rewards: Experience Points 10, 000, Extraordinary Achievement Points 1, Luck Points 1, Legendary Potion, Design Blueprint X1. Chapter 90, Elixir of Time, Wings of Amethyst. As the bountiful rewards descended, both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang hurriedly opened their bags. Legendary Elixir Design Diagram. Consumable upon use, it grants the player the ability to comprehend a random legendary elixir design. Splendid. Hee, I hope for another buff elixir, murmured Yun Tianhe with a smirk, promptly utilizing the design diagram. Buzz ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the legendary elixir design diagram. Acquiring the design for the Elixir of Divine Kiss. Elixir of Divine Kiss Design Diagram. Consumable upon use, it teaches the method to craft the Elixir of Divine Kiss. Required materials: Holy Light Herb, Spirit Heart Stone, Withered Vine, Ginseng. Elixir of Heaven, Special Consumable. Quality: Legendary. Required level: 30. Effect: Restores 50 of the user's health points in a single use. Cooldown: 300 seconds. Goodness! A single use that restores 50 of health points. This elixir is quite effective. For ordinary players, it's a life-saving item. Alas, it's of no use to me. Yun Tianhe sighed in resignation, deciding to utilize the elixir design. If he could not use it, he could certainly craft it for profit. However, the required materials were surprisingly numerous. Tianhe, take a look. I've obtained this design diagram. See if you can use it. Just as Yun Tianhe was sighing, Bai Lu Wei Shuang suddenly spoke, sharing a design diagram. Upon glancing at it, Yun Tianhe's breath quickened. Elixir of Time Design Diagram. Consumable upon use, it allows the player to grasp the method to manufacture the Elixir of Time. Required materials: Time Stone X7, Bloodstone X5, Milk X2. Elixir of Time, Legendary Elixir. Quality: Legendary. Required level: 30. Effect: Upon consumption, it grants a continuous time buff lasting 300 seconds, during which all skill cooldowns are reduced by 5. Cooldown: 3,000 seconds. Wow. Wow. An elixir that reduces skill cooldowns. Ha ha ha. Little Shuang, you are truly my lucky star. I think I'm falling in love with you. After witnessing the specific effects, Yun Tianhe was overwhelmed with joy. It is worth noting that his talent enhances buff effects. If fortune smiles upon him, he could potentially eliminate cooldowns for his skills in the future. What terror would a mage be without cooldowns? Yun Tianhe's output would surely reach a terrifying level. Thus, in a fit of exuberance, Yun Tianhe could not contain his excitement and unexpectedly embraced Bai Lu Wei Shuang, spinning her around amidst her startled exclamations, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama. After the spin, Yun Tianhe could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, I truly adore you. With this cooling potion, I shall become invincible. Even in the game, being spun around a dozen times left Bai Lu Wei Shuang feeling a bit dazed. However, she clearly heard Yun Tianhe's words of affection, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to swell with shyness. Before long, Yun Tianhe regained his composure and turned to Bai Lu Wei Shuang with a playful smile, saying, Hee, little Shuang, I've shown you the design. It is undoubtedly meant for you. Bailu Weiswang rubbed her forehead and sighed. Seeing you like this, if I didn't give it to you, would you devour me? How could that be? Yun Tianhe replied bashfully. You will always be my teammate. I could never harm you. With a playful huff, Bailu Weiswang revealed her adorable little fangs and said, Well, since I brought you good fortune, shouldn't you repay me? What? You want me to beat you up? Yun Tianhe exclaimed in horror. Goodness, little Shuang. I had no idea you were a masochist. You're so kind to me, yet you wish for me to strike you? How terrifying. No. I ought to properly express my gratitude. Listening to him, Bailu Weiswang looked perplexed until she finally caught on, rolling her eyes. You stingy fellow. I merely wanted you to treat me to a meal, not to play dumb. Ahem. But I really don't wish to waste time outside the game. Realizing her thoughts had been seen through, Yun Tianhe felt embarrassed and decided to drop the act. Fine, then just treat me to a casual meal. And let's aim to finish within an hour, Bailu Weiswang said, tilting her head slightly. In truth, after being turned down once, she had already resigned herself. Yet, Yun Tianhe's words rekindled her hopes. Being quite assertive, she believed that if they both held feelings for each other, it would be best to meet in reality. If they could converse well in person, they might gradually develop their relationship. Otherwise, discovering that reality does not match the online persona after rushing into a relationship would only lead to wasted time and emotions. All right, since you've put it that way, it would be quite unkind of me to refuse again. Yun Tianhe readily accepted, considering it a gesture of gratitude for the cooling potion. With the task rewards secured and a meeting arranged in the real world, the two resumed their silence and continued gathering potions. As they collected items, they opened their backpacks to check the rewards for their first defeat of a purple gold level boss. Purple gold treasure chest, special item upon opening. Players can randomly select one reward from purple gold level equipment, items, materials, or even S-level skill books. Purple gold equipment gift box, special item upon opening. Players can randomly obtain one piece of purple gold level equipment with a 0.0001 chance of acquiring an exceptional purple gold level item. Without any hesitation, Yun Tianhe swiftly opened the treasure chest. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the golden purple treasure chest, receiving a reward of intermediate simple gem X9. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the golden purple treasure chest, receiving a reward of Pet Fusion Stone X1. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the golden purple treasure chest, receiving a reward of Demon Sealing Stone X3. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the golden purple equipment gift box, receiving a reward of Amethyst Wings X1. Intermediate simple gem, special material. Grade, golden purple. Effect, when embedded in equipment, it reduces the required wearing level by 15 levels. Pet Fusion Stone, special material. Grade, golden purple. Effect, can be used on two pets of no higher than golden purple grade, allowing them to merge. The fused pet has a 10 chance to exceed the golden purple grade, and both its attributes and skills will be enhanced. Demon Sealing Stone, special item. Grade, golden purple. Effect, can be used on monsters that are not at full health, with a 20 chance to capture them as pets. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate, and it cannot be used on boss or elite monsters. P.S. Good night, sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. Chapter 91, Soaring Together. A new hidden dungeon. Oh, is the pet system about to be unveiled? Upon witnessing the effects of the item, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in intrigue. At present, he might be the sole possessor of such an item. It is likely that no other player has a pet. Thus, if he were to capture a few commendable pets to sell, no one could rival him in that endeavor. Moreover, if there were a considerable number of players wishing to purchase pets, the price would undoubtedly exceed the norm. Rarity begets value, and that is no mere platitude. However, among those rewards, what excited Yun Tianhe the most was undoubtedly the pair of amethyst wings. Focusing intently, he beheld a magnificent pair of purple wings, radiant and shimmering, capturing the gaze of all who beheld them. He reached out, gently brushing against the wings, and the attributes immediately materialized into a panel before him. Amethyst wings, a purple gold artifact. Type, wings. Grade, purple gold. Health points, 1500. Mana points, 1500. Intelligence, 180. Strength, 180. Agility, 200. Gliding, when jumping from a height. The amethyst wings will automatically activate, allowing the player to enter a gliding state. While gliding, one may freely float in the air for a duration of 300 seconds, after which the wings will deactivate automatically. Should the player choose to interrupt the glide prematurely, they can unleash an AoE group skill upon landing. Amethyst Aura, possessing the magic of amethyst. While in the state of amethyst wings, all attributes are enhanced by 20. And the player receives mana recharge at a rate of 3 points per second, up to a maximum of 300 points. Upon activating the mana recharge, for every target killed, the player gains a 1 experience increase, with a 30 chance to elevate the level of dropped items, consuming 1 point of mana per second. Description: wings crafted from amethyst. Imbued with special energy, not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessing numerous unique functionalities. Class requirement: none. Level requirement: none. Trait: bound. Once equipped, it binds to the player, becoming untradeable, undroppable, and unable to be discarded. Hiss: they are indeed wings. I had presumed them to be a special item. But wait. I recall from my past life that players only acquired wings after reaching level 50. Why have I obtained them so swiftly? I remember there were a few players in their 30s who could defeat those of purple gold rank. How did they not yield such an item? Yun Tianhe was utterly perplexed, having forgotten that he possessed a luck buff. Other players might only have a luck value of 3 to 5 points at this time, while he enjoyed nearly 100 points due to the buff. Such a vast disparity meant that even when defeating the same monsters, the rewards could vary significantly. I have indeed acquired a token for soaring together. On the other side, Bai Lu Wei Shuang exclaimed in surprise. What item have you obtained? Startled by a sudden exclamation, Yun Tianhe turned to see Bai Lu Wei Shuang, her face flushed like a rabbit, bounding eagerly towards him. Tianhe, just take a look at this effect. With her cheeks still rosy, she proceeded to share the attributes of her newly acquired equipment. Twin Wings Amulet, Purple Gold Artifact Type, Auxiliary Equipment Grade, Purple Gold Health Points, 800 Mana Points, 2000 Twin Wings, allows the user to bind with a player of the opposite sex. Once bound, if either party attacks a shared target, an imprint is left on that target. Should the other party inflict damage on the target with the imprint, it will cause an explosion, dealing a combined damage of 520 of both parties' attack power. The imprint has a cooldown of 10 seconds on a single target. Description: in the heavens, we wish to be like the winged birds. On earth, we wish to be like intertwined branches. Class requirement: none. Level requirement: none. Characteristic: cannot be unbound once established. Characteristic: can be upgraded and fused. Upon seeing the effects, Yun Tianhe couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Why did it seem as though the system was somewhat targeting him? The previously revealed heart lock could be overlooked, as it was still related to teamwork. However, this amulet's name was undeniably suggestive. The Twin Wings Amulet. Could it signify that the maiden before him was indeed his perfect match? Otherwise, how could there be both a heart lock and a Twin Wings Amulet? Not only was this thought in Yun Tianhe's mind, but Bai Lu Wei Shuang also felt a flush of embarrassment. Ahem, it's merely game equipment. Don't mind the name. Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly. Nonetheless, the item's effect is quite impressive. With its combined attack capability, you need not worry for your safety when we are in a team. As long as I am nearby, any approaching monsters will be easily dealt with. Indeed, she replied with a grin. Moreover, when you tackle a boss in the future, I want to just be a bystander. I can help by inflicting the imprint, contributing to the damage output. Otherwise, I would feel like just a decorative piece. Naturally, a capable woman like Bai Lu Wei Shuang was reluctant to be perceived as mere decoration, and her face brightened with joy. So, shall we bind? She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Yun Tianhe, her eyes brimming with hope. Why not? He rubbed his nose, not refusing. After all, this amulet could expedite their progress against boss encounters. Furthermore, if Yun Tianhe were to create the imprint, it could potentially amplify the damage significantly. Nodding. Bai Lu Wei Shuang felt her heart race, uncertain whether it was joy or trepidation that stirred within her. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no. It appears that to equip this item, We must unlock the auxiliary equipment slot with an item. Well then, it seems our excitement was premature, Yun Tianhe remarked. Unable to bind, Bai Lu Wei Shuang could not help but pout. It's all right, such items should be available soon. We will acquire them in due time. No need for concern. Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly. Have you gathered the materials for the quest? Yes, indeed. All set. Bai Lu Wei Shuang's face brightened with a smile. Shall we return to submit the quest? Let's go. With the task completed, Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang had no reason to linger, making their way downward. However, as they retraced their steps, the surrounding forest revealed alterations. Ah, it seems there is a hidden dungeon that has refreshed nearby. Bai Lu Wei Shuang blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she eagerly grasped Yun Tianhe's arm. Tianhe, shall we submit the quest first, or dive into the hidden dungeon? Surely. It must be a hidden quest. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianhe felt a surge of joy within, increasingly grateful for his decision. It was fortunate that he had teamed up with Bai Lu Wei Shuang. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly missed the opportunity to explore a hidden dungeon. Even a small dungeon could yield remarkable rewards for players. Chapter 92. The Fiery Mine, the Wrathful Spirit of Fire. The sound of flames emanated from the north. Come, I shall lead you. Bai Lu Wei Shuang was equally exhilarated, never having anticipated that on this very day, she would encounter two extraordinary instances of dungeons, along with several quests. Perhaps today she could ascend to level 17, or even 18, had she chosen to accompany Shan Yu Fu Su and his companions. Such rapid progression would surely have eluded her. In that moment, Bai Lu Wei Shuang felt immense gratitude for teaming up with Yun Tianhe, due to her unique talent. Yun Tianhe followed her without question, like a devoted acolyte trailing behind. After a mere 5 minutes of walking, the crackling sound of flames reached Yun Tianhe's ears, evoking a deep sense of awe within him. One could not deny that her talent was indeed a game-changer. Yet, it required the skill of adept players to be truly effective. Otherwise, discovering hidden dungeons without the means to conquer them would be a lamentable fate. He speculated that the mercenary dungeon they had ventured into that afternoon was likely uncovered thanks to Bai Lu Wei Shuang's exceptional ability. Regrettably, they had been unable to complete it and had to enlist Yun Tianhe's assistance. However, Shan Yu Fu Su had not anticipated that this very team-up would result in his aid, Bai Lu Wei Shuang, who managed the guild's affairs, being whisked away by another, never to return. As they drew closer, Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang arrived at several bonfires. In the midst of the flames, a shimmering pit caught their eyes. Clearly, stepping onto the illuminated ground would transport them into a special dungeon. Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang exchanged glances and stepped forward, both placing their feet upon the glowing pit. Ding! A system notification chimed. Congratulations. Players have successfully triggered the hidden dungeon, the Fiery Mine. Would you like to enter? Note: this dungeon can only be accessed once within 24 hours. Furthermore, once a player completes it, the dungeon will be destroyed. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang affirmed their choice. Whoosh! In an instant, a burst of fire erupted, consuming them like a ferocious beast. They felt an overwhelming warmth envelop them, and when they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves within a cavern. The mine was flanked by azure stones, with torches igniting at intervals to illuminate the darkness. Moreover, the temperature within the cavern steadily rose. Suddenly, a clear mechanical voice echoed in their ears. The Fiery Mine was originally a one-star mining site. However, a thunderstorm ignited a catastrophic forest fire, resulting in the tragic demise of all workers within. The flames, kindled by lightning, cannot be extinguished by conventional means. Thus, the powerful forces of the Empire resorted to sealing the Fiery Mine deep underground. Years later, the flames gradually dimmed. However, due to the perpetual confinement of the Fiery Mine, a rich accumulation of fire elements coalesced, ultimately giving rise to the elemental spirits of fire that inhabit the depths of the cavern. These fire elemental spirits possessed no discernible intelligence and were driven solely by aggression. Warriors were beckoned to arm themselves and vanquish the frenzied spirits, thereby shattering the mine's seal. Is this the backdrop? It appears rather unremarkable for a grand dungeon. Upon hearing the dungeon's introduction, Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Wei Shuang exchanged knowing glances, exhaling deeply in relief. Typically, high-tier dungeons or narrative-driven scenarios were intertwined with demonic forces or involved the salvation of diverse races. Yet, this dungeon's premise was strikingly simplistic, without even needing to look. Both Yun Tianhe and Bai Lu Weiswang discerned that this was likely a minor dungeon, possibly even a hidden one, with rewards that would not be particularly bountiful. Nevertheless, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. A hidden dungeon is certainly preferable to the absence of one. Thus, the duo steeled themselves and ventured deeper into the mine. Before long, several floating fireballs quietly came into view. Focusing intently, they observed that the fire elemental spirits resembled animated slimes, lacking limbs, merely spherical in form, yet entirely engulfed in flames. Upon casting a detection spell, the attributes of the fire elemental spirits materialized as a panel before them. Raging Fire Elemental Spirit, Elite Monster Rank, Gold Level, 30 Health Points, 50, 00050, 000 Attack Power, 370 Defense Power, 200 Fire Elemental Form, Immune to Fire Damage. Skills: Flame Charge, Fire Jet. Description: The intense aura of fire elements has, over countless years, birthed a basic form of life. The evolved fire elemental spirit possesses limited intelligence, rendering it incapable of self-control. How feeble! It merely boasts immunity to fire damage. Observing the attributes, Yun Tianhe remained unfazed. With a thought, he activated the imitation of the sealing mirror, summoning the previously defeated undead sorcerer leader, Andu. Are you not immune to fire damage? Then I shall employ dark elemental skills against you. With a swift motion, Yun Tianhe wielded his staff, unleashing a chilling attack. In an instant, a piercing cold gathered and surged forth, sharp as a blade, relentlessly striking the floating raging fire elemental spirits. Boom. Crack. Hiss. Unique sounds reverberated as the frenzied fire elemental spirits were instantly repelled, crimson damage numbers appearing above their heads in rapid succession. It must be said that Andu's attributes are remarkably formidable, even when sealed, possessing merely 50 of his former strength. He can still inflict nearly 1,000 points of damage upon the frenzied fire elementals. Had it not been for Yunyan's 100-fold damage amplification, it is likely that Andu's output would have exceeded even his own. Bai Lu Weiswang, however, refrained from advancing at this moment. She lacked the Twin Wings talisman and had no means of attack, merely observing Yunyan's performance. In a mere moment, under the dual onslaught of frigid and magical energies, the rampaging fire elementals dissipated into radiant white light. To Yunyan's astonishment, not only did they vanish, but they also left behind a plethora of crimson stones. Yet, he keenly noticed that slaying these creatures yielded no experience points. It turned out to be a hidden dungeon for resource farming. How intriguing. He wondered whether these materials would serve as components for equipment or potions. Yunyan felt a surge of anticipation. For his alchemical endeavors often required various ores for crafting potent elixirs, although he was uncertain why ores could also be utilized for demon refinement. He was determined not to let this splendid opportunity slip away. Taking a deep breath, Yunyan, filled with vigor, commanded the necromancer leader Andu and set forth into the depths of the blazing mine. P.S. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 93, Elemental Reaction, Task Materials Acquired. Time flows slowly in the depths of the Yutian River, as Bai Lu Weiswang methodically slays the fire elementals. After vanquishing hundreds of these fiery spirits, a multitude of rare materials has been uncovered. An hour later, the duo finally reaches the innermost recess of the cavern. Surrounding them are crimson-hued ores, some of which shimmer with a fiery glow. At the very center of the cave stands a colossal fire elemental spirit, its body seemingly solidified in flames. Boss, it appears this mine is not as expansive as one might hope. To think such a small area was cleared so swiftly, it's rather disappointing. Bai Lu Weiswang can't help but sigh. This is primarily a materials dungeon, offering little beyond that. With Yuntian River's extraordinary damage output, she essentially feels like a mere spectator, devoid of any excitement. However, should a regular player attempt this, the attributes of the fire elemental spirit would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, making it impossible to conquer in less than half a day. Wouldn't it be better to resolve this swiftly? Once we finish, we can return to town, tidy up, and prepare to log off. Yutian River chuckles lightly. All right. Let me examine this boss's attributes. With that, he promptly cast a detection spell. Buzz. A radiant glow flickers as the attributes of the massive fire elemental spirit manifest before them. Fire Crystal Spirit. Purple Gold level boss. Level 35 rank. Purple Gold health points 800. 800. 000 magical attack power. 630 defense. 300 fire spirit body. Immune to damage from fire attribute attacks and recovers 2 of health with each instance of fire damage or contact with flames. With no cooldown. Skills: Fireball Barrage, Flame Whirlwind, Meteoric Fire Rain. Description: a crystallized spirit formed from concentrated fire elements, possessing formidable flame power. As long as it comes into contact with fire, it becomes an immortal entity. Hiss. It seems this boss's passive ability has evolved. Bailu Weiswang gasps, recalling that it used to only be immune to fire attribute attacks, but now it can regenerate health upon encountering flames. Indeed, compared to lesser foes, bosses will undoubtedly possess enhanced skill traits. Otherwise, they wouldn't merit the title of boss. Yuntian River smiles reassuringly. Fortunately, the recovery rate for this boss is relatively low at just 2. As long as our damage output is sufficiently high, we can still defeat it. Bailu Weiswang, placing her complete trust in Yuntian River, replies, I'm going in. Cheer for me. With her words, Yuntian River steps forward, unleashing the chilling aura of his skill. The howling wind roared fiercely, its chill piercing like a sharp dagger, striking the fire crystal spirit with ferocity. The clash of flames against ice resulted in a swift melting, with steam rising and billowing white clouds. Blood-red damage figures appeared in succession above the fire crystal spirit. Minus 77,261. Minus 47,726. Minus 66,221. In an instant, the spirit's health plummeted drastically. Such remarkable output. How is it that your damage has suddenly surged? Exclaimed Bailu Weiswang, her astonishment palpable. With a flourish of his staff, Yin Tian he seized the opportunity while the fire crystal spirit's mobility was hampered and unleashed his ice and snow skill. Chuckling, check the battle system, and you shall uncover the reason. Bailu Weishuang's face reflected her shock as she hesitated before promptly examining the battle notifications. Battle notification. Due to the player's activation of an elemental reaction, the damage of this attack is doubled. Elemental reaction? Is this game truly that realistic? Different elements interact and trigger varying effects? My heavens! Upon grasping this, Bailu Weishuang's astonishment deepened. Hearing her reaction, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Yun Tianhe's mouth. It's not just realistic. This game could one day transcend into reality. At that moment,